Chapter 1. With a gentle two porcelain white little fists emerge from beneath the fur blanket, followed by the sight of a petite figure wriggling beneath it like a little worm. "Wake up and get yourself together. Don't get your clothes all tangled up," said a tall, handsome male with piercing eyes softened by warmth. His slender fingers grasped a small teapot, pouring a cup of warm honey water, which he tested with his fingertip. Leaning down, he delicately extracted a charming girl with dark hair and eyes from the fur blanket. "Here, sip some honey water to soothe your throat." The small female, with her eyes half open, obediently drank the warm honey water from the cup. As the tall male turned to set the cup down, he was unexpectedly pulled closer by the small female, who kissed him on the neck. A faint sweetness lingered in his mouth. Still being naughty, he playfully swatted the small female's round, pert backside, not wanting to apply too much force. Yet in that moment, he noticed the disheveled clothing that revealed her fair, glistening skin, and a shadow flickered across his azure eyes. "What's so naughty about it? This is clearly a good morning kiss." She stuck out her little tongue, her round eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Or should I say that we can forego morning kisses in the future?" Her bright eyes were fixed upon him, with a teasing glint at the corners. If you sleep in a bit longer, you might just miss breakfast and go straight to lunch." "I don't care." The small female nestled on the soft fur blanket, propping her chin on her hands, her feet playfully swaying, looking utterly content. "How long until we arrive?" "About 2 days, give or take." The tall male picked up chopsticks and offered her a delicacy from the table. The treat was soft and delicious, accompanied by a light, refreshing sweet soup, and she quickly felt full. "Suihan, I want to go back to the snow plains." Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, the small female began to cling to the tall male, seeking his affection. There are rules in the Dynasty. Females of silver rank and above must attend the royal court for their coming ceremony. Moreover, for females, the most significant event is the coming ceremony at the age of 15, symbolizing their maturity and the onset of their first heat. In the beast world, females are already scarce, and those with a silver rank or higher are even rarer. To prevent tribes from becoming weak and unable to protect their valuable females, and to avoid those high-ranking females becoming mere breeding machines, the queen herself issued an edict. After their coming ceremony, females of silver rank and above may choose a powerful male as a potential mate, and during their first heat, the strongest males will compete for the title of first mate. However, despite the regulations, there are still instances of unscrupulous behavior among those vying for the position of first mate, but the selection being limited to strong males helps to mitigate the risk of females being targeted by lesser beings. "Suihan, do you fear that I cannot protect you? I am now the king beast of the Snow Wolf clan, Suihan. With me around, you need not worry about choosing another mate." That was not the case. The small female, Suihan, bit her lip. "When the heat comes, it means I can bear young. But what if I don't want to bear any?" After all, it was the male who had adopted and marked her when she was a little beast on the verge of starvation due to her failed transformation, nurturing her tenderly. Suihan frowned. Although the conception rate during a female's heat exceeds 90%, he had never considered such matters. However, the idea of nurturing a small female and having her bear his offspring didn't seem so bad. Suihan also likes little ones. In a whispering tone, Suihan curled up, hugging her knees. This evident change caught him off guard. Suihan quickly embraced the small female in his arms. "All I need is you, Suihan." "Really?" After a long pause, her muffled voice echoed again. "Suihan has become spoiled and willful under my care. I simply do not have the time or energy to raise another little Suihan." "What about in the future? What if you have time then?" "Even if I have time, I wouldn't raise another. Suihan, I want to live in the snow plains with you forever, never to leave. I don't want to bear young, not now, nor ever. Even when I grow old and ugly, will you still want me?" Males yearn for their own offspring. Their desire to seize females stems not only from primal instincts, but also from the high potential of offspring born to females with high breeding values. The prosperity of the tribe relies on powerful male warriors who bear the responsibility of hunting and protecting the tribe. So who could resist the allure of gifted offspring? Females, naturally delicate possess almost no combat ability. They primarily fulfill roles in nurturing young and managing the household. Shuehui gently patted Suihan's back. Was it because she had been abandoned and nearly starved to death when her transformation failed that he had rescued her? They are so small and fragile, unable to do anything but accept their fate. Newborns typically undergo transformation within 10 to 15 days. Some may take longer, up to 20 days. If a young one hasn't transformed successfully after a month, it signifies that they will become a mindless beast, a creature that may even prey upon its kin when grown. Thus, many failed transformations among young ones are discarded, with little chance of reaching adulthood. Why not simply kill them? Why abandon them? As she spoke, Suihan surprisingly grasped her own neck. An adult female can easily strangle a young one without much effort, let alone a male. Why be so cruel as to discard them? Shuehui took her hand and wrapped it around his neck. In the eyes of the tribe, killing a young one with your own hands is deemed the most brutal act. If you don't want to bear young, then we want, but you mustn't speak of such things again. How could a female harbor malice towards young ones? Doing so would earn her a label of a malicious female, relegating her to the lowest status, forced to live in damp, dark caves, relying on selling her body to barely survive. Is it truly possible? She looked up at him. Shuehui smiled. Do you think the Snow Wolf clan still requires me to propagate the lineage? His father, the current leader of the Snow Wolf clan and the first king beast, had at least a dozen concubines by his side, with some of his grandchildren being much older than Shuehui Wang, the youngest chief. How to put it? The character of this clan leader was rather difficult to balance. He was, in fact, a contemporary of Shuehui Wang's maternal grandfather, a first beauty of the Snow Wolf clan, the youngest daughter of the clan elder, and the first female in nearly a century to possess a silver rank breeding value. According to tradition, she was expected to give birth to the most gifted offspring of the Snow Wolf clan. Thus, the entire Snow Wolf clan and other tribes on the Snow Plains flocked to her. Yet, no one anticipated that in the end, it would be the uncle she had referred to for over a decade who seized the opportunity to become her first mate. The lifespan of females is short. The female clan leader had already passed away, and competing for the title of first mate among other females in the tribe was not uncommon. However, the competitor was someone she had watched grow up, a childhood friend who also showed him great respect. In the beast world, this was not particularly unusual. After all, strength prevails. The Snow Wolf King embraced the beautiful female, bestowing upon her the esteemed status of clan leader's consort, while also maintaining a harem of concubines from other tribes and their offspring. From a young age, Shuehui Wang grew up amidst schemes and rivalries, feeling impatient with complex family dynamics, and lacked a strong desire for his own lineage. One could say that aside from ascending to the rank of King Beast, he had no other pressing aspirations. Of course, spending a lifetime with Suihan was something that had become ingrained in his very being, beyond comparison. Suihan furrowed her brow, recalling the concubines of the Snow Wolf clan's leader and their descendants. It must be said that the Snow Wolf King had exerted considerable effort for the tribe's propagation. Fortunately, the Holy Female has already moved into the Holy Female Palace, so I need not mix with them. According to the rules of the beast world, any female who successfully gives birth to a king beast must have a palace built for her by the tribe and be revered as Holy Female. Moreover, the Holy Female, due to the power of her bloodline, enjoys a long lifespan. This explains why high-ranking females value the potential of their mates so highly. Which female wouldn't wish to be revered as Holy Female and possess an extended life? Shuehui Wang chuckled lightly. He harbored no particular thoughts regarding the idea of bearing offspring. Previously, he merely considered that if he were to give birth to the cubs of the Winter King, then the time for becoming the holy matron would arrive even sooner. Thus, he acquiesced to his mother's wishes and uttered a few words, unaware that the sensitive-minded Winter King took them to heart. Mother mentioned it to me several times before. Do you truly believe I am fervently yearning for cubs? The Winter King's youthful visage displayed signs of unease. His fingers, gripping the clothing of the Snow Radiance King, tightened further. Do you recall what my father said more than once while parading his favorite offspring before you? He warned that some of my beliefs are perilous. They could inflict harm upon you. He is the true madman. Even in a power struggle between father and son, each relying on their own capabilities, it is unheard of for a father to openly declare his son deranged. Moreover, she had already been marked by the snow radiance. He brazenly brought those who would curry favor with him to openly undermine snow radiance. He felt no shame, yet had the audacity to speak ill of him. In the beast world, how many royal beasts exist? The Snowy Wolf clan alone comprises two. What should have been a boon to elevate the Snowy Wolf clan was thwarted by the Snow Wolf King's suspicions, forcing the Snow Radiance King, who had intended to expand his influence towards the warmer southern landstow, retract his ambitions. Without even consulting the Snow Radiance King, the Snow Wolf King bowed to the Beast King, compelling the entire snowy expanse to submit to his authority. So who is truly mad? If you do not conceive, he would be the most delighted, wouldn't he? The Snow Radiance King scoffed coldly. The Winter King bit her lip and said, "What if?" A glint of coldness flashed in the Snow Radiance King's eyes, causing the Winter King to shrink back. "You continue to raise me as your cub, nurturing me until the end of time without allowing any change." The Winter King quickly amended her statement. The Snow Radiance King kissed her with satisfaction. In his heart, power constituted half of his desires, while the Winter King occupied the other half. Although the Snow Wolf King's cunning maneuvers hindered his expansion, they could not extinguish his ambition. The Beast King had constructed palaces for each royal beast in the royal city, mandating that they reside in their palaces for at least 1 month each year. The Winter King, who loathed the cold, would, during the frigid season, take her to reside in his Snow Radiance Palace. This period also served as a time for the Snow Radiance King to consolidate his influence in the beast world. "My head itches terribly. Am I about to grow another tail?" The delicate and lovely female snuggled against the tall and formidable male, playfully scratching her head. Smack! The Snow Radiance King slapped her restless hand away. "Do you wish to sit in the carriage behind, or allow Pinger and the others to board my vehicle?" When the Winter King grew her third tail, she acquired fire-based abilities, and with each additional tail, she obtained a new ability, culminating in her current possession of fire, earth, and lightning abilities, all at level 1. Females possessing abilities are indeed rare, yet she holds 3. This is precisely why the Snow Radiance King has expended considerable wealth to procure invisible pills from the Queen. "But I just feel so itchy there." The Winter King pouted. "Winter King, you should understand why I brought you here." The Snow Radiance King's large hand rested upon her backside, kneading it a few times, his warm palm conveying a meaning different from the usual. The Winter King's face flushed crimson, her delicate frame soft, as she hummed and murmured, "I am of age now. Thus, certain matters could now be broached." The Snow Radiance King guided her hand downwards toward himself. "Are you certain?" Given the Winter King's delicate disposition and their significant size difference, could she truly be assured that this would not cast a shadow over such matters? The heat and magnitude beneath his palm caused the Winter King to shrink back involuntarily, as she timidly murmured the passion fruit. "I may permit you to be disoriented by your heat cycle, but I shall not allow you to use a passion fruit to achieve your aims." As it was their first time together, the Snow Radiance King would not permit the Winter King to resort to external aid. "But it is so large. It will be quite painful. Thus, we shall wait until your first heat cycle arrives before proceeding. For now, behave and do not play with fire." "No." The Winter King wrapped her arms around the Snow Radiance King's neck, pouting as she kissed him. What could the Snow Radiance King do to her? This spoiled and headstrong nature was entirely of his own making. 15 years had transformed the Winter King from a small creature into a graceful and charming young lady, indulging her in all her petulant ways. He held the Winter King close, preventing her from causing further mischief. "Are all the gifts prepared? Is there anything else to add?" The journey to the royal city was not solely for the Winter King's commingafage ceremony, but also to visit her mother and see the offspring she had borne with the current beast husband, the Red Flood Dragon King. The Winter King counted on her fingers. A tiger skin cloak for Luo Luo, a red fox cloak for Mother, and for the Flood Dragon. The Winter King was a female of tumultuous fate, and her mother was not without her own struggles. Tu Shang Sheng, the Winter King's biological mother, had a tragic childhood. Her low fertility value marked her as the least desirable, leading her to be ostracized by her sisters. Later, during a hunting expedition in autumn, she was abandoned by her tribe. In despair, she believed she would perish in the wilderness until she was rescued by the Winter King's father, Heisheng. Yet this did not signify that her fate had been transformed. As a female of the rabbit clan, she was small and exquisite, a beauty akin to a flower, but due to her low fertility value, many in her clan sought to cast her into the female den to become a mere outlet for the tribe's males. Heisheng was originally a 5th-level warrior of his tribe, but after suffering an injury, his strength diminished. Despite being the son of the tribe leader, he lived a life inferior to that of an ordinary beastman. He intended to find a formidable warrior to serve as a protector for Tu Shixing, but to his dismay, the chosen one sought only fleeting pleasures without any intention of responsibility. During that tumultuous period, chaos reigned, with factions vying for power, and the world teetered on the brink of collapse. The consciousness of the world desperately yearned for the emergence of a savior. And then, the savior arrived. She was a strikingly beautiful and powerful female, the long-lost queen who had disappeared for over a decade. More than that, she was a revered matriarch who had once borne countless offspring for numerous mighty beings, a divine messenger of the beast gods who had wrought countless miracles. The sudden disappearance of the queen drove the beast king, Heijia Wang, to madness as he scoured the continent in search of her. Just as the conflicts had subsided, war erupted anew. Years later, as the beast world stood on the verge of ruin, the queen returned. In the aftermath, Heijia Wang sought the surviving offspring from the chaos, inadvertently leading to a deadly calamity for Heisheng. Indeed, Heisheng was one of the queen's progeny, and Suihan was the sole offspring of Heisheng and Tu Shangsheng, conceived thanks to a life-saving pill left by the queen for Heisheng. Unbeknownst to him, Heisheng would die without ever realizing that a child was about to be born. Later, Tu Shengxing found herself pursued by the mother and son duo of the Heihu tribe. In a desperate bid, Heisheng planned to impersonate Heisheng to meet the queen in the royal city, and as the only one privy to this secret, Tu Shengsheng felt compelled to silence him. While fleeing, Tu Shengsheng gave birth to Suihan. To ensure her child's survival, she entrusted him to a small tribe along their path, only to discover that he had been abandoned due to a failed transformation. Subsequently, the near-death child was taken in by the young leader of the Snowfield Wolf tribe. With the help of the Red Jiao King, Tu Shengxing exposed the treachery of Heisheng and his mother. The queen, moved by the plight of the unfortunate infant, bestowed upon Suihan a transformation elixir, enabling him to successfully take shape. However, due to an unforeseen twist of fate, the contract for spirit beast recognition initially set by the young leader, Shiwehui, transformed into a male marking a female, forcing Tu Shengxing to part with Suihan in tears. Ultimately, the Red Jiao King accepted Heijia Wang's offer for the sake of Tu Shengxing and the newborn, relocating to the royal city. 15 years elapsed, and Suihan reached adulthood. Tu Shengxing hoped for a coming-of-age ceremony for him in the royal city, yet she worried that his uniqueness might attract unnecessary strife. At present, the beast world is governed by 6 royal beasts, Heijia Wang and Bailing Wang, both husbands of the queen, followed by the Red Jiao King, Tu Shengxing's mate, the Snow Wolf King, father to Shiwehui, the Golden Tiger King, and finally, Shiwehui Wang. While Tu Shengxing hesitated to confront the first 2 kings over Suihan, the queen assured her that she would strive to avert any unforeseen events. In her heart, Tu Shengxing vowed that if the Red Jiao King dared to harm Suihan, she would fight tooth and nail to prevent him from succeeding. The Snow Wolf King, being Shiwehui's father and already having marked Suihan, would refrain from acting out of fear of ridicule from the entire beast world. As for the Golden Tiger King, he was younger than the other royal beasts but older than Shiwehui, pursued by countless females, yet there were no reports of him having marked any of them. In the realm of the beastly, Suihan possesses abilities beyond the ordinary, yet her reproductive value is merely moderate within the silver tier. More significantly, those who have laid eyes upon her would scarcely dare to claim she lacks beauty. Shiwehui also believes that, aside from Her Majesty the Queen and her own mother, no other female in this world rivals Suihan's exquisite charm. Although Tu Shengxing has borne offspring twice, each of exceptional quality, her success in conceiving was solely due to the queen's medicinal assistance. Her first beastly husband was none other than the Red Flood Dragon King. As long as she remains unwilling, no one can compel her to take another mate. However, Suihan's circumstances are different, for her reproductive value in the silver tier inevitably draws the attention of many formidable beings. It is her desire that Suihan should have at least 2 royal beastly husbands. Yet Suihan steadfastly insists that Hui shall be her sole partner. I shall not entertain the notion of having another beastly husband. In the frigid embrace of winter, Suihan clung tightly to the fleeting light of snow. Snowy sighed, for with his possessive nature, he could not help but harbor similar sentiments. However, this year, his request for the exchange of the invisibility elixir was denied by Her Majesty the Queen. This implies that before long, Suihan's allure and charm could no longer be concealed. No matter how ambitious the Queen may be, she still holds a certain fondness for the female, as evidenced by the birthing elixir granted to Tu Shengsheng. After receiving it, Tu Shengsheng bore 2 offspring for the Red Serpent King, 1 male serpent and 1 female rabbit. With these 2 progeny, even if the Red Serpent King were to pursue other interests in the future, Tu Shengsheng would continue to receive his support. Turning his gaze back to Suihan, the invisibility elixir, which had been a source of great sacrifice for Snowy over the past 15 years, indeed spared them much trouble. However, Suihan had reached adulthood. Even with the invisibility elixir, her presence could not be hidden from the royal beasts. While he was certainly unafraid to engage in combat with any formidable adversary, what if he were besieged by powerful foes? Alone, he would find it exceedingly difficult to contend against 2 royal beasts. In the depths of winter, Suihan was plagued by frustration. During the spring, most of her peers experienced their estrus phase, whether they chose to be marked by males or sought comfort. They all navigated through their first heat cycle. Yet, as autumn approached, she found herself still untouched by the stirrings of desire. Hui had even insisted on concealing all the fruit of passion, leaving her devoid of any cunning strategies. Entering estrus prematurely offered no benefits to her health. In recent years, Suihan had largely remained in hiding, with few sightings reported among the Snowy Wolf clan. However, should her abilities be revealed, her reproductive status was already at the silver tier, and the consequences could be significant. Hui offered a reassuring pat on her back, fully aware of Suihan's unease. Yet, he too harbored uncertainties. Nevertheless, this could not justify his consent for Suihan to utilize the fruit of passion to hasten her estrus. How crucial is a female's first heat cycle? Solutions are bound to present themselves. Really? Suihan raised her tear-filled, beautiful eyes to gaze at him. Hui solemnly nodded. Even at the cost of his life, he could never surrender Suihan to another male. As Suihan rested her head against Hui's chest, she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat. In her childhood, she would often be startled by the faintest sounds, and Hui would always hold her close, allowing her to lean on him and hear the steady thrum of his heart. Over time, this became a comforting habit for Suihan. Whenever she felt uneasy, she would seek solace by resting against his chest. The royal city of the beast world exuded an ancient charm, rich with cultural heritage. Within this grand city, the most striking feature was undoubtedly the palaces of the royal beasts. The Snowy Wolf clan revered the colors of white and gold, and thus, the palace of King Hui embodied an understated yet exquisite opulence. Although the winter in the royal city lacked the biting cold of the snowy plains, the autumn evenings were already tinged with a chill. Hui carried Suihan into the largest chamber of the palace, their shared bedroom, and gently laid her upon the bed. Let Pinger and the others attend to your grooming. Tomorrow morning, we shall pay a visit to the palace of the Red Flood Dragon King. In the chill of winter, the autumn winds have begun to rise, making it imperative to wear shoes even indoors. He gazed at the bare ankles of Suihan, delicate and elongated, adorned with a tiny bell of purple gold. In the chilling embrace of winter, Suihan furrowed her brow in contemplation. A gentle kiss from Shui marked her departure. The young clan leader, having completed his report on the recent visitation invitations to the Shui palace, produced additional invitations. However, through his words, Shui discerned that these invitations were primarily directed towards Suihan. The eldest daughter of the Qi Jiao King's female lineage was about to celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony. Soon, whispers circulated, recalling that this female was the offspring of a deceased male cub, once favored by the late queen, and possessed the rare trait of a double tail. Some formidable males began to stir with anticipation. Yet, a sudden wave of cold reality washed over them. Suihan's protector, the young clan leader of the Snowy Wolf tribe, had successfully ascended to the rank of a royal beast, becoming the 6th royal beast under King Shui. There were murmurs among the strong that females often preferred the warmth of their abodes, and given that the Snowy Wolf tribe resided in the frigid northern regions, she might well seek other consorts beyond the first. This, indeed, was the coming-of-age gift bestowed upon her by the queen. As the cold winter approached, in the palace of the Scarlet Dragon King within the royal city, Tu Shengxing eagerly led her into her chamber. A scholarly robe of creamy white adorned with a crimson outer garment intricately embroidered with golden floral patterns awaited her, complemented by a crown of phoenixes entwined with peonies in resplendent red gold. Even though Xuehui had already bestowed upon Shuangxue a life of opulence, her garments had never possessed such exquisite elegance. How beautiful! In the chilling winter, a visage of surprise adorned the face of Suihan. Rabbit Shengxing remarked. No matter how exquisite the garment, its beauty is contingent upon the wearer, at least among the youthful females she had encountered. Only her offspring could truly carry the elegance of such attire. Her progeny had blossomed, and, astonishingly, in a manner surpassing her expectations of beauty. Suihan, I had not intended to host a coming-of-age ceremony for you. For these past years, I have witnessed the diligent efforts of King Xuehui. However, news has reached me from Her Majesty the Queen, revealing that you have acquired a fifth tail, which astonishes me more than your possession of extraordinary abilities. At that time, King Xuehui had yet to ascend to the status of a royal beast, and the implication from King Qijiao was clear. They could not safeguard you alone. It is imperative that you have at least 2 royal beasts as husbands, and thus, he aspires for King Ji Tiger to become your second beast husband. It was only then that Rabbit Xingxing divulged the matter of Xuehui marking Suihan to King Qijiao. In the chill of winter, a moment of astonishment struck. Xuehui has ascended to the status of a royal beast. She yearns for Xuehui to become her beastly consort. Yet, it is still insufficient. Rabbit Shengxing remarked. The queen has sensed that in the coming year or two, there will be more than 5 royal beasts ascending. The Black Serpent King, the White Antelope King, and the Red Serpent King may refrain from engaging in the contest for you, but other royal beasts will undoubtedly involve themselves. However, what of the Snow Wolf King? As Suihan gazed at Tu Shengxing, she nodded with unwavering confidence. You have yet to reach your estrus period. He will not take any action. Furthermore, even the involvement of the Black Serpent King and the White Antelope King remains uncertain, as the Queen herself cannot ascertain their participation. After all, among those with silver tier fertility values and matured abilities, you and the Queen are the sole candidates. The Queen will no longer bear offspring. Yet Suihan has only just come of age. Over the past decade, Tu Shengxing has become the Queen's close confidant and assistant, and the two have exchanged numerous insights on managing their consorts. For instance, should Suihan be left within the Snowfield Wolf tribe, they may guard against a 7th-tier powerhouse, but they cannot defend against other royal beasts. In the chill of winter, her lips parted ever so slightly. Why did Xuehui refrain from speaking of these matters? Was it out of concern for her worries? No. She would never entertain the thought of another beast husband beyond Xuehui. I must seek out Xuehui. In the chill of winter, I hurriedly rushed outside, only to unexpectedly collide with a robust embrace. How painful! As the cold of winter caused a tingling sensation in his eyes, he lifted his gaze to meet a pair of golden-hued orbs. Before him stood a male figure adorned with golden hair and eyes, a majestic king of the Golden Tiger tribe, whose golden locks were interspersed with strands of black. Release me, she exclaimed, her countenance paling as she felt the heat of a large hand resting upon her waist. Upon hearing her words, the Golden Tiger King relinquished his hold. As a member of the Fox tribe, she possessed an elegant stature and a graceful silhouette. Her skin pale as snow and her features exquisitely refined. Aside from her black hair and dark eyes, there was little to suggest her affiliation with the Black Fox tribe. The Golden Tiger King scrutinized her for a few moments before turning to depart. As the frigid winds blew, she patted her chest and retraced her steps, fearing an inadvertent collision with another. Thus, she retreated to the room of Tu Shengxing. Just then, at the corner, the Red Flood Dragon King encountered the returning Golden Tiger King and could not help but inquire. The Golden Tiger King recalled that exquisite yet distressed little face, and coldly replied, I do not believe that the position of the first beast husband is beyond my reach. The Red Flood Dragon King offered no comment. Although Suihan has been marked by the Snow-Bright Wang, it is not during the mating season, hence it remains uncertain who will become Suihan's foremost beast husband. However, Qijiao Wang understands that once Jin Huang sets his heart upon it, the matter is settled. You have not been moved? Jin Huang expresses disbelief. Qijiao Wang snorts dismissively. I already have females and cubs. Would a strong being disdain his own females and offspring? Jin Huang asserts that he will have Suihan bear him a multitude of cubs in the future. Jin Huang, if you were to fall in love with Suihan, you would discern that the quantity of cubs is not paramount. Rather, the essence lies in being with your beloved female, regardless of the presence of offspring. Otherwise, I would not have remained with Tu Shengxing for years, even when she possessed the royal offspring elixir yet refused to bear me any cubs. Jinhuang scoffs. Their ascension to kingship, driven by an intrinsic yearning to stand atop, is fundamentally to select the finest mates to produce exceptional progeny. What use is a female if she does not bear cubs, merely to maintain an aesthetically pleasing facade? Sister has become so beautiful. We must embrace. Tu Shinshin's other female cub, Tu Luoluo, now 10 years old, has blossomed into a striking beauty. Unlike Suihan's captivating allure, she bears a resemblance more akin to Tu Shisheng, possessing an adorable and delicate charm. In the chill of winter, Suihan held a fondness for her. However, it was only during their embrace that they discovered, to their astonishment, that Luoluo possessed 3 tails. Do you have special abilities? Suihan inquired. Luoluo nodded and replied, I possess wood-based powers. As a herbivorous creature, the rabbit tribe could not possibly awaken abilities associated with metal or fire. Frost and snow couldn't help but worry for Luoluo. She may not awaken any further powers, said Tu Shinsheng. Not all females are blessed as Suihan is. Yet, this situation was perilous. Having only resided with the Red Dragon King for 2 days, Suihan had already been besieged by several formidable beings. Although they dared not act recklessly in her non-heat period, there were still some who brazenly attempted to mark her in advance. Fortunately, both King Shuehui and King Qijiao were not to be trifled with. With the Red Dragon King as her father, it was assured that before she reached maturity, Jiaoyang would at least become a level 7 powerhouse, thus granting her the autonomy to select her first beast partner. Jiaoyang was Tu Shinsheng's male offspring. At this point, Suihan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I truly desire only Shuehui as my beast partner. Luoluo nodded in agreement. If the first beast partner is sufficiently strong, why seek multiple partners? She observed that even among the noble females in the royal city, having numerous beast partners often led to significant discord. And the upbringing of offspring before they reached adulthood was of paramount importance. Luoluo found the role of a female to be incredibly exhausting. Tu Shinsheng grasped the hands of her 2 daughters and remarked, our combat abilities as females are rather limited. We largely depend on males for sustenance. When males cherish their females, they will spare no effort in their support. And if the female reciprocates that affection, she, of course, will be inclined to bear him offspring. In the chill of winter, Suihan shook his head in dismay. In the chill of winter, Suihan pondered why Shuehui would care for her, let alone raise offspring. Luoluo questioned the notion of love, deeming it an exaggerated notion of mutual desires. Such relationships are exceedingly rare. In the beast realm, it is customary for high-fertility females to select their preferred males as mates. Only the strongest individuals can freely choose their partners, maintaining the option to unite or part ways, with their shared progeny binding them together. The arduous passage of time renders the act of procreation challenging and nurturing offspring even more so. Without offspring, there is no legacy. Thus, the collective effort to reproduce is paramount. In families with limited resources, the most talented young ones are prioritized, while powerful males are more inclined to rear their own young. The crucial role of females in a family further complicates matters, leading to heightened tensions. While having a single mate may alleviate some complications, it also leads to resource scarcity. The strong or royal beasts need not worry about such trivialities. Yet they tend to be more selective in their choice of females. I sincerely wish that you need not fret over such mundane matters in the future. However, it is evident that whether for Suihan or Luoluo, the competition for their attention from males will undoubtedly intensify. The royal court witnessed an altercation as the Black Flood King intercepted the White Antelope King, observing the latter's barely concealed eagerness, despite being a herbivore. The White Antelope King possessed a cunning nature. His intelligence had enabled him to survive the tumultuous upheaval. I am not like you, Black Flood King. I must consider the future of my offspring. The Black Flood King retorted, his demeanor sinister. His progeny were scarce, a consequence of the chaos that had claimed most of his male descendants. When the queen returned, she declared that she would no longer bear offspring for any male. If they desired progeny, they could seek other females. The Black Flood King held no interest in offspring that contested his authority. Having attained the status of royal beast, he was granted a millennium of life. Until his demise, none would usurp his position. The White Antelope King had lost all his strong progeny, leaving only one weak cub on the fringes, not even sired by the queen, who had made it clear that should her offspring contest for Suihan, she would strip them of their abilities and cast them into the treacherous Black Mountain Gorge, a place from which few royal beasts returned alive. Although the White Antelope King's cub was of the 7th rank, it was as hollow as its father, something the Black Flood King looked down upon. Nonetheless, He was aware that the Red Flood King was conspiring regarding Suihan and the Golden Tiger King. The outcome of a confrontation between these two royal beasts remained uncertain. The Black Flood King contemplated informing the Queen and then enjoying the spectacle. He had anticipated the White Antelope King's actions. Yet he was taken aback by the latter's audacity in abducting Suihan from the palace of the Red Flood King. Sensing the disturbance, the Snow Radiance King pursued the location of Suihan, followed closely by the Golden Tiger King. The Red Flood King confronted the White Antelope King, unleashing a furious barrage of strikes. "Do not assume I fear you," the Red Flood King thundered. "I am not intimidated by your audacity to abduct within my palace." Typically disengaged from royal affairs, the Red Flood King commanded respect. His strength was not a mere boast, but a testament to his prowess. Every strong beast is entitled to vie for exceptional females. The White Antelope King attempted to justify his actions, only to be met with vehement rejection from the Red Flood King. "That is my cub, whether biological or not. I have raised it for over a decade." The Snow Radiance King was acknowledged by Tushinsheng, and the Golden Tiger King was favored by him. Had any other males consulted him before laying claim? Such females lacked the backing of fathers and clans, yet Suihan had her royal father standing behind her. The White Antelope King's behavior was a blatant disregard for the Red Flood King's authority. What folly to presume the Red Flood King would not retaliate. It was one thing to abduct someone from the outskirts, but to brazenly invade the Red Flood King's palace was a clear affront. The Black Flood King and the Queen shared a moment of gossip, the Queen appearing utterly speechless. The child, Suihan, appears to be utterly terrified, remaining confined within the palace, scarcely daring to step outside her chamber. Where, then, can one find an opportunity to abduct her? Moreover, since this morning, a faint, enchanting fragrance has enveloped the palace of the Red Dragon King. The Black Dragon King has neglected his duties, instead choosing to remain by her side in the Red Dragon Palace. How is it that one never noticed before that the Black Dragon King possesses such a sinister sense of humor, in addition to his cold and ruthless demeanor? Why do you not intervene? Although the Black Dragon King no longer has any male offspring, his female progeny has given rise to a uniquely mutated two-headed dragon. Endowed with remarkable talent, destined to ascend to the ranks of a royal beast within mere years. The odds of a 7th-level creature prevailing against a royal beast are not particularly favorable. Does the Red Dragon King not also have a three-tailed rabbit clan at his disposal? In this realm of winter, even with great efforts, one must still stand behind the Snow Radiance King and the Golden Tiger King. However, there is a chance to vie for the foremost position of beast husband at Rabbit Luoluo's side. "You are indeed a cunning strategist," the Queen jested. "The abundance of royal beasts has not been matched by an equal number of exceptional females. Is this not the very reason you bestowed upon them the birth elixir?" The Queen, having traversed to the beast world with the birth system, had once given birth to offspring to the point of exhaustion. This time, she resolutely refused to bear any more, yet the number of royal beasts continues to rise. The emergence of one or two outstanding females would inevitably incite further turmoil. To ensure the prosperity of the beast world, such conflicts must be averted. Thus, the Queen granted the birth elixir to those females she favored, enabling them to conceive more remarkable offspring. So, what do you say? Are you not moved? I need only you. If anyone could suffice, he would not have gone mad searching the vast beast world for her after her disappearance. He leaned down to kiss her. Meanwhile, Rabbit Luoluo cheerfully cheered for her father. The Beast King and the Queen share a truly affectionate bond. Rabbit Shungshung cast a glance and chuckled, saying, "Do you know why the White Antelope King is the least favored among the Queen's beast husbands? Because he desires far too much. In addition to covertly sabotaging the Black Flood Dragon King in a bid for power, he seeks to strengthen his own tribe. Naturally, among the strong, few refrain from vying for power, but the White Antelope King's methods lack transparency. Nowadays, he even brazenly plunders outstanding females. If today there were only your father as the royal beast behind Suihan, then the positions of the first, second, or even multiple beast husbands would inevitably belong to the White Antelope tribe. Such dominance is excessive. Females also possess the right to choose their beast husbands." Rabbit Luoluo scoffed. However, apart from the Black Flood Dragon King, the White Antelope King remains the only royal beast husband favored by the Queen. How could he not be liked? Within the Black Flood Dragon King's palace, the Queen has her own chamber, and even in the shared palace of the other three strong ones, there exists a room for her. The Black Flood Dragon King may be tyrannical, yet during the half-month spent with him, if the Queen disagrees, he would remain by her side. The same applies to the three strong ones. But only within the palace of the White Antelope King does the queen lack a private chamber, and his visits to her are merely for carnal pursuits. He often leaves the queen injured, enduring several beatings from the Beast King before he settles down. Moreover, it is rumored that the White Antelope King secretly consorts with other females, believing that as long as he does not mark them, the queen would remain oblivious. Yet, he is unaware that the Black Flood Dragon King's plans may lead to a fall of royal beasts coinciding with the next ascension in the royal city. As for your sister's matters, the queen has made her stance clear. The families of the beast husbands, including that of the Black Flood Dragon Kings, must take heed, except for the White Antelope King. He aims to mark Suihan before the Snow Radiance King and the Golden Tiger King. In the palace of the Red Serpent King, Suihan felt an unsettling anxiety instigated by those formidable beings. The cherished fruit he had painstakingly acquired was utterly destroyed by King Shuhui. Naturally, he was determined to secure the position of the foremost beast husband. Yet he desired for Suihan to reach her natural state of estrus before he formally marked her. However, despite his unwavering confidence, King Shuhui could not have anticipated the brazen actions of King Bailing. In a meticulously prepared cave, Suihan lay amidst thick furs, her attire disheveled, confronted by a nearly bare young warrior of the Bailing clan. Earlier that morning, Suihan had sensed a warmth enveloping her before she could seek out Shuhui. She was forcibly silenced and abducted. The male had even fed her an entire cup of juice extracted from the cherished fruit, leaving her radiating a potent fragrance of blossoms and fruits, an irresistible temptation for any male. "My dear, I have arrived." The Bailing warrior, unable to contain his eagerness, tore away the beast's skin draped across him, preparing to pounce upon Suihan. Get away. In the frigid depths of winter, she felt utterly devoid of strength. Her extraordinary abilities rendered completely ineffective, leaving her to sluggishly maneuver her body. At that moment, a clamor erupted at the cave's entrance. What is all this noise? The clan leader has decreed that I shall go first. A formidable warrior of the Bailing clan, with crimson eyes ablaze, turned only to be seized by a pair of iron hands that gripped his throat, dragging him out with relentless force. The ensuing cries morphed into silence. Step away. I demand that you all leave Snow Hui. A towering figure obscured the luminous night pearl illuminating the cave. With flushed cheeks and a gaze laden with intoxicating allure, Suihan clutched a fur pelt, her garments long since scattered. Her snow-white skin glimmered under the gaze of the male, akin to a coveted treasure, inciting an urgent desire for possession. A heated hand encircled her waist, eliciting an involuntary moan from Suihan. Subsequently, a kiss, imbued with a slight sting, descended upon her luscious, cherry-red lips. In the chill of winter, the crimson lips gently part, welcoming the harvest. Snowlight, oh Snowlight, in the depths of winter, I chant the name of Shuhui, my body twisted in a fervent yearning, my snowy white legs entwined around the robust waist of a man. Rough fingertips exploring the snow wolf mark on Suihan's thigh. Pressed against the frost-bitten skin, I whisper, Shuhui, I long for Shuhui. In the frigid depths of winter, her cries resonated with a beguiling allure, as if one could extract water from her delicate voice. To the ears of the male, it was akin to the finest aphrodisiac. Golden Tiger King, do not harm her. Suddenly, a restrained voice from outside the cave pierced the air. Snow Radiance King. The Golden Tiger King scoffed, remarking that he had never heard of a female in heat who could withstand the might of a male. I desire Snow Radiance. You shall retreat. As the winter chill enveloped, Suihan heard the voice of Shuhui Wang. An inexplicable surge of strength coursed through him, enabling him to withdraw his body from the grasp of Jinhu Wang. Each royal beast possesses its own domain, and Jinhu Wang had just erected barriers within the cave, leaving Shuhui Wang in a state of anxious frustration, unable to strike without caution. The intoxicating fragrance wafting through the air signified that Suihan urgently required the male's reassurance, lest he face dire peril. All of Shuhui Wang's discontent morphed into a sense of helplessness as he sat idly at the cave entrance, clutching the red bean bracelet handcrafted by Suihan the day before. Suddenly, the barriers at the cave entrance loosened. A wave of rich floral and fruity aroma enveloped him, emanating from Suihan. Shuhui Wang lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Jinhu Wang, whose expression was a tumult of envy, resentment, and reluctant acceptance. 2 days later, Jinhu Wang cast a glance at the cave, his resolute features etched with dissatisfaction. He had never taken a female, yet he had never heard of any female being capable of resisting a male's advances solely through sheer will during her heat. He had attempted several times, but each endeavor to claim Suihan had ended in failure. The first heat of a female is brief, typically lasting only 2 to 3 days. However, Suihan, having consumed a substantial amount of passion fruit juice, might extend her heat to 5 days. In a moment of resignation, Jinhu Wang conceded, though he remained unyielding regarding other matters of authority. Xuehui Wang was taken aback but nodded in agreement. You may inform the Jinhu tribe to prepare for the mating ceremony. The Shuyuan wolf tribe resided in the north, far from the royal city, while the Jinhu tribe occupied fertile lands in close proximity to the throne. Jinhu Wang nodded. For what he craved most was not the ceremony but an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Upon ascending to the rank of royal beast, Jinhu Wang had acquired the skill of soaring with wings fashioned from energy. He spread these ethereal wings and soared towards the territory of the Bailing tribe. Bailing Wang, prepare to face my wrath. Xuehui, I seek Xuehui. I'm here. Sui, it's me. He enveloped the delicate and weakened form in his embrace. And with a decisive motion, Xuehui Wang tore away his garments. Surrendering to the familiar warmth, Suihan sighed in satisfaction. Sui, you were disobedient. What should you call me? Launcher, I want. The broken, tearful whispers echoed in Xuehui Wang's ears. Whatever Sui desires, Launcher shall provide. As long as Sui speaks. Xuehui Wang tenderly kissed Suihan's blushing form, momentarily stunned upon noticing the golden tiger mark on the other leg of Sui. Launcher. In the frigid embrace of winter, a delicate gasp escapes. Fear not. I am here. The gentle kiss of snowlight graces the cherry lips of the winter maiden. The intoxicating fragrance of blossoms and fruits entwines around him, and even the formidable golden tiger king finds his resolve wavering as never before. The constraints at last loosen. Clad in his regal attire, the snowlight king emerges. The winter maiden, having been indulged, has grown somewhat spoiled. Be more accommodating to her, he advises before departing. Should he linger another minute, he fears a confrontation with the golden tiger king, one that could lead to a deadly clash. Yet he cannot yield. To indulge her would jeopardize his own standing as the second beast consort. Perhaps due to the mark of the golden tiger king upon her and her current state of yearning, the winter maiden exhibits less aversion towards him. Still, a hint of awkwardness lingers. Thus, when the golden tiger king extricates her from the thick fur blanket, she finds herself not entirely resistant to his closeness. Yet, the sight of the petite female shyly evading his kisses delights the golden tiger king. He takes her delicate, almost ethereal hand and guides it to his own form. The winter maiden instinctively recoils. It could lead to ruin. The frost and snow weep in dismay. It won't happen. It hurts. As the frigid winter persists, the golden tiger king is being repelled. Behave. Do not fidget. It will cease to hurt shortly. Deceiver, a most egregious deceiver. The delicate palms of Suihan gently struck the arm of the golden tiger king. With a soft thud, his beastly ears emerged. The beast king had already mastered the ability to control whether his body would transform. Yet Suihan's refusal was so palpable that it was akin to an arrow drawn on the bowstring, unable to be retracted, fearing to inadvertently harm her. The golden tiger king sought an alternative means to divert her attention. Indeed, the plush golden ears captivated Suihan's gaze. Once the ordeal concluded, Suihan began to cry sweetly, expressing her need for cleansing. It was no wonder that King Xuehui had specifically instructed him. This little female was indeed pampered to an excessive degree. Fortunately, the cave was well equipped with everything necessary, including a pool fed by mountain spring water. The golden tiger king summoned his fire-based abilities to warm the water, then cradled Suihan as he entered the pool to bathe her. However, as he continued, the situation took an unexpected turn. Pain. In the frigid winter, one cries out delicately. Endure a little, and the pain shall subside. Just a moment ago, your cries were louder. Do you not find the pain lessened now? As the cold years pass, it seems that the initial pain has diminished. Oh dear, grant me a litter of cubs, and let the golden tiger king soothe her. No. In the midst of a drowsy winter's chill, she was once again met with dire news, prompting her to urge the golden tiger king. No offspring. No offspring. The golden tiger king, too, was incensed. Why should I be denied the chance to have progeny? I do not desire offspring. No offspring. In the depths of winter. Amid tears and cries, a sudden bolt of purple lightning descended with a thunderous roar, striking down upon the head of the golden tiger king. Extraordinary powers? You possess extraordinary powers? The golden tiger king was left dumbfounded by the strike. Release me. The cold year suddenly expelled a burst of flames. However, due to its low level, the lightning merely singed a small curl atop the golden tiger king's head, while the flames licked his face, singeing his sweat hairs. Fire element? Dual elemental abilities? Before the Golden Tiger King could fully contemplate this, the figure of the cold year suddenly vanished from sight, a skill only possessed by the royal beasts. The Golden Tiger King had no time for deep reflection and hastily sought the whereabouts of the cold year. Behind him, a splash echoed. It turned out that the time had expired, and the cold year was half leaning against the edge of the pool, vexedly striking the stones beside it. What other surprises do you have in store for me? In the chilling depths of winter, a flicker of uncertainty danced in her eyes. Suddenly, a pair of translucent wings unfurled behind her. Alas, their rank was too low, and after a few feeble flaps, they dissipated into nothingness. He activated his royal skill. Wings of the wind. The Golden Tiger King stepped forward, reaching out to seize her, but with a mere wave of her hand, she vanished from sight, only to re-emerge moments later as the space around them rippled. If I am not mistaken, that was the Snow White King's ability to rend space. The Golden Tiger King pressed closer, pinning her down. The reason males covet the position of the first beast husband is that the male who marks a female first reaps ineffable benefits that cannot be articulated. I am not surprised that you acquired the ability to tear space from the Snow White King. After all, it is your first time. However, how is it that you also obtained my wings of the wind? It is evident that the Snow White King has already successfully marked her. As the cold of winter deepens, one must strive and persist. It is not solely I who has reaped the benefits. What? The Golden Tiger King sensed a change within himself. It seems he has awakened a second ability. Having ascended to the rank of a king beast, his combat prowess is formidable, particularly as he has awakened a golden attribute power. Now, it appears he has also acquired an earth attribute ability, although it may not be fire or lightning. It is indeed a second ability. In the entire beast realm, one has only heard that the Beast King, upon marking the queen, acquired a second ability. However, due to his low rank, the earth attribute power he possesses is merely at the 3rd level. Does Snow White King also possess such power? It remains uncertain. In the cold of winter, Suihan harbored her resentment towards King Shuehui. She had resolutely decided against taking a second mate, a determination that was initially unshakable. However, after she painstakingly acquired the love fruit, it was destroyed by Shuehui. Subsequently, she was abducted by other males and forced to consume a large cup of juice made from the love fruit. King Jinhua was the first to find her and marked her as his own, leading to a gradual decline in her resistance towards him. Now, apart from a distaste for certain aspects of King Jinhua's overwhelming presence, she felt no aversion towards him and even began to develop a sense of dependence. None of this was what she desired. Well, the little female sulked, and it was best not to pry further. King Jinhua pondered another matter. You do not wish to bear my offspring, nor anyone else's. I have no fondness for children. Suihan buried herself deeper into the animal hide. King Jinhua gently extracted her, holding her close to soothe her. I must be a terrible female. I do not wish for children. I do not want to bear any. If you do not wish to, then so be it, he sighed. However, considering Suihan's tender age and delicate upbringing, her reluctance to bear offspring at such an early stage seemed understandable. Matters of progeny could be decided according to her wishes. But she must return with him to the Jinhua tribe to partake in the bonding ceremony. As the chill of winter approached, she blinked and nodded. She had already been marked. Without the bonding ceremony, the Golden Tiger King would be absolved of his duty to care for her, placing her at a disadvantage. I typically do not reside in the royal city or among the tribe. I have my own cave dwelling, and within it, you may take whatever you desire. With the cold season fast approaching, the snowy wolf tribe would become unbearably frigid. Would you consider returning to my cave to stay? No. I wish to remain with Shuehui. You know I cannot permit you to stay with the snowy wolf tribe indefinitely. However, I also wish to partake in the bonding ceremony with Shuehui. Very well then. This winter, you shall stay with the snowy wolf tribe, and each autumn thereafter, I shall bring you to my abode. I refuse to be separated from Shuehui. The Golden Tiger King gritted his teeth, enduring the moment. Do you think it is appropriate for me to reside with the snowy wolf tribe? Shuehui is your primary beast husband, and I am your secondary beast husband. Do not suggest that I seek another female, if I desire to do so. Would I have waited until now? Shuehui has already become the king of beasts. Mere snow and wind cannot deter him. If you long for him, he can certainly visit you. After a moment's contemplation, the Golden Tiger King added, in my cave, there is a warm jade bed, the most comforting place to sleep during the winter. In the chill of winter, Suihan blinked her eyes. She understood that it was unrealistic to ask Jean who wanted to move the warm jade bed for her, so she kept silent. I will craft a smaller one for you, which can be conveniently stored in your spatial ring, allowing you to transport it wherever you desire. in the cold of winter. Suihan squinted and smiled. What about the others? Will you give them all to me? She retorted. You don't even live with me. So why should I offer them to you? Jin Huang replied with irritation. Humph. Suihan turned away, exuding an air of indifference. She even huffed once more. Her disdain palpable. This is not a delicate female being. Rather, it resembles a headstrong and willful cub. Jin Huang pulled Suihan into his embrace. Everything is yours. But you must promise me, while I won't contend with Xue Wang, you cannot solely reside with him. Is the Snowfang Wolf clan so enchanting that you cannot bear to leave? In truth, the Snowfang Wolf clan was not so delightful, aside from Xue and his subordinates. As well as the revered Lady Shang, the rest of the clan held little fondness for Suihan. Yet, Suihan was disinclined to engage with them. Her sustenance and necessities were sufficiently provided by Xue Wang and Qi Jiao Wang. Why should she care about the rudeness of a few unfamiliar beastmen? As for Xue Wang, his father would not relinquish power for another 300 to 500 years. Xue Wang had battles yet to fight for ascendance. Did Suihan intend to dwell within the Snowfang clan for that long? With the nourishment of their mental prowess and extraordinary abilities, Suihan could potentially live for 400 to 500 years, assuming her own powers did not rise further. If Suihan were to enhance her abilities, living for 700 to 800 years would not pose a challenge. The chill of winter caused a faint furrow to form on his brow. In such an expansive beastly realm, is it not worth the effort to explore beyond the confines? The territory of the Snowy Wolf clan is rather limited, as is the entire northern region. Even if the Snow-like King were to conquer the entirety of the north, what magnitude of power could he truly amass? Having successfully ascended to the rank of a royal beast, he distanced himself from the clan. Not only did he lack the ambition to dominate the world, but he also feared that the Black Serpent King might regard him as a harbinger of calamity for his tribe. However, it cannot be said that the Snow-like King is devoid of ambition. Beneath the shadow of a royal beast father, his options remain severely constrained. As the winter chill envelopes, one nods in a seemingly understanding manner. I shall gradually impart knowledge to you. The Snow Radiance King has nurtured the female with a delicate and innocent demeanor, which is not a favorable occurrence, particularly since the first and second beast husbands of the winter chill are both royal beasts. Suddenly, the Golden Tiger King contemplates that perhaps it is not such a misfortune for the winter chill not to bear offspring at present. At the very least, those predatory males will have to think twice. Snow Radiance. In the frigid winter, the radiant Snow Radiance King rushed towards the Golden Tiger King. What have you obtained? The Golden Tiger King gazed at him with a frigid demeanor. The thunder element, he replied, referring to his second extraordinary ability. And cloaking. Although the duration of the cloak is currently quite brief, it is unnecessary to disclose this to the Golden Tiger King. The Snow Radiance King never perceived any disadvantage in holding an undisclosed trump card, even though he and the Golden Tiger King were both beastmasters of the winter season. The Golden Tiger King raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the first male to successfully mark received unique advantages. And you? He inquired. The earth element, the Golden Tiger King responded, somewhat disheartened. Indeed, mountains, rocks, and soil are all at your command. He chuckled, but how can that possibly compare to your ice and thunder elements? Will she also grow a sixth tail? Do you truly believe that is possible? The Snow Radiance King retorted with irritation. Having 5 tails is already extraordinary, is it not? In the entire beast realm, aside from the Queen of the Beast Goddess Envoy, who possesses 9 tails, I ask you, who else could possibly grow an additional tail? This is an opportunity that even the royal beasts do not possess. In the frigid depths of winter, Suihan has acquired 5 tails and 3 extraordinary abilities. An achievement that is indeed remarkable. This is largely attributed to the fact that her parents consumed the Queen's miraculous pills. Yet, among the other females who have taken the Queen's fertility elixir, none have birthed such extraordinary offspring. Oh, perhaps we should also consider Toluo. Wouldn't it be advantageous for the third beast husband to possess that fire-related power? Your acceptance of this notion is truly commendable, remarked King Xue with a hint of sarcasm. Following the incident involving King Bailey, Xue reflected deeply on his own arrogance. He understood that as a single king beast, he could not safeguard Suihan. Hence he could tolerate the presence of a second beast husband. However, a third? Absolutely not. This was a firm resolution. He would never allow the emergence of a third beast husband. King Jinhu observed keenly. Xuehui's cold gaze met his. Are you finished with your discussions? I am quite famished. Suihan, feeling bored, kicked a stone with her foot, frowning as she noticed her newly donned shoes had become soiled. Xuehui, my shoes are dirty. I have a spare pair. Come over and change. But I am hungry. There are snacks made by Pinger in my storage ring. Have a few bites first. I will have Pinger prepare nourishing soup for you, which you can enjoy upon our return. But I crave something spicy, something with a kick. You haven't been eating properly these past few days. Drink the soup first, and tomorrow Pinger will prepare something for you. King Jinhu stroked his chin, observing Suihan's delicate demeanor. Perhaps he needed to devise a better plan, lest he be deemed inferior by King Shuehui. Wow, sister, you look even more beautiful. Upon returning to the royal city, they realized they had missed the previously scheduled adult ceremony. Thus, Tuxing decided against rescheduling it. With her daughter now having two king beasts as husbands, it was wiser to remain discreet. Are you expecting a little one? In contrast to Suihan and Tuyuo, who were preoccupied with their appearances, Tuxing's foremost thought was the prospect of a child. The little mouth pouted in the cold of winter. No offspring. No offspring? Tuxing doubted she had heard incorrectly. Mother, I am still young and do not wish to bear young ones. Did Wang Shuehui and Wang Jinhe agree? As the cold of winter approaches, it is evident that as long as she does not consent, they are at an impasse. That is indeed a relief. You are still quite young, and it is truly not the right time for you to bear offspring. It seems that Tu Shengsheng has long forgotten that she herself had given birth to Suihan at a tender age and had to flee with her. Although having female offspring is fundamental, should a male agree, a female may choose the timing of her reproduction according to her desires. Tu Shengsheng feels that the two beastly husbands chosen by Suihan are quite commendable. Madam, the Black Fox clan is here again. How irritating. Tu Luoluo exclaimed in frustration. In the chill of winter, one might inquire, what brings them here again? Initially, their intentions were to scheme for the position of your second beast husband. But now it seems they are aiming for the third. I refuse to accept such a fate. With a pout of discontent, the icy winter expressed its displeasure. Luoluo nodded in agreement. Compared to the formidable Wang beast, what male warriors of the Black Fox clan could possibly measure up? Yet, they persistently entangle themselves. Which is quite vexing. Suihan stated directly, they are not royal beasts. Rabbit Xingxing's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, among their Black Fox clan, there was not a single royal beast. How could they dare to make such demands when Suihan's first and second beast husbands were both royal beasts? Suihan has truly grown. In the frigid depths of winter, Suihan instinctively uttered her thoughts. After all, both the Snow Radiance King and the Golden Tiger King were royal beasts capable of bestowing her with extraordinary powers, while she herself had acquired their royal beast abilities. It is worth mentioning that this was the first time both the Snow Radiance King and the Golden Tiger King had marked a female. Thus, Suihan subconsciously believed that without the skills of a royal beast, she would not gain any advantage. However, she had not considered the prospect of acquiring another beast husband. The Black Fox clan was unwilling to concede and insisted on confronting Suihan directly. Amidst their entanglement, the Snow Radiance King made his return. What was the meaning of this? The dozen or so beast warriors from the Black Fox clan found themselves quailing before the Snow Radiance King, who was accompanied by merely 2 or 3 youthful members of the Snow Wolf clan. After all, Suihan's father belonged to the Black Fox clan, and it was only logical that one of her beast husbands should also be from their clan. While the males of the Black Fox clan remained silent, it was a young and beautiful female of their clan who spoke up. According to logic, the Snow Radiance King chuckled thoughtfully. Although the Snow Wolf clan lacked the brawn of the Golden Tiger clan, they placed greater emphasis on agility and swiftness. Their males were typically lean and capable. No tribe dared to underestimate the males of the Snow Wolf clan. The Snow Radiance King's appearance was strikingly ethereal, embodying an aura of noble elegance. At that moment, the eyes of the Black Fox female shimmered with infatuation. The Snow Radiance King's expression darkened. The Black Fox clan had not nurtured Suihan even for a single day. Yet they sought to claim a place for a beast husband based solely on her father's lineage. Was this not a farce? Furthermore, how many within their ranks were even suitable candidates for Suihan's beast husbands? A few males from the Black Fox clan puffed out their chests defiantly. 4th level? Does the Black Fox clan lack males? Of course, the Black Fox clan deemed Suihan unworthy of being matched with their more elite warriors. How audacious to present such a candidate. The Golden Tiger King approached as well. With an overwhelming presence, the males of the Black Fox clan found themselves collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. To them, this was not a humiliation directed at Suihan, but rather at themselves, as they were now her second beast husbands. The Golden Tiger King did not target the 2 females among them, allowing them to remain unscathed. Calm your anger. The males of the Black Fox clan had no other options, as those of suitable age had not gone out to hunt. they certainly did not harbor any other intentions. The two females of the Black Fox clan hastily knelt. They were the most fertile females of their clan, sent to the royal city with high hopes of being noticed by the powerful there, if they could secure a royal beast as their mate. The Black Fox clan would surely thrive in the royal city. Indeed, they were envious of Suihan's fortuitous circumstances. They had heard rumors of the Golden Tiger King competing for Suihan's first beast husband, but he had quickly returned to the royal city, leading to speculation that he had failed. The strong possessed their own pride, and thus they believed the Golden Tiger King would no longer pursue Suihan, relishing the notion that they still had a chance. It was said that Suihan's fertility value was merely average among the silver tier, while they were all above average, and the males knew whom they ought to choose. However, now that the Golden Tiger King and the Snow Radiance King stood together, how could it be that Suihan had managed to secure two royal beasts as her husbands? This thought ignited a green-eyed jealousy within them. As Suihan emerged from the palace of the Red Dragon King, she stood beside Wang Wei and softly remarked, "Both my first and second beast husbands are royal beasts. Throughout the entire beast dynasty, even Her Majesty the Queen possesses no more than two royal beast husbands. In the frigid embrace of winter, the humble stature of the willow reflects a profound self-awareness. It is not a desire to compete with Her Majesty the Queen. Rather, it is a matter of straightforward honesty. There simply exists no need for more exceptional male counterparts." How absurd. It is evident that she does not relish the idea of additional beastly suitors. Managing the affections of these two males already leaves her feeling utterly drained. Only a fool would crave another, or several more. Playful, the Snow Radiance King tenderly clasped the hand of the Winter Willow. The Golden Tiger King raised an eyebrow, astonished at the audacity to utilize Her Majesty as a vessel for his intentions. Nonetheless, the confidence of the female stemmed from her beastly companions, who cherished and nurtured her. However, their indulgence does not imply that they wish for her to face troubles that they must resolve. Having heard enough, they ought to depart swiftly. The Snow Radiance King cast a sharp gaze towards the lurking eyes in the shadows, and the oppressive aura of the royal beast spread forth, causing many formidable males to flee in haste. The Golden Tiger tribe inquired whether I required assistance in constructing the sacred femininity palace for you. As the cold of winter settled in, Suihan sat in the embrace of the Golden Tiger King, playfully tugging at his ears. Upon hearing those words, she was momentarily taken aback. "Are you insisting that I bear offspring once more?" The cold of winter pinched his ear cartilage. The Golden Tiger King winced in pain but refrained from scolding her. "I remarked that the palace could be repaired, yet for the time being, there would be no offspring. Only females who bear royal beasts are entitled to be referred to as sacred females. Once all royal beasts successfully ascend, they will construct sacred female palaces for their mothers. However, the mother of the Golden Tiger King has already passed away, thus the Golden Tiger tribe lacks a sacred female palace. Suihan is the first female marked by the Golden Tiger King in many years. Furthermore, it was the Golden Tiger King himself who returned to the tribe to request the holding of a mating ceremony. Based on previous experiences, the chieftain and elders of the Golden Tiger tribe assumed that Suihan was already with child. When a female of the royal beast is pregnant, if her lineage is of a high rank, there is a significant probability that she will give birth to a naturally born royal beast offspring. Thus, it is not uncommon for the chieftain to propose the construction of the sacred female palace. However, I have not given birth to a royal beast offspring. Why should a palace be built for me? Will I never bear one? Eventually, it must be constructed. So why not do it now and allow me a few more years of residence? If I do not bear offspring, then so be it." The biting chill of winter nipped at his ears. All right. Ancestors, spare us. We shall not be born." The Golden Tiger King hurriedly sought to protect his ears. In the cold of winter, Suihan stood by with tears in her eyes. King Golden Tiger let out a sigh. He was genuinely concerned about Suihan's ability to bear offspring for him. It could be said that a king beast sought a female solely for the purpose of reproduction. While the Snow Radiance King could indulge Suihan as if she were his own child, he found himself incapable of doing the same. The ambition of the Snow Radiance King was shared equally with his affection for Suihan. Whenever he encountered her, his ambitions took a back seat. Thus, it was no wonder that in Suihan's heart, the Snow Radiance King held the utmost importance. Why was there such reluctance to bear young? Every female was meant to nurture offspring. Only in this way could the tribe flourish and propagate. "Then go find a female willing to bear your young," Suihan urged him. "I simply do not like offspring, so what? Would the world come to an end if a single female, chose not to bear young? You are a king beast. So go seek one who is eager to give you heirs. My body is my own. and if I refuse to bear young, your coercion will avail you nothing. The Tiger King felt a profound sense of frustration. The stubbornness of Suihan is one aspect, while her unique constitution is another. It is unheard of for a female in estrus, after achieving harmony with a male, to remain unpregnant except, of course, for those with diminished fertility. Can we not engage in rational discourse? You claim I am being unreasonable? Suihan, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Leave. I never wish to see you again." The Golden Tiger King, equally incensed, seized Suihan and pressed a heavy kiss upon her, releasing her only when she felt on the verge of suffocation. "Can we not converse amicably?" he inquired. "If you dislike the idea of having offspring, you may delay giving birth for years, or even decades. Our lifespans are sufficiently long. However, do not publicly declare your aversion to having children. Such statements can easily incite public outrage. The inherent duty of a female is to bear offspring. Tears, like precious jewels, fall freely in the cold of winter. Why do you not insist that I must bear offspring? With such fragility, how can you nurture a child properly? In the end, both you and the child will weep, and who can comfort either? Would it not be better to forego the child altogether, allowing only for my solace? Indeed, only for you." The Golden Tiger King tenderly cradles the petite form, bestowing gentle kisses while his hands wander, mischievously tugging at Frost Snow's garments. With a sudden sound, "You have torn my clothing once more." The cold of winter has once again brought forth tears. She has scarcely worn this garment for a day. I cannot be blamed for this. Though the attire gifted by Her Majesty the Queen is indeed exquisite, it lacks durability. Compensate me for the ruined clothing. In the chill of winter, the atmosphere was tense. King Golden Tiger pressed down on her slender waist. "Are you causing trouble over the cub?" King Snowlight frowned at King Golden Tiger during their brief respite. His concerns revolved around the intricate machinations with his father, King Snowwolf, and ensuring a better life for Suihan. Thus, he often found it difficult to comprehend King Golden Tiger's actions. Was this not a manifestation of discontent? He assumed she was still young and lacked consideration, never pondering that some females might indeed dislike cubs. Before ascending to the rank of King Beast, King Golden Tiger had been the chief of the Golden Tiger tribe, tirelessly striving for the welfare of his kin, despite ignoring the elders' refusal to select a mate for cub rearing. If you care for the cub, you could always adopt one that catches your eye upon your return. Hey, are you two conspiring to provoke me? What he desired was merely a cub at random. King Snowlight shifted his gaze and inquired, "Have you upgraded your earth abilities?" "Damn, you unscrupulous one." King Golden Tiger erupted in fury. "My lightning abilities have reached level 5. How did you manage the upgrade?" His earth abilities barely scraped level 4. "Practice more during your free time," King Snowlight suggested. Only after King Snowlight departed did King Golden Tiger realize that he was merely being advised to cease his futile speculation. Enraged, he took the crispy roasted venison ribs to the carriage to feed Suihan, ensuring she was well fed before asking her to reciprocate. The little female was quite delicate. If he pushed too hard, she would ignore him. To maintain harmony, King Golden Tiger had to indulge her. As the Golden Tiger tribe witnessed the arrival of 2 carriages, a resounding cheer erupted. They then beheld their King Beast alighting first. However, the spectacle did not end there. King Snowlight assisted a strikingly beautiful female from the other carriage. Isn't it remarkable to be the first beast husband? This was the Golden Tiger tribe. Shouldn't he minimize his presence in such moments? The elders and chief of the Golden Tiger tribe turned their gazes toward King Golden Tiger, who sheepishly rubbed his nose. This predicament was of his own making. Under the nurturing of both him and King Snowlight, Suihan's constitution had improved significantly, allowing her to endure his desires for increasingly longer durations. Thus, in a moment of heightened excitement, he had overexerted her. As Suihan awakened, she hastily dashed up to Xue Wang's carriage, heedless of whether her attire was properly arranged. Xue Wang gestured for Suihan to approach Jinhu Wang. Suihan, ever mindful of propriety, donned an elegant smile and approached the clan elders to pay her respects. The current clan leader was Jinhu Wang's nephew, thus Suihan was not required to bow before him. The Xinxi Palace will require several more days for completion. If time is not of the essence, I suggest we wait until the palace is finished before conducting the pairing ceremony, proposed the clan leader, Jinhu Wang. He then cleared his throat and added, "There is no need to rush the Xinxi Palace. The pairing ceremony shall proceed as planned." Does this imply that Jinhu Wang's female has not yet conceived? This was unexpected. It was rumored that Suihan's reproductive value was moderate among the silver tier, and her first marking was by a royal beast. Could it be that she has only conceived Xue Wang's offspring? Yet, observing the furrowed brow of the tribe's shaman, The elders were left uncertain. There are no offspring, the shaman sighed. What? No offspring? The Jinhu tribe was greatly disheartened. Suihan's health is robust. Perhaps we shall receive good news by next spring. Indeed, it was said that during Suihan's first heat, she was inundated with an excessive amount of passion fruit juice. It is well known that ordinary females cannot withstand the potency of 1.5 fruits. Excessive consumption is detrimental to their health. Typically, females would only partake of half a fruit or a few sips to enhance their enjoyment. Yet Suihan had been given an entire cup. The winter's chill has rendered the female of the season enchanting and captivating, yet one cannot help but fear she may endure considerable turmoil. It is likely for this reason that she has yet to conceive, although the sacred female palace remains unfinished. The palace of the Golden Tiger King has stood complete for over a decade. The clan leader led the Golden Tiger King and the winter's chill to the palace, while the elders escorted the Snow Radiance King to the hospitality area of the Golden Tiger tribe. The Snow Radiance King, of course, discerned their ulterior motives. However, had it not been for the Golden Tiger King's excessive behavior yesterday, he would have preferred to remain a quiet guest. In the backyard, there stands a peach tree, ripe for harvest in the autumn. Considering the timing, it is about to reach maturity in these few days. Would you care to pluck some peaches for yourself? As Suihan was about to reach for the peach resting upon the table, she instinctively discarded it upon hearing the words. She yearned for the fruit she had plucked herself. The peach tree boasted a vast canopy and was not excessively tall, yet to grasp those few large, crimson peaches, Suihan would require a ladder or some such contraption. However, none were available. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Suihan seized Jin Huang's hand, imploring him to bear her upon his back. Jin Huang teasingly pointed to his own lips. Suihan, feeling vexed, shot him an annoyed glance, then rose on her toes and puckered her lips to plant a kiss on him. Jin Huang swiftly enveloped her waist, lowering his head to deliver a passionate, lingering kiss. How delightful! Only after savoring the moment did Jin Huang release her, yet he firmly grasped her waist and lifted her onto his shoulder. Ah! Suihan gasped, clutching his head in surprise. I can't see. Jin Huang teased. I'm scared. Fear not. I shall support you, he reassured, securing his hands around her waist. Now, give it a try. Can you reach? After some adjustments during the cold of winter, she discovered that she could effortlessly pluck the peaches she desired. One for you, one for me, and one for Shuehui. In the chill of winter, one picks fruit while counting. Do not gather too many, for they may go uneaten. Tomorrow, there will be another opportunity. Yet, how delightful it is to pluck peaches. Very well, indulge yourself. Is it merely the act of picking a peach? The stars and the moon in the sky remain beyond reach, but anything else that the winter could desire, he is capable of procuring for her. The king announced that several female members of the clan would be visiting Lady Winter. The Golden Tiger King turned, compelling Winter to follow suit. Her hair was disheveled from gathering peaches, and her attire appeared rather untidy. The female members of the Golden Tiger tribe, having heard that Winter had not conceived the king's offspring, and now witnessing her disheveled appearance, stifled their laughter behind their hands. In the biting cold of winter, I could not help but roll my eyes. Is there a need to engage in a competition among females with her? If the Golden Tiger King has an affinity for the females of the Golden Tiger tribe, what concern is it of hers? I have met the king. The females strive to present their most exquisite selves before the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King responded mildly. Several females were expressions of confusion. Were they not here to pay their respects to the lady? Why were they standing there in a daze? The Golden Tiger King said impatiently. After the bonding ceremony, they would set off for the Snow Wolf tribe, and during that time, Suihan would undoubtedly spend more moments with the Snow Radiance King. Therefore, during their stay in the Golden Tiger tribe, the Snow Radiance King would endeavor to remain absent, thus minimizing his presence in the Snow Wolf tribe. Each day he grew closer to Suihan meant one less day to endure the sight of other females. Indeed, I have met the Lady Suihan. No need for formalities. As the winter chill descended, Suihan alighted from the shoulders of the Golden Tiger King, declaring, I shall deliver peaches to Shuehui. Let them handle the delivery. Shuehui Wang intends to negotiate a trade of resources with our Golden Tiger tribe, and it is not fitting for you to go. However, disheartened, Suihan had little desire to venture elsewhere within the Golden Tiger territory. Are you hungry? Allow me to take you for grilled fish. The Golden Tiger territory boasted a vast expanse of fish ponds, teeming with plump, tender fish, beloved by the females of the tribe. Indeed, Suihan nodded eagerly. She relished fish, though she struggled with the bones. The fish from the north was delectable, yet she yearned to savor the fish from other lands. With great success, The Golden Tiger King whisked Suihan away. As dawn approached, the Golden Tiger King returned, cradling a contented Suihan in his arms. The small face of Suihan peered out from the animal hide, rosy and cherubic, softly murmuring, "Bad guy. Big bad guy." In the past, he had shown no interest in females, but now, having finally selected one, he found himself obliged to share her with other males. He began to feel a sense of relief at not having offspring, yet he was also troubled by the thought that Suihan would have to share with Xue Wang. They had an unspoken understanding, ensuring they would not spend the night with Suihan simultaneously to spare her any discomfort. But how could he endure the nights without Suihan by his side? Suddenly, the Golden Tiger King was struck by a thought, recalling Xue Wang's suggestion to practice more often. Devils. These two were indeed devils. In a fit of frustration, the Golden Tiger King bit Suihan, although he refrained from applying too much force. What are you doing? In the chill of winter, Suihan stirred from her slumber, the fur draping her body slipping away, her supple form bouncing lightly under the gaze of the Golden Tiger King. What madness drives you to be awake at this hour? Suihan rubbed her eyes, fatigue weighing heavily upon her. Xue had always been considerate, never imposing his will upon her. Yet the Golden Tiger King was a different creature altogether, an insatiable beast. Last night, he had kept her awake nearly the entire night, and now she felt utterly exhausted. Her eyes barely able to remain open. As she rubbed them, her soft curves responded in kind. The Golden Tiger King swallowed hard, his throat dry. "I seem to have succumbed to your charms." He lunged towards Suihan. It appeared to have become a habit. She sighed and surrendered to the moment. A faint fragrance of blossoms and fruits wafting through the air. Lost in the beauty of Suihan's form, the Golden Tiger King forgot to impose any restrictions, allowing the delicate scent to permeate the territory of the Tiger clan. A chorus of roars erupted in response. Xue, roused from his slumber with a hint of irritation, was disturbed by the commotion. The discipline of the Tiger clan is far too lax. Wait, what is that scent? The Golden Tiger King's antics had drawn his ire. Enraged, Xue hurried to establish a barrier, retrieving furniture from his storage ring and brewing tea. Only after indulging himself did the Golden Tiger King remember his oversight in neglecting to set any restrictions. To his dismay, he discovered that Xue had already erected a barrier outside the palace. "What in the world are you doing?" Xue demanded, his anger palpable. In the depths of winter, each time Suihan becomes emotionally stirred, her body emanates a subtle fragrance, reminiscent yet distinct from the scent she possesses during her estrus. This alluring aroma provokes madness in the males of insufficient resolve. Jinhu Wang appeared utterly embarrassed, for he had indulged in folly throughout the night. Convinced of his own self-control and neglecting to impose any restrictions, little did he know that he could not withstand even the slightest temptation. "You find a way to explain it," he muttered as Xue Wang gathered her belongings and departed. "Explain? What nonsense." The queen had gifted several types of perfume. And just moments ago, he had accidentally knocked over a bottle. Fortunately, he had only received one, and thankfully it spilled, for otherwise, one could only imagine the misunderstandings that would arise if Suihan were to use any perfume. She possessed a natural body fragrance. And while the queen had bestowed upon her many gifts, she had never offered her any perfume. In the chill of winter, a moment of uncertainty flickers like a blink. Then, stealthily, one approaches the Snowlight King. That scoundrel neglected to establish a barrier, allowing your fragrant essence to waft into the air, attracting a few impetuous young lads from the Golden Tiger clan, who begin to howl at the break of dawn, as the cold of winter approaches. Is that fragrance detectable solely by males? Is it not present only during the heat? No, it is present every time you feel desire. Initially, the cold of winter repelled the Golden Tiger King, and his scent was faint, nearly imperceptible. However, as she gradually accepted him, his aroma became subtly more pronounced, though it could not be compared to the intensity experienced during the heat. As the chill of winter approached, Suihan felt the familiar itch in her teeth once again. She could no longer tolerate the presence of the two beastly kings. How dare they attempt to summon more? There would be no next time. From this night onward, you shall sleep outside. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. The temper of this little female was quite formidable. Would anyone care to join her for a drink tonight? Wang Xue raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Away with you. I shall not wait to witness your folly. I, Wang, have an elder approaching to inquire about clan matters. Fearing to disturb Xue's rest, Jinhu Wang decided to leave with him for a while, pondering that this was indeed the territory of his Jinhu tribe. A delicious female hissed the edge of the Jinhu tribe's domain, as a serpent's tongue suddenly emerged from the towering giant tree. Before the figure could touch the ground, it transformed into a swirl of black smoke, moving slowly onward. In the midst of a wintry slumber, she suddenly felt as though her waist was ensnared by something tightly, rendering her body quite uncomfortable. She initially suspected that the Golden Tiger King had stealthily approached her in the night. With her temper still flaring, she raised her leg to kick, only to find her foot meeting a damp, sticky form that exuded an unsettling chill. As Suihan opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of sinister, slitted pupils. A delectable female. A serpent's tongue brushed against Suihan's cheek. Ah! In the chilling embrace of winter, a cry of desperation erupted, and amidst the struggle, a resounding slap landed upon the face of the Serpent clan. The Serpent clan, one of the races she loathed the most. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Suihan harbored an equal disdain for all cold-blooded beings. Begone, begone, in the frigid chill of winter. My hands danced chaotically, conjuring a symphony of elemental powers, fire, earth, and lightning, each taking their turn to manifest. A female with such extraordinary abilities, and possessing 3 distinct types? Oh, my dear, that Serpent clan member thrust a fruit of affection into my mouth. Get away. At last, Suihan recalled her formidable ability, the Beast King skill. With a sudden surge of energy, she tore through the fabric of space and vanished in an instant. Where could she have gone? The Serpent clan dissipated into a veil of black smoke, simultaneously sensing Suihan's fear. Both the Golden Tiger King and the Snow Radiance King unleashed their own powers and pursued her into the unknown. Amidst the chill of winter, a falling object descended from the sky, perfectly caught by the Golden Tiger King. How filthy! How filthy! Utterly filthy! As the frigid winds began to tear at her garments. The Golden Tiger King sensed her emotional turmoil and turned to inquire, "What troubles you?" Shortly thereafter, the Snow Radiance King arrived, producing a handkerchief to wipe her face. In her childhood, she had been dragged into a cave by serpentine creatures, nearly becoming their meal. The northern chill was already harsh, and with her aversion to cold-blooded beings, her disdain for them intensified after that harrowing experience. What then would become of the Serpent clan? He had witnessed her wield her extraordinary powers to vanquish foes. Do not presume that your status as a royal beast instills fear in me. Though the adversary was a formidable 7th-level entity, it had already acquired the ability to manifest in elusive black smoke. It posed a challenge, yet not an insurmountable one. The Golden Tiger King flexed his fists. Golden Tiger King, your wings require energy to sustain flight. Can you ascend just once or countless times? Inquired the Serpent clan. It appeared that they were not to be underestimated, for even those who were not royal beasts could discern the vulnerabilities of royal beast abilities. The Golden Tiger King retracted his wings. Snow Radiance King, while the ability to tear space is formidable, it is also temporally limited. It seems prudent to deliberate further. He approached the Snow Radiance King, exchanging a knowing glance. This female could potentially glean skills from the Snow Radiance King. Indeed, such information could be worth a life. Negotiation is possible. The Snow Radiance King, cradling the girl, spoke with an air of calm. If we can negotiate, that would be ideal. As the Serpent clan shifted positions, before any further action could be taken, a crackling sound erupted as a bolt of lightning struck him. As the black smoke dissipated, a figure emerged. With a thunderous crash, the figure was caught between 2 massive stones before it could even land, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. How is it that you have both acquired a second extraordinary ability from this female? The Serpent clan's voice faltered, revealing bloody teeth and a grim smile. The tearing of space has its temporal limitations, and your wings demand immense energy. Thus, your black smoke form must have dissipated? The Snow Radiance King responded coolly. Why waste words with him? Let us finish this swiftly and return. Earlier, the Snow Radiance King, fearing any further extreme reactions from the girl, had administered a soporific to ensure her slumber. Nevertheless, she had developed a significant rash, a distressing sight. The Snow Radiance King nodded. The Golden Tiger King summoned his powers anew, this time conjuring not only 2 massive stones but also 2 gleaming golden swords. Resolute in his intent to claim his adversary's life, a piercing scream echoed as the stones descended, leaving a trail of blood upon the ground. Let us depart, declared the Golden Tiger King. Upon our return, I shall dispatch a search party from our clan. We must eradicate the root of this threat. Our foremost concern now is to return and have the shaman examine the girl's rash. Should it persist, the bonding ceremony must be postponed. In the chilling depths of winter, Suihan, delicate and beauty-loving, would surely refuse to attend the union ceremony adorned with a visage marred by a rash. However, the ailment was not grave. It would dissipate in a day or 2. The Jinhu tribe favored hues of golden red and crimson. Nevertheless, The king and queen of the Jinhu exchanged for a splendid red gown, as the hurriedly crafted garments of their tribe lacked finesse. And the king was reluctant to compromise Suihan's dignity. The crown she wore was a treasured heirloom, permitted only for the wives of the tribe's leaders during their nuptials. On this occasion, the Jinhu king donned opulent attire, complete with golden-red armor gracing his shoulders and chest. The ceremony was grand, filled with laughter and joy from the entire Jinhu tribe. During the festivities, the elders of the Jinhu attempted to intoxicate Wang Shuehui, only to find themselves outmaneuvered, as Wang Shuehui inadvertently turned the tables, leaving the Jinhu king inebriated as well. 3 days post-ceremony, they were set to embark towards the territory of the Snowy Wolf tribe. However, the king's drunken state led to Suihan barring him from entry, as the elders aimed to assert dominance over Wang Shuehui, only for their plans to backfire upon the king himself. While many spoke of Suihan's capriciousness, the Jinhu tribe witnessed firsthand the extent of her stubbornness. She refused to tend to the inebriated king and would not allow him into her chamber until the 3rd day, when the sin of alcohol had largely faded. Even then, Suihan's countenance remained unpleasing. "What? Have they reported you? You are well aware of the significance of the previous day. Why indulge so excessively? You reek, and yet you expect my service? Go inquire with the Snowy Wolf tribe. Shuehui has raised me, and I have never fetched water for him on his birthday. You expect me to babysit you, lest you disgrace yourself? Who do you think you are? And who are they to command me? They say that aside from you, I am their highest authority. Yet, in mere days, any female can come forth and scorn me for not attending to you. On what grounds? I assure you, I shall never reside within the Jinhu tribe. Absolutely not." The king, still somewhat dazed, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. They bore no ill intent. After all, she was his mate, and they could not serve him closely. Yet, they had not considered that Suihan would not only refuse to serve him, but also deny him entry. "I understand your anger, rest assured. I did not disturb you afterward." As the cold of winter enveloped him, he finally remarked, "The sobering soup of the Snowfield Wolf clan is prepared quite differently from yours. Hence its efficacy may not be guaranteed. You may drink it if you wish, or discard it if you prefer." The Golden Tiger King chuckled, lifting the sobering soup from the table and consuming it in one gulp. Although Suihan was temperamental and still in a huff, he harbored feelings for her deep within his heart. Tomorrow morning, he would set out to ensure that everything was arranged properly. Jinhu Wang gently caressed Suihan's face before stepping outside. Suihan touched her face, gazing at the door. Typically, he would cling to her side. Yet now he seemed to have changed his demeanor. In truth, Jinhu Wang feared that the lingering sin of alcohol might repel Suihan. The frigid chill of the snowy plains had become a familiar companion to the tribes, who often resorted to strong spirits to fend off the cold. Though Suihan despised the smell of alcohol and rarely indulged, the elders of his tribe underestimated the situation, mistakenly believing they could intoxicate him. Shuehui Wang felt he had already shown considerable deference to Jinhu Wang, yet the elders of the Jinhu tribe continued to assert their authority, which greatly displeased him. With a sigh, Jinhu Wang acknowledged that, from his perspective, he could not openly criticize them, yet he recognized their actions were indeed misguided. Ultimately, despite knowing that Shuehui Wang was deliberately provoking him, he accepted the situation. Shuehui Wang had already yielded enough. But the Jinhu tribe still felt aggrieved on behalf of their king. Why should their majestic beast lord submit to others? Moreover, with Suihan unwilling to tend to the drunken Jinhu Wang, the elders voiced their discontent. Initially, Jinhu Wang thought Suihan was being unreasonable, but after a sharp retort from her, he realized that Suihan did not need to adhere to the customs of the Jinhu tribe, as she was not one of their females. He had never considered teaching Suihan how to serve a male. It was unnecessary in the past and would remain so in the future. Shuehui Wang fixed his gaze firmly on Jinhu Wang, resolute in his determination that Suihan would never again endure any form of mistreatment or hardship from that day forth. In the snow-covered expanse, the wolf clan of Suihan is attended by 8 maidservants for their daily needs. However, due to the inconveniences of traveling, King Shuehui has chosen to bring along only Pinger and Chinner. The regulations of the Jinhu tribe are both burdensome and intricate, leaving Suihan without the service of additional maidens. As even the Jinhu king tends to all matters personally, King Shuei refrains from interference, allowing the 2 maidens to accompany him. Fortunately, the Jinhu king is reasonable and assists Suihan with tasks she finds challenging, yet he will never tolerate the indignity of her serving the inebriated Jinhu king. The Jinhu king furrows his brow, having never encountered a tribe that treats its females in such a manner. The winter chill does not don its own garments. nor does it braid its hair. When it yearns for water, the first instinct is merely to raise a hand. When discomfort arises from ill-fitting shoes, it simply lifts a foot. Are you certain this is acceptable? Will you rely on maidservants to tend to your offspring in the future? The king of Snow White cast a glance at him. What? Does the king of the Golden Tiger believe I cannot afford a few maidservants to attend to the winter chill? That is not his intent. Never mind. It is not as though the Golden Tiger tribe has ever had maidservants to serve the females. The king of the Golden Tiger furrowed his brow so tightly that it could crush a beast. He had heard tales of noble females in the royal city who took pride in being accompanied by maidservants when they ventured out. Yet from his earliest memories, the Golden Tiger tribe had never seen females, including the matriarch, attended by servants. The king of Snow White paid no heed to his turmoil. The maidens of the cold season are females of the tribe with low reproductive value. Had they not taken on the role of maidens, they would have long been sent to the breeding pits to serve the lower-ranking males. Thus, they are quite willing to embrace this occupation. Furthermore, they can later seek out a powerful male who has lost his female partner within the tribe. Such males, already with offspring, do not require them to bear young, allowing them to lead a normal life. King Jinhu pondered this dilemma and ultimately concluded that the matter would be addressed come spring. When the first snow fell upon the snowy plains, King Suihan and Suihan held their bonding ceremony in the palace of the Holy Female. Among the dowry presented by the Holy Female was a level 6 beast core from the Crimson Fire Beast, known for its intense heat, which was bestowed upon Suihan, enabling her to stay warm during the frigid season. On pleasant days, Suihan would sit in the corridor with a low table, brewing a pot of fruit tea and arranging several platters of pastries. The Holy Female had taught her to play the kongho, and at times, Suihan would strum the instrument in her chamber to pass the time. Upon returning to the tribal lands, King Suihan found himself quite occupied, leaving most of his time spent with Suihan in the company of King Jinhu. However, he did not appreciate overly refined pursuits. For instance, Suihan and the maidens would spend the better part of a day gathering snow water from plum blossoms solely for tea. Additionally, while flowers were not only beautiful, but could also be crafted into delectable pastries, he found the idea of steeping them in honey for a sweet tea utterly unappealing. The notion that certain teas should be paired with specific pastries bewildered him. He believed that both tasted bitter and astringent, preferring plain water instead. After becoming a king beast, do no noble females of the Jinhu tribe reside in the royal city? Surely, the females within the tribe do not lead such rough lives. You yourself do not neglect etiquette in your daily life. How can you claim we are merely fussy and tedious? Suihan finds it utterly incomprehensible. Yet, she remains unaware that those females returning to the tribe from the royal city are held in disdain by the Golden Tiger King. Suihan. The Golden Tiger King himself leads a rugged existence, yet he still deems my demeanor to be overly sentimental and tedious. In the chill of winter, Suihan playfully tugged at the arm of King Jinhui, lamenting her grievances. Pay him no mind. The noble females and young warriors of the Golden Tiger tribe in the royal city, who does not speak of their extravagant indulgence? Only during the few days of his presence do they exhibit restraint, fearing he might discover their opulence and send them back to endure the hardships of tribal life. King Jinhui furrowed his brow. The noble females and young warriors in the royal city are, for the most part, descendants of the tribal elders, who typically embody humility and simplicity. You only reside in the royal city for a few days each year? Were it not for the palace bearing the name Golden Tiger Hall, I might question whether there exists a royal beast known as King Golden Tiger, Hu Qing. Ah, is he not indeed called King Golden Tiger? Suddenly, with a hint of winter's chill, she interjected. Snow radiance lightly tapped her forehead. You share the same thought process. Calling me the Little Snow Wolf King. Golden Tiger King is rather pedestrian as well. He is the first king beast of the Golden Tiger tribe. What else should he be called if not Golden Tiger King? Your little mind is always preoccupied with trivialities. I must inform Pingo that I shall indulge in spicy food tonight. As the cold season lingered, Suihan touched his forehead, pouting in displeasure. Snowy, the king, had a distaste for spicy food. However, should he offend Suihan, she would insist that the kitchen prepare spicy dishes. Snowy chuckled and shook his head. Hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Next spring, you shall see for yourself what happens when one ventures unannounced into the royal palace in Wancheng. The truth will reveal itself. The snowy plains are ill-suited for travel at present, and Snowy disapproved of King Jinhua departing at such a time. King Jinhua nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it must be so. The first day marking the end of the cold season coincides with the new year, which is celebrated somewhat differently in the snowy plains compared to the Jinhua tribe. This year, King Jinhua would experience the New Year festivities of another tribe for the first time. On this day, the females adorned themselves in exquisite gowns reserved for festivities. Suihan, having completed the bonding ceremony, donned the ceremonial attire designated for those with a beastly partner for the first time, her hair elegantly styled and crowned. The nights in the snowy plains are frigid, hence the celebrations occur during the day. A bonfire blazed in the tribe's grand square, where everyone gathered to sing and dance. However, during such occasions, Snowy forbade Suihan from joining the merriment. King Jinhua, clad in the traditional attire of the Snow Wolf tribe, observed the lively square and proposed. Shall we join in the dance? The Jinhua tribe also partakes in similar jubilations, where on this day, all members, regardless of age, come together to sing and dance. No. In the chill of winter, rejection prevails. With my companionship, there is nothing to fear. The Golden Tiger King presumed she was afraid of being jostled. In the frigid season, I find myself discontented. During this wintry period, everyone tends to stay indoors, and fetching water becomes a cumbersome task. Many males exhibit a reluctance to bathe, leading to an unpleasant odor accumulating over the course of the winter. The females and the young ones fare somewhat better, at least on days like today. They would manage to cleanse themselves a day or two in advance. However, the males seldom pay heed to such matters. Suihan's sensitive nose is quite averse to the amalgamation of these scents. Shall we return? Did you not express a desire to roast meat yourself? It appears that Pinger and the others have made the necessary preparations. On days like these, Suihan naturally encourages Pinger and her companions to return home to reunite with their families. Consequently, they are always well prepared with the items that Suihan may require. In the chill of winter, it is imperative to first pay respects to the revered Lady Saint. She is not particularly well liked among the tribe, and starting tomorrow, the tribe's people will engage in mutual visits. The palace of Lady Saint will undoubtedly be bustling with activity. Yet the thought of partaking in such commotion does not appeal to Suihan. Thus, today, she intends to have a brief gathering with the esteemed Lady Saint. As the sky begins to gracefully scatter delicate snowflakes, the Golden Tiger King envelopes Suihan in his cloak, drawing her closer. In the snowy expanse, the footprints of the two, one large and one small, gradually fade into the distance. How vexing! Why can the Golden Tiger King not seem to detach himself from the presence of the female? Today, the Snow Wolf King appears to be in a peculiar mood, engaging the tribe's elders in aimless chatter. As the young tribal leader, the Snow Radiance King cannot afford to be absent. He is aware that the Snow Wolf King is up to some mischief, but he is taken aback by the fact that they plan to confront Suihan directly on the path. Oh, how scorching it feels! Suddenly, Suihan collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest. When Shinsi and her confidant rushed to assist her, they caught sight of a silver-white snake coiled on Suihan's left breast, its head resting atop a pink, sweet fruit, flicking its tongue in a manner that incited an urge to strike it down. Is she marked? The confidant stammered. Impossible. Who doesn't know that Suihan detests cold-blooded creatures, especially snakes? Yet Shinsi, recalling her previous encounters with marked females of the Serpent clan, noted, when marked by the Serpent clan, the higher the rank, the more intact the serpent's body. Without hesitation, Shinsi lifted Suihan's garment, revealing the silver-white snake's tail coiled at the base of her frost-kissed bosom, its body encircling her like a delicate ornament, the head precariously positioned above the pink fruit, its tongue seemingly poised to taste it. Wait, the tongue. The head appears to be a protrusion. This is a Jiao clan royal beast. Snowshine King and Golden Tiger King hastily approached, sensing Suihan had fallen into a faint. See for yourselves, Shinsi stepped aside. Serpent clan marking? No, it's the Jiao clan? That snake is alive. Golden Tiger King, enraged, smashed a table with his palm. Not only alive, but has ascended to a royal beast. Snowshine King gently wiped the cold sweat from Suihan's brow. What shall we do now? Allow it to enter our domain? Very well. Since it has ascended to a royal beast, it seems we cannot slay it now. Perhaps we should let Suihan acquire its royal beast skills. That dead snake. But are you certain you can persuade Suihan to accept its mark? Snowshine King expressed his concern. We must at least try. I no longer feel sticky or damp. My scales have receded, and the only difference between me and them is my cool body. However, if it were summer, wouldn't it be quite refreshing to hold me while sleeping? As Suihan beheld the flamboyant youth before him, adorned with silver hair and amethyst eyes, he could not help but notice the tall figure draped in a fashionable purple brocade robe. The youth's hair was intricately braided into numerous small plaits, and his violet vertical pupils were punctuated by golden irises. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary beast man. However, Suihan was abruptly reminded of that fateful night, the sinister glint in those eyes, the damp, clammy sensation of skin, and the persistent, forgotten ache of intrusion that had overwhelmed him. It was all too much, and he suddenly retched. The Golden Tiger King dragged the still protesting Silver Serpent King away. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Silver Serpent King seethed with indignation. Why? Why indeed? She had been affectionate with them, yet upon seeing him, she could only retch. After all, she too was a royal beast. The mark of his presence already adorned her. It was futile for him to rush. He should devise a plan to win her acceptance instead. Speaking of which, how had he managed to mark her right under their noses? How long had it been since Suihan had been abducted? They were the ones truly burdened with frustration. Their home had been brazenly pilfered, and they remained blissfully unaware. They would only learn of the theft when the thief returned. That female was too fragrant for me to resist. In a moment of excitement, I marked her with one of my 2 fangs, he lamented. Damn it. So it was because this fellow had prematurely finished that they hadn't detected it? The Golden Tiger King found himself even more disheartened. The alluring fragrance of the winter chill captivates males just as much as the sin of estrus, and the Silver Serpent King, ensnared by this aroma, finds himself unable to contain his eagerness. Nonsense. I have not withered early. My endurance is formidable. The Silver Serpent King perceives the gaze of the Golden Tiger King, striving to redeem himself. Huh. The Snow Radiance King scoffs. So, you reveled in the stealthy attack while the winter chill was unaware? The Silver Serpent King lowers his banner. In truth, he did experience a modicum of delight. Moreover, he acquired the winter chill's stealth skill. Otherwise, he would not have evaded the lethal strike of the Golden Tiger King's dual abilities. You obtained the winter chill's stealth skill? The Snow Radiance King's sharp eyes narrow. He had wondered how this fellow could possess such fortuitous luck to escape their pursuit. Ah, what is it? The Silver Serpent King retorts defiantly. We are all royal beasts. What is the big deal about your title as the first beast husband? What about your abilities? The Golden Tiger King squints. What abilities? My abilities? I am of the fire element. The Golden Tiger King glances at the Snow Radiance King, realizing that the overlap of abilities is what granted this fellow the winter chill's stealth skill. The Snow Radiance King frowns. There is another fire ability. Does the winter chill intend to seek a 4th beast husband? What 4th beast husband? I have yet to be officially recognized as the 3rd. Wait, how many abilities and skills does she possess? 3 elemental abilities, fire, earth, and lightning, alongside stealth, spatial tearing, and wind soaring, which are 3 royal beast skills. The Golden Tiger King casts another glance at the Silver Serpent King, suspecting that the mark is not yet complete. Thus, the Silver Serpent King has not yet acquired the black smoke transformation. The Golden Tiger King, consumed by jealousy, temporarily suppresses his murderous intent. This skill must belong to the winter chill. Wait, what do you mean? Let me clarify. Upon completing the mark, the winter chill can acquire our royal beast skills. And we can also obtain her abilities? His abilities overlap with the winter chill's remaining abilities, hence he gained the stealth skill. Goodness, if this were to spread, the entire Beastman world would be drenched in blood fighting over the winter chill. It's not that complicated. Only the first marking by a royal beast can allow this. The winter chill possesses only 3 abilities and 1 skill. At most, it merely benefits 4 royal beast husbands. Royal beasts have their dignity. Not all royal beasts maintain purity. Nor are they all willing to share a female. The Golden Tiger King pats the Silver Serpent King, causing him to jump back in alarm. Do you still wish to kill me? The desire to kill you will persist until the day I perish. Do you dare mark her without the winter chill's consent? When he and the Snow Radiance King perish, he does not believe the Snow Radiance King is free from the desire to kill the Silver Serpent King. The Silver Serpent King shivers. Brothers, should you have any commands, I shall comply. Just spare my life. I do wish to kill you, but I shall refrain for now. If you dare act against her wishes again, I shall show no mercy. The Golden Tiger King scoffs. Can you offer a hint? Don't apply your tactics used on other females to the winter chill. I truly have no other females. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to acquire her skills. Who would have thought that a proud royal beast would one day need to prove his innocence? Very well. The winter chill is spoiled and willful. The only rule is to pamper her unconditionally. Whatever she says or does is right. Furthermore, she does not like offspring, and may never bear any young for her husbands. Wait, we are royal beasts. While pampering her is understandable, why must we also indulge her aversion to offspring? The response he receives is the sound of the Golden Tiger King crushing the corner of a table and the cold laughter of the Snow Radiance King. Kid, indulge her. And even after completing the mark, you may not find your way to her bed. The Golden Tiger King sympathetically pats the Silver Serpent King's shoulder. Still wish to defy the Winter Chill's temperament? Just wait. Don't think that with the mark, the Winter Chill will yield to you. That little female is quite stubborn. Especially since the Silver Serpent King forcefully marked her while abducting her, which may be even harder for her to accept than it was for him initially. He is unlikely to have another chance to climb into her bed again in this lifetime. Wait, I am from the Serpent Clan. Whom have I offended? The Silver Serpent King activates the mark, compelling the Winter Chill to complete the marking within 7 days, or she will face life-threatening peril. Sensing 2 icy gazes upon him, the Silver Serpent King is filled with despair. Could he have anticipated the Winter Chill's intense aversion to the Serpent Clan? No. He must allow the Winter Chill to consume the love fruit. The holy female, patting the Winter Chill's back, remarks, "This constant vomiting is not a solution. I do not want it." The Silver Serpent King protests. The first marking of a female holds equal significance for the male, you know. Why pretend to be innocent? A mark can also be only partially completed. The Golden Tiger King sneers disdainfully. The holy female and her confidant can no longer suppress their laughter. I know you envy me for having 2. Silence. The Snow Radiance King reprimands. What nonsense are you speaking in front of his mother? You chose to activate the mark at this moment, so you must have prepared extensively. Isn't there a saying that it is better to marry a female whether rich or poor during the new year? You call this marriage? You've dressed this up as something grand. The Golden Tiger King retorts. What should I do? She does not leave her dwelling, and I cannot see her. With a partially completed mark, it was manageable while he was striving to advance to a royal beast, but after successfully advancing, he finds himself tormented by knightly desires, leaving him utterly helpless. Shall I abduct her again to continue marking? Where is your lair? The Snow Radiance King kicks the Golden Tiger King for his impertinence. Is this truly the time for such impulsiveness? Does she even wish to go? The Silver Serpent King feels apprehensive. Go. If she does not, she will perish. Although the Snow Radiance King and the Golden Tiger King could force the Silver Serpent King to lift the mark, doing so would bring no benefit to the Winter Chill, and she would have been unwittingly bedded by the Silver Serpent King, despite his stubborn claims of only having partially completed the act. This luminous pearl was exchanged with the merfolk from the sea. It illuminates the cave like daylight. And I have brought hot spring water from the mountain to construct a pool. The Silver Serpent King excitedly describes his meticulously crafted lair. I wish to descend. As the Winter Chill spoke, Shiwehue Wang placed her into the warm spring water, then pulled Jinhu Wang out. If you feel uncomfortable, just call out, Jinhu Wang remarked. It's the perfect opportunity to deal with Yin Xiaowak as well. Feeling the chill of winter, she immersed herself in the warm pool water, and at this moment, the urge to vomit had dissipated. The Silver Serpent King, with a rather disdainful demeanor, inched closer. Silence. In the cold of winter, he reprimanded her. Not only would she not allow Snow Radiance to be trifled with, but she also refused to be idly slept upon by the Silver Serpent King. Oh. The Silver Serpent King, filled with grievance, pointed with his finger. Undress and enter the water. Ah, I'm not in a hurry. I am. Winter's cold smile was chilling. You are not permitted to touch me or kiss me. Then how shall we complete the marking? The Silver Serpent King widened his slit pupils in astonishment. I will do it. What? Which one? Ah, I ask you, which one? As the chill of winter enveloped him, a surge of fiery emotion surged forth. And he struck the Silver Dragon King across the face with a resounding slap. The Silver Dragon King was momentarily stunned, gazing upon the snow-white complexion and crimson lips of Suihan, whose eyes blazed with intensity as if ready to unleash flames. His heart skipped a beat. And something stealthily crept into his heart, penetrating deep into his very bones. In the chill of winter, with no time to attend to his frenzied behavior, she took advantage of the moment, her body immersed in warm water, feeling no revulsion from the contact of skin. One hand grasped a certain heated object as she inquired. This? The Silver Serpent King, resembling a little chick, covered its face and nodded with a pitiful expression. As the cold of winter settled in, I mounted and began to sway gently. Are you ready? After a considerable pause, I asked, breathless and panting. Perhaps I misremembered. Are you teasing me? In the chill of the season, a tempest of emotions surged within her once more. Was a single slumber insufficient, prompting a desire for yet another? The Silver Dragon King clasped her hand, forcefully pressing it against his own face. This time, allow me, he declared, shifting his embrace to pin her beneath him. Do not resist. With one hand firmly grasping her attempting to escape hands, he supported the back of her head with the other, leaning down to consume every sound that escaped her lips. His legs transformed into serpentine tails, slowly entwining around hers, while his flickering tongue tantalized her mouth. Perhaps the warmth of the pool had dulled the memories of past dampness. The skin beneath her palm felt cool yet brimming with vitality. The Silver Dragon King, though slender, possessed defined pectorals that exuded strength, and his robust arms offered her no sense of confinement. His agile tongue playfully teased her lips. "You deceived me," she accused during a moment of respite. "What deception have I wrought?" He countered, tightening his embrace. The serpent's nature is inherently treacherous. Some skills were ingrained within his very bloodline, he mused, lowering his head to kiss her. Very well. Although he had previously lacked the desire to mark her as his own, he had observed the unions of other males and females. Yet he could not bear to exploit her with excessive frivolity. Some matters required a more measured approach, guided by the instincts of his lineage. In the depths of winter, uncertainty lingered. Although she had already acquired 2 beastly companions, Suihan believed herself to be quite experienced. However, until today, her experience had merely pertained to the confines of the bed or the bath. She found herself convinced by the Silver Serpent King's assertions regarding the innate abilities stemming from their bloodline. Indeed, he was quite adept. Just a moment ago, he had been pinning her down, and in the next breath, he was cradling her within the cave, enthusiastically introducing her to his treasured collection. His words flowed incessantly, yet she scarcely grasped their meaning amidst the fervor of their physical connection. Her voice had become hoarse from calling out, while he offered her rose honey water, only to drench her in it instead. He claimed to cleanse her, yet his serpentine tongue traversed her entire form. Only a male on the brink of death could maintain composure beneath your intoxicating scent. The last time, I marked you without your consent. You may strike or scold me, but I harbor no regrets. As long as I can remain by your side, from this moment forth, if you direct me east, I shall never venture west. After the marking, despite her body clamoring for invasion, the Silver Serpent King tenderly tended to her, enveloping her in the warmth of animal hides. Although he could not render his body as warm as that of the Snow Radiance King or the Golden Tiger King, beneath the blanket lay a thick mattress of heated jade, ensuring a comforting warmth, perfect for a female wary of the cold. Due to the haste of preparation, he could only procure jade of this thickness, yet he vowed to craft an entire bed of warm jade for Suihan when time permitted. In the past, he had not considered such matters, but who could blame him for marking a female who detested cold-blooded beings? However, surveying the entire beastly realm, one would be hard-pressed to find another female as exquisite, delicate, and naturally alluring as she. A surge of pride welled within the Silver Serpent King. Fortuitously, he had followed his heart and marked Suihan without hesitation. "Ha Bao, bestow upon me a name." As the frigid winter nights beckoned slumber, I reluctantly opened my eyes. I am a wandering beast, devoid of a proper name. Thus, dear Han Bao, bestow upon me one. The Silver Serpent King bestows a gentle kiss upon her, his slitted eyes glinting with cunning. The Golden Tiger King, with his coarse demeanor, naively believes that referring to me as Suihan in private conveys intimacy. Little does he know, the Snow Radiance King possesses a name, one gifted by Suihan, that is exclusively hers. Naming should rightfully belong to your serpent father and mother. As the winter chill suddenly stirred memories, Suihan recalled that the Silver Serpent King referred to himself as a wandering beast. Should one choose a name based on the season or the month? In the realm of beasts, names are exchanged between males and females, signifying their status as one another's singular counterpart. The Snow White King, honoring Suihan's parents, affectionately bestowed upon her the nickname Sui Sui, which simultaneously conveyed his most sincere blessing. May she enjoy peace year after year. Although Suihan's heart was yet to fully embrace the Silver Serpent King, his request for her to name him undoubtedly elevated his significance in her heart. "Each of you give me a name, and I shall determine which is the finest." The Silver Serpent King, emboldened by this exchange, cradled Suihan in his arms, his fingers gently tracing the strands of her disheveled hair. In the depths of winter, Suihan felt an overwhelming desire to disregard him. Yet, as a royal beast, the Silver Serpent King could bestow upon her the honor of naming him, a gesture imbued with profound significance that she had scarcely dared to contemplate. "You were born in September. Thus, you may be called Mu Shang or Shuang Su. September belongs to autumn, so you may also be known as Su Shang or Bai Tsang." The Silver Serpent King's mother had a low fertility rate, resulting in an extended gestation period that spanned from spring to autumn. However, the offspring born after such arduous efforts failed to take form, and the impoverished couple had no choice but to abandon their child. The Silver Serpent King harbored resentment towards fate, but did not direct his anger at the inept couple. Nevertheless, after successfully transforming, he did not return to seek them out. Consequently, his lack of a name was not a deception towards Suihan in the past. He had been referred to as Serpent Cub, Silver Serpent, and even honored as Lord Silver Serpent. Upon becoming a royal beast, he was naturally addressed as the Silver Serpent King. As he grew more acquainted with Suihan and the Snow Radiance King, a fervent desire began to blossom within him. Suddenly inspired, the Silver Serpent King turned his vertical pupils and declared, Han Bao, assist me in choosing, Shuang Su or Bite Song. Should the name be derived from the season or the month? The season, Suihan casually replied, and then suddenly recalled something, asking, how do you know that Shuehui has a name that belongs solely to her? I am called Bite Song, Ha Bao. Henceforth, refer to me as Bite Song. The Silver Dragon King, Bite Song, gently kissed Suihan's cherry lips. Why do you call me Ha Bao? In the chill of winter, she harbored a dislike for such familiarity. When the Golden Tiger King insisted on calling her Hanin, she felt a strong aversion. Even when he privately requested that she address him as Hu Chong or a Chang, she remained rather reluctant. This intimacy she reserved solely for the Snow Radiance King, for Ha Bao is my most treasured gem. In the chill of winter, the eyes blinked softly. Perhaps no female could resist such tender words of affection. If I were to deceive Han Bao, then let Han Bao extract my heart. The Silver Serpent King grasped Suihan's hand and pressed it against his chest. The rhythmic beating of his heart resonated in the air, and something deep within began to quietly transform. In the frigid winter, you raised your arm to encircle the neck of the Silver Serpent King, swearing an oath before the beast god. The cold of winter cannot be swayed by mere flattery or sweet nothings. In fact, she possesses a stubborn disposition. I, Bite Song, the Silver Flood Dragon King, swear an oath to the beast god. I shall dedicate my entire life to Suihan, unwavering and unbetrayed. Should I betray her, let my insides be torn asunder and suffer a tormenting demise. Without hesitation, the Silver Flood Dragon King raised his hand to swear. He is the second male to pledge an oath to the beast god for Suihan, the first being the Snow Radiance King. Their vows, though simple and unadorned, embody their resolute determination. As Suihan tightened his grip, he willingly pressed his lips against those of the Silver Serpent King, Bite Song. The Silver Serpent King, taken aback by the sudden display of affection, expressed his gratitude. However, it was inconsequential. He had 2 more opportunities to seize. No more. Allow me to rest. The Silver Serpent King gently laid Suihan upon the bed, beginning his examination. She had not vomited. Splendid. Furthermore, no new rashes had appeared. Yet soon, his hands began to wander. A feeble slap landed on his face. Silence. In the chill of winter, Suihan murmured softly before turning away to sleep once more. I truly wish to perish in your embrace. The Silver Dragon King whispered tenderly while holding Suihan. Is it because of your failed transformation and subsequent abandonment that you do not wish to bear offspring? The Silver Dragon King murmured gently, as the cold of winter receded. He opened his eyes. I am a wanderer, not cast out from my tribe due to transgressions, but rather discarded for failing to transform. The Silver Serpent King continued to murmur. I am a failure in transformation, yet I possess memories and heritage. In the beginning, my hunts yielded nothing but repulsive insects and mice, but to survive, I had no choice but to consume the loathsome. As I grew older, I managed to capture slightly larger prey, allowing my body to store some energy. Eventually, fortune smiled upon me. I encountered 2 formidable beasts engaged in a fierce battle, both nearly succumbing to their wounds. I risked my life to devour their beast cores, successfully achieving my transformation. After that, it seemed my luck began to improve. Therefore, deep down, are you not more afraid? Afraid that your offspring might also fail to transform, fearing they would meet a fate akin to yours. Worried that they might lack your fortune to encounter another Snow Radiance King, potentially perishing in the jaws of some wild beast. Silence. The command, laced with a hint of sobbing, felt utterly powerless. Although you know that with the presence of the Snow Radiance King and the Golden Tiger King, such calamities are unlikely to occur, you cannot help but entertain such thoughts. Indeed, it may not merely be a disfavor towards your offspring. Perhaps you harbor a deeper aversion towards them, an aversion rooted in their inability to govern their own fates, where life and death are beyond their control. I said, be quiet. The biting chill of winter rushed forward, fiercely gripping the lips of the Silver Serpent King. The metallic tang of blood mingled with the bitter essence of tears, permeating the mouth. The Silver Serpent King allowed her to bite. The emotional entanglement of Suihan is incomprehensible to Snow White King. Yet he offers unwavering support for any decision she makes. Golden Tiger King, unaware of the truth, persistently attempts to subtly influence her feelings towards the cub. Only Silver Dragon King, who has endured similar experiences, truly understands the nature of Frost's emotional turmoil. As Suihan's hands grasping the Silver Dragon King suddenly loosened. The Silver Dragon King, however, entwined her fingers around his neck. One hand rested gently on Suihan's waist while the other cradled her head, planting soft kisses upon her. There is no need to inform anyone else of your aversion to offspring. They cannot comprehend the intricacies of your heart. The more you articulate it, the more your bond shall wane. You possess the strength, and without your consent, no male can compel you to bear young. You have the confidence to lead a life of greater fulfillment. With 3 kingly beastly consorts, Suihan ought to traverse the beast realm unimpeded. Among the trio, it seems that only the Golden Tiger King harbors an obsession for progeny. However, the Silver Dragon King believes this is of little consequence. If the Golden Tiger King seeks to alter Suihan, why should he not endeavor to change the Golden Tiger King? It has been stated unequivocally that such discussions are not permitted. In the chill of winter, Suihan pressed her lips against the cool, thin lips of the Silver Dragon King. He squinted his eyes, teasing her with his tongue, while a cunning light flickered in his gaze. His choice to unravel Suihan's emotional knots stemmed not only from a genuine empathy, but also from a desire to further his own interests. After marking her as his mate, he was still met with her rejection. Only a fool would neglect to strategize for himself. Moreover, everything about Suihan stirred in him an insatiable longing. A faint fragrance permeated the air. Atop the mountain, the Golden Tiger King opened his fierce eyes. That cunning scoundrel. Had he truly won Suihan's acceptance so swiftly? He had underestimated him. However, no matter how scheming the Silver Dragon King might be, he would always rank beneath him. No, this was a disaster. The Golden Tiger King leaped into action. That brat had forgotten how he had entangled himself with Suihan. He quickly set up a barrier to envelop the entire mountain. Yet, before long, the distant horizon suddenly darkened ominously. Amidst the flashing lightning and rumbling thunder, towering figures emerged from the surging waves nearby. The Golden Tiger King spat in disdain. Sea tribe? So, besides the Silver Dragon King, another beast of the sea had recently ascended to royal status? The Golden Tiger King scrutinized the leading figure, a half-human, half-fish creature. Was this a merfolk? However, he emitted a mingling scent of femininity. The Golden Tiger King dismissed him entirely. This beast possessed formidable skills. Yet the 3 of them had already confirmed Suihan's uniqueness. This merfolk king held no allure for her whatsoever. What is happening? The Silver Dragon King emerged from his lair. Get back. Keep a close watch on Suihan. Do not let her out. If she remains unseen, these sea dwellers will retreat. The merfolk king? How could he attract his attention? You have the audacity to speak. The Golden Tiger King kicked him in frustration. It was his earlier indifference that had summoned the Silver Dragon King, and now this brat had drawn in yet another merfolk king. Had he truly forgotten everything? During the poignant moments of winter, a unique fragrance may emanate, and is it not the very essence that drew him in? Yet, he never contemplated that after an entire day and night of intimacy, winter would remain devoid of such a scent, and merely by untying a knot in her heart, she would embrace him? Do you think that Mark is merely a trifle? The only one who actively seeks to be marked is Suihan, yet after Jin Hu Wang marked her, she grew quite close to him, even to the point where the initial resistance faded as he left his imprint. This marking is akin to a marital contract, established only between the most intimate of relationships. According to the rules of the beast realm, once marking is complete, the male is obligated to provide for the female, which serves as a form of benefit for the male, ensuring that the female does not simply seek sustenance without offering anything in return. After all, males do not pursue females solely for the purpose of procreation. My apologies. However, are you certain that the merfolk king will easily retreat? Whether he retreats or not is of no concern to me. Jin Hu Wang will not permit anyone to take Suihan as their beast husband. Did you truly believe that if it weren't for your purity and the beneficial skills of the royal beast, we would allow you to succeed in marking? The power of the merfolk king is formidable. Yin Jiao Wang instinctively retorted, suddenly realizing he had once been arrogant, looking down upon others. But after ascending to royal beast status, he became preoccupied with finding a female to bear offspring. To my knowledge, he has marked 3 female members of the sea tribe. Yet it is said that all 3 perished under the overwhelming energy he exuded. TSK. Jin Hu Wang shook his head, stroking his chin. Those 3 females were truly unfortunate. You foolishly misunderstand. I lament the strength of such an opponent. Fortunate that he brought about his own demise. Jin Hu Wang playfully tapped Yin Jiao Wang on the forehead. Hey, how did he not consider that? He had previously thought Jinhu Wang to be brawny yet simple-minded. But it seems he possesses the ability to see through appearances, to grasp the essence. Jinhu Wang cast him a disdainful glance. Have I spent decades as a clan leader in vain? You possess some talent, albeit limited. Merely managing to become a royal beast through minor skirmishes and a touch of luck. I wish to see her. The first to shatter the silence was the Merfolk King. The opposition consists of 2 royal beasts, both bearing the scent of successfully marked females. The Merfolk King does not believe he would be outmatched by either. But in a 2-on-1 scenario, he lacks absolute confidence. Thus, he must approach the female instead. In the beast realm, females are drawn to powerful males. And the Merfolk's appearance ranks among the finest on the continent, granting the Merfolk King considerable confidence. The scent of this female, marked by 2 royal beasts, ignites tumultuous emotions within him. This is an unprecedented experience. Jiao Wang wore a smug expression, grinning broadly. Our female only favors males who have not marked other females. The Merfolk King frowned. Is there truly such a headstrong female? She must possess superior fertility, capable of enticing 2 discerning royal beasts to willingly become her husbands. The Merfolk King's urgency now lies in encountering offspring. If the offspring possess extraordinary talent, then contending with the 2 royal beasts for the female becomes a possibility. Although I have marked females, they all perished. I understand. Bang! The explosion turned into a mist of blood. It is truly remarkable how resilient this Merfolk King is, enduring 3 such blasts without succumbing to psychological trauma. If your female is unavailable, I would be content to meet one of the offspring. Offspring? Jinhu Wang and Jiao Wang exchanged glances, then burst into hearty laughter. The crisis has been averted. Henceforth, he need only contend with Jinhu Wang. As for Snow White King, his status in Suihan's heart is unparalleled, rendering any competition futile. Jinhu Wang laughed, but then felt a twinge of sympathy for himself. His female would not mature for at least 3 to 5 years. Offspring can be discussed later. Jinhu Wang remains convinced that Suihan, spoiled by Snow White King, is willful and immature, never considering the emotional barriers she faces. Jiao Wang also chuckled, his obsession with offspring not as profound. Yet he felt a certain sympathy for those males whose thoughts were solely consumed by the prospect of offspring, especially when it came to Suihan. I do not find my words amusing in the least. We are not laughing at you, truly. What does it mean that an explanation is worse than none at all? This is what Jiao Wang embodies. We have no offspring. Our female has just reached maturity. Yet we have an unspoken agreement not to allow her to conceive in the short term. If you seek offspring, you would be better off pursuing other females. Not allowing the female to bear offspring? Then what purpose does marking serve? Jiao Wang longed to retort that it was merely for amusement. However, he hesitated, fearing it would draw even more attention from the Merfolk King. 3 beastmen have already served the winter, and their own time is scarcely sufficient. Who would be foolish enough to desire another? Moreover, it seems one wishes to take advantage of the winter's kindness, expecting her to bear his offspring. What audacity! The Merfolk King has requested an audience with the winter. Let him come. She is not one to shy away from the light. As the frigid winter approached, they donned their warm garments, only to discover a significant dilemma. None of the 3 possessed the ability to style their hair. The Silver Serpent King proclaimed that he could braid small plaits. Suihan cast him a glance filled with disdain. She was not of the Serpent clan, and thus had no inclination to style her hair into a small braid. Ultimately, it was the Silver Serpent King who arranged her hair into a lengthy braid. As Suihan's tresses were excessively long, rendering the braid trailing behind her rather unappealing. Consequently, the Silver Serpent King elegantly coiled it around her neck. In the chill of winter, her gaze is filled with melancholy. Has she still been regarded as a member of the Serpent clan? Never mind. I shall cease this pursuit. As the chill of winter enveloped her, Suihan decided to rise. The shoes she wore were a source of discomfort, prompting her to cast them aside and walk barefoot along the path. A gust of sea breeze swept through, tousling the wisps of hair that framed her face. Rarely did she traverse such a distance on foot. The rugged mountain trail caused a sheen of perspiration to form on her brow, and countless stray strands clung to her skin, requiring considerable effort to tame. The Merman King was undeniably captivated by appearances, particularly to an extreme degree. Observing Suihan, barefoot and muddied, her hair twisted around her neck and her face adorned with errant strands, he suddenly found his interest in this alluring creature waning. Wasn't he the one who sought her out? Departing without so much as a greeting seemed rather impolite. The Silver Dragon King, who had purposely disheveled Suihan's hair, secretly relished the moment, maintaining a serious facade. Indeed, how rude. Let us ignore him. My feet ache. Had I known, I would have worn proper shoes. What a dreadful place you've chosen. It's all stones. The sharp edges were tormenting her soles. The Golden Tiger King furrowed his brow as he carried his shoes. He had urged her to wear them throughout their journey, but she remained adamant in her disdain for their discomfort. Why don't you carry me? Suggested the Silver Dragon King. In the chill of winter, Suihan nodded, yet still needed to wash his feet and change his socks. The Silver Dragon King nodded repeatedly, while the Golden Tiger King wore a long face. Here comes yet another who indulges Suihan's antics. As the cold of winter approached, she turned her head and rolled her eyes. She could not fathom why the Golden Tiger King perpetually criticized her for being willful in some aspects and immature in others. If he found her so disagreeable, why not simply depart? Why persist in attempting to alter her rather than seeking to transform himself? The Silver Flood Dragon King saw no fault in serving Suihan in this manner. On the contrary, he found joy in it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suihan's third beast husband, by Tsong, the Silver Flood Dragon King. The Golden Tiger King merely waved his hand, dismissing the introduction with indifference. The Snow Radiance King glanced at the little female in his arms, born at the end of spring. He had once requested Suihan to bestow upon him a name uniquely hers, and she had chosen Lanshur, by Tsong, upon ascending to the rank of King Beast. The royal city would disclose the basic information of the King Beasts, including their race and lineage. According to the information available, his tribe had merged with others, rendering his parentage untraceable, devoid of a proper name, and born at the end of autumn. Did you name me? The Snow Radiance King whispered softly into Suihan's ear. In the chill of winter, Suihan was idly twirling the silver hair of Wang Yin with his fingers when he paused momentarily upon hearing the words, nodding thoughtfully. Is it not permissible? He inquired. He mentioned that his parents are no longer present, and when they abandoned him, they did not bestow upon him a name. In the chill of winter, Suihan's face bore a trace of unease, as she was one of the forsaken younglings. Her empathy prompted her to consider bestowing a name upon the Silver Jiao King, which was not an unfeasible notion. The Snow Radiance King gently patted her head. Why not? If the Silver Jiao King were to comprehend the significance behind Suihan's naming and chose to embrace it, then for him, accepting the Silver Jiao King would not be an issue. Are you not of the Jiao clan? Why do you not bear the clan name? Inquired the Golden Tiger King. Wandering beasts are unworthy of tribal surnames. The Silver Jiao King retorted nonchalantly. Wandering beasts? Does your tribe not regret this? The Silver Jiao King fell silent. His tribe was a diminutive offshoot of the Silver Serpent clan, nearly obliterated during a previous beast tide, with the remnants having long since assimilated into other clans. The Golden Tiger King furrowed his brow. He possessed a profound sense of belonging to his tribe and felt that the Silver Jiao King, by failing to seek a clan for support, resembled a rootless water lily. Snow Radiance King, might I inquire if you would welcome me into your clan? Just then, the Silver Jiao King's tone shifted. Snow Radiance King lifted her gaze. Are you sincere? Of course. The Silver Jiao King glanced at Suihan, who looked remarkably graceful even in repose, his eyes brimming with affection. Snow Radiance King nodded. Understood, but I do not wish to express my welcome for your joining. The Silver Jiao King's intentions were to draw closer to Suihan. However, the addition of a powerful king beast to the tribe would benefit both him and the Snowfield Wolf clan. I have previously stated that it must not exceed the king beast spouse of Her Majesty the Queen. What now? With 3 king beasts among them, would the entire beastly realm not tear her apart if word got out? Suddenly, Suihan uttered a remark. Xiuehue Wang cast a glance at Yinjiao Wang. Then let us forego the mating ceremony. The handling of this matter would naturally depend on the wishes of the parties involved. Yinjiao Wang pondered for a moment. Having been raised among the nomadic beasts, he did not place much importance on formalities. To him, the mating ceremony merely served as a public declaration that he had marked Suihan and would henceforth provide for him. Although his resources were not as abundant as those of Xiuehue Wang, he believed that supporting Suihan would pose no difficulty. The position of the third beast husband in the cold of winter has been firmly established. Since Suihan prefers to remain unobtrusive, he shall acquiesce to her wishes. The Golden Tiger King raised an eyebrow. Did he actually agree? Without the formal ceremony of union, the Silver Flood Dragon King is undoubtedly lacking in justification. It is evident that he has no tribal guidance, with his mind solely fixated on pleasing the female. Nevertheless, this course of action is solely beneficial for him. Although females appreciate males who value them, without the support of a tribe, how can the Silver Flood Dragon King hope to match the extravagant level of sustenance that Xiuehue Wang provides for Suihan? Is he to rely solely on his attempts to ingratiate himself? In the wintry chill, she reclined upon the warm jade bed, as the Silver Dragon King bestowed a massage upon her. "Oh, that brutish golden tiger king. Look at the marks you've left," she exclaimed, pointing to the myriad of bruises adorning her skin. Seizing the opportunity, the Silver Dragon King took the chance to berate the Golden Tiger King. In the biting cold of winter, he kicked at him. "Enough already. Are you dissatisfied with the gentleness of his blows? The attempt to apply a medicine has failed." Although Suihan holds a special fondness for Snow Radiance King, he treats both Golden Tiger King and Silver Dragon King with equal regard, showing no favoritism towards any one of them. In the depths of winter, Suihan found herself increasingly vexed. Jin Huang's careless actions had left her with an array of bruises. Meanwhile, Yin Jiaowang attempted to incite Jin Huang with insidious intentions, though Suihan deemed such efforts unnecessary. "Since yesterday, you have been burdened with worries. What weighs on your mind?" Yin Jiaowang inquired. "I can't shake the feeling that something dreadful is about to occur. There are only a handful of royal beasts in this realm, and yet, I, a mere female, have claimed 3 as my mates. If the sky should fall, isn't there's still Xuehui Wang to support you?" Indeed, Xuehui Wang, the foremost mate, was truly deserving of his title, possessing both strength and the ability to keep the others in check. Moreover, he held a special place in Suihan's heart. The more she pondered, the more her frustration grew. "Are you distressed that the mating ceremony cannot be conducted? In the depths of winter, I do not wish to entangle myself in such matters. As the Silver Dragon King once said, even if the sky were to fall, would we not still have the Snow Radiance King? Certainly, grievances exist. However, the Snow Radiance King is not mistaken in asserting that our behavior is rather ostentatious. Fortunately, the winter's chill has no desire to bear offspring. Otherwise, it would surely upheave the world." As Suihan rose from her seated position, she beckoned the Silver Dragon King with a graceful gesture of her fingers. The Silver Dragon King raised an eyebrow, obediently leaning forward. Suihan entwined her arms around his neck and pressed a kiss upon him. Unlike others, she could offer nothing more to the Silver Dragon King. Moreover, unlike the Golden Tiger King, who always sought to negotiate terms, the Silver Dragon King merely inquired whether she found his offerings to her liking. Should she express disfavor, he would simply replace it with something more to her taste the next time. Suihan relished the sensation of being cradled in warmth, devoid of any conditions. The Silver Dragon King shifted his posture twice, deepening the kiss by cradling the back of her head. These days marked Suihan's solitary time. While he could embrace and kiss her, they were restrained from indulging in more intimate acts. "Are you not going to keep an eye on the Silver Dragon King?" Suihan's time for autonomy was agreed to be 10 days each month, and while sharing a bed with him at night was one thing, the Silver Dragon King's persistent daytime attention was quite another. Xuehui Wang looked up from a pile of animal hides. "So, you wish to claim a few days from Suihan's personal time? Or shall we arrange it so that each of us has 10 days in a month?" Jinhu Wang grinned widely. "That is unnecessary." In truth, he had been contemplating just that. I have mentioned before that once Suihan's abilities reach level 4, she must cultivate them independently. While the beast's skills can enhance her chances of escape in perilous situations, her powers are her true strength. Consequently, Xuehui Wang divided the month into 2 parts, 10 days for Suihan's independence and 20 days for the 3 of them to share. Since Suihan would spend her nights with Xuehui Wang, he allocated himself 6 days, while Jinhu Wang and Silver Dragon King each received 7. Moreover, Xuehui Wang typically only engaged in intimacy with Suihan during his designated time, leaving no room for Jinhu Wang's jealousy. "I could teach her as well," Jinhu Wang insisted, seeking to enhance his own position. Furthermore, instructing Suihan in her powers could foster their bond, perhaps even leading to shared moments under a fur blanket. Was it not a delightful prospect? The thoughts were evident on his face as Xuehui Wang observed him. Had Jinhu Wang, feeling threatened by the presence of the Silver Dragon King, already resigned to a prolonged stay in the Snow Wolf clan's territory? Where was the initial defiance he had displayed? Additionally, Jinhu Wang often mocked the Silver Dragon King's attempts to curry favor with Suihan. Yet, he found no issue in seeking his own justice here. If Suihan were to bear offspring, we might all vie for our own and the pup's interests, but as it stands, there are no offspring. If you believe Suihan is immature, why not encourage her to become more independent sooner? Moreover, I do not see the Silver Dragon King's behavior as an isolated incident. Should Suihan encounter a situation similar to the Silver Dragon King's past, ought she simply to submit to being marked? It was rare for a male beast not to have marked a female, and Suihan clearly rejected the idea of additional husbands. Xuehui Wang sifted through the animal hides, finally selecting 2 that pleased him and setting them aside. "Can we not discuss this matter?" Jinhu Wang sighed in frustration. Each time he remarked on Suihan's immaturity, she would stubbornly resist or threaten to return to the Jinhu clan, although it was customary for a marked female to follow her male back to his clan. This was only applicable in the case of a powerful male's clan. Shuehui Wang's strength equaled that of Jinhu Wang, and as Suihan's protector. Along with her adoptive father being the Red Dragon King, she could disregard this rule, remaining in the Snow Wolf clan as long as they disapproved. Life in the Jinhu clan lacked the opulence found in the Snow Wolf clan, and Suihan had no desire to relocate there. Why not bring it up later? When tensions have escalated, both of us are beast kings, and we know the extent of our strength when provoked. If you cannot overcome this hurdle, one day you will inevitably force Suihan to bear your offspring. Should Suihan remain troubled, her actions could become unpredictable. And I will not permit any of you to harm her. Would it truly be acceptable for us to clash to the point of mutual destruction? Is that really your intention? If I viewed Suihan solely as a means to produce offspring, why would I reside in the Snow Wolf clan? Why not mention that Silver Dragon King could be deceitful? He would not. Shuehui Wang replied. He vowed to the beast god that upon marking Suihan, their lives would be intertwined. Furthermore, he promised that they would not share death. Suihan would only share his vitality and not the suffering he endures. This means that when Silver Dragon King thrives, Suihan shares in his life, but if he faces peril, only he bears the consequences. A male willing to share his long life with a female destined for a brief existence, yet unwilling to share her suffering. How could he possibly be suspected of harming Suihan? Isn't he just cunning? The concept of life sharing was not one they had considered. Shuehui Wang envisioned Suihan enhancing her abilities, knowing that the higher her level, the longer her lifespan. Even if he were to encounter misfortune later, Suihan would possess the means to protect herself. As for Jinhu Wang, whether due to his own ignorance or influence from Shuehui Wang, he failed to grasp this nuance. He allowed Suihan her independent time precisely to foster her growth and abilities. With elevated powers came an extended lifespan. Was it truly that I have been unjustly petty? Rather than dwell on trivial matters, I ought to provide Suihan with advanced beast essences. Shuehui Wang tossed him an animal hide scroll. The Earth Tortoise Beast, a level 5 Earth-type beast essence, beneficial for enhancing Earth abilities. Jinhu Wang glanced at it. And one for the Silver Dragon King. Shuehui Wang produced another stack of scrolls. Jinhu Wang's eyes narrowed. Fragrant whale dolphin, with a uniquely aromatic essence. What is this? A scroll was thrown at his face, darkening the Silver Dragon King's expression. This is a task assigned by Shuehui Wang. The weather has warmed. Even you, Serpent, should stretch your muscles. Hunting for high-level beast essences? The Silver Dragon King caught sight of it and, to his surprise, recognized it from the messages he had previously sold to gather treasures for his lair. Upon noticing Jinhu Wang held a similar one, he grabbed it for a closer look. Purchase with money? Fell from the sky. Jinhu Wang retorted. If you wish to know about it, come to me. I offer it cheaply. Jinhu Wang, recalling that the Silver Dragon King could transform into smoke, recognized him as a skilled informant. You should come clean with Shuehui Wang. Jinhu Wang had wondered how a wandering beast like the Silver Dragon King had amassed treasures for a lair, considering he had only lived for 4 or 5 decades. The mystery was finally unraveling. This fellow was indeed clever. Selling information? What a lucrative endeavor. The Silver Dragon King disregarded Jinhu Wang's scrutiny. Some matters he could share with Suihan, and even with Shuehui Wang or Jinhu Wang. He felt fortunate that Suihan's first husband was Shuehui Wang. Given Jinhu Wang's temperament, it was easy to imagine the difficulty Suihan would face if she had to reside in the Jinhu clan, while other females enjoyed luxury in the royal city. Suihan would be forced to endure a life of simplicity and hardship. He seemed to have forgotten that he initially favored Suihan, the delicate flower nurtured by Shuehui Wang. The continent was full of stunning females. If beauty and fertility were all that mattered, Jinhu Wang could have fathered numerous offspring by now. The Lingsha Pavilion? That was my establishment. The Silver Dragon King stealthily entered Shuehui Wang's chamber. The Lingsha Pavilion was a place for information trading, influenced by the queen. I am aware. Sustaining life through the harsh winter is no simple task. One must procure a considerable amount of fine provisions, and mere hunting is utterly insufficient. However, since it pertains to our own beasts, do remember to offer a discount next time. The Silver Serpent King nodded in agreement. Yet, concerning this dolphin, its peculiar fragrance may very well turn out to be an unpleasant odor. A smirk played upon the lips of the Snow-White King as he tapped his fingers upon the table. It is merely a matter of barter. There will always be those who have an affinity for such items. The season of estrus for Suihan is swiftly approaching. and it is prudent to prepare some innocuous trinkets to give those scheming males a taste of their own medicine. Silver Serpent King, a commendable ally. Yet, it is the Snow Radiance King who truly embodies ruthlessness. In his eyes, apart from Suihan, other beastmen are classified into those who are useful and those who are not. To phrase it thus may seem divisive. He also holds his mother, the esteemed Lady Saint, in high regard. Swiftly there and back, for Suihan's estrus period draws near. Although the usual affections can nurture Suihan during estrus, if they harness their own energy to nourish her, the benefits she reaps will be manifold. This is when the quality of the beastly consorts truly shines. With the entanglements of the Silver Serpent King and Golden Tiger King no longer a concern, Suihan's recent cultivation has progressed smoothly. However, when things go too smoothly, she tends to stir up trouble. One day, Suihan first experimented with transforming into black smoke and discovered she could effortlessly traverse over 500 meters in one breath. Next, she tested her wings, achieving 300 meters. Though her insufficient ability level limited the duration. While enjoying some snacks during her respite, Suihan began to ponder, what about tearing through space? Where could she possibly traverse? Thus, she accumulated a modicum of energy and commenced her experiment in spatial rending. Initially, the endeavor was quite successful. She found herself appearing atop a mountain or upon a large tree. Though fraught with danger, it provided an excellent opportunity to practice her other skills. When Frost had amassed enough energy to venture to a distant locale, she unexpectedly plummeted into the sea. Blub blub, as the chill of winter enveloped her limbs. She gradually descended into the depths of the ocean. She was not a swimmer. The splashes in the bath were nothing akin to those in the sea. In a moment of daze, she beheld a splendid fishtail gliding towards her from afar. When those powerful arms encircled her waist, an unmistakable warmth surged within her heart. Oh no, her season of desire had arrived. A cool sensation brushed against her lips. As the frigid years passed, she discovered that she could breathe once more. I implore you, kindly escort me back to the shore. My beastly husband shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely. In the frigid depths, Suihan bit her lip, fearful that she might inadvertently emit a sound that would be misconstrued by the formidable male merfolk before her. A faint smile graced the lips of the merman. I found you, he declared, tightening his embrace around her waist and drawing her deeper into the ocean's embrace. No, despite her aversion to the damp, icy sensation, an inexplicable yearning to draw closer and savor the moment surged within her. The merman, however, paid no heed. The warmth radiating from Suihan only amplified the smile upon his face. He had pondered why such a fragrant female exhibited such crude behavior. And upon recalling the mischievous grin of the Silver Serpent King, it suddenly dawned on him, they were deliberately acting this way. This little female, so fragrant and delicate, was indeed beautiful and in her prime. What impeccable timing. What is happening? The Snowlight King and his companions, who were diligently organizing their next course of action, were taken aback. Weren't they merely practicing their skills? Why have they encountered danger? Split up and search, commanded the Snowlight King. They could not afford to panic. Yet, despite their exhaustive search of all possible locations Suihan might have ventured to, they found no trace of her. Where could Suihan possibly be? The Golden Tiger King felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, a familiar and unusual fragrance wafted through the water. Underwater? That wretched fish. The merfolk are known to enchant their prey with song. The Silver Serpent King fumed, hurling fireballs in frustration. The Golden Tiger King retaliated, launching small golden arrows towards the surface, creating a cacophony of noise. Blast it. He set up barriers. Underwater was the realm of sea beasts combined. They might not even stand a chance against a single merman king. What we should truly dread is if that merman king lures Suihan into bearing offspring. The Snowlight King declared darkly. He would not permit any misfortune to befall Suihan. But what if Suihan, in a public setting, harmed the offspring? Could Suihan truly inflict harm upon the young? Well, it seemed quite plausible. If something does happen, just say it was my doing, was the first thought that struck the Silver Serpent King. What mischief could a rogue beast not commit? Not to mention, the abduction of female younglings for sale to other tribes was hardly unheard of. Could they not strive to prevent Suihan from harming the offspring? Do you dare wager that I wouldn't? The Snowlight King shot a cold glance at the Golden Tiger King. This was entirely different from the time when the Silver Serpent King had forcefully marked Suihan. That merman king was indeed targeting the offspring. It was dire. Either Suihan would confront her inner turmoil and cease to reject the notion of motherhood, or she would forever forfeit the chance to bear young. The Silver Serpent King smacked his forehead. Golden Tiger King, take this opportunity to see clearly. If you cannot relinquish your obsession with the offspring, I advise you to remove the mark from Suihan before we all end up in a situation where both fish and nets are lost. The Golden Tiger King fell silent. I possess some low-grade water-repelling pearls. They may prove useful when you tear through space. However, it would be wise to refrain from acting hastily for the next few days. I shall ponder what else may be advantageous underwater. The recent wave of potent fragrance indicated that Suihan's mating season had arrived. Should they forcibly intervene, she would undoubtedly suffer. The Snow-White King nodded before departing to prepare. The Silver Serpent King cast a glance at the Golden Tiger King, scratching his head in frustration. Curse that Merman King. Next time, I shall ensure to teach him a lesson. Suihan was unwilling and thus incapable of conceiving. He had already tested this theory. Are you foolish? Do you truly believe that if Suihan were in her right mind, she would engage with that unclean merman? If he could entice her into intimacy, it stands to reason that she could be persuaded to bear his offspring, especially during her fertile season when conception is more likely. Do you genuinely believe that Suihan could not conceive under such circumstances? In the cold of winter, Suihan is solely captivated by delectable sea creatures. Moreover, Suihan harbors no affection for any male aside from Shuehui Wang. Their bond is a consequence of the mark that has been placed upon Suihan. Without it, one would hardly catch Suihan's gaze. King Yin Jiao, perplexed, begins to scratch his head. Ever since his promotion, he has had the capable Shuehui Wang overseeing matters, leading him to feel that he could afford to set his intellect aside. Yet now, he finds himself compelled to gather his wits once more. Perhaps a brawl is in order. Your mind is too tumultuous at present. King Jin, who is aware of Suihan's secret and is reluctant to allow King Yin Jiao to depart without necessity. However, his thoughts are now consumed solely with offspring. A predicament most unfavorable. Shuehui Wang must retrieve Suihan, and his mind is evidently preoccupied with the befuddled King Jin Hu. What options remain for King Yin Jiao? King Jin, who bellows and lunges at King Yin Jiao, who transforms into a wisp of black smoke and flees. Wasn't this meant to be a confrontation? Why are you running away? I am not employing any supernatural abilities. How dare you? Your confusion is not my fault. Engaging in close combat with you sounds like a death wish. Either you lie down and allow me to pummel you, or you pursue me to expend your energy. The choice is yours. Enraged, King Jin Hu unleashes his powers, hurling clods of earth and stones at King Yin Jiao. Nevertheless, after this brief turmoil, King Jin Hu's emotions indeed stabilize somewhat. He collapses onto the beach, refusing to rise. King Yin Jiao reappears, reclining beside him. Using skills also deplete stamina. Shuehui Wang once shared that when he discovered Suihan, she was little more than a layer of fur draped over bones. He had to feed her with a spoon the size of a fingernail every half hour, and could only administer 2 spoonfuls at a time. Anything more would induce vomiting. As the young master of a lesser clan, you may not comprehend the sensation of being so starved that nothing can be consumed. Starved to the point of desperation? King Jin, whose eyes darted thoughtfully, he had only known the experience of hunger that compels one to consume anything, in order to suppress his hunger pangs. He had ingested dirt and stones, and in his most desperate moments, even gnawed at his own flesh. Being so small and unable to procure sustenance, he felt an insatiable longing. Why should those of us who failed to transform be deemed unworthy of life? Yet, ultimately, even the thought of consuming his own flesh became revolting. Had he not fortuitously encountered those 2 powerful beasts who perished in combat? The world would never have known of King Yin Jiao. You cannot fathom this, nor can Shuehui Wang. Yet, this is the fundamental reason for Suihan's aversion to offspring. She is unable to unravel this emotional knot. Were it not for Shuehui Wang's influence, you would likely have long since coerced Suihan into bearing young, attempting to sway her with the bonds of blood. Your affection for Suihan is more about possession and control. Even now, while you outwardly seem to respect Suihan's desire to forego progeny, do you truly share that sentiment within? If you continue to harbor such thoughts, it is only a matter of time before Suihan severs ties with you. In contrast, Shuehui Wang is the one who brought Suihan back from the brink of death. Thus, he will provide her with whatever she desires. Should something occur that she is unwilling to accept, he will promptly devise a solution. His love for Suihan embodies respect, tolerance, and deep affection. After a prolonged silence, King Jin Hu quietly inquired, "You have spoken at length about others. What of yourself? Are you truly so virtuous?" "Me?" King Yin Jiao chuckled broadly. Born to parents who cared not and abandoned to fate. The natural pursuit of a beast's life is to secure a territory and find a female to bear a litter of young. Yet now, what of it? My female reigns supreme both above and below. What harm is there in allowing her to enjoy what I have never experienced? King Jin Hu scoffed. disbelieving that King Jiao was genuinely so carefree. And if I cannot let go? If it were merely about offspring, I could easily revoke the mark and seek another female to procreate with. Should you argue that Suihan possesses unique abilities that grant her royal beast skills and distinguish her from other females? Can we be certain she will bear royal beast offspring? To take a step back, even if we disregard the notion of royal offspring, would you not begrudge her the chance to bear even ordinary young with lesser talents? In the end, she would merely be a female capable of giving birth. King Jiao believes that if King Jin who continues to dwell on this issue, he shall encourage Xue Wang to apply pressure, ensuring King Jin who revokes the mark to prevent Suihan from being bullied or harmed. King Jin whose prowess is commendable when compared to others, yet he is no match for Xue Wang. Xue? Xue Wang could hardly believe his eyes. The female sitting atop the coral reef, cradling her belly with an expression of maternal love, was Suihan. Cursed be the Mermaid King. Not only did he entice Suihan into bearing offspring, but he also bewitched her mind. Yet, he is unable to exert half of his power underwater. Engaging in battle with the Mermaid King is a futile endeavor. Sui, look at me, it is I, Monsieur. In the wintry haze, the once clouded eyes of Suihan suddenly gleamed with clarity. I shall take you away. I am Lancy, follow me. Snowy enveloped her in an embrace. Release her. A sharp command echoed from afar, the sound wave of the merfolk king spreading even before his arrival. If you dare, come at me. As Snowy spoke, he tore through the fabric of space, vanishing with Suihan. Silver Wang observed Suihan, ensnared in Snowy's arms, his gaze blank, and unleashed a torrent of curses upon the ancestors of the merfolk king. Where is that fellow? If he dares to chase after me, I shall not spare him. You cannot defeat him. Jin Huang shook his fists in frustration. But I can certainly kill him. After lying on the beach for 5 days in silence, refusing food or drink, Jin Huang finally conceded to Silver Wang's words. If he merely sought to reproduce, there were plenty of females superior to Suihan. Yet why did only frost and snow ignite within him the desire for a mark? The bitter winter signifies the inevitable tribulation destined for him. At this moment, no one pays attention to whether he has conceived offspring. Such a vibrant and lively female has transformed into this state. Do they truly believe that the three of them are lifeless? As the cold of winter waned, a flicker of clarity gradually emerged in her gaze. Suddenly, she pushed open the door of the Snow-like King and, with a swift motion, shed the robe crafted from shimmering silk. At the delicate curve of her alabaster collarbone, a resplendent silver-blue mermaid mark gleamed. In the chill of winter, Suihan's beauty blossoms, her alluring charm undeniable. Most of her garments reveal her graceful neck and delicate collarbones. While the Merman King may exhibit dominance over other females, how dare he exert such authority over Suihan? In the frigid winter, a pair of delicate hands transformed into claws, their sharp nails glinting with a chilling light as they marked the merman. Years of hardship. Snow-like King grasped her arm. This is utterly futile. He will undoubtedly pursue her. If the female exhibits an excessive desire to resist, her first beast husband possesses the right to demand the removal of the mark from the beast who incited her distress, particularly during the time of bearing offspring. The cold hands of Suihan returned, and she wore a look of utter bewilderment, her eyes devoid of focus. I feel so filthy. I need to return and take a bath. After removing the markers, we shall return to wash. Wang Shuihui retrieved his long robe and wrapped Suihan entirely within it. The familiar scent flooded her senses, and she burst into tears. You reckless one. You foolish child. She repeatedly struck her slightly protruding belly. Now, both the discerning and the oblivious were aware of her pregnancy. It seemed the life within her sensed her distress and began to stir restlessly, causing her discomfort. As the cold of winter set in, Suihan's complexion turned pale. Xue Wang said nothing. He simply grasped her arm and draped it around his neck, allowing her head to rest gently against his chest. He positioned her back against his right arm, while his left arm encircled her legs, tenderly patting her back and thighs in a rhythmic motion. In her childhood, when Suihan would stubbornly refuse to sleep, Xue Wang would hold her in this manner to lull her into slumber. The soothing sound of his heartbeat would soon lull her into a deep sleep. Just as Suihan began to drift off, the sea began to churn violently. Dark clouds mingled with flashes of violet lightning, and the surface of the water erupted in tumultuous waves. Xue Wang gazed out at the ocean, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Wang could not suppress a shiver. The last time he had forcefully marked Suihan, the aura of menace from Xue Wang had not been nearly as formidable. Come here. The merfolk king stood atop the crest of a wave. Though he did not utter a word, Suihan could hear his voice resonating in her ears. In the eyes of Suihan, a flicker of clarity briefly emerged, only to fade into confusion as she began to struggle, seeking death, with a swift motion. King Jinhuang raised his arm, unleashing a flurry of small flying swords towards the Merfolk King. Silver Baby King, he bellowed, hurling numerous fireballs. She carries my offspring. She should remain in the sea with me. She absolutely should. As he cursed, Silver Baby King retaliated. We have no presence. And yet you dare to question Suihan's first beast husband? You disregard the customs of the beast realm. You are the very definition of despicable and shameless. As for your offspring, how did you manage to make Suihan conceive? Everyone knows your tricks. If you think to take her away, you shall not succeed. The Merfolk King's expression grew increasingly strained. He, proud by nature, could not bear the thought of sharing a female with another male. She came to the sea of her own volition. I am a normal male, and she ran about during her heat. Did she not agree to bear your offspring? King Jinhuang pressed. The Merfolk King, visibly unsettled, recalled how the female had incessantly proclaimed her desire to avoid offspring. Indeed, he had enchanted her with his song, persuading her to consent to bear his child before marking her, after which he sensed the arrival of the offspring. Once the child is born, it will naturally be returned to you. For now, release the mark. Xiuehue coldly commanded. Upon the birth of the child, I shall indeed lift the mark. What is it? Afraid we will seize your offspring? Who would want them? The Merfolk King retorted. Before birth, the child requires the father's spiritual energy and nourishment. What does that imply? Do you look down upon us for lacking offspring? Xiuehue's anger flared. If you wish to keep this child, then lift the mark. Otherwise, I have myriad ways to ensure the child does not come to be. Xiuehue was genuinely furious. The matter of heat aside, forcing a female to conceive without her consent was an infringement upon her rights. I am a king. My offspring are invaluable. How coincidental. We three are also kings. If there were to be a birth, would it fall to you? The three of them, which tribe's offspring were not born in clusters? If Suihan truly desired children, she would have already surrounded herself with them. Keep your heirs for your aquatic kin. In this realm, the females will as paramount. The Merfolk King's countenance darkened. The sea behind him churning violently, while lightning danced at the horizon where sea met sky. The Merfolk's stronghold lay not on land, and facing three kings. He had no chance of victory. He raised his arm and murmured incantations. With a breath, the Merfolk King's mark dissolved into flowing light. Should anything happen to my child? I will not let this go easily. He tossed a vial to Xiuehue, a treasure of the Merfolk King's stone silk milk, said to be the essence of underwater spiritual stones, most beneficial for pregnant females and their offspring. However, stone silk milk was exceedingly precious, accessible only to the strong among the Merfolk. And this small vial likely represented the Merfolk King's entire fortune. Do you truly believe the three of us are powerless? You think you can return intact today? King Jinhuang scoffed, dismissing the silver-tongued Silver Baby King. He doesn't tread on land. What can they do to him? Once back in the sea, he may well be a match for all three of us. The ice shall stretch for miles. Xiuehue coldly remarked, seeing through the Merfolk King's arrogance. The sound of cracking ice echoed in Silver Baby King's ears like celestial music. The Merfolk King attempted to retreat deeper into the sea, only to find himself entangled by King Jinhuang. Do you truly believe I fear you? His kingly power was overwhelming, and he had more than one card to play. Do not grant him the opportunity to speak. He seeks to exploit the Merfolk's gifts? Not on my watch. As Silver Baby King hurled fireballs, he morphed into dark smoke to prepare an ambush. King Jinhuang unleashed arrows and stones, freezing the sea surface, rendering the Merfolk King's former majesty a distant memory. In due time, the Merfolk King found himself in a dire predicament. Realizing he could no longer fight, he fled into the depths of the ocean. Curse it! I shall strike you down next time. Silver Baby King shook his wrist. Next time? It would be best if we never meet again. King Jinhuang replied. Indeed. Once Suihan bears her child, we will cast it upon the shore. Thereafter, we shall dwell in the sea, while we remain on land, never to cross paths again. At the thought of the child, King Jinhuang sighed. Given Suihan's demeanor, it was indeed possible they would never interact again. Silver Baby King snapped his fingers, igniting a flame upon his gauzy robe. What are you doing? Burning it? Do you intend to leave something for the Merfolk King to reminisce over? Once you burn it, how will you wrap the child? If he desires something imbued with Suihan's scent, does he deserve it? True, Silver Baby King conceded, extinguishing the flames. Take care, once home. It will need washing. The smell of charred fabric is unbearable. Indifferent, Silver Baby King strolled back, while King Jinhuang paused, staring out at the distant sea, lost in thought. Silver Baby King glanced back. What does it matter? Whether rain falls or a mother remarries, let it be. If you comprehend, proceed. If not, disperse. He ambled away, shaking his head. In the sacred palace of the holy matron, Suihan was brought, and aside from the Snow Radiance King and Lady Matron, she permitted no one to approach her. The higher the reproductive value of a female, the shorter the duration of her pregnancy. The shaman proclaimed that Suihan would give birth within a month at most. Let us prepare everything that is needed, commanded the Lady Matron. Only what Suihan requires, interjected the Snow Radiance King. A glance passed between the Lady Matron and her confidant. It is best for the cub to remain with its mother before it takes form. Those are other females. Suihan would not allow the cub to approach her after its birth. The Snow Radiance King scoffed coldly. He would also not permit any orc capable of harming Suihan to come near, not even her own offspring. The Lady Matron sighed. They were aware of Suihan's emotional turmoil. However, if Suihan could not resolve her inner conflict, or if she refused to seek a resolution, no one could assist her. Once the Lady Matron, esteemed among the Snow Wolf clan, possessed vast knowledge and experience. She recognized from the achievements of the Snow Radiance King that neglecting the care of the young was not a grave sin. A month later, the elder of the merfolk, who had been anxiously awaiting news, conducted his routine patrol along the shore and finally noticed something amiss. On the beach lay a tattered robe made of jiao silk. His heart raced with excitement. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be half-burned and in tatters. The elder, filled with indignation, felt like kicking it. Although he had no feet, perhaps he could swat it with his tail? He dismissed the thought. It was after all a precious item from their ocean, and he decided to take it back as a mere rag. As he casually reached for it, he discovered something astonishing that nearly made his heart leap from his chest. Within the jiao silk robe was an egg. The grayish-white shell was adorned with swirling purple patterns. This was the offspring of their merfolk king. The elder nearly fell to his knees. How could they treat the merfolk so poorly? This was their little prince. Left wrapped in a tattered robe and carelessly discarded on the beach, he had to inform the merfolk king. Trembling, the elder wished to lift the cub but feared that he might accidentally injure it, so he could only call for assistance. Before his kin could arrive, the merfolk king, sensing the birth of his cub, had already arrived. The elder, once a figure of authority within the clan, now quaked like an ancient tree on the verge of being uprooted by a gale. The merfolk king took out an even softer jiao silk to envelop the cub and held it close. Elder, what level do you estimate it will be at birth? At least level 6, possibly even 7. Our finest merfolk, the merfolk king, is born at level 5. The merfolk king furrowed his brow. If his mother had lived in the sea during her pregnancy and received his nourishment, could he potentially be the first naturally born royal beast cub of our kind? Your Majesty, this is already quite remarkable. The elder, observing the king's unvoiced dissatisfaction, understood. Their king was undoubtedly the most exceptional. Yet that female had already taken 3 royal beasts as mates, and this cub was conceived only because the king had utilized the innate allure of the merfolk to successfully impregnate her. Recalling the 3 merfolk females who had exploded into a mist of blood during the marking due to being unable to withstand the king's overwhelming energy, the elder sighed even more deeply. Among those 3 was his beloved granddaughter, but what could be done? They were all the clan's highest reproductive value females. Enamored with the king, longing to bear his offspring, yet fate had denied them that chance. The most pressing concern now remained to hatch the little prince as swiftly as possible. The merfolk king cast a glance toward the distance, ultimately returning to the sea. Burdened with a sense of unfulfilled longing he could not articulate. Did you give the cub to the merfolk? For a month, Suihan had been enveloped in a persistent haze. Yet the shaman assured her of robust health, and the offspring was developing splendidly. Thus, they temporarily set their worries aside. Until this morning, when labor commenced. Suihan laid an egg. King Shiwehui instructed King Injiao to manage the situation, and it dawned on him that the rag he had kept was finally of use. Indeed, he had wrapped it up to send away. What a ridiculous notion. The elder of the merfolk prowls the beach daily. Even if he were blind, he could unearth it by scent alone. Unable to exact revenge on the merfolk king, what harm was there in avenging himself on his offspring? Had it been a cherished progeny of Suihan's, it would be one matter, but Suihan held no affection for this child, having been lured into conceiving it. Could King Injiao truly care for such a being? Do you wish to continue resting, or perhaps take a stroll to clear your mind? As King Shiwehui turned to set down his bowl, Suihan leapt upon him, embracing him fiercely. I will not leave. All the patience and tenderness of King Shiwehui's life were devoted to Suihan. Suihan, in a moment of disarray, tugged at his clothing. Suihan Wang restrained her hand, only to see Suihan's eyes welling up with tears. You have just given birth. You mustn't do this. In the chill of winter, she stubbornly clung to him, refusing to let go. 5 days. Can we endure for just 5 more days? No deceit is permitted. A muffled voice spilled forth from his chest, as if it had always been her who deceived him. Very well, lie down obediently. Would you like me to summon them to keep you company? No. I only want Lan Shi. Sui belongs solely to Lan Shi. Outside the door, Jinhu Wang and Yin Jiao Wang could not help but smile bitterly. Alas, they too were bound by coercion. Lan Shi, it is swelling here. It hurts. Suihan grasped the hand of Suihan Wang and pressed it against her chest, where Suihan Wang could even feel the dampness of her palm. The shamanic physician had already prescribed medicine for Suihan, yet it would still take 2 or 3 days before she would no longer experience swelling. Her gaze deepened, and her throat tightened. Do you need my assistance? Suihan nodded. Though she was young, she was not oblivious. She understood that the changes in her body stemmed from a specific cause. However, the sensation was quite uncomfortable. She even contemplated using her own hands to alleviate it, but the shamanic physician had suggested a more effective method. The face of Suihan, now flushed, reveals a sense of embarrassment. Suihan Wang gently slides Suihan's garment down to his shoulders, releasing a waft of milky fragrance that envelopes the air, deepening the hue of his gaze. Suihan leans back against the pillow, unable to resist cradling Suihan Wang's head in his hands, his fingertips weaving through the silken strands of silver hair as the tightness in his chest gradually dissipates. After a considerable pause, a kiss graces Suihan's lips. Are you feeling tired? Would you like something to drink before you drift off to sleep? This kiss is but a fleeting taste. As the cold of winter envelopes me, I lie with my eyes closed, my body gently writhing. Lan Shi keeps me company as I drift into slumber. Very well. Before we sleep, Sui must first have a sip of the soup that mother prepared for you this morning. In the chill of winter, one may be willful, yet one would never refuse the esteemed lady saint. What has my mother cooked? The aroma is delightful, featuring chicken, fragrant mushrooms, bamboo fungus, and winter jujubes. Suihan, with eyes closed and a slight frown on her nose, insisted on drinking by herself. No, Lan, please feed me, she pleaded. Such a lazy girl. Suihan Wang prepared a delicious chicken soup and sat beside the bed, gently propping up Suihan. With her eyes still shut, Suihan sipped the warm soup, savoring each mouthful. After placing the bowl down, Suihan Wang turned back to adjust Suihan's clothing. Noticing the tie at her waist, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Isn't it too tight? Shall I loosen it for you? No. It will make me look ugly. Suihan retorted. What Suihan takes the greatest pride in is her beauty and physique. The experience of pregnancy has rendered her waist no longer slender, and how could she possibly come to terms with that? How many days must this binding last? King Suihan furrowed his brow. 5 days. According to the traditions of the Shuyuan wolf clan, a female who has just given birth must refrain from exposure to the wind and bathing for 5 days. Fortunately, the weather is not yet hot. Otherwise, Suihan would certainly not be so compliant. The shaman has indicated that this method is indeed beneficial for the physical recovery of the female. Since she has only given birth to 1 child, the effects are not overly visible. Many females, upon giving birth, may deliver 5 or 6 offspring, causing their bellies to stretch significantly, displacing their internal organs. Binding them for a few days assists in restoring the organs to their original positions, making it less likely for them to gain weight and lose their figures. Although King Suihan is well acquainted with Suihan's physical condition, this aspect remains somewhat beyond his knowledge. If you feel unwell, please speak up. As the cold of winter embraced her, Suihan fell into a deep slumber, her face reflecting sheer contentment. Though Snow Radiant's king had diligently gathered numerous supplements, including stone marrow milk, the arduous task of giving birth had drained Suihan of considerable energy and vitality, leading her to succumb to sleep swiftly. Snow Radiant's king tenderly patted her back, his gaze clear and resolute, from beginning to end. The sole being he wished to protect was Suihan. Not long after Lan Shi closed her eyes, Snow Radiant's king was roused by the sound of Suihan's soft whimpers. Lan Shi, what are you afraid of? He inquired, tightening his embrace. If I never bear offspring, our bond will remain unchanged. However, I shall not change. Lan Shi will always be Suihan's Lan Shi, free to pursue her desires. I am not the same as I once was. They may attempt to trouble you, but only over my dead body. What then was the purpose of his relentless expansion of territory and enhancement of abilities? In the silent tears of the cold years, she remains willful and spoiled, yet not ungrateful. The Golden Tiger King and the Silver Serpent King have nurtured her for an extensive period, expending countless precious resources upon her. However, she truly desires not to bear offspring any longer. Previously, her heart was entangled with a distaste for the helpless fate of her young. Now, she loathes everything associated with pregnancy and detests even more the agony of childbirth. She is resolute in her wish to never endure such experiences again. After the arrival of winter, she ventured out for the first time, appearing no different from her usual self, with a charming smile and sparkling eyes. She seemed untouched by the passage of time. What is this winter? As the frigid winter approached, he turned his gaze upon her, his features resembling a delicate painting. The Golden Tiger King hesitated, words unspoken. In this biting cold, I have gathered snow lotus flowers. Do you find them beautiful? The Silver Serpent King hurriedly approached, cradling a bouquet of snow lotus flowers, resplendent and vibrant. Wow, where did you find these? They appear so fresh. I shall have Ping prepare a soup with them. They are not yet fully bloomed. Let us keep them indoors for a few days. Once they have blossomed, I will present them to Ping. By the way, what was it that the Golden Tiger King was about to say? Nothing of importance, the Golden Tiger King replied, casting another glance at Suihan, who was engrossed in admiring the snow lotus flowers, her demeanor radiating joy. I must return to my tribe for a while. Take care on your journey. As the cold of winter settled in, Suihan raised his head and smiled at him. The Golden Tiger King nodded slightly and turned to leave. Did he not intend to give Suihan a warm, lingering kiss? The Silver Dragon King narrowed his eyes, pondering the Golden Tiger King's intentions. Did he truly believe that Suihan was oblivious to such evident concerns etched upon his face? The sun is quite scorching. I must return to my chamber. As Suihan cradled the snow lotus and turned his head, a change flickered across his face, and his gaze deepened with unspoken emotions. King Silver Serpent clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Golden Tiger King, you would do well to refrain from actions that would distress Suihan. Though he could not contend with the formidable Golden Tiger King, he knew that if Suihan were to be upset, King Snow Radiance would be the first to oppose it, while the Mermaid King remained hidden beneath the waves. Unable to express his frustration, the Golden Tiger King, as a creature of the land, had no refuge to escape to. Dark hair intertwined with silver strands as beads of hot sweat dripped onto the pristine, soft surface. He lowered his head, and her snow-white fingers threaded through his hair, offering a gesture of comfort, yet also betraying a fear of his withdrawal. One hand ventured downward, exploring every sensitive contour of her form. In the frigid embrace of winter, her eyes glazed with a dreamy haze, her delicate form trembled slightly, and her lips parted ever so slightly, akin to a ripe fruit beckoning to be plucked. I am here. Snowy radiance leaned down, pressing a tender kiss upon her cherry-red lips, entwining our fingers tightly. I am deeply sorry. It is entirely my fault. I should not have wandered aimlessly. Foolish one. It is we who failed to protect you. Do you find me frightening? I could scarcely bring myself to meet his gaze. When the little one was born, the shaman wished to present him to Winter, yet she turned away, refusing to cast a glance. That was not the child she desired. If she chooses not to see him, then so be it. Will you compel me to bear children in the future? Never. To me, you are more precious than anything else. But what if they demand it? Then let them sever their bond with you. If they truly believe that the child holds greater significance, then I shall bear their offspring. After which I will sever all ties with them. They may take the child away, and I shall never again lay eyes upon any of them. In the depths of Suihan's eyes, a resolute determination emerged. Shuehui Wong silently embraced her, acutely aware of Suihan's unease. Thus, after the initial 5 days, he ceased to deny her, realizing that no amount of reassurance could equate to the tangible experience of possession for her. However, unforeseen circumstances led Suihan to make a decision that Shuehui Wong most dreaded. Promise me that you will not be harmed, and I shall acquiesce to your request. The winter chill lingered with hesitation, but ultimately, a nod was given. How could I, so selfishly devoted to my own female, ever be wounded? Remember your words. Love only oneself, and one cannot suffer. The cherished female, nurtured with care, should not be compelled to live under the scrutiny of other beastmen. In this world, my greatest love is undoubtedly myself, and also Lonsure. I could bear you offspring. A muffled voice resonated at my side, prompting the Silver Dragon King to open his eyes, his slitted pupils flashing with a chilling glare. Then you would have me sever the bond and leave with the offspring, never to cross paths again. A prolonged silence ensued. Would you say the same to the Golden Tiger King? Never. So what does that imply? Am I truly so unreliable? The Silver Dragon King felt a pang of frustration. Day after day, he racked his brain, only to nurture a thankless, ungrateful creature. I want to tell him, for I know that when the time comes to choose, he will inevitably select the offspring over me. Given that the outcome is already certain, why pose unnecessary inquiries? Have you consulted the Snow Radiance King? Huh. How could you even consider asking him, knowing he harbors only you in his eyes? I have asked. The Silver Dragon King grasped her arm, turning her to face him. With the Golden Tiger King, who usually clung to Suihan, absent. The Silver Dragon King understood the knot in Suihan's heart, thus he had not contemplated an early intimacy. However, when Suihan drew near, he was not foolish enough to push her away. Yet, he had not anticipated that she would utter such words at this moment. Are you feeling uneasy? Afraid? As the cold of winter sets in, I find myself in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how to confront you all in the future. But what of the present? You may not desire the little ones, yet I yearn for you. How shall I express this? In this manner? Or perhaps in another? The Silver Dragon King's head nearly burst with frustration, disregarding the possibility of inciting Suihan's disdain, as he transforms his legs into serpent tails, entwining around her limbs and brushing against her most sensitive areas. The delicate visage of Suihan blushed a deep crimson. Yet, she entwined her arms around the neck of the Silver Dragon King, tilting her head upward to kiss him, her waist gracefully twisting in search of a suitable position that would allow the Silver Dragon King to embrace her effortlessly. A flicker of surprise danced in the Silver Dragon King's eyes. Suihan seldom approached them so intimately, save for the Snow Radiance King. Was it not always he who pursued and clung to her? However, when such an opportunity was presented, how could he possibly refuse? With a firm embrace, the Silver Dragon King enveloped Suihan in his arms. Will you try to love me? Of course. I do not expect you to treat me as you do the Snow Radiance King. Simply act towards me as you wish. Just, please, trust me as you trust him. Is that love? As the cold of winter approached, she found herself captivated by Lan Shur. No one had ever treated her with such kindness as he did. Similarly, in her heart, no one could ever replace Lan Shur's position. Yet, there was also the Silver Dragon King, who was not without his merits. By Tsong, she mused. Had you encountered someone other than me, perhaps your life would have flourished more, and you would have received even more. My heart is too small, apart from Lan Shur. I find it difficult to harbor affection for any other male. However, in my heart, aside from Lan Shur, you hold great significance as well. If you feel wronged, we can sever our bond. We could remain good friends. Should you choose not to dissolve the bond, you will become the second most important male in my life. Why would I feel wronged? Gaining you is the greatest gift this world has bestowed upon me. The Silver Dragon King kissed her tenderly. You bestowed my name upon me. Surely you understand the implications of that. But I cannot help but feel wronged on your behalf. You are so splendid, while I perceive myself as flawed. This world is filled with countless females, yet I have encountered only you, and it is solely you who stirs my feelings. I yearn to mark you, regardless of my initial intentions. Yet, once the mark is made, all I desire is for you to attain everything you hope for. And you merely seek to live your desired life without harming anyone. How can that be deemed wrong? However, it is an undeniable truth that a female's duty lies in bearing offspring, and those offspring serve as a crucial bond in family relations. Abandoning those who fail to transform is a strategy to focus resources on nurturing the most promising young. This undeniably benefits the tribe's growth. Consequently, those abandoned young are often left to perish. Why not end their lives swiftly instead? That would be exceedingly cruel. After all, they are our offspring, part of our lineage. If that is the case, we could reciprocate the act of killing. You take one from my tribe, and I shall take one from yours. This way, resources are not squandered, and we need not grapple with the notion of cruelty. They exchanged knowing glances and laughed. In our tribe, this paradox would find us bound to the sacrificial altar to be burned alive. Let them burn. It would be splendid for us to turn to ashes together, intertwined in each other. How beautiful. The Silver Dragon King leaned down to kiss Suihan. Unlike the previous fervor of their encounters, this time, he exhibited an unprecedented gentleness. As overwhelming pleasure enveloped them, a unique fragrance wafted through the air, crisp and aloof, reminiscent of frost and snow. He had once caught a whiff of it when the Snow Radiance King had momentarily lifted his restrictions. Previously, that scent had belonged solely to the Snow Radiance King. The Silver Dragon King chuckled, pondering whether this signified that Suihan had completely opened her heart to him. He was no longer merely her beast husband by virtue of the mark. Her heart had genuinely accepted him. Embracing Suihan, he reveled in silent joy. Only the foolish Golden Tiger King could believe that the fragrance of frost and snow varied merely in intensity. He even buried his face into the crook of Suihan's shoulder, inhaling deeply. "What are you doing? That tickles." In the frigid season, he is gently nudged. "What a delightful fragrance. What scent is it?" In the chilling depths of winter, I raised my arm to inhale, only to perceive a faint, ethereal fragrance, the essence of which eludes precise description. It is a scent you cannot discern. I have only encountered it once before, outside the chamber of the Snow Radiance King. It differs markedly from the familiar aromas associated with our time together, whether with you or with King Jinhu. And it is not akin to the scent of the mating season, though I cannot articulate it fully. I am now certain that I am the second male to detect this elusive fragrance. In the depths of winter, it seems that within the tribe, Shiwehue would also impose restrictions when alone with her. Is this the reason behind it? The Silver Dragon King patted his chest and remarked, "My heart is small, accommodating only Hanbao. While Hanbao may embrace several, they must all hold you as their very essence." To hold me as their essence? In the chill of winter, with a mere blink of the eye, I would willingly offer my life for you, sacrificing everything, yet I would never demand that you bear any cost in return. The cold of winter signifies that she has begun to comprehend. Just like the Snow Radiance King and the Silver Serpent King, strong individuals undoubtedly aspire to have their own exceptional offspring. Likewise, outstanding females possess the right to select their desired beast partners. Since their statuses are equal, who takes the lead is a matter of mutual consent. Should they unite, let it be so, and if not, they may part ways without difficulty. Do not burden yourself, for it will cause us sorrow. Above all, do not inflict harm upon yourself, for it would drive us to madness. If the King of Beasts descends into fury, the very heavens and earth shall tremble. The Silver Serpent King shifted his tone, whispering in Suihan's ear. Has the Golden Tiger King returned? Is the Golden Tiger clan preparing for a hunt once more? The Snow Radiance King has been quite occupied of late. His father, the Snow Wolf King, has resumed stirring trouble, and the clan requires an expansion of territory, leaving him little time to spend with Suihan. However, he did not anticipate that the Golden Tiger King, who once wished to monopolize Suihan, would actually return to the Golden Tiger clan. The Silver Serpent King scoffed, leaning against the window, a sprig of unknown grass dangling from his lips, embodying a disdainful attitude towards the world. If every hunt necessitates the Golden Tiger King to lead, then what is the purpose of selecting a clan leader? Perhaps they should simply find a female to tie a scrap of cloth to her forehead, declaring her useless. The Snow Radiance King frowned. The Silver Serpent King's tongue was unrestrained, yet he still maintained a sense of decorum in his presence. Nonetheless, what was the matter today? Had the Golden Tiger clan offended him again? Humph. You often say that I speak too freely, but just watch now. The Golden Tiger King has informed the clan elders that Suihan has just given birth to a child of the merfolk. Those old geezers have sent gifts, laden with implications to nourish the female and enhance her fertility. The expression of the Snow Radiance King darkened instantly. Had I not instructed that this matter must not be disclosed? Only a select few know of Suihan's childbirth, the Saintess and the Shaman, both of whom stand with the Snow Radiance King, and the Silver Serpent King would not dare to speak of it. In the depths of winter, there have already been 3 royal beasts. The offspring of the merfolk is on the verge of transformation, and upon a mere glance, King Shiwehue perceives that this young one will undoubtedly reach at least level 7 after its metamorphosis. Even the most exceptional progeny of the former queen did not surpass level 6. Should this information be made public, what monumental upheaval might it provoke? Suihan has clearly expressed her desire to cease bearing offspring. Is Jinhu attempting to exert pressure through public opinion to compel her to yield? How can you be certain that Jinhu mentioned Suihan's reproduction? Perhaps they are merely anxious because Suihan is not yet ready to conceive for Jinhu. Those 2 females, under the guise of gifting, nearly pointed accusingly at Suihan, claiming she can bear offspring for the future Merman King, but refuses to do so for Jinhu. They also stated that if it weren't for Jinhu's concessions, the position of the first beast husband rightfully belonged to him. If Jinhu were the first beast husband, how could Suihan possibly enjoy her carefree existence within the Snowy Wolf tribe without offering any respect to the Jinhu tribe? If it weren't for the presence of the esteemed holy lady at that moment, I would have ensured they left in disgrace. Wang Shiwehue shattered the teacup in his hand. The first marking of the winter beast and the birth of the merfolk offspring during the frigid season are matters of utmost secrecy. How could the Golden Tiger King so brazenly divulge this to the clan? Has he lost all sense of discretion? Or perhaps he seeks to unburden his own grievances to a trusted elder. And what of winter? King Shuehui maintained a stoic composure as he confined himself within the walls, permitting no one to enter. The Silver Flood Dragon King's complexion turned pallid. That girl was already obstinate and could not bear provocation. With the Golden Tiger clan's reckless antics, one could only dread the dreadful conclusions she might draw. Frowning deeply, King Shuehui pushed open the door, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Winter. Curled up in a corner, he placed a hand on her shoulder, feeling the chill beneath his touch, and with a darkened expression, he lifted her into his arms. Where had the carefree girl gone? They were all inconsequential. He could simply have the Silver Flood Dragon King eliminate those who spoke words she did not wish to hear. Why must she torment herself so? Anger simmered within King Shuehui, causing his grip to tighten a bit more than intended. Under the heavy fur blanket, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice swell within her, and she burst into tears. Is this cub truly meant to be mine? She lamented. He knows full well that I was lured by the Siren King. What does it mean to be first come, first served? If I were truly to bear a child, shouldn't I be the first to give birth to yours? Even if he marked me first, in my heart, only Lan Shi is my true mate. Moreover, why must I reside in the Golden Tiger tribe? Those elder clansmen send their females to the royal city to enjoy a life of luxury. Yet they expect me to suffer in the Golden Tiger tribe. What do they intend? The last time the Golden Tiger King drunkenly demanded my service, I refused. And they were furious. Now, they resurrect old grievances, claiming I disrespected the Golden Tiger tribe. Just because I was marked by the Golden Tiger King? Even if I do not dwell in the Snowfield Wolf Clan's territory, I should at least reside in the palace of the Scarlet Flood Dragon King. No one who raised me has voiced a complaint, so who do they think they are? I am a silver-tier female. Any tribe should cherish and honor a silver-tier female. Am I truly so aware of everything, yet still sulking here? Who am I tormenting? Am I still the Silver Flood Dragon Queen? With a warm cloth, King Shuehui gently wiped her face. I am simply infuriated. In my youth, I could wrestle fiercely with the male cubs who insulted you. I no longer want the Golden Tiger King. In the embrace of Shuehui, Suihan felt a chill. He often asserted how she should conduct herself, recounting tales of the Golden Tiger tribe. Yet, the tribe had never cared for her even for a single day, and the members held little respect for her. If their disdain was merely due to her failure to bear the offspring of the Golden Tiger King, she wondered. Would they dare to act out if the king valued her? Having grown up among the Snowfield Wolf tribe, she received an abundance of rare treasures from the Red Flood Dragon King each year, yet he never uttered a word of reproach regarding the pampering Suihan received from Shuehui. Since the age of 5, Zhaoyang had been writing to Shuehui, subtly admonishing him to ensure Suihan faced no grievances. Despite her youth, her potential for growth was immense. So, on what grounds did the Golden Tiger King and his tribe stand? Before being marked by the king, her adoptive father was a beast king, and her protector, Shuehui, was also a beast king. They labeled her willful and spoiled, but had she ever committed any act that harmed a member of the Golden Tiger tribe? Was it merely her reluctance to reside among them? Having been raised in indulgence, she had never even fetched her own water. Why should she be expected to fend for herself? She possessed a silver-tier fertility, and upon arriving in the royal city, she would be granted her own residence. Where she chose to live was her prerogative. Furthermore, the Golden Tiger King was inherently brutish, often lacking gentleness in their intimacy. Suihan had sustained injuries on numerous occasions, and though he would apologize, his behavior remained unchanged. He claimed it was her irresistible charm that rendered him unable to restrain himself. After exhausting her at night, he would seize opportunities to be unruly during her daytime rest, frequently lamenting that he had only 7 days in a month, which was hardly sufficient, while eagerly anticipating moments to guide her in honing her extraordinary abilities. Although Suihan had limited interactions with the females of her tribe, apart from those in the female dens or those naturally inclined towards brutish males, no female endured such treatment from males on a daily basis. Over time, Suihan began to develop a disdain for the Golden Tiger King. Each time it was his turn, she would remind herself that it would soon pass. When the discomfort became unbearable, she even contemplated resorting to a drink. Shuehui Wang sighed, stating, "You know that whatever you choose to do, I shall support you wholeheartedly." As the cold of winter embraced him, she gently nuzzled against his neck. "Golden Tiger King, during your next season of fervor, allow me to conceive your offspring. Have you unraveled the knots within your heart?" The Golden Tiger King inquired hesitantly. "What knots could there possibly be? It is merely an excuse for my reluctance to bear young." Suihan sat there, embracing the gentle breeze, her garments fluttering gracefully, her gaze distant and ethereal, resembling a breathtaking painting, a painting that eludes the touch of the soul. "Is this real?" How wonderful. Suihan, I have always hoped that you would bear our child. He would undoubtedly be extraordinary, the most remarkable offspring of the Golden Tiger clan. In the future, blah blah blah. The corners of Suihan's mouth curled into a smile. Yet her eyes gradually turned cold. The Silver Dragon King, watching from the shadows, felt a chill run down his spine. He stepped forward, only to be met with a dismissive glare from Suihan. With a sigh, he pondered the fate of the Golden Tiger King. Whether alive or dead did not concern him. However, could Suihan truly ensure her own safety through such actions? The Golden Tiger King, casting a triumphant glance at the Silver Dragon King, scoffed, wondering why he should bother with a fool. As the Golden Tiger King gleefully paraded Suihan on his shoulder, boasting of her impending motherhood, the Silver Dragon King stroked his chin in contemplation. Although there were no suitable royal beasts at present, a promising level 7 warrior could be groomed. What are you scheming lately? Snow White King finally inquired, unable to restrain himself as he observed the Silver Dragon King becoming increasingly buried under the scrolls he had brought. The Silver Dragon King, with his dark-ringed vertical pupils, emerged from the pile of scrolls, clutching 2 scrolls with an air of secrecy as he approached Snow White King. The latter raised a foot to block him, concerned about being tainted by his foolishness. This Night Eagle, at the pinnacle of level 7, is likely to break through to a royal beast within 5 years. If we lend our assistance, it could be accomplished in less than 3. And then there's this. A level 7 warrior from the Black Panther tribe, with a sleek and glossy hide. I would love to skin it to make a blanket for Frost Snow. Whoops, getting sidetracked. Imagine if he transforms into his beast form after ascending to a royal beast. It would be quite a sight. Are you planning to oust the Golden Tiger King? Aren't you afraid he might discover your schemes and eliminate you? Snow White King cast a glance before losing interest. A level 7 warrior? They hardly seem qualified. They possess what he does, and crucially, that Night Eagle is essentially a stray beast with whom I share a slight rapport. Yet, this fellow is rather finicky. I once caught him ogling a beautiful female, and he showed no interest whatsoever. However, our Frost Snow, being so delicate and beautiful, would surely captivate him. As for that young one from the Black Panther tribe, he is equally resistant to temptation. I've heard the tribal elders have threatened to expel him several times. Yet he remains uninterested in females and offspring, solely fixated on advancing to a royal beast. How can you be certain they will be easier to control than the Golden Tiger King? The chief of the Golden Tiger tribe has suffered injuries from hunting and may become incapacitated. You must have received the news. Their young chief is not ready to bear such responsibility, and other powerful members of the tribe are watching closely. Not to mention, the Golden Tiger tribe has oppressed surrounding tribes for far too long, relying on the Golden Tiger King's strength. Now, as the elders suppress internal strife, the other tribes are merely observing, preventing any turmoil. I am aware that the Golden Tiger tribe has sought the Golden Tiger King. But you wish to oust him over this? No. In fact, prior to this, Suihan posed a question to me, perhaps to you as well. However, she stated she did not need to consult the Golden Tiger King, for she already knew the answer. The day Suihan gave birth, she cast her offspring aside onto the beach without a second glance, and she has not inquired since. I noticed the Golden Tiger King's demeanor shift. Later, he mentioned a return to the tribe, at a time when news of the chief's grave injuries had yet to spread. When he returned yesterday, his expression had not improved. Yet, Suihan told him that during the next heat cycle she would bear his offspring, and he, in utter excitement, carried her around. Tell me, does he truly believe he can have it all? Shouldn't we prepare ourselves? One fish offspring is manageable. But what if another or several golden tiger cubs were to arrive? In the depths of winter, uncertainties abound. The prospect of raising 1 or 2 younglings surely cannot lead to chaos, can it? Who in this world can guarantee absolute safety? The Silver Serpent King faltered once. The Merfolk King faltered once, and the Snow Radiance King dares not wager. Thus, preparations must commence. The Snow Radiance King was not oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He simply did not anticipate that the decision would be made so swiftly by Suihan. Nor did he expect that the Golden Tiger King would not defy their expectations and ultimately choose the offspring. Alas, I find myself with a lingering question, one I hesitate to voice. The Silver Serpent King cast a sidelong glance at him. Have you ever been at a loss for words, Silver Serpent King? Are you truly unafraid that Suihan may suffer further harm as a result? The Silver Serpent King patted his chest. The expression on the Snow Radiance King's face darkened. He had certainly contemplated this, yet, similarly, it would serve as a thorn in Suihan's heart. If it cannot be extracted, Suihan would only endure deeper wounds. I have considered every conceivable outcome. I have also contemplated preventing Suihan from proceeding. However, Silver Serpent King, have you considered whether hindering sway on this time would resolve the Golden Tiger King's inner turmoil? From the outset, apart from you, we, whether official or unofficial, have all aimed to mark Suihan for the purpose of bearing offspring. It is only due to Suihan's unique constitution that we have derived mutual benefits, thus solidifying this bond. Yet, while you may be willing to relinquish everything for Suihan, I too am capable of such sacrifice. But that does not imply that the Golden Tiger King shares the same sentiment. You inquire how I can ascertain whether the Night Eagle and Black Panther can be adequately managed. Truth be told, I possess no certainties. However, if the Golden Tiger King were to withdraw, Suihan's circle could not consist solely of the two of us. What I can affirm is that they will undoubtedly lack the indecisiveness exhibited by the Golden Tiger King regarding females, tribes, and offspring. Suihan would be the first to be forsaken. Perhaps in his heart, he believes he can possess all three and emerge victorious in the beastly hierarchy. In truth, another factor compelling me to seek alternatives stems from whispers that the elders of their tribe seem to hold a particular fondness for a female named Hu Jingzheng, who will come of age next year. Her fertility value stands above average within the silver tier. It is customary for tribes to value females with high fertility potential. You need not harbor suspicions. Moreover, that is a matter concerning the Golden Tiger tribe, of no concern to us. He would wish to remain uninvolved. But is that truly feasible? In the depths of winter, Suihan, a female who has participated in the mating ceremony with the Golden Tiger King, does not reside within the Golden Tiger tribe. This implies that the palace of the Golden Tiger King should be unoccupied. However, the tribe's elders are inexplicably sheltering a female within the palace. The memory of being relentlessly hunted by you all feels as fresh as yesterday, and it appears that the once harmonious partnership is on the verge of dissolution. The outcome of this situation is beyond our control. What Suihan intends to do cannot be thwarted by anyone. And how many times have you conversed with the Golden Tiger King during this period? Have you noticed any transformation in him? The Silver Dragon King scoffed. Following the incident with the Mermaid King, the Golden Tiger King seemed to have come to terms with the situation. Yet, after returning to the Golden Tiger tribe a few times, he has once again become indecisive. It is precisely because of his ambiguous stance that the tribe dares to support the formidable Hu Jing, while Suihan and their two royal beast husbands are still present. Do not inquire further. I shall not offer you any advice. He is not a royal beast. Even a glance from the Snow-White King is deemed a waste. Understanding that Suihan has resolved her stance without any prospect of alteration, both the Snow-White King and the Silver Dragon King have begun to quietly withdraw from her vicinity. I find myself amused. He is bubbling with delight each day, believing himself to be the fortunate one among us three, the one chosen by Suihan first. Little does he know whether this gift will ultimately lead him to weep or spit blood. That is his own choice. Perhaps this is indeed the outcome he and the Golden Tiger tribe have longed for. I did not seek you out to discuss him. Do you have connections with the East Coast? Find a way to acquire some stone marrow milk. Is that not effective solely for the merfolk? The Silver Dragon King is certainly aware of the value of stone marrow milk. If Suihan's body has been transformed after her previous usage, it should yield superior effects if she successfully conceives. The merchant caravan also intends to head eastward. I shall first explore the East Coast. Such items are treasures within their own tribe, and I suspect they are scarce in external circulation. The Snow-White King mused, it matters not. He need not acquire the stone marrow milk by any means. Perhaps this serves as the Golden Tiger King's final opportunity. These are all specialties of the Golden Tiger tribe. I have heard you plan to procure stone marrow milk from the East Coast. My brother, I express my gratitude in advance. In the future, when you require it, I shall assist you in your search. The Golden Tiger King patted the Silver Dragon King on the shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of brothers. The Silver Dragon King opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Let it be. In the end, the stone marrow milk is destined for Suihan. Why entangle oneself with him further? Besides, this path was chosen by oneself. Henceforth, whether in tears or supplication, one must tread it alone. Next time, let us venture together to the East Coast. I have heard that the merfolk there are the most beautiful among their kind. The Silver Dragon King's round trip would take over a month, so before he departed, the Snow-White King insisted that Suihan accompany the Silver Dragon King for one night. In the chill of winter, Suihan sat by the water's edge, her tiny feet playfully splashing in the water, her delicate face flushed as if intoxicated. She nodded obediently, a faint fragrance slowly wafting around her. The Silver Flood Dragon King raised his hand to cast a barrier, astonished that Suihan's season of estrus had arrived so unexpectedly. A delightful warmth enveloped her, contrasting with her previously dismissed coolness. Now, with a hazy mind, Suihan took the initiative to entwine herself around the Silver Flood Dragon King. With such alluring and languid femininity pressed against him, the Silver Flood Dragon King was far from being the unresponsive gentleman. She was his cherished mate. In an instant, he lifted Suihan and carried her ashore. "Warm me, my dear," she murmured, "for I am cool to the touch and feel utterly at ease in the chill of winter." Suihan pressed her warm little face against the chest of the Silver Dragon King, enjoying a comfortable nuzzle. The Silver Dragon King allowed her this intimacy, a luxury that was seldom afforded to him outside the sweltering summer months and mating seasons. "Open the door." Suddenly, the voice of the Golden Tiger King resonated from outside. The smile upon the Silver Dragon King's lips faltered. "Open the door, Silver Dragon King. I know you can hear me." The urgency in the Golden Tiger King's tone heightened. "Shuehui King said that Suihan is to accompany me tonight." The Silver Dragon King gritted his teeth and retorted, "But Suihan is in her heat." The Golden Tiger King replied, "Suihan has stated that during this heat, she wishes for my company." The small head resting against his chest suddenly stilled. The Silver Dragon King, through clenched teeth, murmured, "Is he afraid I might take the gift you intend to give him? Damn it, I once thought it best that you refrain from offering this gift, but now, I am more eager than anyone to witness the outcome once he accepts it." In the cold of winter, Suihan embraced him, bestowing a tender kiss. The Silver Dragon King reciprocated, imbued with a touch of sorrow. After a prolonged moment of separation, Suihan's gaze turned frigid as she signaled him to dress her. The Silver Dragon King, filled with compassion, hesitated. "Are you truly certain of this?" His eagerness was palpable. In the chilling atmosphere of winter, a sense of calm enveloped the surroundings. "Please exercise caution on your journey." Bite song. The Silver Dragon King affectionately embraced her, adjusting her attire before proceeding to open the door. The Golden Tiger King, wearing an expression of urgency, patted the Silver Dragon King's shoulder. "Upon your return, I shall ensure that Suihan accompanies you well." Veins bulged on the Silver Dragon King's hands as he clenched his fists tightly, stepping outside. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud. This was his chamber, the Silver Dragon King's. How desperate must the Golden Tiger King be? "Let us depart. I presume you are unable to sleep, so we might as well set forth early." The Snow Radiance King appeared at the far end of the corridor, his demeanor stern. As the ruler of the Snowfield Wolf tribe, his nature was inherently cold and unfeeling, yet Suihan had left an imprint on his heart, softening his demeanor and infusing a touch of warmth. The Silver Dragon King gazed up at the luminous moon in the night sky. Both he and the Snow Radiance King cherished Suihan, and they were no longer the naive among of yore. With sufficient strength, that was all that mattered. Burdened with thoughts, the Silver Dragon King returned in less than a month as time. He had not failed his mission. However, the Mermaid clan leader along the East Coast enforced strict regulations, allowing him only to procure low-grade stone milk. Yet, this was quite commendable. He would use it for Suihan upon her return. Upon her return? What did that signify? A wave of anger suddenly surged across the Silver Dragon King's weary face. The frosty winter, who would not depart from the territory of the Snow Wolf clan without reason, must have been lured away by the cunning of the Golden Tiger King. A drug? He does not even hesitate to endanger the very cub he cherishes. King Shuehui pinched the bridge of his nose. Since the Golden Tiger King left without a word, taking frosty winter with him, he has been unable to find solace in sleep for over 10 days. What a brazen Golden Tiger King. Taking advantage of my absence and the fact that you were ensnared by the Snow Wolf King, he, the Silver Flood Dragon King, in a fit of rage, smashed the table beside him. "Have you encountered their royal beast on the eastern coast?" The royal beast of the merfolk on the eastern coast ascended to power long before the merfolk king. Yet he disregards the overtures of the beast king and has not even made an appearance on the mainland. The appearance shrouded in mystery and the unpredictable whereabouts of the eastern coast's merfolk royal beast, do you mean to suggest? The Silver Flood Dragon King's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The merfolk royal beast? I have perused the hide scrolls regarding the merfolk of the eastern coast. It seems this royal beast has not marked a female and, furthermore, is rumored to have little fondness for cubs. The Silver Flood Dragon King nodded. Had it not been for the aloof nature of the eastern coast's merfolk royal beast, who is seldom seen on land, he would have initially considered him as a viable alternative. Moreover, his greatest asset is his aversion to cubs, a fact certified by the entire eastern coast merfolk. The emotional entanglement between Suihan and her offspring, influenced by the Mermaid King and the Golden Tiger King, may very well become the shackles of her spirit for eternity, an enigma that is unlikely to be unraveled. The various actions of the Golden Tiger King have incited the ire of the Snow Radiance King. The candidate is indeed suitable. However, the method of engagement remains elusive. There will surely be a way. Before Suihan returns, he must keep himself occupied. Otherwise, he fears that he may be the first to inflict harm upon the offspring. With a sharp crack, a feeble voice broke the silence. Leave. Madam, even if you do not care for yourself, you should consume some supplements for the sake of the child in your womb. Get out. My affairs are not your concern. We shall prepare other supplements for you. As the door swung open, the usually lauded apprentice of the shaman, adorned with accolades from the tribe, wore a look of indignation, only to find the Golden Tiger King standing outside, his fists clenched and his expression dark. My king, the madam, you go prepare the supplements. I shall attend to her. Suihan lay on the bed, her back turned to the door. Once a figure of lush beauty, she now appeared frail and weakened. Save for a slight protrusion of her abdomen, Jin Huang wished to express something, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could only extend his hand, yearning to embrace Suihan. What do you intend to do? Do you believe I can endure any further? Jin Huang had not only employed an intoxicating potion on her, but had also unleashed a swift and overwhelming force, returning to the Jin tribe within mere days. From the very first day, Suihan found herself unable to consume anything. However, King Jin Huang seemed oblivious to her plight, justifying his actions by claiming that the cub needed paternal comfort. Each night, he insisted on being close to Suihan, disregarding her clear indications of discomfort, believing instead that she was merely sulking. It was not until the 5th day, when Suihan, having been forcefully pinned against the edge of the water pool by King Jin Huang, could no longer contain herself and vomited a pool of blood-tinged bile, that he hurriedly summoned the shaman to examine her. The diagnosis revealed that Suihan was severely weakened due to insufficient nutritional intake, though the cub remained in good health. King Jin Huang breathed a sigh of relief and began to gather various tonics, yet Suihan continued to eat very little and lost weight rapidly. It is time for me to soothe the cub, he stated, with a heart full of unspoken words, ultimately expressing only a dry remark. Ah? It truly is the cub. As the cold of winter enveloped her, what significance did the mark hold? Now, all that remained for Suihan was disdain for King Jin Huang. Suihan, you have gone an entire day without sustenance. When King Jin Huang once again offered the spoon to her lips, only to be met with her averted gaze. His patience finally wore thin. Even if you do not care for yourself, you must consider the offspring. Without a robust constitution, how will they successfully navigate their transformation? What do you truly wish for? As Suihan suddenly turned back to him, he remarked, Ah, it must be quite burdensome to harbor such feelings within, is it not? Your endurance over these many days has certainly been a trial. My intention is to mold them into beings akin to myself. What is wrong with that? If you wish to label me as malevolent, then go ahead and say it. Your emotional instability does not grant you the liberty to speak recklessly. Have you come to this realization? Perhaps this has been my intention all along. You are fully aware that the nutrients you consume are insufficient, and they will inevitably siphon off what little sustenance you have. Have you not noticed how much weight you have lost? Everything I say is for your own good. And you are not on the brink of death, are you? Rest assured, I hold a deep fear of death, after all. It has not been an easy journey for a creature like me to reach this point. I would not willingly embrace demise. With a resounding crash, the Golden Tiger King shattered the bowl. You would rather swallow beast essence than partake of anything from the Golden Tiger tribe. Suihan, are you resisting the Golden Tiger tribe? Or are you resisting me? The winter chill enveloped him in silence. Does it make a difference? The Golden Tiger King and the Golden Tiger tribe are one entity. Can they truly be separated? I am weary. I shall accompany you in slumber. With an assertive embrace, the Golden Tiger King pulled Suihan close. Yet she stifled a gag reflex, unable to suppress the wave of nausea, and vomited all over him. It had been many days since she had consumed proper sustenance, and all that emerged was a bitter mix of bile. Given my condition, must you continue to torment me? After so many years, and with so many females in the Golden Tiger tribe, have you never encountered a female suffering from severe morning sickness? When I refuse to eat, you claim I am rejecting the Golden Tiger tribe and you, yet have you considered that I might be experiencing nausea? Leave. I do not wish to see you again. The Golden Tiger King's imposing aura diminished immediately. He had never contemplated such a possibility. The shaman merely suggested that Suihan should eat more for the sake of their offspring's development. He selfishly hoped that Suihan would bear a child destined to be a king beast. If she refused to eat, he assumed it was out of anger for his abrupt decision to bring her to the Golden Tiger tribe. believing it to be an act to evoke his sympathy so that he might return her to the Snowfield Wolf tribe. However, how could a child belonging to him, the Golden Tiger King, be born within the territory of the Snowfield Wolf tribe? I shall seek the Silver Dragon King. He should have returned from the eastern coast by now. The last time you bore the child of the Mermaid King, it was through the use of stone marrow milk. This time, consume more, and both you and the child will be just fine. As the door closed behind her, Suihan lay upon the bed, allowing her tears to flow freely. Alas! After a while, a cool finger brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The Silver Dragon King revealed his true form. "By Tsang, you have returned." In the cold of winter, the pale and feeble smile of Suihan emerged. "You foolish one. How can you wager your own body in a fit of pique? I find myself truly unable to eat, not merely repulsed by their incessant chatter." The Silver Serpent King recalled that Suihan was exceedingly particular in her tastes. During her previous pregnancy, she had been in a daze, and the Merfolk King provided her with a stone milk that, along with the care from the likes of the Snow Radiance King and the Holy Matron, who had watched her grow, had not revealed many issues. However, now that the Golden Tiger King had taken her to the Golden Tiger tribe without permission, numerous problems have surfaced. Suihan is an extremely finicky eater, refusing to touch anything she dislikes. The Golden Tiger tribe has a penchant for bold flavors, indulging in heavily salted and oily dishes. Even the nourishing supplements prepared for pregnant women appear, in their eyes, to be mere sustenance for the offspring. In the cold of winter, it is indeed a rarity to find sustenance. The Silver Serpent King presented a porcelain vial to the lips of the winter's chill, diluted stone milk. Lest the Golden Tiger King discover my presence in the Golden Tiger tribe and incite further chaos, must suffice for now. Frost and snow obediently consumed it. Feeling somewhat eased in the stomach, I cannot make frequent appearances. At most, I shall return in 3 days. You must learn to take care of yourself while I am away. Nothing holds greater importance than your well-being. As the chill of winter deepens, in order to compel him to swiftly return you to the territory of the Snowfang Wolf clan, King Suihan must remain within the confines of the clan's domain, and I, at present, am also classified as a missing beast. I am aware. She has merely grown accustomed to relying on Suihan's arrangements. It does not imply that her mind is devoid of substance. King Ingju clasped Suihan's hand, and a surge of pure energy gradually permeated Suihan's being. It is the energy of the wood element. Moreover, it possesses restorative capabilities. I apologize, Baitsong. I have long concealed this fact. I possess a second ability, one of the wood element, but it is of a restorative nature and lacks offensive potential. Furthermore, even if I were to ascend to the rank of a king beast, it would only elevate me by a single tier. How could one who has clawed their way up from the depths not retain a modicum of hidden strength? In the frigid embrace of winter, a light chuckle escaped my lips. How could I possibly hold you in blame? Your prowess ranks low among the mighty beasts, and possessing a safeguard for your life is indeed a blessing. Her body, ravaged by the competition for sustenance from her offspring, had suffered greatly. Yet, she found it unbearable to consume the greasy supplements from the Golden Tiger tribe. The beast essence barely sustained her frail form. The Silver Flood Dragon King cast a reluctant glance at the winter's chill before lowering his hand. His wood-based energy could only mend a fraction of the damage inflicted on her internal organs. He dared not draw near her, fearing the watchful eye of the Golden Tiger King. "I must take my leave," he declared. Indeed, she nodded in response. Having ventured far from the territory of the Golden Tiger tribe, the Silver Flood Dragon King unleashed a powerful roar and struck the mountains before him with a mighty fist. The earth trembled as the mountain range collapsed, sending countless creatures from the forest into a panicked flight. The sight of her suffering ignited a fierce desire within him to eliminate the Golden Tiger King. If the Snow Radiance King were to witness this, it would be unfathomable. That individual valued her life above his own, and he dared not contemplate the extent of the Snow Radiance King's madness. Days later, the Silver Flood Dragon King returned to present her with another dose of stone marrow milk. She had improved considerably since their first encounter, yet she remained gaunt. Her once voluptuous figure now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, save for a slight bulge in her abdomen. Fear not. Once this ordeal concludes, we shall take the time to recuperate. At that point, you shall indulge in 8 meals a day. In the chill of winter, one may furrow their brow. It is indeed a transformation into a sphere. I am not particularly fond of the physique resembling that of the gray snowflake. Speaking of the gray snowflake, she actually ventured to the royal court to ingratiate herself with the Black Serpent King. During her first season of heat, She incited a fierce conflict between the White Antelope King and the Snow Wolf King, which ultimately resulted in her being swept away by an unexpectedly appearing White Eagle King, who claimed her as his beautiful mate. The Snow Wolf King, humiliated and disgraced, retreated to further trouble the Snow Radiance King. Calculating the time. The Golden Tiger King is about to return. Although they are all aware that the Snow Radiance King could not have depleted all the stone milk, he insists it is gone, and no one can challenge his word. The Golden Tiger King, consumed by concern, hastily went to the Snow Wolf clan's territory to demand from the Snow Radiance King, expressing his disbelief that all had truly been consumed, and in his agitation, he even contemplated violence. The Snow Radiance King, already brimming with pent-up frustration, could only see this as an invitation for confrontation. Since ascending to the rank of a royal beast, the Snow Radiance King has largely kept his true strength hidden from public view. Not to mention his ability to tear through the fabric of space, which, aside from the revered Beast King, the Black Serpent King, seems unmatched. This is precisely why the Snow Wolf King could only rely on their bloodline connection to provoke the Snow Radiance King. Upon returning to his tribe, the Golden Tiger King began arranging for shamanic practitioners to make an expedition. The elders of the royal family advised against it. They argued that remaining in the Golden Tiger clan, her nutritional status would not suffice to support the birth of the cub. With a wounded expression, the Golden Tiger King gritted his teeth and declared, "The Snow Radiance King still possesses stone milk. If I do not bring her back, he will never part with it." The elders were taken aback, as they never anticipated that the Snow Radiance King would disregard the cub's welfare, which is not the conduct expected from a primary beast husband. And even as a male, such treatment towards the cub is wholly unacceptable. They were in utter disbelief. The Golden Tiger King, filled with resentment, lamented, with insufficient nourishment, "I fear the cub may not even reach the minimum level of 6 as predicted by the shaman." This was an outcome he could not permit. Yet, every time Suihan attempted to eat, she would violently regurgitate the food. One could argue she was merely feigning for a day or two. But could it truly be an act for nearly a month? And the cub is due to be born in less than a month. The Golden Tiger King dared not gamble with such stakes. Despite his reluctance, he ultimately yielded for the sake of the cub. Upon their return to the territory of the Snowy Wolf clan, the Snow Radiance King arranged for a group to reside in the Sacred Maiden Palace. This location, far removed from the tribe, offered unparalleled tranquility, sparing them from the incessant scrutiny of the Golden Tiger clan as shamans. The Snow Radiance King did not seek out Suihan, nor did Suihan, who was typically very attached to him, even mention wanting to see him. For reasons unknown, the Golden Tiger King felt a sense of relief. The Silver Serpent King visited daily, bringing stone milk to Suihan, though he would hardly linger before departing. Besides the change of scenery, Suihan was still surrounded predominantly by the females of the Golden Tiger clan, shamans, and their apprentices. The Lady of the Sacred Maiden also made daily visits, conversing with Suihan and bringing her a bowl of familiar supplements from the Snowy Wolf clan. Yet she would not stay long. Everything seemed to unfold in accordance with a predetermined order until the day of Suihan's delivery arrived. In the frigid season, when the offspring of the merfolk were born, only King Shuehui and Lady Shinsi remained, along with the shaman. This time, when the cubs of King Jinhua were to be born, neither King Shuehui nor King Ingjia made an appearance, and it was rare for Suihan to not insist on seeking out King Shuehui. King Jinhua sighed with relief, uncertain of how he would refuse Suihan's request should she desire King Shuehui's presence. Naturally, he wished to be the first to behold his offspring. "My king, the birthing chamber is unclean. You cannot enter." The shaman firmly barred King Jinhua from the door. Observing Suihan's pale and sweat-drenched visage, he parted his lips to speak. "My king, for the sake of the Jinhua tribe, please adhere to our tribal customs." The shaman remained resolute. Typically, in the case of ordinary beast women, the males of the household were seldom required to leave, as there was often only one room for the birthing process, which necessitated preparations such as gathering supplies and boiling water. However, as the king beast of the Jinhua tribe, King Jinhua was not permitted to attend the birthing of females within the tribe. The shaman had long harbored disdain for Suihan, disapproving of the undue attention bestowed upon her by King Jinhua. He was the king beast of their tribe, the very essence of their community, not someone who could be swayed by the whims of frost and snow. Previously, when King Jinhua had personally bathed, clothed, and fed Suihan, the elders and the shaman had expressed their dissatisfaction. Now, with the impending birth of their king beast's cub in the territory of the Snow Wolf tribe, the shaman felt a growing animosity towards Suihan. Lady Suihan had previously given birth to the offspring of the merfolk, The process was well known, and it was unnecessary for me to elaborate further, as you have never been fond of such discourse. It is not yet time for the birth, please. Bear with it a little longer. In the chill of winter, with her eyes closed, tears traced the corners of her eyes. She had long lost her feelings for the Golden Tiger King, yet the pain was truly unbearable. It was uncertain whether her child sensed the mother's disdain and her resolute decision to sever their blood ties, but they seemed quite restless, causing a great deal of turmoil. She could no longer contain herself, and a cry of anguish escaped her lips. Outside, the Golden Tiger King paced anxiously. Lady Suihan, it is not yet time. You must not exert yourself. You must not. It hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. In the chilling embrace of winter, Suihan cried out, it hurts so much. Just kill me. Unable to endure any longer, King Jinhuang rushed into the room. On the bed, Suihan lay drenched in cold sweat, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her lips stained with crimson. Her wrists, tightly gripping the pillow, bore several bloody bite marks. Suihan, King Jinhuang exclaimed, kneeling beside the bed. Do not harm yourself. If you are in pain, bite me instead. I am tough and resilient. He extended an arm before Suihan's eyes. The shaman cast a resentful glance at Suihan, lamenting how their regal beast had been reduced to such a pitiful state. As the winter chill enveloped her, Suihan turned her head away, no longer uttering cries of pain. Her hand clutched the pillow tightly, exerting such force that it fractured her meticulously cared-for nails. Waves of agony surged through her, and Suihan felt as though she might truly perish. At long last, it happened. She gave birth. The shaman, filled with excitement, cradled a golden tiger cub in her arms. The offspring of their royal beast had finally arrived. The birth was a momentous occasion, heralding an end to all suffering. In the silence of winter, Suihan suddenly smiled. Suihan, our little ones are thriving, 2 male cubs. No matter what Jinhuang says, Suihan cannot absorb it. She merely laughs, a bloodied hand shielding her eyes, her laughter growing louder. Drip, drip, blood trickles down Suihan's face onto the pillow. In the corridor, Zuiwang and Yingjiawang wear grim expressions. Yingjiawang appears ready to charge in and confront Jinhuang, only to be halted by Zuiwang's command. Do not act recklessly, let them depart from the Snow Wolf clan territory at the earliest. Zuiwang's eyes glisten with frost. Suihan, your hand. Jinhuang begins, reaching to pass the cubs to the shaman. Blood stained her head and face, rendering her complexion as pale as parchment. Yet she continued to smile. The Golden Tiger King approached, cradling the cub. My king, the cub must not witness blood. It is inauspicious. The shaman cautioned. The Golden Tiger King hesitated, but she reassured him. I am fine. You need not come closer. Wrapped in the furs of nearby beasts, Suihan casually entwined them around himself. Suihan, look at our little ones, he said. I see them. They are thriving, which brings me solace. The Golden Tiger King's expression darkened. It seemed he had only just begun to perceive the shift in Suihan's demeanor. Since the onset of Suihan's estrus, something felt amiss. At last, Suihan was inclined to bear offspring, even choosing him first. The Silver Serpent King had once remarked that her heart remained bound. Yet how could she possibly bear him children if she were truly so? But now, uncertainty clouded his thoughts. The Golden Tiger clan requires you. The little ones also need to grow within the clan for their betterment. Thus, let us return to the Golden Tiger clan. Such a seemingly delicate female. Yet she could utter words so chilling without a flicker of emotion. If you wish for me to leave, then you must accompany me. The Golden Tiger King stepped forward, grasping Suihan's wrist. You are hurting me. In the frigid winter, he reached out to scratch him. His elongated fingertips resembled sharp blades, leaving the arms of the Golden Tiger King marred and bloodied. As the cold of winter enveloped him, a surge of exhilaration welled up within his heart. What was typically regarded as a mere whimsy now manifested as deep gashes upon his arm, slicing into his very soul. Why? There is no reason. The tribe requires you. The young ones depend on you. But what of you? In the chill of winter, Suihan smiled faintly. No more. It is no longer needed. Before Jinhuang could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Suihan transformed her palm into a blade-like finger and thrust it through her own abdomen. What lies in the abdomen that is of utmost importance? The gestational sac. Jinhuang's eyes widened in horror. He had anticipated Suihan's temper, yet he never imagined her resolve would be so absolute. He lifted his foot to advance, only to be violently pushed aside by Yingjiawang. You spoke of her unresolved heartache, yet you continue to provoke her time and again, to live, to give birth. If she does not, you shall all perish. Yingjiawang cradled Suihan and placed her gently upon the bed. Where is the shaman? he demanded. Where has the shaman gone? The shaman of the Jinhu tribe attempted to step forward, yet she was still cradling another Jinhu cub. At that moment, Shuehui Wang burst in. Accompanied by the shaman of the Snowfield Wolf tribe, the shaman rushed to tend to Suihan's wounds, while Shuehui Wang's furrowed brow could crush a beast. He had sensed that Suihan's emotions were amiss and that trouble was brewing, but he had never anticipated that she would harm her own gestational sac. After the harsh winter, whether life continues or not has ceased to affect him. However, the gestational sac remains a vital organ within the female body. Any harm to it would surely jeopardize his well-being. You may leave. Everyone is pushing me away, she exclaimed. You drive me away, and now you too. What exactly did I do wrong? The Golden Tiger King bellowed furiously. The Snow Radiance King opened his mouth, suddenly comprehending the Silver Serpent King's speechlessness, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Understanding has never been mutual. Communication itself has become a dilemma. So where did I err? Is it wrong for me to cherish myself a little more? Is it a fault to desire a little more love? I have always been the willful and spoiled female. And from the very beginning, I declared my disinterest in bearing offspring. Why do you persist in believing I am immature and childish? If I choose not to bear young, I am deemed a bad female, and if I refuse to bear offspring for a male I do not favor, I am labeled as malicious. Yet now, I have borne you offspring, and your aim of marking me has been achieved. In the chilling embrace of winter, blood graces the corners of the lips, while the gaze remains ethereal. From now on, may we dwell in separate realms, each finding solace in our own way. I do not concur. I shall not lift the mark, whatever may come. As the cold of winter sets in, she turns away, indifferent to all. It is merely a mark. But how much influence can it truly hold over her present? You are the mother of my child. I possess the right to demand that you and I return to the Golden Tiger tribe. Previously, it was due to your severe morning sickness. But now the child has been born. Even the esteemed beast husband, Shuehui, has no authority to impede me. Once again, the mention of this esteemed beast husband, Golden Tiger King, Shuehui has been notably cautious around you due to this esteemed beast husband. In your pride, you may have forgotten whether it was you who retreated or if you were simply left with no other choice. Suddenly, Suihan sat up, and the Silver Serpent King attempted to push her back down. However, she struggled fiercely, and the blood from her abdomen surged forth more rapidly. With no other choice, the Silver Serpent King summoned his extraordinary powers, channeling a pure wood energy that continuously mended the wounds on Suihan's abdomen. The Snow Radiance King was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what does this mean? In the chill of winter, Suihan coldly declared, I swore an oath to the beast god, that after you cast away my feelings for the last time, I vowed, if my first beast husband is not you, Shuehui, I would rather perish. Thus, it was not the Golden Tiger King who voluntarily retreated. Rather, he was simply unable to advance. Shuehui's eyes brimmed with blood, as he had always believed the Golden Tiger King held a sincere heart for Suihan, aside from his attachment to his tribe and offspring. To his astonishment, it had all been a mere assumption. The Golden Tiger King's face flushed. He had not expected Suihan to recall those memories. Indeed, he had made numerous attempts but to no avail, ultimately choosing to step back and become Suihan's second beast husband. The Silver Dragon King glared at the Golden Tiger King, underestimating this brutish man who harbored such intricate schemes. Grateful to the Mermaid King, he was reminded of all the details he ought to have known. The Golden Tiger King's selfishness was undeniable, yet he should not repeatedly highlight his sacrifices to Shuehui. Shuehui had once felt immense guilt over the consequences of his arrogance, and Suihan harbored deep resentment towards the Golden Tiger King. As a beast husband, he could contend for Shuehui's affection, but using such despicable means to harm Shuehui was intolerable, far more than harming her directly. Without Shuehui, there would be no Suihan. The Golden Tiger King could mark any other female at will, but when it came to her, none could inflict harm upon Shuehui. Thus, this was the primary reason she could resolutely sever ties with the Golden Tiger King. She had no desire to bear offspring, especially not those of the Golden Tiger King. However, to sever their bond, there was only this path to tread. Shuehui blocked the Golden Tiger King's gaze, the palpable aura of impending violence emanating from him causing the Golden Tiger King to retreat. Now that he had offspring, he could not recklessly confront Shuehui. I shall not relent. The Golden Tiger King gasped, his tiger-like eyes bloodshot, his complexion flushed. Shuehui's cold and piercing gaze offered no quarter. What a coincidence. So do I. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon King was nearly amused by the Golden Tiger King's fury. Are you not willing to back down? Perhaps you should first consider the one lying upon the bed? My king, Miss Suihan's wounds are grievous. We must procure the sacred medicine from my clan without delay. A timely voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Shuai remained silent, his lips pressed tightly, as if carved from stone. He glanced at the Golden Tiger King before striding out. Shaman, my king, I did not bring the sacred medicine this time. The shaman of the Golden Tiger tribe possessed hemostatic agents rivaling the sacred medicine. Yet she was reluctant to present them. The most esteemed beast of the Golden Tiger tribe was treated thus by the Snow Wolf tribe. Suihan was merely a trivial female. Although she had tolerated the Golden Tiger King's repeated humiliations due to her pregnancy, now that the offspring had been born, Suihan's desire to expel the Golden Tiger King and neglect the nurturing of their young was something the shaman could never abide. In the biting cold of winter, one should not rely on the potions of the Golden Tiger clan. The Silver Serpent King narrowed his vertical pupils, exclaiming, "What a formidable Golden Tiger clan! What a remarkable Golden Tiger King!" One dares to speak, and the other dares to believe. He then turned his gaze towards Suihan, who was gripping his hand, preventing him from utilizing wood-based energy to mend his wounds. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, clearly a result of significant blood loss. The shaman of the Snowfield Wolf clan had scattered their remedies as if they were without cost, managing at least to halt the bleeding. In the chill of winter, does Suihan fear that the prospect of him possessing a second unique ability might incite trepidation in the Golden Tiger King? His only grievance lies in the sluggish progression of his wood-based powers, which has caused her much suffering. As for the Golden Tiger King, he may not be able to best him now, but he will not be forever outmatched. The shaman of the Golden Tiger tribe is solely focused on departing swiftly with the cub and the Golden Tiger King. Thus, when the attention of the Golden Tiger King is diverted by Suihan's intervention, he does not hesitate to grasp the so-called precious cub, albeit lightly. Alas, the shaman, wary of repercussions, refrains from exerting too much force, and the cub merely emits a few whimpers. Yet, the Golden Tiger King's focus has entirely shifted. What is the matter? Are you hungry? Or perhaps in need of a change? Indeed, the Golden Tiger King has wholly devoted his attention to the cub. What a remarkable sight! The Silver Serpent King scoffs. What has transpired? The esteemed Holy Lady hastens to the scene upon receiving the news. The bleeding has ceased. Yet the wound is profound, and I fear that any movement might provoke further bleeding, the shaman states, applying the sacred ointment provided by the Holy Lady to Suihan's injury. The Holy Lady glances at Suihan's wound, her heart aching. This is the cub she has nurtured in her youth. Even a minor scrape would compel Shuai to administer ointment for 3 days, such a delicate creature. Now, how could she summon the resolve to inflict such pain upon herself? How disheartened she must be. Turning her gaze towards the Golden Tiger King, who is circling the cub with the tribe's shaman, she notices him displaying a paternal smile at the cub's restless legs. The Holy Lady's brow furrows in concern. A mother's heart aches for her own nurtured cub. Pinger, Jeaner, the air in this room is rife with the stench of blood, detrimental to the cub. Please escort the Golden Tiger King and his companions to the nursery. Her intent is not to fear the shaman as potential criticisms, but rather to ensure that Suihan receives the proper care post-birth. Did the Golden Tiger King not claim that the tribe's shaman is adept at caring for the cub? Then let him take full advantage of that expertise. At last, a smile graces the shaman's face. The Holy Lady possesses remarkable discernment. My king. The Golden Tiger King nods to the Holy Lady and follows Pinger and Jeaner to another chamber. In the midst of winter, by the side of Suihan, there are King Injiao and the revered Lady Shengzi. Yet here, the only companions for the little one are the shaman and her apprentice. Once he ensures the little one's comfort, he will return to attend to Suihan. King Injiao chuckled coldly, casting a steely gaze at the similarly grim-faced King Shuai. You stay here to keep company with Han Bao. I will go out to confront him. From this moment forth, he shall not allow King Jinha to see Suihan again. King Shuai nodded, his clenched fist relaxing slightly. At this moment, he yearned to go out and strike King Jinha. But the situation regarding Suihan did not permit any further chaos. In her current state, Suihan was unable to move. They could only tidy up her bed and change her into a fresh set of clothes. The Holy Lady had prepared nourishing soup in advance. Yet Suihan turned her head away, refusing to drink. The Holy Lady sighed and departed, leaving only the Snow Radiance King in the room. He sat by the bedside, grasped Suihan's chin with his hand, and compelled her to open her mouth, forcing the last remnants of the stone marrow milk into her. The chill of winter pierces the heart, yet constrained by the grip of fate, one is compelled to swallow the bitterness. Henceforth, if you refrain from a meal, so shall I. If you endure a day of fasting, I shall accompany you in this trial." In the frigid winter, she parted her lips, yet no words escaped. She could only turn her head away, remaining silent. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. As the cold of winter set in, Suihan turned his head to witness Xue Wang delivering a resounding slap to his own face, leaving one side swollen severely. "Launcher, do not move. If you tear open your wound, I shall inflict a similar cut upon myself." Xue Wang interrupted Suihan's struggle. In the depths of winter, tears brimmed in her eyes as she shook her head helplessly. She found herself entirely ensnared by the Snow-White King. When the Silver Serpent King inquired whether I feared further emotional wounds, I confessed that I was more concerned about the weight of your emotional burdens. However, I now find myself regretting those words. To hell with those emotional entanglements. It is my fault, Suihan cried out. The confidence of a female is derived from her beastly partner, and the very notion that one feels unworthy of being capricious only underscores my own inadequacies, which have led you to make choices you despise. No, it is all my fault. Simultaneously, the Silver Serpent King, stained with blood, sat nonchalantly outside the door. When the Golden Tiger King returned after settling the cubs, he found the Silver Serpent King lounging there, a blade of grass clenched in his mouth. "Suihan, is the bleeding stopped?" "Yes, it's nothing, just that I was driven out." The Silver Serpent King tilted his head to glance at him, then resumed his silence against the door. "Suihan, it's me." The Golden Tiger King knocked on the door. "Get lost," came a sharp retort. The Golden Tiger King's expression shifted. The Silver Serpent King, still chewing on the grass, shot him a glance. "Snow-White King, you have no right to force Suihan to avoid me. Get lost. Take your cubs and return to your Golden Tiger tribe. It is I who no longer wish for you. You should leave." In the confines of the dwelling, Suihan's voice resounded, causing Jinhu Wang's expression to shift dramatically. "Suihan, I acknowledge my negligence in focusing solely on the cubs, yet with so many young ones here and only the shaman present. Do you not wish for the offspring you painstakingly bore to be well cared for? I told you to leave." Jinhu Wang's frustration escalated. "The cubs are crying." The shaman of the Jinhu tribe rushed over. "What? They were fine just a moment ago," Jinhu Wang exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he followed the shaman. "Huh." Jiao Wang felt like a mere jest. "Go rest. You have expended considerable wood energy. Do not act recklessly." Snowy Wang's voice echoed from within the dwelling. Jiao Wang shook his head in silent dissent. "Perhaps it is best to retire for the night. A new day awaits us tomorrow." What could have possessed Jinhu Wang? Before departing, he had taken hold of Jiao Wang and delivered a beating. Jiao Wang, equally enraged, had engaged in a fierce scuffle with him. "She no longer desires me." Jinhu Wang lay despondently on the beach, his eyes heavy with sorrow. "You brought this upon yourself." Jiao Wang touched the corner of his mouth, which was stained with blood, and felt a loosened fang. Had Jinhu Wang truly regarded him as a sworn enemy? "I merely stepped away temporarily. You cannot presume to surpass me. Curse it, you foolish oaf. Do you truly believe I covet your position as the second beast husband? Are you reveling in the fact that you monopolized Suihan for 2 months? Do not deny it. I have seen you grinning with delight, taking great pride in it. Haven't I?" Jinhu Wang fell silent. "In those 2 months, your thoughts were consumed solely by the cubs and the tribe. How ineffectual must the young clan leader and elders of the Jinhu tribe be to occupy you so thoroughly?" Suihan's demeanor had been amiss since her heat. "And you failed to notice. Admit it, Jinhu Wang. The cubs are more important to you, and the Jinhu tribe holds greater significance than she does." Jiao Wang dismissed Jinhu Wang's machinations against Snowy Wang, for in that moment, he had no desire to choose sides. Even if he were to choose, he would stand with Suihan. No, she is of great importance too. Indeed. Thus, after expending considerable effort and enduring a beating, he received a mere acknowledgement in return. How delightful! What a state of idleness must he have reached to concern himself with Jinhu Wang. Even for Suihan's possession of the king beast's skill, it hardly seemed worthwhile. She is indeed important. More than the cubs. Enough. Do not provoke me further. Jiao Wang pressed his temples in frustration. "Will you squander the last remnants of our goodwill?" Jinhu Wang wiped his face and said, "Her wound? No? You already have 2 cubs. Why do you still linger on her pregnancy?" Jiao Wang's anger flared anew. "Come, I swear I will either defeat you or render you incapacitated." He rolled up his sleeves. "I do not." Jinhu Wang protested. "It is not that I dwell upon her pregnancy. She has always been delicate, fearful of pain, and fond of beauty. I wonder when that scar will heal. Since you understand her fear of pain, have you not considered the agony she must have endured while bearing the cubs? When she gave birth to the merfolk offspring, we were not permitted in the room. Yet you have forgotten her cries of suffering? Who was it that swore to exact vengeance upon the merfolk king if they were to see him again? Yet now, when it concerns you, you only recall her fears after the fact. Jinhu Wang chuckled bitterly, self-pity washing over him. He was indeed a pitiable and tragic figure. In the bitter cold of winter, when she bore her young, she did not utter a sound despite the pain. At most, she bit down on the animal hide or her own flesh. He, in a moment of folly, had even urged her to bite his arm. Imagining the honor of being bitten by her in such a moment, he had even entertained the notion of boasting about it for a lifetime. He believed that she had finally matured, becoming a worthy female. The Golden Tiger King struck himself across the face, startling the Silver Serpent King. Have you lost your mind? Indeed. How could he commit such acts unless he had? Was the Golden Tiger tribe so occupied that he had to handle everything personally? Did she truly require him to bring a shaman from the Golden Tiger tribe? While it was said that the shamans from his tribe knew better how to care for the young, was it not also a sign of distrust toward the King of Snow Light? If she truly unburdened her heart, the first offspring she would bear would surely be that of the King of Snow Light. It was not that he was blind to the truth. Rather, he was unwilling to see it. He must care for her. The Golden Tiger King departed with heavy footsteps. Is he gone? No. What do you call this? Regardless of its nature, if she is harmed, he shall not find peace. The Silver Serpent King nodded. Do you think I was too lenient just now? I should have scolded him fiercely, and then let him return, remorseful, to entangle her heart further? The King of Snow Light regarded him coldly. The Silver Serpent King felt a chill run down his spine and quickly added, that won't do. While she recuperates. If we cannot find the King of the Merfolk along the East Coast, let us further evaluate those two reserves and prepare to finalize our plans. Would she accept this? The Silver Serpent King felt anxious. If I cannot be her mate, I can at least be her subordinate. Would you truly resent having capable beastmen at your command? The King of Snow Light looked at him as if questioning his intelligence. The Silver Serpent King smacked his forehead, bewildered by the Golden Tiger King's fury. After being driven away by her, he could hardly believe they had reached such a point of estrangement. Upon returning to the tribe, he intended to wait until the young transformed before seeking a proper discussion with her. Yet, upon learning that the young had finally transformed successfully, he discovered that she had become a fool. Not long after his departure, one day, a maid found her, seemingly devoid of her soul. The shaman of the Snowy Wolf tribe declared she had lost her spirit. Her eating and drinking were manageable. But even walking required reminders to lift her feet lest she trip, and she needed to be told to sleep before she would close her eyes. Impossible. She must be deceiving me. When she was pregnant, she feigned nausea to convince me to take her back to the Snowy Wolf tribe. And now she attempts to feign this loss of spirit to prevent my return to her. The Golden Tiger King abandoned his most cherished offspring and soared toward the territory of the Snowy Wolves. Suihan, the snow lotus has bloomed. Do you not smell its fragrance? The Silver Serpent King held a handful of snow lotus flowers before her, yearning for her to snatch them away as she once did, laughing as she proclaimed. Dried snow lotus ground into powder can soften the skin, and fresh flowers can be stewed into soup to brighten the complexion. Yet now, Suihan did not even glance down. Her eyes seemed veiled, and even when gazing in a direction, they reflected nothing. A commotion arose from afar. The Silver Serpent King's blood-red pupils swept across the scene. What is all this noise? If you wish to die, do so far away. He barked. In the current domain of the King of Snow Light, the Silver Serpent King stood as the second in command, his authority only surpassed by the king himself. The Silver Serpent King confronted the Golden Tiger King, who was determined to intrude upon the territory of the Snowy Wolves. A young and powerful member of the Snowy Wolves stumbled in, injured. The Silver Serpent King looked at the fallen warrior, knowing that before the king, they were inconsequential, yet he could not suppress his ire. Useless creature. The Snowy Wolf warrior suppressed a retort, feeling aggrieved yet unable to voice it. Despite being one of the tribe's strongest, he had been labeled worthless by the Silver Serpent King. Silver Serpent King, I am still Suihan's mate. By what right do you prevent me from seeing her? The Golden Tiger King stormed in, filled with fury. Let him see. Let him see her as he pleases. To the point of death, let him see. The Silver Serpent King coldly regarded the Golden Tiger King. After you see her, ask yourself if you still have the face to show yourself here. The Golden Tiger King suddenly felt a wave of trepidation as he neared home. Suihan remained in her previous posture, the snow lotus flower resting in her hands, unmoving. The wind blew, threatening to dislodge the delicate bloom. The Silver Crawler King approached, seized it, and violently hurled it to the ground, continuing to stomp on it in a fit of rage. The Golden Tiger King opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He extended his hand, only to realize it trembled uncontrollably. Suihan, it is I, the Golden Tiger King. If you are angry with me, rise and strike me, curse me, but do not allow yourself to become like this. As the cold of winter blinked, the Silver Dragon King stared in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the reaction of the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King, having noticed this, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes and reached out to clasp the hand of the Winter Cold. Winter Cold, you are no longer angry with me, are you? He exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. In the chill of winter, Suihan moved her lips and immediately expelled the contents of her stomach. The Golden Tiger King, anxious to embrace her, was met with another bout of her vomiting, this time splattering onto him. Do you wish for her demise? The Silver Serpent King interjected, pushing the Golden Tiger King aside. Suihan, do you still feel the urge to vomit? If not, shall we partake in some water? He refrained from embracing her, instead cautiously extending his hand to grasp a single finger of hers. The cold of winter remained unmoved, yet it did not expel any further breath. King Yin Jiao was acutely aware of this, and he lifted the cold body, intending to depart, only to be halted by King Jin who grasped his garment. Suihan, the winter chill has once again taken its toll. Perhaps due to having retched twice earlier, there was little left to expel this time. Merely some sour gastric fluid. It splattered onto the garments of the Silver Dragon King, and a few droplets marred Suihan's attire as well. Cease your speech. Every word you utter prompts her to vomit. Are you seeking her demise? The Golden Tiger King stared blankly at Suihan. Has his mere presence become so loathsome to her that even the sound of his voice induces her to retch? Return to your cubs and do not come back. A member of the Snow Wolf clan, lurking in the distance, muttered to himself, why not utter something of substance? This has become a mantra of the Silver Dragon King, repeating it several times a day. The only ones who have managed to escape his incessant drivel are Lady Shuehui and the shaman. The Golden Tiger King, in a daze, returned to his clan's territory. A female member was assigned to care for the cubs, and Huzhangsang approached him to discuss their condition. Huda was steady, while Huer displayed a mischievous spirit. Both were robustly hungry little ones. Huda and Huer, on a fur blanket, the two cubs, having shed their animal forms, slept soundly on their backs. Huzhangsang had even fashioned small belly bands for them from soft silk. Though her embroidery skills were lacking, she exchanged points for a cartoon tiger pattern provided by the system, enlisting the best female artisans of the clan to create several sets for them to wear interchangeably. The cub's skin was snow white, and the bright red belly bands around their necks made them all the more adorable. Yet, why could a female with no blood relation care for them so tenderly, while their biological mother displayed not a shred of maternal affection? Huzhangsang playfully stuck out her little tongue and remarked, you haven't named the cubs yet, and the elders haven't given them nicknames either. I can't keep calling them cubs as it's too vague, so I took the liberty of naming them Huda and Huer. I hope you won't be displeased. My mother says that trivial names are easy to nurture. However, once you return, they will soon have formal names, and I will cease calling them Huda and Huer. Blabbering on, she added, if Lady Suihan is dissatisfied, I shall refrain from caring for the cubs, though I shall miss them dearly. The Golden Tiger King smiled bitterly. She would not be displeased. In fact, she would likely wish for both father and son to vanish entirely. The significance of Suihan weighed heavily upon him. Yet the tribe represented his roots, and the cubs were his long-cherished hope. He found himself unable to relinquish either, but Suihan compelled him to make a choice. Now, it seems she has made the choice for him. The cubs have taken a liking to you. They were not particularly close to females before. You must have invested considerable effort. The Golden Tiger King remarked. Oh, it was nothing. I merely prepared some suitable supplementary food for the cubs and played with them a bit more. The cubs require nurturing, love, and companionship. My previous experience caring for my younger siblings made me a suitable candidate to look after them. Of course, I have grown fond of Tiger Da and Tiger Air. If the king agrees, I shall return tomorrow, the young female replied, her bright eyes fixed intently on the Golden Tiger King. Her youthful beauty reflecting a tenderness towards the cubs, even as her gaze remained attentive to their well-being. This was the very essence of the female he was familiar with. You may return to care for the cubs tomorrow, and from now on, Tiger Da and Tiger Air will have you to look after them. Is that true? Wonderful. I shall also bring some delicacies for the king tomorrow. Tiger Zhengzheng bid farewell with a playful smile. System, what is the Golden Tiger King's affection level? 60. Host. Keep up the good work. You will soon reach 100. Tiger Zhengzheng licked her lips. She was a time traveler, endowed with a maternal system. In this beastly realm, there had once been another tasker, the queen, who bore a childbearing system. She reappeared after a long absence of over a decade, only to engage in infrastructure development. However, upon understanding the survival rules of the beast realm, Tiger Xingzheng harbored some dissatisfaction with the maternal system. While earning affection points for rewards was certainly appealing, why could she not directly win the heart of the Golden Tiger King? What a splendid male he was, a rare royal beast. Should she manage to win him over? How extraordinary would that be? Broad shoulders, a slim waist, striking features, and a physique that exuded unparalleled combat prowess. Host, please remember, your primary task is to nurture the cubs. Do not overly focus on unrelated male beasts. How can that be inconsequential? In a family, paternal love is equally important. The cubs require not only maternal affection, but also paternal care. If their parents share a loving bond, it fosters a more intimate family atmosphere, conducive to the cubs' growth. Your reasoning holds merit. However, the Golden Tiger King has already marked a female, which complicates matters. He is the biological father of the two cubs. Isn't that precisely what makes it suitable? Yet the host lacks a gestational pouch, thus cannot bear her own cubs, and he seems to prioritize the cubs highly. Who is truly eager to give birth? Moreover, pregnancy and childbirth are arduous. Why would I impose such suffering upon myself? Are there not other males? A loving male, a prestigious status, and obedient, promising cubs, aren't these the aspirations of all females? System, what dangerous thoughts are you entertaining? You are the maternal system. If I were to have my own cubs, would that not diminish my attention towards Tiger Da and Tiger Air? Besides, my utmost priority is to care for the cubs. Nothing is more important than them. Moreover, when I was chosen to reside in the royal beast palace, Lady Suihan had yet to bear cubs. I believe the elders intended for me to become the Golden Tiger King's female and bear him cubs. Now that he has Lady Suihan's cubs, and I have been selected to care for them, is this not a destined connection? Having spent years in sales, she was adept at discerning the sentiments of customers. And this Navi's system was no exception. The Golden Tiger King seemed to hold a fondness for his female, even abandoning his cherished cubs to seek her out. What must the host do to capture his affections? The system was quickly swayed, even beginning to assist Tiger Xingzheng in devising strategies. It is said that the scent of a female in her first estrus is the most potent aphrodisiac for males. If I request to reside in the royal beast palace during such times, I can isolate myself from the other young males of the tribe while also positioning myself favorably to win the Golden Tiger King's heart. After all, it is all in the name of fulfilling my task. Tiger Xingzheng endeavored to persuade both the system and herself. She still possessed a modicum of shame, though not much. Moreover, it appeared that significant issues existed between the Golden Tiger King and Lady Suihan, or else he would not have neglected to bring her back twice. And his demeanor grew increasingly grim. Let us give it a try. I will also assist you in refreshing to see if there are any useful supplies available. After all, it was all for points. If the host purchased more items from the system shop, it would yield double points. What was there to lose? Tiger Xingzheng sighed with relief internally, forgiving herself for abandoning her beliefs. She had been thoroughly frightened by the chaotic state of her original self during her sister's estrus period. In her understanding, the union of yin and yang was beautiful. It should not become a capital for competition and pride among males. She could not comprehend how her sister had been taken to bed by a young male beast of the Golden Tiger tribe while in the same room. Several males squabbled over who would be second or third. She could not allow herself to descend to such depths. Even if her sister and parents were satisfied with the beast she had been marked by, if a choice had to be made, she would select the strongest of the tribe. Only in this way could she ensure the quality of her future mate if she were ultimately assimilated. Take her out for a stroll. The Silver Flood Dragon King had allowed the Golden Tiger King to provoke Suihan, who no longer seemed soulless as before. Yet she still appeared somewhat dazed. The queen personally came to check on her. After much discussion, she suggested that the Snow Radiance King take Suihan around to explore. Walking and seeing the world will allow the customs of the Beast Realm to enlighten her. The Beast Realm is vast. She should not confine herself to the setbacks brought by one or two males, lest she bring sorrow to those who have invested care in her. Thus, the Snow Radiance King set aside all else and, along with the Silver Flood Dragon King, began to wander the continent with Suihan. This time, they traveled light. Just the three of them, and Suihan experienced the life once lived by the Silver Flood Dragon King. She had encountered wild boars in heat during spring, having to hide in trees to escape, faced the rainy season without a cave to shelter in, getting drenched while clinging to high branches. Tried to gather autumn fruits only to find the fruit spoiled due to negligence, and endured the bitter cold of winter, striking frozen meat buried beneath thick ice merely to fill her stomach. A year later, they arrived at the eastern coast, home to the most beautiful merfolk. The western coast was littered with stones and reefs, making it impossible to walk barefoot on the beach despite the bounty of fish during low tide. In contrast, the eastern coast boasted fine sand that sparkled like gold under the sun, where Suihan joyfully laughed as she ran along the beach, chased by the waves. The corners of the Snow Radiance King's mouth curved upward. He beckoned the Silver Flood Dragon King to bring Suihan back, for they had important guests today. Rumor had it that the Snow Radiance King was seeking rare medicinal herbs, though whether the ones in his possession would meet his desires remained uncertain. From afar, the guests approached, garbed in resplendent dragon silk robes, their deep purple wavy hair cascading like seaweed, and their deep blue eyes nearly black, as if they contained the entire cosmos within them. Goodness! A beauty. An exquisite beauty. The Silver Dragon King was utterly mesmerized. He had previously thought that the Merman King was the most exquisite male he had ever encountered. Of course, this sentiment was devoid of any ambiguity, as the Merman race was inherently more beautiful than the typical beast men, with their beauty intensifying with rank. However, in stark contrast to the Merman King's brooding severity, this particular Merman royal was tall and majestic, with profound eyes and an aura that was both distant and enigmatic, akin to a divine being, compelling one to draw nearer. In an instant, the heart and mind of King Shuehui were captivated by his presence. Only Suihan, with his clear yet seemingly unfocused gaze, fixed his eyes upon him. Poor little female, he mused, as he gently pressed a finger to Suihan's forehead, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that vanished into his brow, after which a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. As the winter chill set in, an unexpected clarity brought forth a moment of discomfort. "Are you single? Have you marked a female?" The Silver Flood King inquired with a serious tone. Why must there be so many conditions when trading with the Snow Radiance King? The beauty chuckled softly, captivating with her unparalleled charm. He must be out of his mind. The Snow Radiance King retorted nonchalantly, dismissing the Silver Flood King with a kick. What do we call this king beast of the merfolk? The leader of the Blue Sea clan along the eastern coast, also a king beast of the merfolk, introduced himself as the Blue Sea King. Your Excellency Blue Sea King, may I ask what you have to offer for trade? I am unaware of the type of beast essence you require for your medicinal concoctions, but I have some for you to examine. As a member of the Sea Tribe, the Blue Sea King naturally presented high-grade beast essences derived from sea creatures. The Silver Flood King and the Snow Radiance King scrutinized the offerings. As they were not well acquainted with sea beasts, the Blue Sea King patiently allowed them to inspect. Suddenly, a small paw stealthily grabbed a beast essence from the corner of the table, and the little creature attempted to sneak it into her mouth. The delightful sweetness melted in her mouth, seemingly bringing her joy, her bright eyes sparkling with beauty. The Blue Sea King found it amusing and flicked his finger to present her with another essence. The little head, hidden beneath a hat, puffed her cheeks and flashed him a sweet smile. How adorable! My heart could melt. The Blue Sea King unexpectedly extended his hand toward the winter chill. The Snow Radiance King was taken aback, only to witness the winter chill reaching out for the Blue Sea King to hold. The Silver Flood King, in a state of panic, grasped the Snow Radiance King's hand, which was promptly swatted away. The Blue Sea King cradled the fragrant, soft little being in his arms, a wave of satisfaction surging within him. He looked down at the winter chill and said, "How about you come play in my territory for a few days? I will give you all these." The Silver Flood King's brow furrowed in disbelief. Despite the winter chill's emotional seclusion, she certainly did not appear to be an underage creature. Was this method of luring children not a bit juvenile? To his astonishment, the winter chill nodded in agreement. A flicker crossed the Snow Radiance King's eyes before he ultimately consented. Are we truly allowing him to take her away just like that? Standing by the shore, the Silver Flood King struggled to comprehend the situation. He thought he had lost his sanity, only to realize that the Snow Radiance King was even more deranged. Your two backups may no longer be of use. Are you implying him? The Silver Flood King pointed toward the sea, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, since the winter chill awoke, she had rejected all males except for those two. The sound of the Golden Tiger King's voice could make her retch. Yet now she seemed quite fond of the newly met Blue Sea King. Undoubtedly, the Blue Sea King exuded an aura of tranquility and warmth that drew anyone near. But it did not overshadow his identity as a king beast of the merfolk. The Blue Sea King appeared far superior to that foolish merfolk king. That scoundrel thought he could hide in the sea and escape their retribution. Now, it was time to send their sea tribe to deal with him. The Silver Flood King suddenly had a realization and clapped his hands in delight. A rare smile flickered in the Snow Radiance King's eyes. No one will have it easy after what happened to the Winter Chill. Unlike the Silver Flood King, who might lash out indiscriminately, he would allow the Golden Tiger King to witness firsthand the transformation of the Winter Chill due to their actions. He wanted the Golden Tiger King to understand that having chosen the Golden Tiger clan and his offspring, he could never be accepted by the Winter Chill again. Regardless of acceptance, this matter was now irrevocably settled. The Silver Flood King suddenly shivered. He would never learn the Snow Radiance King's level of cunning. However, the Snow Radiance King's actions mirrored his own desires. This dull blade cutting into his flesh was indeed excruciating. Was the next step to devise a plan to compel the Golden Tiger King to lift the mark? It had been a year. The restraint he had shown made him feel akin to the sea's tortoise beast. The Silver Flood King gritted his teeth, tasting blood in his mouth. In the chill of winter, a mere female stands defiant. What harm is there in a touch of caprice? One after another, they ascend to their moral high ground, casting judgment upon her, striving to mold her into their image. Would the beastly continent truly face annihilation in her absence, deprived of her ability to bear offspring? How ironic it is that the Golden Tiger King professes his love for her while simultaneously contributing to her transformation into this state. Why must you be so irresistibly adorable? Your charm compels him to desire to consume you entirely, to never part ways. The Azure Sea King gazes upon the enchanting sight of the delicate female, her cheeks stuffed with food as she pouts and chews. While the ocean harbors its share of savage creatures, this dainty and endearing female, having been specifically advised against raw flesh, receives the utmost consideration. The Azure Sea King exhausts every effort to procure a rare delicacy, the spiritual trout, typically available only to pregnant females of his tribe. This fish boasts tender, sweet flesh and abundant nutrition, yet it is guarded by a grotesque sea monster that wields corrosive liquid, a challenge only the strongest dare to confront in order to bring back sustenance for the expectant females. Initially, she declined, disliking raw food. However, after sampling a small bite, she became enamored with its exquisite flavor. There exists another delicacy, fish roe, which, when lightly roasted with fire-based abilities, yields a delightful crispness with each bite. Is it not delectable? As the Winter Chill tilted her chin, the King of the Azure Sea pressed his lips against hers. His agile tongue deftly swept away the morsel of fish from her mouth, revealing its exquisite sweetness. The King of the Azure Sea licked his lips in satisfaction. In the frigid winter, upon hearing the words, he once again held up the fish and meat to feed him. He opened his mouth, took a bite, chewed a few times, and then swallowed. What seems to be lacking? As Suihan gazed at the table, she pondered what might be amiss in her usual way of dining. A light chuckle escaped from Bihai Wang as he embraced Suihan, one hand delicately encircling her slender waist while the other cradled the back of her head. His slightly cool lips brushed against hers, revealing the absence of her unique flavor. As the cold of winter swiftly passed, Suihan, under the watchful gaze of the Sea King, delicately held a piece of fish in his mouth, tilting his head to entice him for a feeding. The Sea King smiled, a mischievous grin spreading across his lips. What a delightful little sprite he is. He leaned down to press his lips against Suihan's. What shall I do? I do not wish to return you to them. The fluffy little head bobbed against his chest. You must see Shuehue. He will ensure your return to him. But does Suihan not wish to spend some time with me? The Sea King took Suihan's hand, gently caressing his face. Does Suihan harbor feelings for me? The Winter's Chill nods in agreement. Do you like me? Is it because of my good looks? The little head nods repeatedly. I shall also provide her with delectable beastly treats and delicious sea fish. Will the Winter's Chill wish for me to remain by your side forever? In the chill of winter, Suihan bowed his head for the first time, expressing gratitude to the beast god for his good looks. Otherwise, the lovely female that he admired would scarcely spare him a glance, would she? The King of the Azure Sea extended his slender fingers and gently tapped Suihan's chest. Would you grant me a place in your heart? I would give you my very life. In the chill of the evening, despite the veil of haze clouding her vision, Suihan discerned a flicker of earnest devotion in the gaze of the King of the Azure Sea. I would give you my very life. With that, the king lowered his lips to hers, and the resplendent fabric of her gown cascaded to the ground. He reverently kissed every inch of her skin, his eyes catching the marks of her 3 beast husbands. 3 beast husbands? Yet, why were only 2 by her side? Moreover, such beautiful eyes should not bear this look. The discomfort of the petite female beneath him jolted the king back to reality as he leaned down, intertwining his fingers with hers. Whoever has harmed you shall not escape my wrath. The exquisitely crafted bed, fashioned from solid coral, cradled the delicate female, who was draped in a sheer garment barely clinging to her shoulders, her slender arms wrapped around the king's neck. Overwhelmed by the weight of affection, Suihan surrendered to the embrace, collapsing against the king. He pressed a gentle kiss to her damp forehead, allowing her to recline on the cloud-like softness of the pillow, his body inclining toward her. A subtle, crisp fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating like the finest wine. How enviable it was that those beasts enjoyed such sumptuous lives. The king of the azure sea placed a kiss upon the mermaid mark adorning Suihan's chest. The feeble female seemed unable to endure any further affection. Yet the pang of jealousy surged within him, igniting a desire to act. Most sea dwellers possessed water or lightning abilities, with the occasional half-reed of wood or earth. The king himself wielded water powers and often compressed seawater when in a foul mood. He carried water orbs with him, allowing the merfolk to traverse land like terrestrial creatures, though each orb only sustained them for 3 to 5 days. However, today, with a snap of his fingers, instead of a water orb, a blazing flame materialized. To his astonishment, the fireball swept through his hair before soaring away. The acrid scent of singed hair reached his nostrils. His precious locks had been scorched. The merfolk were known for their beauty, and the king cherished his hair dearly. He swiftly extinguished the flame with a torrent of water, gazing down at the slumbering Suihan. He wore a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, at the shoreline, the kings of Snowlight and Silver Serpent convened. Shall we not intervene? It had been far too long, and he could scarcely recall when Suihan last bore her signature fragrance, although he and the king of Snowlight had refrained from intimate encounters during this time. And Suihan had not experienced a heat cycle in nearly a year. Anxiety gnawed at him, fearing she might face further complications. No need, the king of Snowlight replied. Inhaling the faint, icy aroma. What we desire is for Suihan to lead a joyous life. The initial misstep that led her to this state weighs heavily on my mind. I have considered your perspective. It is not without merit. To protect her, since we 2 kings cannot achieve it alone, seeking a more suitable beast husband is imperative. The king of the azure sea possesses the ability to halt time, an ideal match for Suihan. Furthermore, he can live on land like a terrestrial beast while still reigning as the sovereign of the sea. There is no more fitting beast husband. The king of Silver Serpent nodded in agreement. The king of the azure sea's willingness to forego restrictions, allowing Suihan's essence to radiate freely, signified his confidence in warding off any formidable rivals. Alas, that fellow appears domineering and difficult to approach. Am I to be subjected to further demands on my time with Suihan? The king of Snowlight frowned at his jest, regardless of the king of the azure sea's arrogance. His position as the primary beast husband was not merely ornamental. What? Do you not wish for a third? Or do you desire to claim half for yourself, leaving the remainder for the king of azure sea and me? The king of Silver Serpent chuckled. My strength is the weakest. I fear being overshadowed by the king of azure sea. No matter how powerful he becomes, I shall not allow him to eclipse me. The merfolk king and the golden tiger king had already twice slipped from his grasp, inflicting indelible harm upon Suihan. The king of Snowlight would not permit a third misstep. His hands itched with anticipation. And you? Likewise. Shall we proceed? Without a span of 3 to 5 days, the king of the azure sea would surely hesitate to part with Suihan. Simply biding our time is not a solution. The king of Snowlight nodded, placing a hand on the shoulder of the king of Silver Serpent, and with a swift motion, they vanished from sight. Will you demand that I bear offspring? Despite her gaze being clouded as if through a veil, Suihan steadfastly looked toward the king of the azure sea. Offspring, is not your presence sufficient? He kissed her, pulling her closer, and in the ebb and flow of the water, he envisioned their souls entwined. Why would you desire offspring? Is my affection not enough? Such beings are burdensome. I do not favor them. But they say that females must bear offspring. Otherwise, they are deemed inadequate. In the depths of winter, one bows their head to caress their own abdomen. Which fool? The Silver Serpent King? I shall surely deal with him when time permits. The Azure Sea King is, of course, already aware of the identity, yet deliberately teases her. It is not by Zong. The cold of winter urged with urgency. It is not by Zong. Bai Zong is wonderful. Shuihui is good. No, Shuihui is the best. Bai Zong? Bai Hai Wang furrowed his brow. He is a wandering beast, nameless. Bai Zong is the name I bestowed upon him. The explanation of the cold of winter. Does Shuihui Wang have a name that belongs solely to you? Shuihui was born in the spring, hence he is also referred to as Launcher. The king of the blue sea stroked his chin. How should I be named? Born in the frigid season? The merfolk's traditions do not adhere to naming conventions based on the seasons. The cold season can be referred to as yuanying or yuanqiu. Alternatively, one might choose from 10 dragons gathering in October, 11 dragons submerging, or 12 stars returning. Let us select star returning then. He was somewhat reluctant to be categorized in the same manner as Xue Hui Wang and the others. Blue Sea Clan's secret. The king of the Blue Sea is the sole female merfolk to be conceived at the beginning of the year and born at its end, ranking as a level 6 offspring. However, his mother was the highest-ranking female in reproductive value within the tribe, and he was also the first male to ascend to the rank of king beast while still in his youth. Moreover, despite his profound and storied demeanor, he is actually slightly younger than Suihan, making him a younger brother. Thus, the notion of presenting one persona in public while embodying another in private aptly applies to him. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. What about me? Am I not good enough? The king of the Blue Sea feigned anger. Star returning is fine. Suihan paused momentarily, her thoughts momentarily tangled. She embraced his neck, her forehead brushing against his. So, who is better, me or Xue Wang? Suihan hesitated for a moment. Xue. Oh, how it wounds my heart. I must punish this little rascal who has caused me such sorrow. The king of the Azure Sea feigned anger, pinning Suihan beneath him, initiating a new wave of passion. In the midst of winter, it felt as if she were suspended above the ocean waves, a colossal fishtail cradling her, gently swirling. Her fragrance intensified. The Silver Flood Dragon King, having just vented a year's worth of frustration by teaming up to thrash the Golden Tiger King, suddenly transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. The Snow Radiance King cast a sidelong glance at him. Is this all the composure you possess? Brother, my dear brother. In the past, I could endure her fragrance, but this chilling aroma is unbearable. Let us not dwell on the past. I suspect that she has evolved, and her essence must now be of this nature. The Silver Flood Dragon King rubbed his nose. Good heavens! Is this not a recipe for driving a horde of males into madness at any moment? Have you not noticed? The Snow Radiance King interjected. There is not a single formidable figure upon the beach. The Silver Flood Dragon King's thoughts faltered. If you claim that her fragrance is now controllable, I would believe you. But only they can perceive it. What an extraordinary scent this is. Suddenly, something emerged from the sea, startling him. What on earth is that? He exclaimed, leaping up. The Azure Sea King bore an ominous expression. Yet the Snow Radiance King, in a calm tone, proposed, would you be interested in a discussion? It had been a long time since the Snow Radiance King had spoken so lightly and nonchalantly. What could have prompted such a change? A flame flickered at the tip of the Azure Sea King's finger. He had nearly gone mad from wielding such a fire-based ability. He was of the Sea Clan, yet he possessed a fire affinity. His lack of experience had led to singeing an Elder's beard and igniting another Elder's hair. Had it not been for the shock of awakening a second ability, the Elder with only a few remaining strands of hair would surely have retaliated against him. The Snow Radiance King remained silent, raising his arm to reveal arcs of purple lightning emanating from his palm. The Azure Sea King frowned. Lightning? But the Snow Radiance King is clearly of the ice affinity as his second ability. The Silver Flood Dragon King chuckled and vanished, reappearing from the Azure Sea King's left to his right. As you can see, Suihan possesses 5 tails, renowned for her fire affinity. However, she also wields earth and lightning abilities, along with the skill of concealment. Upon marking her successfully, we shall inherit one of her abilities. Do not envy me. I merely stumbled upon her skill of concealment due to a redundancy with her remaining abilities during the marking. The Azure Sea King frowned once more. According to your statement, Suihan has 3 abilities and 1 skill, lightning, concealment, and my fire affinity. However, before the Silver Flood Dragon King, there was the Golden Tiger King, and before me, the Mermaid King. What did they each acquire? Is there not a possibility that there are 2 redundancies among them? The Silver Flood Dragon King's expression soured. He wished to avoid mentioning the Golden Tiger King. The Snow Radiance King poured 2 cups of tea and gestured for them to sit and converse. The Golden Tiger King possesses earth abilities. As for the Mermaid King, he does not have any, for prior to Suihan, he had marked 3 females. Only the male who marks a female for the first time is granted such a privilege. This is a unique benefit reserved for the virtuous males. The Silver Flood Dragon King attempted to pat the Azure Sea King on the shoulder, only to be subdued by a glance. Furthermore, Suihan will also receive our Beast King skills, excluding the Mermaid King. I have come to realize that the Mermaid King regards Suihan merely as a vessel for bearing offspring, with no benefits to himself. The Silver Flood Dragon King expressed his discontent. Is that truly the case? The Snow Radiance King lowered his gaze. When the Mermaid King presented the stone milk, Had he administered it entirely during her pregnancy, the offspring would have been a naturally born beast king. Yet, he provided her with less than half. As long as her nourishment was sufficient, he did not concern himself with whether the offspring would possess innate talent. However, after Suihan conceived the Golden Tiger King's offspring, she reacted so severely that she could not consume the stone milk, depleting it entirely. Although she did not acquire the Beast King skill, Suihan nonetheless gained the ability to breathe and swim freely in the ocean. Even if she could not transform her legs into a tail, the Silver Flood Dragon King clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. That old rascal constantly wears a face that suggests Suihan has wronged him. Were it not for the inopportune timing to strike, I would sincerely relish the opportunity to teach him a lesson. He was not lamenting his own grievances. The Mermaid King possessed his own pride, and he was entirely concerned for his offspring. What? Is Suihan expected to bear naturally born Beast King offspring to satisfy him? The Mermaid King's offspring was indeed born of Suihan. The Mermaid King of the West Coast had produced a 7th-level offspring, astonishing the Sea Clan, who secretly inquired about the identity of the exceptional female. The Azure Sea King had also entertained such thoughts, not for himself, but for the benefit of the other formidable males in his tribe, who sought to procreate with superior females. Do you also desire offspring? Let me clarify. We do not produce offspring, no matter who it is. The Silver Flood Dragon King glared at him, flames nearly erupting from his nostrils. When the Mermaid King forcibly marked Suihan and utilized the merfolk's innate abilities to bewitch her into conceiving, I informed him that if he wished for the offspring to be born, he must lift the mark and refrain from disturbing Suihan. Once the offspring was born, we returned the child and severed all ties with the Mermaid King. However, as a male, it is imperative to seek justice for one's female, especially if the Mermaid King chooses to remain hidden beneath the waves. Even the Snow Radiance King, despite his formidable powers, would be unable to confront him. The Snow Radiance King smiled faintly. As for the Golden Tiger King, he is utterly confused, unable to grasp Suihan's true intentions. This is a consequence of my habitual negligence, allowing him to believe that his status as the Beast King of the Golden Tiger tribe is absolute. As he spoke with vehemence, he crushed the teacup in his hand. Yet he maintained an air of tranquility as he wiped his hands with a cloth. The Silver Flood Dragon King had repeatedly discussed Suihan's aversion to offspring, and I had forbidden them from deceiving her. I had not anticipated that her emotional turmoil was so profound that she would choose to sever ties with the Golden Tiger King through the offspring and consequently retreat into herself. Had it not been for the Queen's revelation that, despite her self-imposed isolation, Suihan could still perceive the world outside, I would have thought her lost forever. With more love and companionship, she would awaken again. The Snow Radiance King even began to contemplate a mutual destruction with the Golden Tiger King. To violate a female's will in the pursuit of offspring is a transgression that no male should commit, whether for the sake of the tribe or the offspring. A male who cannot find balance between these two and his female is simply lacking in capability. The Sea King, feeling inexplicably irritable, harbored an impulse to strike the Golden Tiger King, despite the fact that the matter at hand was of no concern to him, to exacerbate his annoyance. This individual had brought the shaman of the Golden Tiger tribe to the territory of the Snowy Wolf clan. This was all because Suihan was reluctant to bear offspring in the Golden Tiger tribe, and the shaman incessantly criticized Suihan under the pretext of caring for the cubs. When I conveyed my grievances to the Golden Tiger King, he had the audacity to claim that the shaman had assisted many females of the Golden Tiger tribe during childbirth and was thus highly experienced. It was as if he implied that the shamans of the Snowy Wolf tribe were utterly inept. The Sea King was still seething at the thought. Having successfully obtained his young, he could now focus on safeguarding his tribe and progeny. What concerned me was whether he would publicly reveal Suihan's uniqueness. The Sea King expressed his worries, insisting that wouldn't happen. Moreover, we had our own trump card. His two young were the perfect leverage. The Snowy Radiance King had once adhered to the customs of the beast world, showing indifference towards the cubs, yet dutifully caring for them. However, after a series of incidents, if provoked, he might not hesitate to take action against the cubs. The Silver Flood King nodded in agreement. Indeed, I had no fondness for that troublesome species, the Sea King remarked, out of a chief's sense of responsibility towards the tribe. He could look after the young, but it didn't imply he had any affection for them. The Sea King once believed he would be the most irresponsible beast king in the beast realm, disliking cubs and unwilling to mark females for reproduction to continue the lineage. Thankfully, the tribe leaders were always the strongest, so he had no fear of causing the tribe's downfall. I heard that the snowy radiance king's beast skill is to tear space. The Sea King ordered, deeming it inconsequential. Suihan would likely awaken in about 2 hours. It wouldn't take long to deal with the Fish King, but the round trip would at least require 4 or 5 days. Thus, he needed assistance to return before Suihan awoke. How fortunate. Hey, are we finally going to give that old scoundrel the Fish King a good thrashing? The Silver Flood King was filled with excitement. To conserve energy, why not have the Silver Flood King stay behind? A glint of cunning flashed in the Sea King's deep gaze. TCH. The Silver Flood King flopped onto the sandy beach, rolling like granules of sand in the wind. With a resounding crash, the Fish King barely had time to shield his young before the Sea King charged in. Sea King. Our two tribes have always been free of grievances. Are you attempting to incite war between us? The Sea King remained silent, fixated on the young in the Fish King's arms, pristine and devoid of any resemblance to Suihan. This little female had indeed severed the bloodline power, a trait he found appealing. There was no need to invoke tribal matters. I am here simply to fight you. What? Must a duel between beast kings be sanctioned by the tribes? Are you still suckling like the cub in your arms? A presumptuous child. The Fish King, having lived for over a century, would hardly regard the newly ascended Sea King, who had lived less than 20 years, as a threat. The Sea King smirked. The Fish King wielded lightning powers, his beast skill capable of overwhelming onslaughts, making him seemingly invincible among sea creatures. Yet when the Sea King ascended to his beast form, no one knew what his skills entailed. It was known that the Sea King possessed water abilities. But how effective could a perfected water ability be against sea beasts? The Fish King was confident of victory and was determined to teach this disrespectful boy a lesson. With towering waves behind him, purple lightning surged like pillars, churning the sea and revealing the underwater reefs, which trembled and began to float into the air. This location was far from the shore, and the Fish King's overwhelming might could only draw upon the underwater rocks. While chaos brewed on one side, the Sea King remained tranquil, arms crossed, gazing lazily upward. Is that all you've got? The Fish King, enraged, pointed a finger at him, summoning colossal waves and a forest of rocks, all aimed at the Sea King. TCH. The Sea King disdainfully snapped his fingers. Stasis. The Fish King, in horror, realized that neither he nor his powers could move. The Sea King's beast skill was indeed the ability to halt time? What a terrifying presence. It even surpassed the snowy Radiance King's skill of tearing space. 10 minutes later, the Sea King departed, thoroughly satisfied, leaving the Fish King dazed and battered. Since becoming a Beast King, this marked the second time he had been thoroughly beaten. The last time was when the snowy Radiance King had frozen the sea surface, leading to a joint attack by the Golden Tiger King and the Silver Flood King. Now, this young Sea King, whom he viewed as inexperienced, had effortlessly dispatched him with a single beast skill. The crucial point was that the Sea King knew precisely how to strike at the heart. He had treated the Fish King like a punching bag, leaving a parting remark that could well have been more merciful than outright killing him. TCH. What fun is there in a Beast King who is all show and no substance? The Fish King gritted his teeth, yet remained immobilized. He longed to eliminate the Sea King, but with time stasis in effect, not only he but the entire tribe was powerless against the Sea King's whim. Why would the Beast God bestow such a beast skill? Was the void of the Black Flood King and the space-tearing ability of the Snowy Radiance King not enough to be considered extraordinary? With a creak, the door swung open, and a pair of delicate jade feet stepped outside. Shielding her eyes from the dazzling sunlight, she lifted her arm against the shimmering sea surface, bathed in the radiant sunlight. Numerous sea creatures danced joyfully, and the salty scent of the sea became pleasantly fragrant. Beside the palace, many coral reefs hosted playful mermaids and their young, engaging in a delightful game of chase. Their spirits were undeniably high. She lifted her skirt and, with a bounce, trod lightly upon the polished floor crafted from unknown shells. The ebb and flow of the water made her skirt shimmer with brilliance. In the chill of winter, she closed her eyes with a smile gracing her lips, twirling and twirling until she found herself enveloped in a cool embrace. Was she truly this joyful? As the cold of winter descends, I gaze up into a pair of profound eyes. Your eyes are truly exquisite. They are not the cerulean blue of other oceanic beings, but rather the deep azure of the abyss. Upon a cursory glance, one might mistake them for black. Is it only the eyes that possess such beauty? Your hair is equally enchanting. It is a shade of deep purple, nearly black, exuding an air of enigmatic nobility. And what else? What more? The cold hands glided over his Adam's apple, shoulders, and finally rested upon his chest, sensing the burgeoning muscles and the rhythmic beating of his heart beneath her palm. Her gaze descended further, revealing a deep blue fish body and a light blue tail, their hues not clashing but rather blending seamlessly, resembling a work of art. Truly exquisite. In the chill of winter, a gentle murmur emerged. The eyes of the Sea King shimmered with delight. "It is all yours," he declared, bending down to embrace the winter chill. "Do you wish to stay a while longer?" Frost and Snow nestled against his chest, shaking her little head. "I long for Snowlight." What a heartless little rascal! The merfolk are notoriously domineering, yet the Sea King did not overlook the deeds of the Snowlight King and the Silver Serpent King. Their unwavering devotion to the winter chill stirred his emotions. Suddenly, an elder of the merfolk clan obstructed his path. It is rare for the merfolk to choose an outsider as a consort for their royal beasts, even when they do select a foreign female. She must reside within the confines of merfolk territory. Silence. The Sea King, wild and imperious, demanded absolute control. Thus the elders merely managed the mundane affairs of the clan in his absence, while the ultimate authority remained firmly in his grasp. The elder wore a face of discontent, but dared not utter another word. "Have I placed you in a difficult position? In the depths of the frigid winter." He spoke softly. "I am the Beast King, and the Beast King shall not be subjected to the dominion of any beast men. He shall solely be the epicenter of tribal power." In the frigid winter, Suihan recalled the Snowfield Wolf clan, under the reverent gaze of Shuehue's subordinates. The other members of the Snowfield Wolf clan, regardless of their internal disdain, maintained an outward show of respect towards her, especially after her union ceremony with Shuehue. She was regarded as the most esteemed figure in the Northern Territories, second only to the revered Holy Lady. However, during her visit to the Golden Tiger tribe, although the union ceremony had yet to take place, she did not yet hold the status of the most esteemed female among them. Yet, the tribal elders accepted her deference with a sense of entitlement, while the females of the tribe freely entered the palace belonging to the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger tribe frequently sent emissaries under the guise of delivering gifts, subtly urging her to hasten the process of bearing offspring. She did not believe that the Golden Tiger King was unaware of these insinuations. But what was she to think? Was Shuehue truly so benevolent as to incite her eagerness to meet him? A diversion from the Sea King brought clarity to Suihan's mind. What purpose did she have in longing for him? His desire was solely for progeny. The clan held greater significance in his heart. They had agreed to part ways indefinitely. And in truth, her feelings were not rooted in genuine concern, but rather in a reluctance to be relegated to an inferior position. Indeed, it seemed she was a rather unseemly female. It had been several days since she last saw Shuehue, and she missed him dearly, along with the silver wirm. In the cold of winter, Suihan nestled affectionately against the neck of the Sea King. With so many beastly husbands who adore her more than their tribes and offspring, why should she dwell on matters that bring her unhappiness? Moreover, why do they refer to one another as Lanshur and Baitsong only in private? In the chill of winter, one contemplates, indeed, is it not sufficient to live comfortably in one's own skin? As the stars align, I yearn to meet Lanshur and Baitsong. I miss them dearly. The King of the Azure Sea nodded in agreement. Oh, how certain females once expressed disdain for cold-blooded beings. Whenever they beheld me, they would retch in disgust. Yet now it appears that her beastly consort is one of our kind, surpassing the warm-blooded species. Observing the return to normalcy in the winter, the Silver Flood Dragon King felt a profound sense of nostalgia. He might soon undergo a transformation, as he felt the shedding of his serpentine skin. Sensing that winter might begin to find him repugnant, the Silver Flood Dragon King could not help but speak out. Disgusted by cold-blooded beings, the King of the Azure Sea turned to winter. Indeed, so cold, damp, and slimy, it is utterly detestable. The Silver Flood Dragon King exclaimed in a mocking tone. I shall slay you. As Suihan pounced forward, the Silver Dragon King did not evade her embrace, welcoming her wholeheartedly. Welcome back, he murmured, planting a gentle kiss atop Suihan's head. In the frigid twilight, with eyes tinged with crimson, this year, the Snow Radiance King relinquished all. And was the Silver Serpent King any different? They both sacrificed so much for her. Then it was discovered that the Silver Serpent King's once diminutive antlers had grown significantly, resembling coral reefs, akin to the antlers of the deer clan, adorned with a soft layer of down. A soft crunch echoed. Suihan gazed at the object before her and took a decisive bite. It was firm, yet bore a slight fuzz. She licked it once more. Was it delicious? The Silver Serpent King only felt a tingling, prickly sensation. Bah, not tasty at all. He cradled her gently, lifting her slightly. His upper body was human, while his lower half resembled that of a serpent. The scales where he had shed his skin glimmered with a metallic sheen. The Silver Serpent King feared that the scales might injure Suihan, yet he also yearned for her closeness. These past few days, he had felt a slight fever, and his mind was plagued with dark, selfish thoughts. Across from him sat the Snow Radiance King and the Azure Sea King, engrossed in a game of chess, a pastime initiated by the esteemed queen. No wonder Suihan is so fond of you. You have quelled my thoughts of overturning and dominating you. Among the beast husbands he had encountered, which one was not tyrannical and dictatorial? It was commonplace for them to oppress other beast husbands and monopolize the females. Yet, the Snow Radiance King had never behaved thus. He too would suppress other beast husbands, but everything revolved around Suihan. The Snow Radiance King raised an eyebrow. Everything is for Suihan. What is wrong with that? You may voice your opinions, but I may not necessarily heed them. Hey, the Azure Sea King was completely devoid of anger. According to the Snow Radiance King's arrangement, each beast husband was allotted 10 days each month, providing ample time to manage tribal affairs. At this moment, he could not help but feel envious of that fellow, unburdened by tribal constraints. The Snow Radiance King also turned his attention. The Silver Serpent King was not idle. On the contrary, he was quite busy. The Lingxiao Pavilion was not merely for show. Your eastern coast is rich in resources, yet the previous exchanges were too scattered. Should we consider allowing the Silver Serpent King to consolidate the acquisitions? You only know of the Lingxiao Pavilion, but you are unaware that he and the esteemed queen have established a trading caravan, traversing the various tribes to exchange goods. And it has already taken shape. Unlike ordinary tribal markets, the caravan can transport goods from the easternmost tribes to the northernmost in a remarkably short time, also allowing for advanced reservations of desired items. The Azure Sea King tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating seriously. A trading caravan? What is that? You have seen the markets between tribes, but a trading caravan offers a wider and more comprehensive selection of goods, even capable of crossing mountains and rivers, enabling tribes from all corners to obtain the products of other tribes. This time, the primary objective is to promote the specialties of the Sea Tribe, not venturing far. Yet it will pass through the Golden Tiger Tribe. The Silver Serpent King cautiously observed Suihan's expression. As the cold of winter lingered, she found herself yearning to venture into the world beyond, yet apprehensive of the troubles her presence might incite. The Sea King would also accompany the merchant caravan, destined for a nearby location, which prompted her to seek your counsel. The Snow Radiance King inquired, "What distinguishes the Golden Tiger Tribe? Is anyone present?" The Sea King deliberately posed the question. "There is no significant difference, perhaps only the addition of 2 young ones of my own. Given the passage of time, the cubs should have long since taken form and become juveniles. However, I have severed their blood ties with my own hands, so even if we were to meet, there would be no stirring of ancestral resonance. Is it forbidden to gaze upon them? Certainly not. They are not rare treasures. Yet one cannot dismiss the fact that they are the offspring of another tribe's royal beast. Then let us embark together. It will be my first true journey into the heart of the land. In the chill of winter, Suihan yearned to rid herself of the mark of the Golden Tiger King as soon as possible. While the Golden Tiger Tribe appeared amiable, they were, without a doubt, the most uncouth of all tribes. After she had expelled the Golden Tiger King, a year passed during which neither the Snow Light King nor the Silver Jiao King had received any offerings from the Golden Tiger Tribe. In any tribe, a male's failure to provide for a female signified a severance of their bond, indicating they would no longer be united. Yet, the Golden Tiger King neither offered gifts nor lifted the mark, treating Suihan as if she were inconsequential. He incessantly critiqued the Snow Light Wolf tribe. But now his words and actions displayed a stark hypocrisy. Sister, as the caravan set forth, Suihan received a delightful surprise from the Silver Jiao King, Tuluo. The 2 sisters embraced affectionately. "How did you come to be here?" Tuluo pouted, then pulled Suihan closer to reveal her chest. "Behold, the black double-headed Jiao." As the atmosphere turned frigid, Suihan's expression shifted dramatically. How dare he? A menacing aura began to pervade the surroundings. No, it was merely a mark. Nothing of that nature occurred, Tuluo hastily clarified. Was it permitted by the Beast King? The cold of winter weighs heavily upon me, casting a shadow over my spirits. It bears the essence of the Beast King yet does not entirely align with his designs. I have received an invitation to a soiree hosted by a noble female. As you are aware, my mother maintains a close association with Her Majesty, the Queen. It is unlikely that anyone, barring those devoid of common sense, would dare provoke me. The event is orchestrated by the White Antelope tribe, whose king previously attempted to usurp your foremost beast husband. only to have his ambitions thwarted by the combined might of King Shuehui and King Jinhuxing, resulting in the decimation of much of his tribe. Recently, the White Deer King in the royal city has ascended in status. He is one of the 3 formidable beast husbands of the former queen. The White Antelope King now finds himself overshadowed by the White Deer King, whose reputation at court has eclipsed his own. Out of discontent, he has turned his attentions towards me. Tu Luo Luo, a 3-tailed entity with wood-based abilities, possesses a fertility rating just below the silver tier's upper echelon. Once she reaches maturity, her presence is bound to ignite a significant uproar. How audacious of him to harbor feelings for you at such an advanced age. The cold of winter is almost unbelievable. He is a royal beast, exclaimed Tu Luo Luo. In the beast realm, how many royal beasts are there? No more than a dozen, I presume? What an esteemed place it is. Had it been another female, she might have obediently succumbed to his marking. However, Tu Luo Luo is the offspring of the Red Flood Dragon King, raised alongside Queen Madam, and her experiences are far from shallow. Has he severed the marking with the queen? In the chill of winter, she frowned. No. Tu Luo Luo shook her head. In truth, it was not only the females who could possess multiple beast husbands. The male strong ones could also simultaneously mark several females. How utterly disgusting. Does he truly believe that being a king beast makes him exceptional? Tu Luo Luo pouted. Yet, I still lack a king beast husband. Although the 2-headed flood dragon stands at the pinnacle of level 7, it is still a step away from ascending to the status of a king beast. It is not that Tu Luo stubbornly demands a king beast husband. Rather, her first beast husband must be a king beast to contend with the White Antelope King. Suihan affectionately patted her head, exclaiming, this is truly beyond my control. However, the twin-headed serpent was raised under the tutelage of the Black Serpent King. Apart from its inherent strength, there was another factor at play. It had yet to mark any female, leaving one to ponder whether it was a prohibition imposed by the Black Serpent King or simply a matter of disinterest and premature marking. Our journey ahead will take us through nearly 10 tribes, varying in size and prosperity, some flourishing, while others remain feeble and rigid, a fact that hardly necessitates your enlightenment. Our first destination is the territory of a Night Eagle powerhouse. The Silver Serpent King, Bababala, rambled on, casting a meaningful glance at Suihan. What? As winter's chill sets in, he returns a wink. Silver Serpent's brother-in-law, is your eye twitching? Silver Serpent simply slumped there. Night Eagle could ascend to the rank of a king beast within 2 years. And he was a half-nomadic beast, having been expelled from the tribe after failing to compete for the position of clan leader against his brothers. Initially, consumed by the ambition for power, he had no time to seek a mate. Later, consumed by the desire for strength, he remained indifferent to the pursuit of a female. Thus, he had yet to mark any female, rendering him an exceptional prospect. As the winter chill set in, Suihan pointed to her own nose. Me? The Silver Serpent King glared at her. Do you think that if you entertain such thoughts, he would advance faster, or would I devour him more swiftly? It is not unheard of for powerful beings to transform into their beast forms and consume one another after a fierce battle. Luo Luo? The Silver Serpent King nodded irritably. In the chill of winter, she smiled and nodded, expressing her approval. She favored males that were clean and unmarked, believing that Luo Luo would share her sentiment. The rabbit, Luo Luo, gazed at them with a dull expression. On this occasion, we ventured to the furthest tribe, the Black Panther tribe, whose chieftain is soon to ascend to the status of a royal beast. Luo Luo timidly raised her hand, inquiring if a discussion could be held. I fear these two, she admitted. Are you not afraid of the 2-headed serpent? These 3 possess a perfect bloodline that exerts dominance over the rabbit clan. With a sorrowful expression, Luo Luo lamented. Could we perhaps negotiate for a variation, rather than all being cloaked in darkness? As the winter's chill and the Silver Dragon King exchanged glances, it became apparent that they were indeed shrouded in darkness. However, when it came to choosing between the unmarked female and the one that had been marked, Luo Luo decisively opted for the pristine, unmarked one. Isn't that settled then? Regarding their beastly forms being entirely obscured in black, there was no need for excessive concern. What about your resplendent, multi-hued black dragon silk skirt? Shall we not set that aside as well? The Azure Sea King interjected suddenly. Absolutely not. In the chill of winter, the spirited and capricious creature displayed its defiance. All colors of the silk fabric shimmered with a resplendent glow, yet the black one appeared stark and devoid of beauty. This seemed unjust, did it not, Luo Luo? Sister, do you not feel a pang of conscience when you speak of this to a rabbit of our kin who possesses not even a single strand of such silk? What is conscience? A thing to be consumed. Pray, Show it to me. The sisters soon found themselves in a tumultuous quarrel. Outside the vehicle, the two-headed beast wore a gloomy expression. His female companion sat in another male's vehicle, and despite the presence of other females, he remained uncontented. Yet, his little female trembled in fear of him, having hidden from him on the way here, and even a mere kiss would make her quiver. Upon seeing her sister, she clung entirely to the female known as Suihan. After concluding his business, the Silver Dragon King descended from the vehicle as the leader of the entire caravan. He could not neglect his duties even when wishing to be close to his female. However, upon disembarking, he was met with a pair of mournful, slitted eyes. The two-headed dragon, as its name implies, possessed two heads, perhaps even two independent souls. Sometimes they coexisted harmoniously, other times they consumed one another. The head before him had swallowed its twin, now presenting as a normal beast man. Yet another face lurked at the back of its head. If you continue this way, will your little female not fear you even more? Control yourself, and do not frighten Suihan, or I shall obliterate that other face. The two-headed dragon replied with a tinge of sorrow, I can control when he appears. All were males here, unafraid of such matters. Thus, the two-headed dragon showed no restraint, even deliberately allowing the Silver Dragon King to witness it. Well, if you cannot bear to frighten your little female, do not take your frustrations out on me. My temper is not to be trifled with. I would tear apart my own kind when angered. They were not particularly familiar. And he was no mere youth from the royal city who revered the two-headed dragon. She fears me. Oh, you are far from the mark. Once, my female loathed cold-blooded creatures, and upon seeing me would retch until the world spun wildly. Our family can manage without anyone, but we cannot do without the Snow White King. Frankly, I have lived many years and have yet to encounter a first beast husband more exceptional than the Snow White King. You have said so much, but what of me? It was said that a majestic royal beast would come to bond with him, yet here he was, revealing embarrassing tales, finally getting to the crux of the matter. Rabbit Luo, besides her affinity for wood-based powers, does she not also possess earth-based abilities? The slitted eyes of the two-headed dragon narrowed into a fine line, filled with murderous intent. The Silver Dragon King smacked his forehead. Even if I am affable, I am still a royal beast. Who do you think you were performing before? The two-headed dragon stared blankly at him, having been burdened with high expectations since childhood, followed by the rigorous teachings of the Black Dragon King, the adoration of peers, and the passionate affection of females. It was his first experience being reprimanded as a younger brother. Come now, let us discuss this. It is said that the Rabbit clan, when faced with peril, will dig a pit to bury themselves. I have heard that she buried the White Antelope King. The two-headed dragon's murderous intent flared anew. Was such a secret known to the Silver Dragon King? The Silver Dragon King smacked his head again. I am discussing serious matters with you. If you cannot protect Rabbit Luo, I suggest you relinquish your position and let another take over. By what right? By the right that Rabbit Luo is the offspring of the Red Dragon King, that she possesses dual elemental abilities, and that she is Suihan's sister. Each statement was punctuated with a gentle thump, leaving the two-headed dragon utterly devoid of temper. Regarding successors, this matter had initially been broached by the Silver Dragon King in a moment of idleness, and after much effort to uncover it, it could not be wasted, could it? If Suihan had no use for it, did he not have a sister? Moreover, a clean male beast who had never marked a female, an ideal candidate for the future royal beast. Surely, not only would the females be fond of this prospect, but the female's parents would as well. Thus, the Snow White King made a formal visit to the Red Dragon King, who then sought out the Black Dragon King. The two royal beasts communicated effectively, and ultimately, the Black Dragon King approached the two-headed dragon, bearing news of Rabbit Luo's potential future with two additional candidates for beast husbands, urging him to ascend to the rank of royal beast promptly to secure his position as first beast husband. The two-headed dragon felt a sense of gloom and urgency, aware that his position could be undermined at any moment. The key was that the Black Dragon King, with a peculiar sense of humor, understood that Rabbit Luo had accompanied the caravan to meet her two prospective beast husbands, yet he had dispatched the two-headed dragon to escort her. The White Antelope King felt humiliated, certain this could not be divulged. Only 4 individuals had been present at the time: Rabbit Luo, the White Antelope King, the Red Dragon King, and himself. The two-headed dragon cast a skeptical glance at the Silver Dragon King. Did you not mention this to the Black Dragon King? I did. However, the Black Dragon King is not a gossipy male. Ah, you spoke with the Black Dragon King, who in turn mentioned it to the Queen. The Queen, having a fondness for Rabbit Luo, would certainly inquire with Rabbit Shung. Can you guarantee that their conversation would remain unheard by others? There are no absolute secrets in this world. It all depends on your strength. Enough with the fixation on the white antelope king's embarrassment. Let us discuss whether I am correct in saying she possesses dual elemental abilities. The two-headed dragon nodded. Her strength is too feeble, apart from digging pits to bury beasts. She can only hurl a few stones. Her earth-based abilities serve little purpose. The Silver Dragon King shot him a glance. How much offensive power do you expect from a female? Do you wish her to join the battlefield and hunt alongside males? Protecting females and young ones is the duty of males. A female's strength is her confidence, not a reason for her to risk her safety as a male would. You foolish youth. There will come a time when you will suffer hardship. The Black Dragon King's royal skill is nullity. What is yours? I have it. It is void. The Black Dragon King's skill is dazzling and devastating, obliterating walls with a mere gesture. How many powerful beings envy such prowess? The Silver Dragon King, ever teasing, remarked. Now that you are aware of Rabbit Luoluo's intent, you should know what you must do. If you truly do not know, learn from our Snow White King. Why must I learn from him? Why can I not learn from my king, the Black Dragon King? You wish to learn from the Black Dragon King? Do you possess that strength? All three of you may have ascended to royal beast status around the same time, yet there are differences in strength. The Black Dragon King's skill, nullity, can obliterate all royal beasts in an instant. Can your void do the same? Our Snow White King's skill can tear through space, perfectly countering your void. And then there is the Sea King with his time-stopping ability. Your void would merely render you null. The Silver Dragon King thumped him again. I am telling you, the three of you will likely ascend to royal beast status simultaneously. None will accept you as the first beast husband. Follow our family's time allocation plan. You three will balance each other, ensuring the protection of Rabbit Luoluo while preventing her from acquiring additional beast husbands. It is unclear who first recognized the 30 days in a month, but the notion of 3 beast husbands was deemed the most harmonious arrangement by the Silver Dragon King. Is it truly possible? There are so few royal beasts in the entire beast realm. The queen possesses merely 3 royal beast husbands. The two-headed dragon wished to argue that the Black Dragon King and the White Antelope King no longer acknowledged the latter as the queen's husband, and indeed, the Black Dragon King had intentions of eliminating the White Antelope King once the other 2 beast husbands ascended to royal status. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Such intimate matters were not for him to disclose to the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Serpent King imparts wisdom to the two-headed serpent, with the utmost intention of transforming him into a noble beast master who prioritizes Tu Luoluo above all. Tu Luoluo, unburdened by the emotional ties of the past, will undoubtedly conceive during her mating season. However, her mother, Tu Shengsheng, only bore offspring according to her own wishes after successfully marking with the Crimson Serpent King several years prior, having been nurtured by her mother. It is unlikely that Tu Luoluo perceives motherhood as merely a duty. The Silver Serpent King and his companions need only recognize that the two-headed serpent values females highly. They must refrain from excessive interference, as what was communicated to the two-headed serpent may not necessarily be relayed to the night eagles. For the two-headed serpent is indeed the foremost beast master. This relationship is further emphasized by the bond between Tu Luoluo and Suihan, siblings who, despite their infrequent meetings, share a deep affection. The Silver Serpent King and his allies are inclined to offer additional care to Tu Luoluo out of consideration for Suihan. Oh, how splendid is the fishtail of Brother Bihai! Although Bihai Wang can traverse on land for nearly a month during each landing, he prefers to adopt his fishtail whenever possible. Are you fond of the merfolk? Yet, with the suppression from the merfolk King and Bihai Wang, the Sea Clan shall no longer witness the ascension of male warriors to become beast kings. It is inconceivable that Tu Luoluo would be limited to a single beast master. The events that transpired in her past must not repeat themselves. Tu Luoluo is brought back to reality. She merely finds it beautiful. There is an abundance of captivating things in this world. One cannot simply admire without the desire to possess. However, his tail is not for you to touch. In the chill of winter, a sense of entanglement prevails. My sister proves to be inadequate, as the Sea King belongs to her. Might it be possible for you to refrain from suppressing the formidable members of our tribe, allowing them to advance to the status of a king beast for Tu Luoluo? Surely, it cannot be solely for the triviality of a mere tail touch. The emergence of 2 king beasts within a single merfolk tribe could spell doom for our lineage. Is it not sufficient to possess a 7th-level powerhouse? All of my beast husbands are king beasts. How can Luoluo settle for anything less than a 7th-level powerhouse? If that is the case, we find ourselves at an impasse. The Sea King expresses his helplessness, while Tu Luoluo is caught in a dilemma of laughter and tears. What station does she occupy to dare dream that her future husbands will all be king beasts? Even with those two 7th-level powerhouses, she doubts they would ever look her way. Aside from the merfolk, the other beast forms of the sea tribe are rather unappealing, some even frightful and repulsive. If her expectations were not so lofty, a 7th-level powerhouse from the merfolk would suffice. Moreover, the offspring of the merfolk are universally regarded as the most adorable. The Sea King has several loyal subordinates who have yet to mark a female. How could they possibly overlook such an exceptional female as Tu Luoluo? Furthermore, since he, as a king beast, does not bear offspring himself, it would be advantageous for the 7th-level powerhouses of the tribe to produce heirs to silence the elders of the clan, thus achieving a harmonious resolution. As the cold of winter approaches, there is a flicker of excitement. Did not Tu Luoluo express disdain for the ebony-hued alternative presented by the Silver Jiao King? Our merfolk are all enchanting in their own right, even with black tails. They shimmer with vibrant hues. Suddenly, the King of the Azure Sea recalls the multicolored black Jiao silk gown that Suihan desires. The cold of winter and the thoughts of Tu Luoluo intertwined. Sister, I desire that resplendent black fishtail, my vibrant, multicolored gauze skirt. The sisters spoke in unison. The Sea King, exasperated, covered his face. He was merely creating trouble for himself. The Silver Dragon King had not anticipated that in his brief absence, he would be informed that a replacement was necessary. A vibrant black, a resplendent black. He lamented, rubbing his temples. Is the color of your merfolk truly so remarkable? You disdain the dark options I provided, yet you seek a dazzling black for yourselves. And one of you insists on a multi-hued black gown. What abilities does your resplendent black fishtail possess? A 7th-level warrior typically has a rudimentary grasp of the skills of the royal beasts. Tear. It can rend the sea into any shape. Isn't that merely a manifestation of water-based abilities? You shall see for yourselves upon our return, the Sea King remarked. Shall we now deliberate on which of the two we should choose? Among the 3 beast husbands, at last, one was to Tu Luoluo's liking. However, the other remained a conundrum. If it were up to me, I would opt for the Night Eagle. The Night Eagle's beast skill is silk strangulation. Although I am still unaware of the Black Panther chieftain's abilities, the Night Eagle operates independently, without a tribe. The 2-headed dragon is the heir cultivated by the Black Dragon King, and the merfolk warriors bear the responsibility of safeguarding their clan. Tu Luoluo cannot traverse to 3 separate realms for her 3 beast husbands. What do you think? In the biting cold of winter, Suihan inquired of Tu Luoluo. Tu Luoluo replied, We were not the first to traverse the territory of the Night Eagle. Should the Night Eagle consent, I would also be willing. Although she may not be extraordinary, her starting point is exceptionally high. My sister's words ring true. If the other beastmen possess insufficient strength and are entirely suppressed by the 2-headed flood dragon, then selecting multiple beastmen would be akin to having none at all. Only when their levels are relatively comparable can a balance be achieved. If the 2-headed flood dragon were my personal choice, having just one beastman would suffice, yet I am not particularly fond of the 2-headed flood dragon. Ah, brother, I have something splendid for you. The silver flood dragon, in a jovial manner, draped his arm over the Night Eagle's shoulder. The Night Eagle frowned at his arm. Take your arm away, grumbled the silver flood dragon. Here I am, eagerly bringing you something delightful, and you are so ungrateful. Does your entire caravan exist solely to serve me? The Night Eagle regarded him with a smile that hinted at something unspoken. Business could still be conducted. Enough with the banter. What treasures do you bring? Let us set aside commerce for the moment. I have brought my female and her sister. The female is rather delicate. Might we camp by the lake within your territory tonight? The Night Eagle paused in contemplation. Are you after the fish in my lake? Don't deplete them all. In these recent days, he needed to dedicate himself entirely to striving for the title of King Beast. The fish were of little consequence. However, the delicate female, alongside the delectable fish from the lake, which would render a delightful fish soup, was of great interest. Moreover, there were other wild beasts about the lake. It would be prudent to arrange ample defenses. The silver flood dragon gestured, indicating that besides himself, their caravan possessed 2 formidable assets. I have several sea beast crystals. See if they might be of assistance to you. The Night Eagle examined the bag and discovered it contained numerous level 7 beast crystals, surpassing his own collection. Thank you. What do you seek in exchange? Your warm jade mine. From this moment until dawn, I shall extract as much as I can. The Night Eagle contemplated this proposition. It was indeed a favorable trade. The warm jade mine held little value for him, and given the vastness of the mine, unless the silver flood dragon possessed the ability to move mountains, he would hardly be able to extract a significant amount. Warm jade, you say? Ah, Frost Snow is sensitive to the cold. She once had a warm jade bed that unfortunately broke. That bed was a gift from the Golden Tiger King, which Frost Snow later discarded to the warehouse, allowing it to gather dust. The Silver Flood Dragon is concerned about crafting her a new one. Furthermore, all females would likely appreciate a warm jade bed. Such items are rather precious. When the time comes, I could create a small bed exclusively for the females, not requiring excessive height, as demand will surely outstrip supply before the cold season arrives. Nevertheless, certain treasures are best exchanged only once. I shall forge one large and one small bed for you. The larger one may reside in your chamber, while the smaller can fit within your storage ring, allowing you to carry it wherever you go. The Silver Flood Dragon turned to Suihan. Well, the two-headed flood dragon hesitated. Are you crafting a bed for 2 luoluo? Payment is required. Once the fee is settled, you shall accompany me to the mines. It will be far more rewarding. The two-headed flood dragon hastily rummaged through his storage ring. As the cold of winter approached, Suihan playfully made faces at 2 luoluo, whose cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she turned away, choosing to disregard her, crafting several warm jade spheres, exquisitely carved, to be tucked away in animal skins for warmth during their outdoor camping escapades. The path of the Azure Sea King beckoned. I shall venture in first to extract some minerals. Whether you wish to fashion them into spheres or cones is entirely up to you. What are you working on? In the chill of winter, Suihan gazed with curiosity at the Sea King, who sat amidst a pile of ores, wearing a solemn expression. The Sea King was diligently polishing an object in his hands. The winter chill encircled him, long and thick, with a graceful curve and 2 small spheres. What could this be? Can you truly not discern it? Take a closer look. The King of the Azure Sea held it before her eyes, and the winter chill increasingly resembled something familiar. You encounter it every night, although its hues may vary. The King of the Azure Sea leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "You absolute scoundrel." The countenance of Suihan flushed a deep crimson, tinged with an almost palpable warmth. The Sea King grasped Suihan's hand, drawing her into his embrace. How could you carve such a thing? Since it is merely for warmth in one's arms, does it not suffice to shape it according to one's own fancy? I don't have any fondness for such things. Not fond, you say? Last night, did you and the Snow King merely sleep under the beast skins? The Sea King extended his tongue to caress her ear. Their excursion would last at least 2 months. And during this time, the Snow Wolf King would seize the opportunity to stir trouble, compelling the Snow King to hasten back. After being apart for over 2 months, regardless of how serious the Snow King might be, he would certainly not let her off easily, would he? Do not speak of it. Suihan covered his mouth, forbidding me to speak. Then what should I do? The King of Beehai grasped Suihan's hands, pulling him into an embrace as he leaned down to capture Suihan's delicate lips in a kiss. Naughty. You are so naughty. Tears glistened in Xuanxue's eyes as her cheeks flushed crimson. I can't take it anymore, she whimpered, gazing at the King of Beehai. Such a spoiled child. The King of Beehai remarked, shifting their positions and freeing Suihan's hands. Rascal. Suihan wrapped his arm around the shoulder of the King of Beehai and took a bite. Your Majesty Beehai, have you seen Tuyuoluo? She may have gone to the lakeside. The front of the King of Beehai's garment hung loosely, his belt slack, exposing his robust chest. He held a basin, within which lay the recently soiled garments of Suihan. On this occasion, Suihan had not brought a maidservant, and thus all matters of sustenance and comfort fell to the Silver Dragon King and the King of Beehai to manage themselves. However, they found no annoyance in attending to their own female companion. Rather, they discovered a unique form of amusement in the endeavor. Upon awakening, Suihan discovered herself embracing the object carved by the King of the Azure Sea, lying bare within the confines of animal skin. She could not help but cover her face, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Awake now? Which garment do you wish to wear? The King of the Azure Sea entered the carriage. Dressing Suihan was yet another delightful endeavor for him. The cold of winter caused the object to be hurled towards him. What? Do you not like it? If you find it too small, I can carve you a larger one. It is not that I disdain its size at all. I simply dislike it. A pure aversion, unrelated to its dimensions. The King of the Azure Sea reached out to lift the beast's skin, but the cold of winter pressed the other end against the carriage wall to evade him. A new game? The King of the Azure Sea's eyes sparkled with interest. I no longer wish to like you. I detest you. In that case, I shall not take you to see the play. What play? As the frigid winter descends, one casts aside the beast's skin and lunges towards the regal figure of the Azure Sea King. The two-headed serpent is carving a warm jade bed, While the Silver Serpent King remarks that this season, fireflies will grace the lakeside. Beneath the domain of the night eagle lies the warm jade mine. One must ponder. Can he truly find slumber amidst such clamor? Of course not. Restless, he ventures out for a stroll, naturally choosing picturesque locales. Although the lakeside is occupied by merchant encampments, it cannot monopolize the entire expanse of the lake, can it? Though timid, the little rabbit, Tualuo, is not devoid of curiosity, with the allure of fireflies guiding her. An encounter with the night eagle seems destined. Should the night eagle find favor in Tualuo, the matter would be settled. The delicate, rosy bunny easily stirs the conquering instincts of the formidable males. When did Bai Tsong's intellect become so astute? It has always been sharp. Otherwise, how could the Lingxiao pavilion and the merchant caravan have conceived such ideas that eluded other formidable beings? All have heard the queen's words. Why did the others not grasp the notion? Yet, he has often feigned ignorance. I've heard that when he marked you, he nearly faced a united assault from the Snow Radiance King and the Golden Tiger King in the chill of winter. She harbored a deep disdain for the Silver Dragon King, even more so than for the Golden Tiger King. To be candid, apart from the Red Dragon King, the Dragon Clan, and the Silver Dragon King, she still harbored a lingering animosity towards the Serpent Clan and the Dragon Clan. The haunting memory of nearly becoming a delightful morsel in the belly of a serpent during her childhood was one that she could not easily dismiss. Was his incessant playful banter a ploy to draw my attention, given my previous aversion to cold-blooded creatures? Although the Snow Radiance King managed to embody fairness and enlightenment, the Golden Tiger King was excessively obstinate. If he did not resort to underhanded tactics, how could he possibly compete? Wasn't he perpetually dissatisfied with the Snow Radiance King's arrangement of her free time? Even though it pains her to acknowledge it. The existence of the Golden Tiger King is undeniable, akin to a thorn that remains lodged in her side. In a few days, she would inevitably cross paths with the Golden Tiger clan. After all, she still required the Golden Tiger King to lift the mark he had placed upon her. She yearned not to hate him, yet her feelings of resentment were unavoidable. She would never forgive the Golden Tiger King. Admittedly, she had once been consumed by her own despair, inadvertently harming those who cared for her. However, through those experiences, she had gained clarity on many matters. Yet, when it came to the Golden Tiger King, she could never forget his transgressions. She did not wish to think of him. The Blue Sea King patted her back. Understanding that to help a female forget a male, it was unnecessary to overly emphasize his flaws. Rather, it was essential to interrupt her thoughts at the opportune moment. He kissed her repeatedly, and her body began to respond. Did you not say you would take me to see a show? When pinned beneath the animal hide, she still found herself somewhat dazed. What if the night hawk discovered them, and they ended up in a scuffle? Such a trivial matter was hardly worth fighting over. I possess the ability to transform into smoke and can conceal myself. I can take you without being detected. This is not a battlefield. What is there to see in a couple merely whispering sweet nothings and sharing tender embraces? Yet, you were the one who promised to take me to the show. Now I have no desire to take you. Xinghui, you are utterly unreasonable. Indeed, encountering a reasonable person is akin to meeting a saint. The Blue Sea King, with practiced ease, stripped off his clothing, and the delightful warmth of their skin against one another ignited an overwhelming desire within him to merge with Suihan. That night, Suihan, having been thoroughly exhausted, found herself without even a garment to wear, having succumbed to slumber. Xinghui, I do not wish to see you tomorrow. Her mind was clouded with thoughts of yellow paint, causing her to miss the pivotal moment of Luo Luo and the Nighthawk's courtship. And what if timid and innocent Luo Luo found herself in trouble? Rabbity Luo Luo had heard other females speak of the joy of chasing fireflies in the wild. Yet she had never encountered wild fireflies. She had only seen those captured by Jiaoyang and kept in a cage. This was her first camping trip outdoors, where she finally beheld genuine fireflies. The twinkling lights quickly captivated her attention, and she began to chase them with her fan, unwittingly straying far from the campsite. At that moment, the Nighthawk sat with his arms crossed on a large tree branch, reaffirming that he had indeed been deceived by the Silver Dragon King. The beastly essence had clouded his mind, yet he found it impossible to rest amidst the cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, he heard footsteps below. Looking down, he spotted a small female rabbit, her skirt lifted, gleefully pursuing a few fireflies that had seemingly emerged from nowhere. The little female appeared blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking in the wilderness, boldly wandering toward the lake. As she leaped to catch a firefly, the water rippled, and a grotesque head emerged, spitting forth a long, slimy tongue toward the little female. With a swift glance, the Nighthawk unleashed a deadly attack. Countless strands of light descended into the water, slicing through flesh, which slowly sank beneath the surface. Although Rabbity Luo did not hear the commotion, she caught a faint whiff of blood. It was then that she realized she had wandered far from the campsite. Panicking, she hugged her arms and sought the way back, only to discover she had lost her bearings. Tears welled up in her eyes. No crying. If you cry, I shall devour you. The night hawk grasped her rabbit ears, exposed by her fright, and lifted her with a hushed threat. The merchant caravan, apart from the Silver Dragon King, had another beast king. If she cried, that beast king would arrive in a heartbeat, and he would find himself unable to explain his actions. Rabbity Luo hiccuped in fear. The night hawk brought her close. Inhaling deeply, a scent of jasmine and milk wafted from her. Was this little rabbit still unweaned? Where is your male guardian? How could you wander off alone? He is carving a warm jade bed for me, she replied, hiccuping. You are the Silver Dragon King's female? That fellow is so desperate he would stoop to such lengths? Preying upon an underage female? Does he not fear retribution? The Silver Dragon King is my brother-in-law. The night hawk eyed her, noting her endearing appearance. Being underage, it was likely that her sister, the Silver Dragon King's female, was equally beautiful. Can you take me back? Why should I? The night hawk shook her lightly by the ear. I'm tired. Whenever I am frightened, I become sleepy. I do not wish to sleep in the wild and be bitten by insects. In the wild, there is much more than mere insects to contend with. The night hawk scoffed. Stop shaking me. I truly am going to fall asleep. Falling asleep due to fright? What fright have you experienced? You said you would eat me. Rabbity Luo began to shed tears. Eat you? Do you not know there is another meaning to that? What meaning? Rabbity Luo asked, her curiosity piqued. The night hawk chuckled at the timid yet inquisitive little rabbit. Like this. He pulled her into his embrace and lowered his head to capture her slightly parted lips. Their tongues met, and it was as if he had tasted sweet nectar, their lips and tongues entwining in a passionate embrace. However, upon noticing the faint male mark visible amidst her disheveled garments, his rationality resurfaced. He frowned, casting a cold gaze downward. The payment has been received. I shall escort you back. Rabbity Luo's eyes were still glazed over, lost in the moment. The night hawk carried her back to the campsite, where the two-headed dragon was still engaged in battle with the warm jade mine, while the Blue Sea King sat by the fire attempting to roast fish. However, it was evident that his culinary skills left much to be desired, as the fish had been charred. TSK, the Blue Sea King lamented, tossing the burnt remains aside. Indeed, culinary talent is a gift. He then turned his gaze toward the night hawk and Rabbity Luo. The latter appeared to have fallen asleep. Thank you for bringing her back. Since you have gone to the trouble, why not see it through and help her onto the carriage? The night hawk raised an eyebrow. I already have a female. I cannot carry another. The Blue Sea King spoke earnestly, though mischief danced in his eyes, as if he were enjoying the spectacle. The night hawk unceremoniously dropped Rabbity Luo before the fire and turned to leave. Is that not to your liking? The Blue Sea King stroked his chin. Yet, that does not seem right. Rabbity Luo's little mouth bears the mark of one who has been cherished. Alas, it was still not to his taste. After all, Rabbity Luo lacked the allure of frost snow. She was akin to a ripe peach awaiting harvest, while this unripe fruit had already been marked. The pride of a soon-to-be beast king would likely not allow him to be overshadowed by one whose strength was inferior to his own. However, Tu Luo is not exclusively bound to the night eagle. Lord be high, have you seen Tu Luo? I intend to take her back. The twin-headed flood dragon, after searching fruitlessly for Tu Luo, finally approached Lord Beehive for assistance, only to discover Tu Luo peacefully slumbering before the bonfire. This young impetuous creature aspiring to be the foremost beast husband shall undoubtedly face trials ahead. If necessary, he could summon that black-tailed fish ahead of time. The role of the foremost beast husband requires a degree of maturity and composure. There is no need to compare oneself to the unusually powerful Snow Radiance King. One cannot be as brash as the twin-headed flood dragon. Furthermore, while he suppresses other strong members of his clan from advancing to king beasts, it does not imply that their strength cannot grow. Even 3 of the twin-headed flood dragon combined would be no match for his clever black fish. Black fish. Merfolk Biluo, allow me to express my gratitude, my beloved king. The silver flood dragon, having reaped abundant rewards over the day and night, felt particularly pleased, viewing everything through a more favorable lens. However, he was momentarily taken aback by the dissatisfied gaze of Suihan. What is the matter? Is there someone unworthy? Perhaps it was the adorable, rosy little rabbit, Tu Luo, who found the pitch-black night eagle unappealing. The night eagle is not interested in tu luoluo, Lord Bihai stated. How could you possibly know he is uninterested? When did they meet? I specifically arranged for this lakeside setting. During this season, fireflies abound at night, and female creatures are particularly fond of them. That fellow night eagle, having been drawn to the delightful ambience, surely could not resist. I even provided the twin-headed flood dragon with a substantial, or he would be occupied for 3 days and nights carving it. My plan is flawless. How can you say he is uninterested? He kissed her but did not mark her, then unceremoniously flung her back to me before departing. Lord Bihai shrugged, indicating that as outsiders, they could not influence the night eagle's sentiments. Let us consider this. Aside from the females already possessing beast husbands, is there another in the beast realm who could surpass tu luoluo? You've hit the nail on the head. Indeed, it is precisely because she has a beast husband. Lord Bihai applauded. The silver flood dragon found himself momentarily speechless. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. They exchanged glances, only to find Suihan glaring at them fiercely, with small flames flickering in each of his hands. Although they did not fear Suihan's abilities, his flames were neither painful nor irritating. They hesitated to claim they were unaffected, lest they hurt Suihan's pride. Standing there to endure the punishment was not in their nature. We have the Black Panther clan leader, do we not? If all else fails, I shall gather more options. If necessary, I could seek out the Snow Radiance King. Their Snow Wolf clan does not abide by the notion of only allowing one king. He gathered alternatives, though it proved unnecessary, as Lord Bihai and the Snow Radiance King each presenting a candidate seemed reasonable. Let us depart. I long to leave this wretched place. As the cold of winter lingered, Suihan clenched his hands, his face etched with indignation. How could Nighthawk, faced with such an adorable and rosy little bunny like Luoluo, dare to look down upon her? He even had the audacity to criticize her for being unromantic while shamelessly taking advantage of her. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. King Inju swiftly announced the continuation of their journey. Nighthawk stood among the rocks, watching the caravan depart. Luoluo had not appeared all morning. Even breakfast had been delivered to her carriage by the two-headed Jiao. Yet, he could hear inside the carriage the timid rejections of the little bunny, reminiscent of the previous night, and the two-headed Jiao's assertive affection towards her. Had it discovered his scent lingering on her? Was the little bunny eager to mask his presence as soon as she awoke? Nighthawk touched his lips, then scoffed, turning back to his cave. He urgently needed to ascend to the rank of a king beast. Once he achieved that status, what kind of female would be beyond his reach? Surely, he would not fail to secure even the position of a primary beast husband. The caravan ambled along until it finally reached the Golden Tiger tribe. What a sight of romantic camaraderie! As King Inju dismounted the carriage, he was greeted by King Jinhua and a petite, delicate female, both cradling a young cub. Laughing and chatting, the normally lofty King Jinhua appeared to be nothing more than a doting mate to his female and cub, embodying the warmth of a loving family. Bihai Wang glanced at the carriage, where the fluttering curtain revealed Suihan's exquisite visage, her smile laced with mischief. She was vexed but determined to find a way to make him willingly lift the mark. Tonight, she would concoct a potion of love fruit juice for that female, ensuring their affections could flourish openly. Did they seem to harbor any secrets or reservations? Bihai Wang pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth. King Jinhua had truly elevated himself too highly, while he criticized Suihan for neglecting their cub and disregarding his feelings. He interacted with other females as if they were his own. No unnecessary actions should be taken. As the chill of winter drew back the curtain, I gazed upon the tumultuous Silver Dragon King, pondering if it would not be more advantageous for him to find no further justification in my presence. The Golden Tiger King had sworn an oath that, under any circumstance, he would refrain from marking any other female. Should he falter in this vow, he would willingly dissolve the mark with frost snow. Indeed, the Silver Dragon King clapped his hands. Just wait and see, I'm on my way. The wealth of the Golden Tiger tribe was abundant. Forming a merchant caravan was not a trivial endeavor, and even if he sought entertainment, he could not lose sight of what was essential. Is she well? At last, the Golden Tiger King seized the opportunity to confront the solitary Silver Dragon King. Are you unaware? Don't you frequently visit the Snowy Wolf clan's territory? How could you not know? In truth, they were both aware that the Golden Tiger King had not visited the Snowy Wolf clan in quite some time. Otherwise, he would have discovered that only the Snow Radiance King remained there at this moment. A rare sense of embarrassment flickered across the Golden Tiger King's face. The matters concerning the cubs were intricate and burdensome. He felt no one in the tribe could be entrusted with them. And only through his own diligence did he feel assured that the cubs lacked nothing compared to others. I have been preoccupied with tribal affairs, he stated. Huh. So you've pulled out tribal duties as a pretext for romantic escapades with other females? How clever of you. Is your health still well, Suihan? I noticed a member of the merfolk in your caravan. Surely, the stone milk can still be procured? If your supplies are insufficient, do not hesitate to tell me. Damn it, why should I rely on you to procure fine items for my own female? Besides, other females must carefully consider acquiring stone milk. As for the Coral King, if Suihan truly desires it, he could amass all the stone milk from the Coral tribe for her. He is right there. You may inquire yourself how to exchange for the stone milk. Perhaps, in the near future, you may find it useful. The Golden Tiger King nodded. I shall ask him how to trade. Several high-fertility females in the tribe were approaching maturity, and their ability to bear high-quality offspring would undoubtedly benefit the tribe's future development. The Silver Dragon King clenched his fists and exhaled sharply. Are you so eager to prepare supplements for your new little female? I truly misjudged you. If you believe you cannot contend with him, I shall accompany you. Do not take out your frustration on me. The Coral King approached the Silver Dragon King with a sullen expression. This Golden Tiger King neither speaks nor reads the room. He has already stated he does not possess stone milk, yet he continues to haggle. Though stone milk is most beneficial for pregnant females and cubs, it also serves to enhance beauty and prolong life. The meager amount I have stored for Suihan is hardly sufficient, and you still expect him to exchange with me? Last time, I spent half my fortune to acquire a mere bottle of low-grade stone milk for Suihan's pregnancy, and he showed not the slightest gratitude, making me feel like a fool. I initially intended to challenge him a bit, perhaps offer him a gentle reminder, and yet I am left with the burden of resources. And what was the result? Whether he feigned ignorance or truly did not understand remains a mystery. Previously, I chided Suihan for his pretenses. Yet it is he who is the most skilled at feigning. The Silver Dragon King spoke with fervor. The Coral King stepped back in disdain. Suihan does not consume low-grade stone milk. He is capable of discerning such distinctions. Oh. The Silver Dragon King replied nonchalantly. Then it must be the remainder given by the Merfolk King. The Coral King chuckled, remarking, Is it not the Snow Radiance King who passed it to you? Perhaps if you were to speak less, you might avoid saying foolish things. When you are silent, you soar high. When you speak, you wallow in the muck. What do you mean by passed down? That is surplus. In the harsh winter, their offspring are born, causing not only physical harm, but also emotional scars. Yet, they nonchalantly take their young and depart, as if the winter owes them something. Who remembers to nurture the winter's well-being? What harm is there in taking a bit of stone milk? The Sea King, in disdain, touched his face, which was drenched in the saliva of the Silver Serpent King, reeking foully. Thus, I refrained from selling stone milk to the Golden Tiger King. I further informed him that non-clan females are unworthy of consuming stone milk. To me, something with a price signifies a lack of true value. It is replaceable. Only when something is sufficiently precious can this swirling blade strike with lethal intent. The Silver Serpent King felt a chill in his heart. Each one of them is a master of deceit. The marine species and terrestrial beings dwell in dissimilar environments, necessitating distinct resources. Some items with unique properties are naturally vastly different. For instance, the Sea King specifically instructed the Silver Serpent King that their tribe possesses a marine beast fat, which emits a special fragrance and greatly benefits the skin of females, bestowing an alluring scent for half a month after a single application. However, he did not mention that excessive use of this marine beast's fat could entice females to enter their estrus phase prematurely. He merely stated that this substance is exceedingly rare and unattainable by ordinary means. Meanwhile, the elders of the Golden Tiger tribe were seeking some extraordinary item to reward Hu Zhejiang. In the chill of winter, there were discussions about preventing disturbances. Yet nothing was said regarding the potential disruptions caused by the Sea King. This fellow, when roused, undoubtedly had the intention of striking down the Golden Tiger King. With great enthusiasm, the Silver Serpent King set forth to act. Host, the fat of this sea beast contains unidentified substances that may induce an early estrus period. Caution is advised. The system cautioned Hu Zhejiang. Alas, it was akin to encountering a pillow when one was drowsy. Today, the Golden Tiger King was to convene with the tribal elders, advising Hu Zhejiang to tend to the cubs for a while. Uncertain of their deliberations, she hoped they would prolong, allowing her to propose an overnight stay at the Royal Beast Palace. She earnestly wished for the efficacy of the substance. Observing the Golden Tiger King whispering something to the Silver Serpent King, an unsettling intuition gripped her, compelling her to take action to alter her relationship with the Golden Tiger King. Previously, her desire had merely been to avoid being marked by any arbitrary male powerhouse. Yet after nearly a year of interaction, she began to suspect she had developed feelings for the Golden Tiger King. Moreover, she harbored a secret that assured her the Lady of Winter would never reconcile with the Golden Tiger King, leaving her devoid of any guilt. "What are you doing?" White Song. In the chilling embrace of winter, Suihan felt both astonished and enraged. She never anticipated that the Silver Jiao King would, in a moment of intimacy, utilize his concealment skill, transforming amidst a shroud of dark smoke. They now found themselves atop the grand palace of the Golden Tiger King, with his serpentine tail entwined around her legs. Having just endured a fervent affair, Suihan emanated a faint, icy fragrance. Understanding dawned upon her. Perhaps his skills required enhancement, leaving him somewhat unable to maintain control, as the Silver Jiao King bore a countenance tinged with fatigue and embarrassment. The winter chill suddenly fell into silence. The golden pupil at the center of the Silver Serpent King's purple vertical eye gradually became round. He had lied. Once the decision to act was made, it was imperative to ensure that the Golden Tiger King's retreat was completely obstructed. It was not that the Golden Tiger King was entirely oblivious to the subtle fragrance of winter chill. Rather, the scent was merely faint. Normally, this would suffice, but tonight, his discussions with the tribal elders regarding the exchange of a significant portion of their resources for stone milk had turned unpleasant. Thus, even this delicate scent, which might go unnoticed if one were not attentive, stirred the Golden Tiger King's mental agitation. Moreover, he was quite certain that the female within the palace had entered her estrus period. Meanwhile, Winter Chill remained deep in thought. The transformation into black smoke was a royal beast skill of the Silver Serpent King. He could not possibly be unable to control it. Hence, it must have been a stealth ability acquired from her. However, was this truly appropriate? Climbing onto the roof of the Golden Tiger King's palace was something she had never even contemplated. She had never imagined that the Silver Serpent King would deceive her on such matters. "Just consider me as having drunk counterfeit wine tonight and indulging in folly. Would you accompany me in this?" In the chill of winter, one cannot help but ponder, why must I remain in such inadequate attire? Clad only in a robe, a peculiar sensation envelopes me. The Silver Dragon King mused. Should I don proper garments, the captivating fragrance that wafts from me would likely elude the keen senses of the Golden Tiger King. Fear not. For my ability to conceal myself and assume a shadowy form ensures that none shall behold my presence. In response, Winter's End remarked, I believe I have never gazed upon the moon from this perspective before. The cold of winter swiftly diverted attention. What is there to admire about the moon? Suihan suddenly grasped his cheeks and pulled them apart. It occurred to me that I had not seen the moon in quite some time. When night falls, she scarcely ventures out of her room. The pain in Silver Jiao Wang's body elicits hissing sounds, yet his eyes brim with mirth. It has been said, what is so captivating about the moon is gazing at a beautiful woman not far superior to admiring the moon. Furthermore, one can not only behold her beauty, but also kiss and embrace her. What are you doing? Is it not enough to run wildly atop his roof? Do you wish to continue your antics there? The cold of winter swiftly detected the anomaly beneath the Silver Serpent King. It seems we have never ventured outside. Do you dare? The biting chill of winter brushed against his face. All right, I shall not tease you any longer. The Silver Dragon King, catching a glimpse of the Golden Tiger King returning under the moonlight, pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of Suihan's lips. You wish to behold the moon? Let me accompany you for a while. Is it not said that the view from above is unparalleled? The Silver Dragon King began to ramble. The Golden Tiger King, in a foul mood, felt that even if Suihan were to send him away, he would still remain her beast husband. Previously preoccupied with the tribe and their offspring, he had not considered the toll that childbirth had taken on Suihan's body. During her pregnancy, when she could scarcely eat, the Silver Dragon King had provided her with stone milk daily. Snow Radiance King could not possibly possess such an abundance of it. It must have been the Silver Dragon King who traded for it at the eastern coast. Even if their offspring was not of their own blood, their intentions for Suihan were still profoundly significant. Moreover, with Suihan having sustained an injury to her abdomen and her indifference towards the child, Snow Radiance King would not compel her to bear another. Yet, the injury had occurred, and it remained uncertain how Snow Radiance King intended to restore Suihan's health. As for him, he had contributed nothing for the stone milk, the resources provided by the tribe, though framed as gifts for Suihan, ultimately served the offspring's needs. If only he had refrained from claiming it was a trade for Suihan in the first place. The Golden Tiger King wore a weary expression. Suddenly, he paused, sniffing the air. A crisp, faint fragrance wafted by. Which female of the tribe was in heat? Yet, none of the previous scents had stirred any reaction within him. So why now? Calculating the time, he realized he had not been intimate with Suihan since her severe morning sickness began. Was it the prolonged abstinence? The Golden Tiger King shook his head. He first checked on their sleeping offspring before returning to his own chamber, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him. A warm, feminine body suddenly nestled against him. The Golden Tiger King halted. The delicate, icy fragrance mingled with the aroma of peach oolong tea enveloped him. He seemed to forget that their offspring was being cared for by Hu Zhenzheng. Clearly, this young female had unexpectedly entered her heat. So hot the soft murmurs accompanied Hu Zhenzheng as she nuzzled against his chest, and the Golden Tiger King realized he was becoming aroused. This was impossible. Such a response only occurred in the presence of Suihan. As the arms behind him tightened around him, the scent in the air grew increasingly intoxicating. Suihan, the Golden Tiger King's face flushed, his gaze becoming hazy as a delicate silhouette seemed to materialize before him. Golden Tiger King, come here. The figure gradually became more defined, revealing a beaming Suihan. Suihan, the Golden Tiger King, stepped forward, inadvertently causing Hu Zhenzheng to stumble. Their feet entangled as they fell onto the enormous warm jade bed. Suihan, I miss you so much. The Golden Tiger King pressed Hu Zhenzheng beneath him, kissing her fervently. Despite her reluctance, the fervor of her first heat overwhelmed Hu Zhenzheng, consuming her last remnants of rationality. The Silver Dragon King twitched his ears, realizing that this matter had finally reached a critical point. As Suihan lay asleep in his embrace, the Silver Serpent King, concerned that she might catch a chill, prepared to carry her away. It was then that he noticed the King of the Azure Sea, perched in a corner of the palace, casting him a wicked smile while raising a middle finger. Hey, we're both ancient foxes. If I am despicable, you are hardly virtuous. The Silver Serpent King bared his teeth. You take Suihan to the rooftops, and what if he discovers her? Acting without regard for consequences. It's no wonder you have yet to make a mark. You can only serve as a lackey to the Snow Radiance King. So what? Are you claiming to be an after-sales service? Who would have thought that you, a regal merman, would take pleasure in eavesdropping, such a twisted and perverse hobby? Come on, is it not merely a matter of mutual harm? This is a subject with which he is well acquainted. If you have the guts, confront him before Suihan and deliver a blow that leaves him a pig's head. Why are you two bickering so early in the morning? What is there to argue about? Suihan, feeling quite irritable, swung open the car door. Grasping the ears of the two rascals, Silver Serpent King, lacking ears, was instead pinching his cheek. These two imbeciles, with their minds cluttered with thoughts of yellow paint, had no notion of letting her rest. On any night she managed to sleep before dawn, it was solely due to her exhaustion overwhelming her, rather than their merciful leniency. Even more infuriating was the fact that they denied her the chance to catch up on sleep early in the morning. Have you all thoughtfully considered how you wish to meet your demise? Speak candidly. Just then, she was met with the wide eyes and gaping mouth of Tu Luoluo, which only added to her embarrassment. How awkward was that? Suihan, who had always prided herself on being ladylike, sheepishly released her grip. Oh dear, I am so hungry. What shall we have for breakfast today? As the cold of winter sets in, laughter resonates. I shall take a look. Tu Luoluo, covering her mouth, ran away with a smile. My image of a virtuous and gentle lady. In the frigid embrace of winter, the sound of tiny white teeth chattering resonated. The Azure Sea King remarked, fear not. I shall hypnotize her shortly, allowing her to forget this episode. Do refrain from such blunders, retorted Suihan, casting a stern gaze in his direction. What are you all doing so early in the day? Wasn't there a trade to be conducted with the Golden Tiger tribe? Has that been accomplished? The Silver Flood Dragon King replied earnestly, there has been an incident with the Golden Tiger King. Injury sustained during the hunt? Suihan inquired. It has come to my attention that the Golden Tiger tribe's relations with the neighboring elephant and lion tribes have grown increasingly strained. With the Golden Tiger King reigning as their beast king, they have suppressed the other two tribes in recent years. However, the latter are not to be underestimated, and conflicts frequently arise during hunts, leading to skirmishes over prey, resulting in injuries to their kin. Though no injuries have occurred, it seems there was merely a female involved. The Silver Flood Dragon King mused, scratching his nose. Despite his alliance with the Azure Sea King to vanquish the Golden Tiger King, the revelation of such scandalous news seemed akin to intentionally sharpening a blade before Suihan. Oh, is that the female from yesterday's tiger tribe? That seems rather fortuitous. Does not the Golden Tiger King favor such a virtuous and nurturing female? The Azure Sea King commented. I find his actions to be quite disrespectful towards you. You ought to sever the marking. He would never acquiesce to that, replied the Silver Flood Dragon King. However, oaths must be upheld. In the midst of winter's chill, the female tiger, Hu Zhengzheng, found herself in the throes of her heat cycle, yet the Golden Tiger King had resolutely distanced himself from her. Hu Zhengzheng was tormented by her plight, while the Golden Tiger King commanded the shaman to provide her with medication. However, such treatment could severely harm her physical well-being and jeopardize her future chances of conceiving. The shaman opposed this notion vehemently, for every female in their tribe held immense significance. Particularly Hu Zhengzheng. What if she were to successfully bear the Golden Tiger King's offspring? Or perhaps you should inquire within the tribe who would be willing to take my place. I desire no other beastly suitors. You alone hold my heart. Hu Zhengzheng lamented, tumbling from her bed in a pitiful state. The Golden Tiger King, though visibly pained, clenched his fist without offering assistance. Hu Zhengzheng wrapped her arms around her shoulders, seething with resentment. You wretched man. You heartless beast. Having taken what you desired, you now refuse to acknowledge your responsibilities. Though she wrestled with a flicker of guilt, after all, the Golden Tiger King had yet to sever his bond with Lady Suihan. His actions only solidified her view of him as a cad. Before marking Lady Suihan, it was said that he remained indifferent even as a female, consumed by desire in his presence, succumbed to madness, regardless of his royal status. He could not simply feast and discard the remnants. Ah, what a spectacle! A voice, laced with malicious glee, interjected. The Silver Dragon King lounged against the doorframe, exuding an air of irreverence, while several tribal elders trailed behind him, heads bowed. Elders, it has been said that we cannot prevail. Why willingly seek torment? They protested, their frustration palpable. Even the Snow Radiance King had never treated them with such disdain. The Silver Dragon King retorted with a piercing gaze, the Snow Radiance King possesses decorum. Do you truly believe he is gracious? You are here to witness my misfortune, yet I have no time for such trivialities. I nearly depleted my resources last time. Presently, I am preoccupied with earning a living. How can I nurture my female without means? The ground is quite chilly. Can you bear this? He continued. You have taken everything and still treat her this way, Golden Tiger King. Do not compel me to look down upon you. The female, weakened in body, could not be lifted by the shaman, and Hu Zhengzheng's beauty surpassed that of her peers, igniting the elder's covetousness. The Golden Tiger King's expression darkened, yet he was unwilling to become the subject of the Silver Dragon King's mockery. He lifted Hu Zhengzheng and placed her back onto the bed. The moment their skin touched, desires surged anew, but her pride forbade her from losing her composure as she had the night before. Biting her lip, the metallic tang of blood filled her mouth. Golden Tiger King, you have lain with her yet refused to mark her? This is her first heat. The Silver Dragon King began to sow further discord. Hu Zhengzheng's sense of injustice flooded her. In their world, a female's initial heat was of utmost importance, and the Golden Tiger King's refusal to acknowledge her with a mark condemned her to a bleak fate. Unless she found another royal beast to claim her, Hu Zhengzheng would be relegated to lesser warriors of other tribes, unworthy of a high-ranking mate. Not possible. I cannot mark her, came the Golden Tiger King's vehement denial. Why not? Hu Zhengzheng finally dared to inquire. I know I cannot compare to Lady Suihan. I promise I shall never appear before you again. But this is my first heat. It holds immense significance for me. My king, I implore you, mark me. I can seek out other powerful males to mark you, but I cannot bear this burden. The Golden Tiger King's expression darkened further. Please, provide me with a reason to relinquish my hopes. Ultimately, she could devote herself solely to her maternal duties. Yet, a rationale was warranted, was it not? Reason? The Golden Tiger King's face paled. There is no reason. The elders murmured in dissent. They dared not enter the room, mindful of their status, uncertain of their own restraint in the presence of a female in heat. Nevertheless, Hu Zhengzheng was the tribe's most exceptional female, and she had spent her first heat with the Golden Tiger King. Yet, he refused to mark her and offered no explanation. As a female who had been claimed by a royal beast, other males in the tribe would not dare to mark her. Her only future lay in alliances with other tribes, and even then, she would not be matched with powerful warriors. This would prove a significant loss for the Golden Tiger tribe, as Hu Zhengzheng's reproductive potential was exceedingly high. He had vowed to mark but one female in his lifetime. Should he mark another, he would be compelled to sever his bond with her. A sweet, delicate voice echoed, breaking the tension. Suihan entered accompanied by King Bihai. Suihan, are you well? King Jean Tiger expressed his excitement, stepping forward. Stop. She might vomit. King Yinlong extended his arm to block him. Get out of the way. You cannot defeat me. King Jean Tiger shook his iron fist. It's not shameful to be outmatched, but I have allies. King Yinlong chuckled mischievously. Allies? King G Tiger turned to look at King Bihai, who was standing guard beside Suihan. You have a new beast man and didn't even bother to inform me? Suihan, to what extent do you intend to deceive me? You also remained silent about sleeping with other females. In the chilling winter, a brow was raised in disdain. Are they once again attempting to tarnish her reputation? Do they truly believe her to be easily bullied? Previously, she was concerned about her reputation. But does she still care for those ephemeral illusions? She merely shared a night with a female. How does that compare to your ability to attract suitors wherever you go? The expressions of the Silver Serpent King and the Azure Sea King shifted dramatically. Such words directed at a female are an accusation of her promiscuity, insinuating that she lacks virtue. Although the beastly world exhibits a degree of tolerance for females seeking mates, being chastised by one's own mate is intolerable for any female. The deep hues of the Azure Sea King's gaze intensified, his countenance solemn, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the atmosphere. No one shall move. As the cold of winter approached, she raised her hand, signaling the Sea King and the Silver Serpent King to refrain from exerting their dominance through their beastly might. She then turned her gaze towards the Golden Tiger King, asserting, "What of my flirtations with the male beasts? I have given him a rightful place in my heart. I possess 3 beast husbands, and both of the others have consented. Thus, this relationship is legitimate. When did the rules of the beast realm change? Must I seek your approval to take another husband? And what of you? She is but a maiden in her first season of heat. You have lain with her, yet failed to mark her. What fault lies with her? Can she govern her own instincts during her heat? You are a king among beasts. If you refuse to mate with her, she might as well burn in passion before you, and you would not spare her a glance. Yet the truth is, you were drawn to her scent and took her, yet you refused to take responsibility for marking her. Golden Tiger King. Is this truly the conduct expected of a guardian of your tribe? Is this not all merely a ploy to sever our bond? Why not? According to our previous oath, I am entitled to demand the dissolution of our mark. I explicitly stated that I would mark another female. I have not marked her. Are you truly going to nitpick over semantics here? Or do you believe that in Snow White's absence today, they possess no authority to compel you to release the mark? Setting aside Lonsure, the resistance from the female is far too strong, based on the number of husbands and their strength. They indeed have the right to demand your release. Of course, it is true that they do not possess the rightful claim that Lonsure does. The Golden Tiger King fell silent, for he too harbored similar thoughts. In the frigid atmosphere, Suihan cast a glance at the King of the Azure Sea. The King of the Azure Sea raised his hand, revealing the mark in his palm. It seemed that the King of Snow White anticipated this. He and the Silver Jiao King would undoubtedly take measures to compel the King of the Golden Tiger to lift the mark. He also foresaw that the King of the Golden Tiger would never remain passive, thus granting him a privilege equivalent to that of the foremost beast husband. Why must the King of the Golden Tiger create such an uncomfortable situation for everyone? A glint of resentment flickered in the eyes of the King of the Golden Tiger, while Hu Zhenjiang's gaze also brightened. Regardless of the process, the ultimate outcome was favorable. Who does not desire legitimacy? Before the gathered onlookers, the King of the Golden Tiger finally removed the mark from Suihan. Just as a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, he suddenly seized Suihan, gripping her neck and drawing her into his embrace. You all better not move. His dark, brooding eyes turned towards the Silver Jiao King and his companions. What does it matter if the mark is lifted? It can always be reapplied. Tell me, where would it be better to mark this time? The collarbone or the neck? The King of the Golden Tiger bit down fiercely on Suihan's neck, as if venting his pent-up frustration. Suihan furrowed her brow as blood began to gush from the wound. The Silver Jiao King and the King of the Azure Sea hesitated, the latter even contemplating using his royal beast skill, yet Suihan's gaze halted him. Let us bring this to a true conclusion, Suihan thought to herself. The suffering inflicted upon her by the Golden Tiger tribe must be returned to the King of the Golden Tiger. I have offered you my genuine heart, even sacrificing the dignity of the royal beast, yet what of you? You claim to reject me, yet do you possess a heart? You have none at all. It was your own consent to bear my offspring. You were the one who vowed to give me children. How dare you shift the blame entirely onto me? You deceived me with your morning sickness. You misled me with your lost soul syndrome. And even when you sought a new beast husband, I was the last to know. I lack a heart? Huh. Abandoned due to my failed transformation in youth, I have always harbored a complex regarding offspring. Yet you have never listened. I have declared my disinterest in children. I do not wish to bear offspring. I cannot care for young ones, nor can I participate in their upbringing. You claim I have been spoiled by Lonsure, that bearing children is the duty of a female. You say I should strive to mature, to act in accordance with my position. The beast husband I desire initially was only Lan Shi. I once, like Hu Zhenzheng, lost my reason to the tides of emotion. I once felt gratitude that you did not mark me first, and thus Lan Shi tolerated you multiple times. But the truth remains that you could never surpass Lan Shi to mark me first. Ensnared by the Siren King, I became pregnant with his child, and later, Bai Zong carelessly discarded that siren offspring on the beach. Your myriad grievances and scrutinies, I am well aware of them. I have not posed these inquiries solely to you. They have expressed that they cherish and love me, thus permitting me to be an unfit female who bears no children. I can also be a vicious mother who does not rear her young. I understand you have been nurtured as the heir of a tribe. Your intentions always directed towards the tribe's present and future. The tribe is your responsibility. It requires you, and you both complement each other. Yet what relevance does that hold for me? I am not a female raised in the Golden Tiger tribe. The Golden Tiger tribe presented gifts to the Snow Wolf tribe. And even the esteemed Lady Saint reciprocated, which became your justification for criticizing my immaturity. You incessantly claim that I do not respect you or the Golden Tiger tribe. But have you ever inquired of your Golden Tiger tribe whether they have sent even the slightest provision to the Snowy Plains Wolf tribe for me in the past year? King of the Golden Tiger, on what grounds do you accuse me with such righteous indignation time and again? You finally spoke the truth. This is how you perceive me. You are correct. The tribe is my responsibility. It has granted me everything. What reason do I have not to prioritize the tribe in all matters? Whether as a royal beast or an ordinary male beast man, what is wrong with desiring my female to bear offspring? Speak. Speak. Who am I? In the chill of winter, I suddenly pondered the ways of the beastly realm, engaging in a dialogue with myself. You wish to discuss the rules of our world? I'm Suihan, a female cub abandoned due to a failed transformation. I bear neither my father's surname nor my mother's. I am merely the one raised by Lan, not belonging to the Snowy Wolf clan. According to the laws of the beastly realm, I ought to be classified as a stray beast. Stray beasts are unbound by any regulations, free to act as they please. If you claim to be without fault, why then do you cast blame upon me? We are destined to be parallel lines that should never intersect. If you believe that remarking me will ease your troubled heart, then by all means, do as you wish. The Golden Tiger King's complexion drained of color. Indeed, there had always been whispers of doubt. He had once jestingly suggested to the Snow Radiance King that Suihan should adopt the surname of the Golden Tiger tribe. Yet, the Snow Radiance King had replied that it was the dying wish of Suihan's father. He had never comprehended this. It rendered Suihan akin to a stray beast, devoid of kinship and home. However, the Snow Radiance King had asserted, wherever Suihan is, there is home. It now appears that Suihan's parents and the Snow Radiance King acted out of a desire to protect the cub and to grant her the utmost freedom. Yet, despite having such loving parents, she harbors nothing but malice towards the cubs. After all this, you remain simply afraid of my marking you. You may certainly give it a try. Truly. As the frigid years passed, her hands transformed into blades. Where did you just mention the mark? The neck? The fingertips were poised to strike towards her throat when Jin Huang swiftly seized her wrist. Have you lost your mind? He exclaimed. What? Do you still care for me? Suddenly, Jin Huang staggered backward, his hand pressed against his abdomen, blood gushing forth between his fingers. As the chill of winter enveloped me, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within. The elders and shamans of my tribe, the Wang Jinhu, were taken aback. If you truly feel for me, why not allow me to vent my frustrations? Do you not understand? From the moment I can recall, it was never you who yielded to Lan Shi. Rather, I have long pondered when I might finally seek retribution for both Lan Shi and myself. In the chill of winter, Suihan gazed at her blood-stained fingers with a bemused smile. She even extended her tongue to taste the crimson traces upon her skin. Or, if you do not mind, shall I indulge once more? Cease. Do not move, bellowed the Silver Serpent King, his commanding presence spreading like an ominous shadow. The Golden Tiger tribe found themselves caught in a dilemma. They faced two formidable beast kings, and their own Golden Tiger King was already injured. Why do you treat me this way? The Golden Tiger King insisted, grasping Suihan's arm with fervor. Have I not been good enough to you? Beyond matters concerning the cubs, I have offered you my sincere heart. What have you given me in return? Do you truly believe I harbor any affection for you? Have you considered that? More often than not, when you bestow gifts upon me, it is merely a pretext for demanding my presence in your bed as recompense. The Golden Tiger tribe reminds me that every offering is meant to aid female fertility or to nourish expectant mothers. Thus, You provide for me, and I share your bed. The Golden Tiger tribe sustains me, and in turn, I bear offspring for their kings. How painfully clear it all is. Affection? How utterly absurd. I can only harbor resentment towards you. In the chill of winter, a peculiar smile emerged. I loathe you for compelling me to accept you as my beastly consort, for constantly reminding me of past concessions to Lonsure, and for forcing me to sever ties with you through our offspring. My animosity towards you surpasses even that directed at the Sea King. The Sea King never engaged in emotional manipulation. His sole intent was to mark her to ensure the birth of our young. She, in turn, sought to enhance her strength to confront the Sea King, harboring a desire for the demise of the Golden Tiger King. Suddenly, the Golden Tiger King erupted into laughter. I have coerced you? Very well. Even if I have. Did the Silver Jiao King not compel you in the past? You once detested him to an unimaginable extent, yet now you are inseparable. In the biting cold of winter, a sardonic laugh escapes my lips. Indeed, he has coerced me. I once felt compelled to accept him due to the mark he placed upon me. Yet, when faced with the choice between my offspring and myself, he chose me. During my pregnancy with your cub, the precious stone milk I consumed was painstakingly procured by him. In my moments of despair, he set aside everything to accompany Lonsure as we traversed the beastly realm, never once attempting to hinder my search for other partners. Only concerned with what benefited me. But what have you done? You profess your genuine devotion, claiming to have given me everything. You assert that among the myriad of kingly beasts and husbands, only you reside within the territory of the Snow Wolf tribe. However, you have never considered that Lonsure is my guardian, and the Red Flood King is my adoptive father. As a Silver-tier female, I possess the right to refuse residence in the Golden Tiger tribe. You are unaware that for an entire year, I have not received sustenance from them. Given the rules of the beastly world, you should know better, having lived many more years than I. Henceforth, please consider us strangers. For it is indeed shameful for a female to seek the dissolution of a mark after being deprived of sustenance for a year. I intend to reside in the royal city, not wishing to become a laughingstock among other females, who cannot wield the dagger of heartache. The Golden Tiger King's complexion turned ashen. He is loathed by me. I harbor not a shred of affection for him. His feelings are entirely one-sided. In the desolate chill of winter, she turned away. Had the Snow Radiance King, who had nurtured her since childhood, ever spoken of true feelings? Had the Silver Flood Dragon King, who tirelessly sought rare treasures to provide for her, ever expressed such sentiments? It is only the Golden Tiger King, raised by the Golden Tiger tribe, who might entertain such notions. Between her and him, it could only be viewed as an exchange of equals. Hu Zhengzheng grasped the shaman tightly, exclaiming, "Medicine. I require medicine." The shaman's expression faltered. Yet, with the Golden Tiger King injured, he could no longer accompany Hu Zhengzheng through her period of estrus. This was her first estrus cycle, and it would undoubtedly affect her future pregnancies. The shaman felt a burgeoning resentment towards Suihan. However, she had not anticipated that the Golden Tiger tribe had ceased their support of Suihan for an entire year. With this alone, they had forfeited any right to further accusations or ire. Suihan's rebuke of the Golden Tiger King struck her like a hammer against her chest. She could not help but glance at the various elders of the tribe, each displaying a different countenance. So, the cessation of support was a consensus among the elders? Yet what of the resources? Whether Lonsure or I, we were both raised by the tribe as heirs. Our sense of responsibility towards the tribe cannot be deemed lesser than that of the Golden Tiger King. Why then do we not feel that the female must bear offspring as an obligation? In a vast forest, there exists every kind of bird. The Silver Flood Dragon King interjected with a hint of mockery. In the biting chill of winter, Suihan struck him with a fierce punch. The Golden Tiger tribe appeared to revere him, yet in truth, he was subjugated by the elders of the tribe. Affection and duty bound him tightly, deeply entrenched and unalterable. The Silver Serpent King, nursing his injured eye, finally ceased his frivolous antics. The Sea King contemplated. Indeed, it seemed that encountering me might be his misfortune. No, you are each other's calamity. Upon re-entering the territory of the Golden Tiger tribe, chaos greeted them. Had they fallen victim to robbery? The Silver Serpent King found himself at a loss for words. Silver Serpent King, Your Excellency, for the sake of the Beast God, please protect our cubs and females. The Beast God will surely bless you. A bloodied elder of the Golden Tiger tribe lay beneath the wheel. What has transpired? The Elephant tribe and the Lion tribe have allied to assault the Golden Tiger tribe. Our king led the warriors into battle, but they were cunning, devising a stratagem to lure us away. A portion of their formidable forces is currently besieging the Royal Beast Palace. where the females and cubs of the Golden Tiger tribe are sheltered. Understood. The Golden Tiger King realized he had underestimated the situation, having fallen into a trap. The two tribes had conspired to plunder their home. What was worse, they sought to abduct all the cubs and females. A move tantamount to obliterating the legacy of the Golden Tiger tribe. Could this murky water be navigated? The Silver Serpent King cast a glance at Suihan. To attack the females and cubs, aiming to take them all at once. These two tribes are no paragons of virtue. Understood. Twin-headed serpent, let us proceed. I shall take you to hone your skills. In the presence of Suihan and Tu Luoluo, having the king of the blue sea is sufficient. I am unafraid. When Suihan held Tu Luoluo's small hand, Tu Luoluo declared, I can still dig pits to bury beasts. Indeed. However, the elephant and lion tribes are tough-skinned and hardy. Otherwise, I would thrust some thorns through their souls. But your fire-type ability can singe their fur and curl it, right? Alas. Indeed. I have reached the 5th level of my abilities. Do not be foolish. This is a tribal conflict. Many beasts will perish. I can lead you into the palace. It is better to protect the females and young than to fight the males. Although the king of the blue sea did not doubt his ability to protect the Suihan sisters, it was his principle as a male to keep them from danger. The remaining members of the Golden Tiger tribe were sheltered within the palace of the royal beasts, while the Silver Jiao King held the barely surviving elder of the Golden Tiger tribe in his grasp. So that's how it is. The elephant and lion tribes dared to act because a royal beast has emerged. Old fellow, how could you not inform us of such crucial news? What if I, an ordinary yet passionate strongman, were to meet my end here today? The elder sighed in resignation. The Silver Jiao King clearly relished the spectacle, allowing the elder to ramble on for the sake of assurance. After all, each tribe has only one royal beast, with the Golden Tiger King absent. There was no one to withstand the might of the giant Elephant King. Silver Jiao King, please forgive past grievances. The Golden Tiger tribe will be eternally grateful. Do not. Sentiment does not fill the coffers. We should collaborate henceforth, discussing only business. Very well. The resources we can exchange with the Silver Jiao King are far superior to what we could procure at the tribal market. The newly appointed royal beast of the elephant tribe was robust, its gray-white fur not fully shed, and its fangs not entirely dulled. Its colossal figure seemed to lack appropriate royal attire, as it wore a sleeveless leather coat over rough linen garments, appearing both coarse and unkempt. Haha, I have long harbored dissatisfaction with the Golden Tiger King. Today, I shall claim his female. Host, do you not wish to continue your tasks in the elephant tribe? After all, the missions here are nearly complete. No. Although the Golden Tiger King is indeed lacking, he has not been excessively cruel to me. Aside from initially refusing to mark me, he eventually did so after severing ties with Suihan, allowing me to reside in the Royal Beast Palace and conducting a ceremony to announce to all tribes that I, Hu Zhenzheng, am now the Golden Tiger King's consort. Though the Golden Tiger King possesses a somewhat rugged temperament, he is still quite handsome, whereas this Elephant King is utterly unappealing. The young of the elephant tribe are undeniably adorable. Did you not hear him? He intends to bed the Golden Tiger King's female. The Golden Tiger King's female is now me. Me, the Elephant King, robust in stature, could offer the host a unique pleasure. The system merely states the facts. Pleasure? Such enjoyment must be founded on mutual attraction. After all, how many can rival the aesthetics of the merman? Speaking of young ones, which tribe's offspring are not charming? The Golden Tiger tribe has several fox and wolf females and their young that have attached themselves. If the giant Elephant King, or the entire elephant tribe, is not something she finds appealing, then that Elephant King is out of the question. To bed him? Ugh. Old man, does he merely desire a female? Why must you complicate matters? Just give him the female he desires. The elder nearly spat blood in disbelief. I did not summon you to create chaos. Hee. You do understand. However, with so many brothers, one female is hardly sufficient. It would be best to gather all the females of the tribe for everyone's enjoyment. The Silver Jiao King's pupils transformed into golden slits. Dare you treat females as mere playthings? Even the arrogant white antelope king of the royal city would not dare speak so openly. The snake tribe? So it appears that the Golden Tiger tribe sent you to seek assistance. The Elephant King patted his chest. Young one. Allow me to teach you how to be a long-lived beast. Calling me young one? Then I must find you a grandmother to balance this out. Among the wandering beasts, there is a snake female of the same tribe, known for her indulgent nature, claiming to have entertained 8 husbands in one night, with a particular fondness for robust males. Upon meeting the Silver Jiao King, she referred to herself as Andy, and even after the Silver Jiao King ascended to royal beast status, She incessantly clamored to experience the essence of a royal male. Alas, strong beings prefer clean females, and royal beasts are no exception, therefore they overlook her. Yet the snake female remains undeterred. What she desires is the harmonious balance of male and female energies. Are there not plenty of other males aside from the royal beast? The Silver Jiao King mused that after so many years of her self-proclaimed any title, now there was someone calling him grandfather. Surely he must pair them off. With a clap, he and the Elephant King transformed into a plume of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Where has he gone? The elephant tribe began to stir restlessly. Within the palace, the females sensed the commotion outside, huddling closer to their young, trembling with fear. Hu Zhengzheng looked down upon these females who only cried in times of crisis, yet was helpless. The combat prowess of females is virtually non-existent, and they often succumb to their fates. Stop crying. There are still young ones to care for. If we are in disarray, what will become of the cubs? I just prepared some meat soup in the kitchen. Hurry and serve it to the younglings. Some of the females had become mothers, while others had not, but the number of young far surpassed that of the females, a sign of a thriving tribe. However, amidst chaos, when the young cried, the females joined in, creating a cacophony of wails. Some immature females also aided in looking after the young, but for every one that cried, 2 more joined in, leading to a full-blown uproar. No one considered that the young are more vulnerable to hunger than adult beasts. Their crying may not solely stem from fear. Hu Zhengzheng, protecting 2 young ones, found herself overwhelmed. It was only when the system issued the mission that she remembered. Nonetheless, she usually prepared dried meat and snacks for Hu De and Hu Er, ensuring the 2 little ones were not starving. Having prepared the meat soup, Hu Zhengzheng filled a large bowl of meat with little broth for herself and the 2 youngsters. She was uncertain when the Golden Tiger King would return. For now, she could only ensure she and the 2 little ones were not left hungry. Aside from the mission points, she felt no extra sympathy. Even though she was tasked with the role of a nurturing mother, she must approach it from the most advantageous perspective. Finally, the females in the room began to stir. Hu Ao, Hu Xiang, remember to stick with me and not run off. Hu Zhengzheng, disliking the idea of dirty younglings, provided them with makeshift aprons to wear. To prevent them from sucking their fingers, she crafted teething sticks from gray flour mixed with minced meat. Had the royal beast palace only housed their family, she could have given the 2 little ones pacifiers, but with so many young and females mingling together, Hu Zhengzheng dared not take the risk. The 2 little ones were cared for exquisitely, appearing clean and plump, melting Tu Lao's heart as she observed from the shadows. They are truly well cared for. In the chilling depths of winter, I cannot help but feel a profound sorrow for them. Their fates lie in the hands of other beastmen. Even the simplest of needs, such as clothing and sustenance, require assistance, and in times of peril, without protection, they are left vulnerable to slaughter. The Ocean King, noticing her tremors, quickly enveloped her in his embrace. Rabbit Luo Luo, frightened, stood silently by. She had heard her mother mention that her sister harbored emotional burdens, and whenever such matters arose, her sister would transform into someone entirely different. Yet, after learning of her sister's tribulations, Rabbit Luo Luo felt a deep pang of empathy for her. Fortunately, her sister was cherished by 3 beastly husbands who would care for her tenderly. The Ocean King uttered not a word, merely soothingly patting Suihan's back until her composure was restored. In this world, not all thoughts converge towards a singular truth. Otherwise, how could 1,000 beastmen from the same tribe each possess their unique countenance? If uniformity of thought were paramount, why then do not all beastmen share a singular visage? Remember, they are not your burden. Your only duty is to yourself. Finally, the Ocean King imparted this wisdom, and Rabbit Luo Luo wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, if there are myriad beasts, why must there be a singular ideology? Is a differing thought truly a deviation? They do not consume your provisions, so why should their affairs concern you so deeply? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. The elder tribesmen seemed uncertain if they could withstand it. Shall I go and see? The Ocean King inquired. If I can lend a hand, I shall. But one must be cautious. Good intentions can often lead to unforeseen consequences, much like the previous incident with the stone milk. In the depths of winter, Suihan believed that good deeds should be performed in full view of the public, particularly concerning the Golden Tiger tribe. The King of the Azure Sea nodded in agreement. As the skill of temporal stasis was unleashed, everything around them froze in place, and Suihan along with 2 Luoluo were transported into the sanctum of the royal beast palace by the Azure Sea King. Meanwhile, the formidable warriors of the Golden Tiger tribe discovered they could move once again. However, their extraordinary abilities were rendered useless. Undeterred, they charged forward, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the nearest warriors of the elephant and lion tribes, their fists striking with thunderous force. Though the elephant and lion warriors were acutely aware of their surroundings, their bodies remained utterly immobilized. It was clear to them that other royal beasts had come to the aid of the Golden Tiger tribe. What a stroke of luck for the Golden Tiger tribe. Typically, all tribes were relatively equal in strength, yet suddenly, they produced a royal beast and began to expand their influence, becoming the most dominant tribe in the vicinity. However, the Golden Tiger tribe might have grown arrogant, as in recent years they had made life exceedingly difficult for the neighboring tribes. Now, with the emergence of a giant elephant king, they believed they would no longer have to fear the Golden Tiger tribe's dominance, only to find that the Golden Tiger king had friends among the royal beasts coming to assist him. It was perplexing, considering the Golden Tiger king had previously severed ties with his female counterpart after the arrival of a royal beast from the dragon tribe. And yet here was another royal beast willing to lend support. This marked the first official encounter between Hu Zhejiang and Suihan. The female fox, alluring and languid, was wrapped in a lavish, exquisitely crafted cloak, her skirt shimmering with radiant hues. Her visage was so enchanting that Suihan found himself at a loss for words to adequately express her beauty. In summary, she was both stunning and delicate, yet devoid of any vulgarity. No wonder the Golden Tiger King was reluctant to let her go. Had she been male, he likely would have found it equally difficult to part with her. Suddenly, a small figure darted forward, leaping to Suihan's side. It was one of the young tigers. Hu Ao or Hu Xiang. As Suihan lowered her gaze, she was met by a pair of amber-hued eyes. The chubby, adorable cub grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of pearly teeth. "If you don't like him, I shall take him away," she said. Although Hu Zhengzheng felt deep down that Suihan would never harm the cub, her expression was far from pleasant. That day, she had overheard the source of Suihan's inner turmoil and worried that the cub might evoke discomfort in her. After all, she had heard that Suihan had previously been upset by the Golden Tiger King. Would she also be repulsed by the cub? "Let me hold him. I'll take him." Tuluoluo hurried over to scoop up the cub. Both Hu Zhejiang and Suihan sighed in relief simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and smiled. In Hu Zhengzheng's embrace, Hu Xiang was oblivious to the reason behind their laughter, but mimicked their smiles nonetheless. "Haha, they are being so well taken care of by you. It's what I ought to do." Initially, it was merely a task, but eventually, genuine affection blossomed. The bond with the cub was the purest, unmarred by any other emotions. She treated them well, and in return, they grew closest to her. In the chill of winter, one shakes their head. No one is obliged to do anything. This is your destiny. You have seen my circumstances. I cannot and will not engage with them. I can only ensure that I do not harm them. Fortunately, I have severed all ties of blood with them, rendering me a stranger in their eyes, a mere female. Thus, the efforts expended by Hu Zhejiang will not reach fruition in their upbringing, as blood relations are expected to provide sustenance for Suihan. While she has squandered her time and emotions, crafting a bridal gown for him in vain, Hu Zhejiang nodded, though with a semblance of understanding. She had witnessed Suihan's rigidity and recognized her inability to bond with the young, even though she bore herself. The severance of blood ties was something she grasped. Yet the implications remained beyond her comprehension, rendering her reticent to comment. Gratitude is extended to all for their assistance to the Golden Tiger tribe. The tribe is profoundly appreciative. Hu Zhejiang, setting down Hu Xiang, solemnly lifted her skirt and bowed in acknowledgement. The elders present exchanged glances, perplexed. Hu Zhejiang maintained her dignified composure, embodying a queenly presence that pleased them all, yet there was an unmistakable shift in the air. The king of the Azure Sea raised an eyebrow, noting the fortunate fate of that scoundrel, the king of the Golden Tiger, faced with the disarray of the tribal encampment. The king of the Golden Tiger felt his spirits plummet. With heavy steps, he approached the palace of the Beast King, only to be met by the mournful cries of the elephant and lion warriors outside. The Silver Dragon King stepped upon the foot of a fallen elephant warrior, critiquing the brutality of the Golden Tiger tribe's warriors as they lay battered and bruised upon the ground. The typically haughty tribal warriors, known for their arrogance, listened with humility to his ramblings. The king of the Golden Tiger exhaled in relief. Though the Silver Dragon King was unreliable, he would not falter when it came to matters of great importance. "You truly are in a dire predicament, with the cold season approaching and your encampment so severely damaged. What will you do?" The king of the Golden Tiger's expression was one of stoic disbelief. Was it merely a few jests at his expense? What value did his pride hold compared to the females and young of the tribe? How could they endure such indignities? You've mentioned that the cold season is imminent. If too many warriors are lost, hunting will be exceedingly difficult, leaving the females and young of both tribes to fend for themselves. Our tribe lacks the capacity to accommodate such a multitude of females and young. While friction among tribes is common, it seldom escalates to the point of annihilating the male warriors of another tribe. Very well. It seems I am the one being petty. The king of the Golden Tiger chuckled. With so many warriors, I trust the two tribes will be willing to offer some resources for their redemption. At least you understand. The Silver Dragon King, with the payment for the Elephant Tribe's king beast in tow, sought out Suihan. The king of the Golden Tiger regarded Suihan, who maintained a clear distance from the young, ultimately acknowledging the complexity of her emotional entanglements. Such a significant favor requires no verbal thanks. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Agreed. The Silver Dragon King interjected, diverting the king of the Golden Tiger's gaze. The responsibilities of the Golden Tiger tribe were manifold, necessitating his attention. Was he truly ready to let go? Tu Luoluo approached, curiosity etched upon her face. Can you truly let go? You know that there is no possibility between you and Suihan. It seems I shall have to delay my own offspring. For if the chance encounters are already rare, how will I manage if my sister forbids my closeness due to my offspring? The Silver Dragon King grinned broadly. True family always considers matters from your perspective. Find several beast husbands, and after giving birth, entrust the care of the young to them. You may then approach your sister whenever you wish. Let it be. The sun has yet to set, yet your eyes are already bulging. How could that be possible? Tu Luoluo was not so easily deceived. Seek many beast husbands? Have you never witnessed the chaos that arises with just one? My mother has only my father as her beast husband, and she experiences both joy and pain. My sister's tribulations stem from her desire for more than one beast husband. 2 or 3. No more. Sister, will you still depart upon returning to the royal city? Is the queen's coming-of-age banquet not soon at hand? I may linger in the royal city for a time, then see how Launcher plans things. The snow-covered wolf tribe's territory is not particularly warm, and the Azure Sea tribe offers no significant improvement. Residing in the royal city may be preferable. By the way, I heard that Grey Snowflower's sister, Grey Mia, is to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. Tu Luoluo grimaced. In the depths of winter, she strives to make sense of her thoughts. Forgive her. Aside from the uniquely shaped gray snowflake, who often quarrels with and competes against Rabbit Luoluo, she struggles to remember the other female rabbits of her kind. Gray Snowflake? Silver Serpent King interjected. Is that the one you mocked the last time I attempted to build a snowman? As the winter chill enveloped the surroundings, a sudden laughter escaped her lips, prompting a curious exchange of glances between Tu Luoluo and the Prince of the Azure Sea. She expressed her desire to build a snowman, but Launcher deemed it too frigid, forbidding her from venturing outside, leaving the task to me instead. In such bitterly cold weather, it seemed rather absurd for a cold-blooded creature like myself to construct a snowman for the enjoyment of these warm-blooded beings. Thus, I commenced my endeavor, forming a large snowball as the body, placing 2 smaller ones atop it, and finally crafting a head from another snowball, adorning it with 2 branches to serve as arms. 1 ball, 2 balls, and a large ball. In the chill of winter, the character reflected on herself, recalling the exaggerated features of a certain gray snowflake, which resembled 2 spheres. With her short legs and penchant for wearing fluffy princess dresses, one could only laugh at the absurdity of it all. This is too much. I am going to burst with laughter. Although Gray Snowflake possessed a fertility value just below the silver tier, she was indeed qualified to select a king beast as a mate. However, she would not be so audacious as to pursue the Black Flood Dragon King directly. It was likely the insidious influence of Grey Mia that led her to such thoughts. That Grey Mia, who appeared gentle and delicate, harbored a wicked heart. Later, doubts arose regarding whether Rabbit Luoluo could be easily abducted by the White Antelope King, with suspicions that Grey Mia had employed some trickery, though evidence remained elusive. Moreover, after being marked, Grey Snowflake had departed from the Rabbit clan, and now, Grey Mia stood as the female with the highest fertility value within the Grey Rabbit clan. I sensed that if you and your sisters were to attend the banquet, Grey Mia would undoubtedly attempt to ensnare the 3 brother-in-laws. Oh, the king beasts, all young, handsome, and formidable males. If king beasts were so easily swayed by females, would they not wait until they ascended to their status before seeking mates? Even the mermaid king has not been reported to have sought other females since then. With time still on her side, perhaps Luoluo should visit the Azure Sea clan to meet your black-tailed fish? Should she go directly, or take a few days to prepare? Of course, we must take a few days. The The merchant caravan is also heading to the east coast, replied the Silver Flood Dragon King. Night Eagle. It seems I should now address you as Night Eagle King. What brings you here? Looking to celebrate with a drink? Where did you part ways? The Night Eagle King ignored his banner. Part ways? With whom? Are you referring to Rabbit Luoluo? The Silver Flood Dragon King suddenly had an epiphany. Did you not disdain her before? He quipped. And I still do. She is but a Navi child, aspiring to have me as her first beast husband. Take care. My friend, Rabbit Luoluo is still underage. In my clan, there exists a secret method to successfully mark a female ahead of time. The Night Eagle King turned to glare at the Silver Flood Dragon King. What sort of depravity would compel one to force an underage female into such a binding? Even for the title of first beast husband, such actions are unconscionable. Rabbit Luoluo has a father, the Red Flood Dragon King, and her brother, Jiao Yang, is merely 12 or 13 years old yet already at level 6. If this were to occur, would they not unite to turn him into firewood? By the way, I should mention that Rabbit Luoluo has a fondness for vibrant, colorful fishtails, of course, as per the decision of my female, to avoid misunderstandings. The Silver Flood Dragon King placed the blame squarely on his own female. If Rabbit Luoluo were to have a king beast husband, many troubles would diminish. This time, it was Night Eagle King who had presented himself. After spending 2 months with the Azure Sea King, any female would surely have her heart stirred. Even if Rabbit Luoluo personally had an arrangement with the Azure Sea King, I would not find it surprising. In a world where king beasts are rare, Rabbit Xingxing received the protection of the Red Flood Dragon King. Whether it was due to the Queen's elixir allowing her to bear Rabbit Luoluo or the Red Flood Dragon King's dominance at that time, they could have been solely devoted to one another. Yet, whether it be Frost or Rabbit Luoluo, neither could be limited to just one beast husband. Both of their fertility values lie within the silver tier, and not to mention, even those at level 7 would inevitably entertain ulterior motives. In the realm of Suihan, she has already acquired 3 beastly husbands. However, none of them are to her true liking, and they are unlikely to permit the introduction of another to share her affections. Yet, Rualuo's situation diverges slightly from this. Allow me to offer a suggestion, purely my own opinion. If possible, it would be wise for Rualuo to delay her offspring. The delicate young females are so endearing and soft. How could one bear to thrust her into motherhood prematurely, relegating her to a life solely revolving around her progeny? In your family, our family, there shall be no offspring. The past is irrelevant, and the future holds no promise of it. Nighthawk frowned. You have indulged her too much. Is there any female that does not bear young? My friend, you have yet to grasp the essence of it. Once you have tasted that experience, you will realize that the notion of offspring is mere folly. What experience could he possibly have? Rualuo has yet to reach adulthood. With 2 more years to go, we will part ways only in the royal city, after which Rualuo will return to the palace of the Red Flood King. Are you truly certain you wish to abduct her in the royal city? Are you not afraid of being pursued by the Red Flood King and his progeny, Jiaoyang? Nighthawk, stroking his fingers, was resolute in his pursuit of Rualuo. I would suggest you confront the Red Flood King directly. You are a king beast. Your strength far surpasses that of the impudent 2-headed flood dragon. The Red Flood King, respecting the Black Flood King's authority, must acknowledge the 2-headed flood dragon. Yet he has never claimed that other powerful males are forbidden from contesting for Rualuo as her primary mate. Alas, alternatively, you might consider the path of your little brother. Your little brother? Jiaoyang? That fellow is quite arrogant. Within the royal city, he and the 2-headed flood dragon have established rival factions. When I was in the royal city, he regarded me with disdain. However, he has nothing but respect for his 2 elder sisters. When I provided the Red Flood King with a list of candidates, he hesitated. But it was Jiaoyang who decisively made the choice. Candidates? Nighthawk suddenly detected the scent of conspiracy. What do you mean? Are you not a candidate? Without my strategizing, could you possibly find a female more exceptional than Rualuo? Your gratitude is palpable. Nighthawk rolled his eyes at him. However, you must act swiftly. For based on your previous conduct, my female has been clamoring for the Sea King to summon that black-tailed fish to present to Rualuo. The merfolk, you must admit, few females are unmoved by them. Should they seize the opportunity first, it would be Nighthawk who finds himself in tears. Moreover, Jiaoyang's greatest admiration lies with the Sea King, not just for his prowess but also for his appearance. If he were to learn that Rualuo is considering a merfolk suitor, especially one who the Sea King himself concedes is equal in strength and beauty, he would undoubtedly maneuver Rualuo into making that merfolk her primary mate. Thank you. Nighthawk patted Silver Flood King's shoulder. Given our casual acquaintance, could you spare another day to mine that warm jade, or for me? I shall trade you something in return. My resources are somewhat depleted, and I still need to provide for my female. Is this truly your family S? Nighthawk sought out Jiaoyang, who then introduced him to the Red Flood King. The father and son were quite pleased with Nighthawk's greeting. As for Nighthawk's claim of depleted resources, though he had amassed countless treasures for his ascension to King Beast, the Red Flood King understood the experience of exhausting one's wealth. However, having gathered such an abundance of treasures for his own advancement, he would not fear the inability to acquire resources to support a female. It is rumored that Ruoyuo intends to consider powerful merfolk as suitors in the future. Nighthawk remained unperturbed. Jiaoyang glanced at his father, asserting that Ruoyuo's primary mate must be a king beast. I suspect the two-headed flood dragon is not easily overcoming his bottleneck period, father. Do you believe the secret method will pose any harm to Ruoyuo? I do not think it worth risking Ruoyuo's health and my own reputation for the sake of vying for the primary mate. The Red Flood King nodded. Nighthawk was once a prime candidate for cultivation within the tribe, possessing exceptional cunning and strategy. I have one more request. If Ruoyuo is unwilling to bear offspring, do not attempt to persuade her with reason or idealism. My progeny, even without offspring, can still possess many mates. Jiaoyang nodded in agreement. He may lack strength. And while his father bears the title of foster father, it is, in truth, a name without merit. Otherwise, the Merfolk King and Golden Tiger King would surely have faced a beating. Initially, the Snow Radiance King prioritized Suihan, but when Suihan received the protection of the Sea King, they banded together to confront the Golden Tiger King. The Sea King even inflicted psychological scars on the Merfolk King, which led the Red Flood King to believe that Suihan had made excellent choices in her 3 husbands. Regarding Ruoyuo, he did not expect a mere imitation. Yet he hoped for someone with the capability to establish a stronghold like the Snow Radiance King. It was not favoritism on the part of the Red Flood King. The two-headed flood dragon simply lacked that capability. As a father, he wished for his cherished offspring, nurtured in his palm, to not lead a chaotic life after the bonding ceremony. 3 days later. Jiaoyang, where is the splendid place you mentioned? The newly constructed palace of the king beasts in the royal city. The palace of the king beasts? Recently, several new king beasts have emerged in the royal city. I wonder to whom this palace belongs. Is it appropriate for us to casually enter another king beast's palace? What could be inappropriate? In the future, it will all belong to you. What did you say? I couldn't hear you at all. I am merely curious. My father said that the palace can be designed according to one's desires. I have seen all the other palaces, but this newly built one remains unseen. It would be beneficial for reference. Fear not. My father has already made arrangements. Oh, Ruoyuo was indeed quite earnest in her observation. As she walked, she failed to notice that Jiaoyang had vanished. Suddenly, she collided with a robust chest. Do you walk without paying attention each time? I do not. Ruoyuo instinctively retorted. Who are you? Let me go? Standing before Nighthawk, Ruoyuo appeared exceedingly petite. Nighthawk, recently ascended to King Beast, is now referred to as the Nighthawk King. I recognize you. The last time I asked you to escort me back, you left me by the fire. Ruoyuo harbored no resentment against him for his earlier dismissal. After all, those who ascend to King Beast are indeed the strongest of the strong. Strong beings choose their females based on affinity. Nighthawk rubbed his nose. Do you know why Silver Flood King brought you to my territory? Ruoyuo nodded. I was impolite last time, yet I possess the dignity of a strong being. I cannot allow another male to dominate me. But upon reflection, you are still underage, and the question of who becomes the primary mate remains unsettled. Thus I have come. Are you willing to grant me another chance? I must return to consult my father. Do you believe that Zhaoyang personally brought you here without having met my father? However, the two-headed flood dragon is the direct heir cultivated by the Black Flood King. I do not merit your declaration of war against the Black Flood clan on my behalf. To seize the position of primary mate after it has been declared that the two-headed flood dragon is the heir of the Black Flood King requires not only courage but also strength. As the progeny of the Red Flood King, do you not comprehend what it means to be a king beast? Moreover, even if the two-headed flood dragon were to ascend to king beast today, I could still contend for the position of primary mate. Yet I still have 2 years until adulthood. My sister once claimed it was foolproof, yet she still fell into a trap. Within our clan, we possess secret methods that allow us to successfully complete the marking without resorting to such actions. The females of the Night Eagle clan experience an exceptionally prolonged estrus cycle, leading to the development of a distinct method of marking. So, are you content with me? The cheeks of Tuluo glowed a deep crimson as she softly uttered. You are the king beast. What status do I possess to dare express dissatisfaction with the king beast? What of my standing as a male? Are you satisfied with that? Indeed, I am. Although the night eagle initially treated her harshly and imposed his bloodline suppression upon her, he, being a king beast, sought his father's consent before visiting her. While females are generally afforded privileges, it is often the case that males, upon desiring a female, resort to force before engaging in discourse. Seldom do they inquire about the female's wishes beforehand. Tulyuo could not deny her somewhat superficial envy towards her sister, who had 3 devoted beast husbands, and naturally, she yearned for her own future partner to consider her desires in their decisions, even if only occasionally. As the king beast of the night eagles, his prior visit to his father signified immense respect. It may hurt a little. Bear with it, all right? The night eagle king gently soothed Tulyuo. She closed her eyes, her body trembling involuntarily. His words, while meant to comfort, only intensified her fear. I forgot, you cannot be frightened. The night eagle king tugged at Tulyuo's collar, revealing the dual-headed serpent mark upon her collarbone, and could not help but chuckle. Do you think such a blatant claim can deter other males? What a naive thought. He bit down gently on the soft swell of Tulyuo's body, sensing her shudder in pain. He held her tightly as a drop of his heart's blood seeped from his fangs, slowly flowing towards her heart, until it transformed into countless threads of crimson encasing her heart. All right, announced the night eagle king. I am weary. What should I do? How embarrassing. To feel so drowsy at such a significant moment. The night eagle king chuckled. Are you intending to doze off right here? I have never been like this. Only when I am with you do I find myself startled into sleep. Are you suggesting I frighten you more often for desensitization? Absolutely not. Tulyuo blinked, then tilted her head, nearly toppling over. Oh my heavens. The night eagle king scrambled to catch her. Such a predicament. He had marked his first female, thereby becoming her first beast husband. Yet, the young female, being still underage, could not engage in any intense matters, let alone even share a kiss or embrace. He spent the entire night vigilantly watching over the slumbering young female, only to witness her being taken away by Jiaoyang at dawn. However, before departing, Tulyuo did grant him ample kisses. Hey, brother, did you sneak around last night? Despite the inherent dark circles of the night eagle tribe, the severity of the king beast's appearance was alarming. I now ponder whether marking so early was wise or foolish. The night eagle king sighed. 2 years. How shall I endure? He recalled the time when his little brother personally escorted his sister to her suitor, remembering how that boy had never shown a favorable expression to anyone. As for Suihan, he admired only the strong, while any mention of Suihan turned everyone else into adversaries. Were it not for the knowledge that Jiaoyang harbored no ulterior motives towards his own sister, the Silver Serpent King might have been tempted to tease him for his peculiarities. Had you been present at that time, such words would have eluded you. Jiaoyang sought a protector for Tulyuo, limited to providing her with safety and care, nothing more. His sour disposition spoke volumes. With more and more king beasts rising, it symbolized both the prosperity of the beast realm and the potential onset of turmoil. Although my assertions may seem provocative, the truth is that at least 3 beast husbands are essential to ensure Tulyuo's safety. After all, your family does not share our plight. Suihan's womb was damaged, rendering her unable to bear offspring, a fact that deters many with impure intentions. But Tulyuo is different. Her high reproductive value will undoubtedly attract more powerful suitors vying for her affection. The night eagle king relished the phrase your family. He nodded in agreement. Did you not mention she was betrothed to a merman? If Tulyuo truly falls for him, there is no need to fixate on trivial details. It would be only fitting for that merman to accompany and protect her when idle. Moreover, I have heard that the merfolk possess a peculiar stone milk that is beneficial for females, thus enhancing the merman's value. Are you accompanying me to the Coral Sea tribe? She was merely going to visit, yet the night eagle king followed to intimidate that merman with a black tail? I must assess his qualifications, rather than merely judging by appearances. But he is already the first beast husband to you. So even if she chooses someone solely for looks, that is permissible, right? Woo-woo. Is there no female who can refuse the merfolk? Tulyuo feared that the night eagle king might disapprove of the merman's strength, preventing her from making a choice. The night eagle king's lips curled into a smile. Her unwavering trust and reliance on him delighted him. Is it merely because you find him handsome? Do you not think I am attractive? You are indeed handsome. Tulyuo hurriedly replied, your eyes are sharp and noble, and I adore how they reflect only me. Before Tulyuo could finish her sentence, the night eagle king captured her cherry lips in a kiss. Remember your words. I am your favorite. Tulyuo secretly stuck out her tongue. It appeared that even males enjoyed sweet nothings. Nonetheless, she undeniably favored the Night Eagle King. After all, he could suppress the dual-headed serpent. And heaven knows how she felt, as if she might perish whenever the serpent drew near. Yet, even the formidable queen and the cunning White Antelope King, as well as her sister Suihan, had encountered merfolk kings who disregarded their feelings entirely, and a Golden Tiger King who prioritized his tribe's offspring over her. Tuluo realized that enduring the occasional domineering behavior of the dual-headed serpent was not so unbearable after all. If I cannot grow fond of him, I will certainly devise a way to lift the mark. The expression of conflict on the little rabbit's face likely stemmed from the dual-headed serpent. Tuluo shook her head. No one's life can be flawless. Besides, the dual-headed serpent is not without merit. She could not allow herself to become arrogant simply because she had the Night Eagle King. Comparatively, aside from her heightened reproductive value, she had little else to offer. Our Tuluo is the most adorable female in the world. Tuluo made an effort to maintain her cutest expression, implying, "That means I am not the most beautiful in your heart." The Night Eagle King chuckled lightly. "To be candid, with the Queen and your sister Suihan present, can you truly claim to be the most beautiful? The Fox clan is renowned for their beauty, while the Rabbit clan is cherished for their cuteness. Each possesses their own allure." Tuluo made a playful face. "Is it too much to ask for my own beast husband to say a few lovely words to cheer me up? I can declare that Tuluo is charming and delightful. But to insincerely claim you are the most beautiful seems a bit far-fetched," he replied. "Humph, I shall ignore you." The Night Eagle King's hearty laughter resonated. "I hope Tuluo remains an innocent little rabbit forever." In the embrace of the Snow Radiance King, Suihan was moved by a surge of emotion. The Snow Radiance King's cerulean eyes flickered with a hint of intensity. Once, he too had wished for Suihan to find joy in every passing day. However, the caprices of fate had rendered that aspiration elusive. Over the past 2 years, Suihan had endured an abundance of grievances. Yet, she would undoubtedly continue to find happiness. For unlike Sui, she had an elder sister who cared for her in every aspect. Look at the Nighthawk King. Upon learning that Suihan had named her beastly consort, he insisted that Tuluoluo bestow a name upon him as well. Although Tuluoluo had been educated by the esteemed queen in Tushansheng, her spirited nature prevented her from settling down to absorb knowledge as Suihan did. Yet, since the Nighthawk King had made the request, it was not something to be taken lightly, and thus he sought Suihan's assistance. As the cold of winter set in, she retrieved ancient texts. Yet her impatience prevented her from perusing them thoroughly. Ultimately, she opted for the month of the Night Eagle King's birth and chose the name Qingha. Fortunately, the Night Eagle King was not particular and joyfully accepted it. Should I consider selecting a name in advance for that black-tailed mermaid to reserve for Luo? What if the whimsical urge to name her beastly partner sweeps over the Baihai tribe as well? With Xinghui's personality, would he permit others in the Baihai tribe to receive the same treatment as him? In the depths of winter, one nods in understanding. The common man is easily deceived by the tranquil and serene demeanor of the Azure Sea King. Though he may appear as a celestial being, he is, in truth, an arrogant and capricious youth. In the chill of winter, a sudden thought crossed my mind as I lifted my gaze to the gentle glow of the snow. "My fondest affection lies with you, Lan." The Snow King gazed at her, somewhat bewildered. "You have not shown me any affection today." In the frigid winter, I pouted. "I resent the thought of you being with me while your mind wanders to other beastmen." The Snow Radiance King chuckled lightly. "I harbor no thoughts of other beastmen. Not even your father. Speaking of which, can we truly not eliminate him? He is merely a diminutive figure. Surely, my ability to tear through space could obliterate him in an instant? No. His existence serves a greater purpose alive than dead. Yet, he is so bothersome. Every time I venture out, he stirs up trouble, and you are always unable to accompany me. The Silver Serpent King's merchant caravan travels far and wide. I followed along a couple of times and caught the excitement. I yearn to explore alongside them. Yet I cannot bear to be separated from the Snow Radiance King for too long. The previous year, I was in a daze. Despite the Snow Radiance King and the Silver Serpent King taking me to numerous places, my memories remain hazy. Suihan yearns for the company of Snow Radiance King, however. Snow Wolf King frequently stirs trouble, causing Snow Radiance King to be torn between two places. This deeply pains Suihan, leading her to contemplate eliminating Snow Wolf King. An increasing number of formidable individuals pledge their allegiance to Snow Radiance King. And Suihan harbors another reason for wishing to rid herself of Snow Wolf King. She fears that Snow Wolf King may expose certain secrets of Snow Radiance King that are yet to be disclosed. Are you worried about me, Sui? You must know that my true concern lies not with your father. In the frigid depths of winter, Suihan bit her lip. The Snow Radiant's king harbored ambitions, yet lacked the desire to contest the throne with the Beast King, all because of her. Having learned valuable lessons from the Mermaid King and the Golden Tiger King, the Snow Radiant's king believed it essential to ascend to the pinnacle of power. Only in this way could he ensure that, when Suihan inevitably encountered formidable males like the Mermaid King and the Golden Tiger King, she would possess the authority to assert her refusal first. The queen had endured years of restraint under the White Antelope King. What was my plight in comparison? I wished that Lan sure desired that position, not merely for my sake, but out of her own aspirations and needs, even if it meant engaging in perilous endeavors. The Black Flood Dragon King was invincible, for his royal beast skill was nothingness. Who could withstand the terror of being reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye while facing the Black Flood Dragon King? He could not remain in that position until the end of his days. It was merely a matter of time before he would have to step down. Yet, the danger was immense. Without absolute certainty, I would not proactively challenge the Black Flood Dragon King. The Snow Radiant's king kissed Suihan. I am endowed with the skills of 2 royal beasts. Suihan should place her trust in me. The cold winter tightly embraced him. I don't care. If you die, I shall not live on. Snow Radiant's king was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated that if he were to be overpowered and slain by the Black Serpent King, at least by then, the Azure Sea King would have matured and grown steady, with him to protect her, thus ensuring that winter would not suffer any indignities. Moreover, she could dwell in the sea like the merfolk, provided she steered clear of the land, thereby evading any troubles. As for the Silver Serpent King, he had already vowed to stand by Snow Radiant's king through thick and thin, and indeed, among the 3 of them, only the Azure Sea King was truly suited to remain. Lan, do not even think of abandoning me. If you perish, I too shall follow you into death. It matters not who it is. If I desire to cease living, no one can prevent me. Do not presume that the Azure Sea King's merfolk gifts can ensnare her for eternity. Ultimately, she will find an opportunity to seek her demise. But do not dwell solely on death. There exists a possibility that I may succeed, is there not? In the chilling depths of winter, I feel compelled to declare that such a notion is implausible. In the face of nothingness, who can rival us? This truth has been etched in the annals of history by the lives and blood of countless formidable warriors. I merely wish for Lan to remember, your existence is intertwined with mine, your life and my life are one, as are your death and mine. None shall dare to alter this reality. With a heavy sigh, the Snow Radiant's king contemplated the necessity of altering many of his plans. Eliminate the Snow Wolf King. In the depths of winter, Dao remarked, you expect me to believe that you will not confront the Black Flood Dragon? Then eliminate him. Very well. Yet, it must not be at this moment. Though he is a constant source of trouble, without him, I shall have to face the Black Flood Dragon directly. The schemes I have orchestrated in secrecy cannot have escaped the dragon's notice. The reason we have not clashed directly is due to the buffer that my father has provided between us. In the chilling winter, Suihan felt momentarily stunned. Indeed, her experiences were limited. However, I was infuriated by how he, relying on the authority of being your father, perpetually bullied you. Thus, Sui could devise a means to avenge me. Xiuehue Wang affectionately embraced her. How could one not love such an adorable Suihan to the very core? Is that acceptable? In the frigid winter, beautiful eyes glimmer. Therefore, I shall announce a covert mission at Lingxiao Pavilion, hiring someone to confront him. As the cold of winter lingered, the little fist was waved playfully. Xiuehue Wang, stifling a chuckle, embraced her tenderly in his arms. In the chill of winter, she gazed up at him with affection. I hope that my precious moments are always at my whim. The Snow Radiant's king returned her kiss. The temperature continued to rise. In the depths of winter, with a gaze that is both distant and captivating, she exhales like the fragrance of orchids. What is it that I desire? In this moment, the king of Xiuehue finds himself playfully teasing her heart. I wish for Lan Shi to kiss me, to embrace me, to possess me entirely. For a lifetime, only I. As you wish. The king of Xiuehue leans down, their garments having long since fallen away, their skin in contact, 2 fervent hearts beating fiercely against one another. Lan Shi, I love you. You are the one I cherish most in this world. So do I. The king of Xiuehue intertwines his fingers with hers, and together they succumb to the depths of their passion. Suddenly, caught off guard, he finds himself pinned beneath the weight of Suihan. Sui? The king of Xiuehue opens his eyes, cool yet shimmering with desire. Do not move. Otherwise, I shall have to discipline you. In the cold of winter, a cunning smile lingered on the lips, hands grasping a belt to bind the hands of the Snow Radiance King, while also tearing away the headband to blindfold his eyes. "Lansure belongs to me. My heart is mine, and my body is mine as well. In the chill of winter." A smile graced the lips as one lowered their head to take a gentle lick of the crimson fruit before the Snow Radiance King. A shiver coursed through the king, from his chest to the crown of his head and the tips of his toes. "I hold a deep affection for Lansure, adoring your eyes, your nose, and your lips." As the winter chill enveloped them, Suihan kissed him softly. His warm lips glided over the prominent Adam's apple and collarbone of Shuehui Wang, trailing downward to linger just below the waist. A soft moan escaped him. Damn that Silver Jiao Wang. What nonsense had he gone out to learn that corrupted Suihan? While Shuehui Wang gasped in enjoyment, he seethed at the thought of delivering 108 strikes to Silver Jiao Wang. "Why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you afraid of being backstabbed by me?" Silver Jiao Wang questioned, confusion etched across his face. Shuehui Wang chuckled lightly. "Sui Sui has sensed our plan. She said that even if we die, she will not live alone." He adapted Suihan's words. Knowing that Silver Jiao Wang was willing to undertake the most perilous tasks solely for Suihan, despite his cold demeanor, Shuehui Wang could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. Indeed, Silver Jiao Wang grinned. How could anyone not be pleased when their beloved female valued them as highly as her own life? "What if we scale back our ambitions and split the world in two?" he suggested, slightly reluctant to abandon their grand plans after investing so much. Shuehui Wang shook his head. "I intend to traverse the snowy mountains and see if there exists another continent on the other side." Silver Jiao Wang nodded, considering it a feasible idea, as Shuehui Wang would devise the strategies while he executed them. However, do we need everyone present to witness the rabbit Luoluo and that black-tailed fish? Silver Jiao Wang still harbored doubts. The king of the Azure Sea wishes to hold a bonding ceremony. The elders of the Azure Sea clan have returned. He continued, "Hey, what do you think would be their expressions when Hanbao and Rabbit Luoluo discover that Biluo is actually the king of the Azure Sea's uncle? If this comes to fruition, will Biluo address the king as brother-in-law alongside Rabbit Luoluo, or will Suihan call Rabbit land through the king?" Shuehui Wang shot him a sidelong glance. "Could you not fill your mind with such trivial thoughts and instead focus on our next plan?" The king of the Azure Sea had indicated that previously. They could not disclose Suihan's identity as a beast husband. This time, he could participate in the bonding ceremony alongside him. "So, are you certain you want to approach the king of the Azure Sea with a mind set on mere entertainment?" "My goodness, although our brother Xinghui is young, he is undeniably gallant," Silver Jiao Wang praised enthusiastically. Shuehui Wang chuckled, shaking his head. "The king of the Azure Sea is not even present. Your compliments would be in vain." At last, Rabbit Luoluo had the fortune of meeting her black-tailed fish. The tall, handsome merman, with hair like seaweed and emerald eyes like jewels, smiled warmly, bringing a gentle spring breeze with him. "Dearest Luoluo, I am Biluo." "Hello, I am Rabbit Luoluo," she shyly replied, extending her hand. Biluo placed a tender kiss in her palm. A little blue dolphin frolicked with Rabbit Luoluo before finally resting on her back and vanishing. Night Eagle King blinked, surprised. It was the first time he had seen a mark on a female's back. "Is this a mark?" Rabbit Luoluo's large eyes blinked in confusion. "It is an imprint. It can only be completed when Luoluo comes of age." Biluo smiled gently, causing Rabbit Luoluo's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "I long to take her home and hide her away." Biluo's green eyes shimmered with a deeper meaning. The king of the Azure Sea kicked at him. "Once you are done speaking, go aside. You are not the main character today." Biluo nimbly sidestepped and retorted, "Azure Sea, marking a female, signifies adulthood. Stop behaving like a child." Unlike the land beasts who always claim to lean towards their beastly natures, the mermen, particularly the Azure Sea clan, identified more with humanity. "I am now called Xinghui." "Xinghui." The king of the Azure Sea continued to kick, while Biluo dodged and retreated. "Please excuse us," chuckled the benevolent elder of the clan. "These two have been fighting together since childhood." The king of the Azure Sea was the clan leader, his father the previous leader, and his mother, the daughter of the elder, was a legendary female of the Azure Sea clan. Without delving into her audacious explorations of the deep sea, it was noteworthy that despite her high fertility value and the strength of the king's father, Biluo was born only at the onset of winter after enduring the summer and autumn seasons, and he emerged as a 6th-level powerhouse. The elder prophesied he had the potential to become a king beast, thus he was named after the Azure Sea. Later, it was foretold that he might not even need to wait until adulthood to ascend to king beast status. At the moment he was on the verge of breaking through to level 7, His mother had enchanted his father, and then they both mysteriously vanished. In the biting cold, my eyes widened in astonishment. It seems there exist parents as unreliable as the Snow Wolf King. Nevertheless, it is perhaps a stretch for the Snow Wolf King to be compared with the parents of the Azure Sea King. Enraged, the Azure Sea King seized her and showered her with affection. Go ahead and laugh if you wish. In the chill of winter, Suihan shook his head. I wish to meet Lady Bywin. If possible, it would be splendid if they could become close friends. That woman is better off dead outside, never to return. King Bihai said through gritted teeth. The chill of winter struck him sharply on the head. That is your mother. I would never have such an unreliable mother. It was solely because Lady Saint was to reside in the palace of the saint, setting an example as the matriarch of the tribe. If she did not wish to live there, she could simply express her desires. Why must he strive for greatness? He had never claimed to aspire to be the king of the blue sea. It was they who wished for him to grow stronger. Why must he be discarded? To lead a carefree life while taking away his father, leaving him as a forsaken child, devoid of parental care, this was utterly outrageous. You are already so grown. Why should Lady Biki be denied the joy of her own life? I was still a minor when she departed. As if you are an adult now. The merfolk regard 20 as the age of maturity. The king of the blue sea is barely 18. Am I being somewhat excessive? I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt and shame, akin to that of deceiving a minor. You are certainly being excessive. And you even struck my head. In the frosty winter, he glared at her. You deserve to be reprimanded. Moreover, by what authority do you mark me despite your immaturity? You are still so young. Our actions are fundamentally improper. To alleviate her guilt, he resolved to first accuse the Sea King of deceiving her. How am I still a child? The Sea King retorted, standing tall and defiant against her. As the cold of winter deepened, her face flushed with embarrassment, especially with the elders present. She playfully smacked by Hai Wang again. Be serious for once. Go on, admit it, you simply find me too young. She protested. I am certainly not. The crowd could hardly contain their laughter. The lofty and arrogant Bai Hai Wang, who always carried himself with an air of untouchable divinity, turned out to be nothing more than a mischievous child at heart. If you don't mind, a few of you could join the pairing ceremony, suggested the elder of the clan, as the chill of winter swiftly approached. Could it truly be so? Snow Radiance King cast a glance at the irritable visage of Ocean King, who bore an expression that seemed to declare, You mere mortals are unworthy to meet my gaze. Though he had indulged in some frivolity, his understanding of the situation surpassed all others. According to the customs of the Ocean Clan, the coupling ceremony of Ocean King was far more grandiose than any festive celebration. The Ocean Clan had crafted the most exquisite dragon silk gown for Winter Chill, complemented by a crown of pearls. Winter Chill, alongside Ocean King, Silver Dragon King, and Snow Radiance King, performed the Ocean Clan's bowing ritual, invoking blessings from the heavens and the beast deities. Though Rabbit Loloa's attire and accessories could not rival the splendor of Winter Chill's, they were indeed the most magnificent she had ever encountered in her life. It was at this moment that they beheld the true nature of the Ocean King's so-called tier of the Azure Fall. As creatures of the land, undertaking a coupling ceremony in the sea was no simple task. However, with a mere wave of Azure Fall's hand, the ocean waters parted, yielding a clear expanse upon the sea surface, devoid of any trace of water. As they entered the territory of the Ocean Clan, this empty space manifested once more. The tumultuous waves were as pliable in his grasp as toys in the hands of a child. Subsequently, Rabbit Luo also performed the bowing ceremony with Nighthawk King and Azure Fall, bowing once to the heavens, twice to the earth, and thrice to the beast deities. They fervently wished for their hearts to be united as one, growing old together in harmony. In the frigid winter, Suihan received a resplendent black gauze skirt adorned with vibrant hues. Within the palace of the Sea King, he grasped Suihan's hand and, standing together, commanded, Follow my lead, kneel. In the frigid years, he knelt before her, face to face. With a single bow, they pledged their unity as husband and wife, wishing for harmony and ease. The King of the Azure Sea placed his hands upon his forehead, bowing deeply, palms cupping his brow as he touched the ground. In the cold of winter, one reflects deeply. The two bows symbolize the wish for shared joy and sorrow, for both the good and the bad times. In truth, the two bows express a desire for abundant offspring and blessings. However, the Sea King harbors an aversion to younglings, and the lingering emotional turmoil of winter makes the prospect of offspring impossible. Thus, the Sea King chose to alter this tradition. In the cold of winter, Suihan hesitated for a moment. However, witnessing the Emerald Sea King kneeling in reverence, she felt compelled to follow suit. After 3 bows, She uttered, "The reeds are lush. May we grow old together." Once the bows were concluded, the Emerald Sea King assisted Suihan to her feet and filled 2 shell-shaped goblets with exquisite wine. "I am aware that you are not fond of alcohol," he remarked, "but tonight is different. This is the wedding wine." In the frigid years, her features resembled a picturesque landscape as she gazed intently at him. "These 2 shells, when united, form a complete conch, which is why, during our Bethel tribe's bonding ceremony, we utilize the same conch shell as a chalice to hold exquisite wine. Only when the male and female partake from this shared vessel can the bonding ceremony be deemed truly complete." As the chill of winter lingered, Suihan raised her wine cup, while King Behi encircled her arm with his. Suihan blinked. The ceremonial wine, known as the Cup of Union, signifies the sharing of drinks. "You sip from mine, and I from yours." King Behi grasped Suihan's hand and lowered his head to savor the exquisite wine in his cup. In the chill of winter, she took a sip, ensuring nothing remained. The King of the Azure Sea gazed at her. Suihan hesitated for a moment. She had never been fond of alcohol, even though the fruit wine prepared by the Behi clan was fragrant and delectable. However, as it was a custom, she could only close her eyes and drink it all in one gulp. Yet, before she could even swallow, a cool touch graced her lips. As the King of Behi took the wine from her mouth, consuming it entirely, Suihan was truly enchanting, especially with a hint of drunkenness painting her cheeks a rosy hue, making her all the more endearing. In the chill of winter, she embraced him, planting a tender kiss upon his lips. The night was fleeting, and how could they let it slip away? Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 Luoluo sat shyly on the bed adorned with azure linens. Bailu had gifted her a water-repellent pearl, enabling her to glide through water with the grace of the merfolk. At this moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as it was her first experience with wine, yet she could not articulate a reason for refusal. 2 Luoluo was truly charming. Bailu settled beside her, affectionately ruffling her hair. When 2 Luoluo gazed up at him, he leaned down and kissed her. Unlike the wild fervor of the Night Eagle King or the aggressive aura of the twin-headed flood dragon, Bailu's kiss was gentle, as if 2 Luoluo were a precious treasure he had long sought, cradled in his hands with utmost care. After their kiss, 2 Luoluo's eyes sparkled with delight. She relished Bailu's affection. She wanted more. With a playful pout, she wrapped her small arms around his neck. Bailu chuckled softly and leaned down to kiss her again. His inherently calm nature contrasted with the facade of the Sea King, yet tonight, he felt his heart race in response to 2 Luoluo's closeness, far quicker than usual. "Would you like to see?" Bailu inquired. 2 Luoluo nodded eagerly. He lifted her into his arms and approached the crystal mirror, gradually peeling away her garments. As she looked back, a black fishtail began to materialize on her smooth back, revealing her mermaid lineage. "Wow!" 2 Luoluo exclaimed in awe. "How beautiful! Thank you for the compliment," Bailu replied, planting another kiss on her. "It usually remains hidden, only revealing itself in our private moments." 2 Luoluo nodded. Recalling how the Night Eagle King's mark was similarly concealed, her sister Suihan's beast husband mark had been a deep scar from a prior injury, which the Snowlight King had reworked into a new snow wolf mark to cover it. Only the twin-headed flood dragon remained. As 2 Luoluo grasped her clothing, her expression shifted. The Sea Clan possessed a potion that could obscure the mark of the twin-headed flood dragon. "Is that true?" 2 Luoluo exclaimed, genuinely disliking the mark on her. She had suggested to the twin-headed flood dragon to hide the mark, only to receive a cold snort in return, followed by a punishing kiss that left her unable to leave her room for several days. 2 Luoluo was utterly tired of the days spent bathing with her mother and sister while wrapped in robes for modesty. Bailu nodded. Wait a moment. He had yet to encounter the twin-headed flood dragon, but seeing 2 Luoluo's disdain for the mark indicated that it was not one she had chosen willingly. The Night Eagle King was indeed commendable. He cherished 2 Luoluo and did not tyrannically prevent her from choosing another beast husband. A male filled with jealousy would never consent to a bonding ceremony within the Sea Clan, even if the Night Eagle King had distanced himself from the tribe. Yet, he willingly accepted the situation and showed great respect to the elder overseeing the ceremony. However, the identity of the twin-headed flood dragon as the heir of the Black Flood Dragon was undoubtedly troublesome, further fueling 2 Luoluo's aversion. Apply it every 3 months. Bailu's slender fingers glided over 2 Luoluo's skin, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip on her clothing. His fingers were long and elegant, just as he was, while hers were short and plump. "Your fingers are quite adorable," Bailu remarked, taking one of 2 Luoluo's hands and placing it in his palm. Her small, white, chubby hand made him want to take a playful bite. As he contemplated this, he gently bit down on her hand, Ah. Tu Luolo's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as Bailu's kisses traveled from her arm to her shoulder, collarbone, and further down. Luoluo, you must grow up quickly. After a while, Bailu nestled against her shoulder, his voice muffled yet tender. The ethereal figure, reminiscent of an otherworldly being's, began to succumb to earthly emotions. Tu Luoluo was already lost in a daze, unaware of the passage of time. The opponent is formidable. The Silver Flood Dragon King remarked with a smirk, patting the Night Eagle King on the back. Opponent? The Night Eagle King scoffed. He is no match. There is no need for strife. We are all Tu Luoluo's beast husbands, and for her sake, there is nothing we cannot accept. The twin-headed flood dragon may be a nuisance, but he is not worthy. The Night Eagle King savored the exquisite wine of the Sea Clan. Beneath the bright moon, perhaps it was the warmth of Tu Luoluo's soft presence that made the journey worthwhile, adding a touch of comfort to his heart. Or do you feel wronged? Shouldn't it be the Snowlight King who feels aggrieved? A king burdened with 2 bronze beasts. One might be tolerable, but 2 with such personalities, plus a willful female. The Silver Flood Dragon King rolled his eyes. What does it matter to you? I can stir up trouble and create a commotion. While the Sea King is the leader of a clan, wielding its wealth. You don't cause a ruckus. Your meager resources are hardly worth mentioning. Let us not even discuss that detestable twin-headed flood dragon. Bailu is the offspring of the great clan elder. Foolish Night Eagle. The Silver Flood Dragon King retorted. Is being a formidable opponent truly impressive? You're merely a fallen noble. What of your willful female? She is the product of your own indulgence. If you have the ability, why don't you spoil one yourself? Let us see what you have to offer. Enough of your prattling. I have ways to earn money without including you. The Night Eagle King's expression darkened. Oh, great deity of wealth, I was wrong. Your generosity knows no bounds. Please forgive me. Humph. The Silver Flood Dragon King proudly raised his head. A mere penny can thwart a hero. I refuse to believe that the Night Eagle King's pride can be so easily diminished. Is the Snow Wolf King causing trouble again? The Snowlight King hurriedly departed after completing the bonding ceremony. No, we previously made some moves, but the direction was incorrect. He needs to readjust his strategy. The Night Eagle King nodded, acknowledging that excessive curiosity was not advantageous, and he would not involve himself in the Snowlight King's affairs. The Queen's new coming-of-age banquet is about to commence. Will you return to attend or remain in the territory of the Sea Clan? The Silver Flood Dragon King squinted. How many royal beasts are there in the royal city? If we do not return, we will be down by 1/3. After all, we must maintain the Queen's favor. Although I have long marked Suihan and undergone the bonding ceremony, the well-known beast husbands are still the Snowlight King and the Golden Tiger King. Given Bailu's temperament, he would never allow it. It is also time for him to step into the public eye. The Night Eagle King stroked his chin, chuckling at the thought of the upcoming banquet being truly spectacular. Would you mind if I set up a betting pool? The Silver Flood Dragon King's eyes widened. You wish to bet on Suihan? Such valuable insider information should not go to waste. Naturally, we could also wager on the number of female beast husbands. Would the Queen not be furious? In truth, I have already spoken with the Queen, and the royal city has initiated several betting pools regarding this event featuring exceptional females. The Silver Flood Dragon King snickered. Our Queen truly spares no effort in stirring up drama. No wonder she and their beast king are such a pair. Their penchant for spectacle is remarkably alike. Let me place a bet on becoming Suihan's beast husband, 10-1. You outsider. Do you think the other royal beasts are unaware? Perhaps the 7th-tier experts might not be privy to the fact that the Silver Flood Dragon marked Suihan. But royal beasts of similar rank surely would not be blind to it. You must be mistaken. This betting pool is only open to those below the royal beast rank. The Nighthawk King stroked his chin, feeling a surge of inspiration. You must place your bets wisely. How much could one potentially win? I too wish to experience the sensation of counting riches until my hands cramp. The Silver Dragon King smacked his lips in agreement. I shall take the lead. You will open a round for me, and let the fortunate ones place their bets. What? Why so mysterious? Questioned the Golden Tiger King's female, Hu Zhengzheng. Open a gambling round regarding the selection of her 2nd and 3rd husbands. Will the Golden Tiger King approve? Hu Zhengzheng is not like the others. She is the female of the Golden Tiger clan. If the Golden Tiger King disapproves, the matter of the 2nd husband could become rather precarious. You are quite short-sighted. What if the opposing party is also a king beast? Shouldn't we observe the clash of 2 equally matched king beasts? Golden Tiger King, do not think that the affair with Suihan will be easily dismissed. Do you have a candidate in mind? Whoever has offspring will be the victor. that Hu Zhejiang indeed possesses remarkable nurturing skills. After all, the matter of raising young ones is of great significance. The Mermaid King's household has a youngling too. The Nighthawk King chuckled. You are truly devious. Back then, the Silver Dragon King teamed up with the Golden Tiger King to confront the Mermaid King. And now he wishes to entangle the Golden Tiger King's female in a scheme with the Mermaid King. Indeed. What shall we do then? Will we not be discovered? What is there to do? We need not act at all. The Golden Tiger King will not easily relinquish his feelings for Suihan. As soon as Suihan goes to the royal city, he will undoubtedly follow. The young cannot be separated from their elders, and thus he will have to take the young ones along with Hu Zhejiang. Rumor has it that at this banquet, several exceptional females will be selected for husbands. And the Mermaid King's youngling also requires a female caretaker. Moreover, this caretaker's desire for offspring surpasses that of the Golden Tiger King. He will undoubtedly seek a new female capable of nurturing young. Perhaps in Suihan's heart, severing the bond and ceasing all relations signifies closure. Yet, the bloodthirsty nature of these males will never allow them to endure in silence, even if they merely vent their frustrations by confronting each other. How could they allow the matter to come to a close? The Nighthawk King raised his bottle towards the Silver Dragon King. If the tables were turned, I too would not be more rational than you. Hey, would you mind if that Tiger Clan female had one more husband? The Silver Dragon King narrowed his eyes. The newly ascended King Beast from the Rabbit Clan, Rabbit Chung. The Rabbit Clan has historically relied on stronger tribes for survival, and due to their reproductive advantages, they have been divided into various subclans based on fur color, each dependent on different tribes. The Rabbit Clan is in dire need of their own King Beast to lead them to greatness. However, their innate traits dictate that their King Beasts are often the weakest among the ranks, leading a subpar clan to glory. What a farce. Previously, Rabbit Ching approached the Nighthawk King, hoping to become Rabbit Luoluo's mate. The Nighthawk King is no fool. He certainly sees through Rabbit Ching's schemes. Before the King Beasts even engage in combat, the Nighthawk King does not wish for Rabbit Ching to be burdened by the Rabbit Clan after finally ascending to King Beast status, ultimately leading to a dismal fate. Rabbit Chung? The Silver Dragon King squinted. The Nighthawk King nodded. At least he was nurtured by the clan in his youth. Rabbit Ching had to rely solely on his own cunning. With a silver tongue, he has charmed numerous females into providing for him, while remaining unscathed himself. I can assure you, his body is untainted. But that rabbit mouth, who can vouch for that? The Silver Dragon King nodded. I cannot agree to accept a second-hand, or who knows how many times past item. Hu Zhejiang has not wronged us, and we cannot create trouble for her. You take them inside first. I will arrange the transport. This trip to the royal city was not only for the Queen's banquet but also because the Golden Tiger King intended to bring Hu Zhejiang to stay for a while, allowing her to experience the splendor of the royal city. Perhaps because the living standards of tribes surrounding the Golden Tiger clan were comparable, Hu Zhejiang had little expectation of the royal city. Thus, they traveled lightly, taking their time along the way, enjoying the journey. Hu Zhejiang, holding a small hand, felt curiosity from all three sides. The prosperity of the royal city far exceeded her expectations. System. I should have insisted on accompanying the Golden Tiger King to the royal city much earlier. Hu Zhejiang lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Compared to the royal city, the Golden Tiger clan felt like a backward village. She could not fathom why she once thought the royal city would be anything less than magnificent. The system, unable to comprehend Hu Zhejiang's turmoil, was solely concerned with whether the host could complete tasks to earn points. I have heard many females reside in the royal city. Surely there are many younglings as well. It must be akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Hu Zhejiang sighed again, realizing her naivety in believing the beastly world was merely an improved version of the primitive tribal era, unaware of the profound heritage behind it. System. I feel I have missed out on billions due to my ignorance. Then focus on completing your tasks to earn points. All right. The system successfully concluded the dialogue once more. Help me. Save me. Suddenly, Hu Zhejiang was enveloped by a fragrant female, pushed back by the force of the encounter. To avoid toppling over the two younglings, she had to release them. Just as she began to fall, the Golden Tiger King appeared, cradling the two younglings while using his earth-based powers to cushion her fall, preventing her from hitting her head. Little dear? The Golden Tiger clan had received several females from other tribes for marriage alliances. Most of their offspring resembled their fathers, with only a few females taking after their mothers. The little deer before them was a female from the Deer clan, having just reached maturity a month prior. With a high-grade reproduction capability, The Golden Tiger King had permitted her to join the female group for the royal city's rituals, bearing the burden of a marriage alliance as well. However, having just passed her heat, she should not be radiating such fragrance at this moment. Her body felt feverishly warm. There can be only one explanation. Hu Chung. She has consumed a love fruit. She must have been coerced. None of the Golden Tiger clan's females in the royal city participated in marriages. 1 or 2 years could be overlooked, but 4 or 5 years of absence is unacceptable. It is implausible that the finest warriors of the royal city were all selected by females from other tribes, which is why the Golden Tiger King had forcibly included Little Deer in the lineup. I understand. In fact, this matter should have been resolved 2 years ago. My indecision has led to even graver consequences now. When the Golden Tiger clan was besieged last time, I realized that for years, I had only seen what the clan wanted me to see, while unbeknownst to me, issues had long been brewing within the Golden Tiger clan. And concerning the matter of severing her support, what Suihan mentioned, my lack of investigation does not imply ignorance. Hu Zhenzheng nodded. Such matters are beyond my capacity to handle, nor am I qualified to intervene, so I must protect the younglings and Little Deer. Little Deer, do you have a male you fancy? The young deer swayed its head unsteadily. They had confined it in a room, alongside a female from the giant elephant tribe, whose low fertility did not deter her from being sent to the royal city, as she was the granddaughter of a tribal elder. The young deer spoke intermittently, revealing that she had developed a deep affection for a strong male from her own clan, having sought the blessing of the deer tribe elders. They had come to await the arrival of the Golden Tiger King, only to be captured by Hu Shuang and her companions. She had been forced to consume the juice of a love fruit, while the male deer was also imprisoned in the same room with the female giant deer. Little beauty, you cannot escape. Come out and allow me to mark you, lest you suffer. A disheveled and intoxicated male youth emerged from around the corner, a malicious smile gracing his face. A third level? Or perhaps a rodent tribe? You only gained entry to the royal city by currying favor with the White Antelope tribe, a lowly faction. In our tribe, only warriors of at least 5th level can compete for the right to be her beast husband. Hu Zhengzheng furrowed his brows. The status of a female's first beast husband is of utmost importance. I know. The Golden Tiger King clenched his fists, and with a swift motion, a golden sword was unleashed. The rodent tribe member had no time to scream before falling silent. In the banquet hall of the Golden Tiger Palace, 2 to 3 dozen young males and females sat apart, indulging in fine wines and sumptuous dishes. Amidst the clinking of glasses, several couples had already succumbed to passion, a chaotic atmosphere permeating the hall. What a downer. How could our king suddenly remember the royal city? Pouted a female, her outer robe slumping off her shoulders, revealing skin marred by pinkish blemishes. She playfully curled her toes around the waist of a male compatriot lying at her feet, watching as his once flaccid form gradually stiffened. Grandfather said it has been years since you all selected a marriage partner. Our king is beginning to harbor doubts. How absurd. There are so few royal beasts in the beastly continent, yet our king does not consider that he has already entangled himself with several females, including his own sister? As the most esteemed silver-tier female of the Golden Tiger tribe, must I be subservient to others? If you do not wish to unite in marriage, you should not obstruct the young deer in her search for a husband. Preposterous. I do not even have a beast husband yet. How dare she? A mere deer tribe member surpass me? The young male desperately wished to retort that there were already more esteemed females in their tribe, our king's new wife, Hu Zhengzheng. But he refrained, fearing Hu Shuang's wrath. He had merely glanced at another female, and she was immediately forced to drink the love fruit juice. Marked by a group of rodent tribesmen, these males were ostensibly sent to the royal city under the guise of protectors, with other females looking to Hu Shuang for guidance. What could they do? Moreover, if Hu Shuang were to select a husband, he likely would not qualify, so he could only feel joy at being chosen to serve her. Shuang, would you like to play with your brother? Look, this fellow can barely get up. A voice dripping with innuendo rang out. Belonging to a male from the flower leopard tribe. Don't just rely on idle talk. I suggest you join forces with your brother instead. Hu Shuang's eyes sparkled with defiance. The flower leopard brothers exchanged glances, loosened their belts, and approached her. With a resounding crash, a massive figure burst through the main door, tumbling into the banquet hall. Which scoundrel dares to challenge me? Hu Shuang peered out from the embrace of the flower leopard brothers, but upon meeting the bloodshot, golden-red eyes at the entrance, her legs buckled, and her complexion paled. Our king. Regardless of whether they were seated or sprawled across the floor, the tiger tribe members trembled and knelt. Wonderful. With 9 tribal elders, plus those from the chief's family. You all truly excel. If Suihan were here, would he not chastise him fiercely? No. She would only sneer. How ridiculous. He had quarreled with Suihan time and again for the sake of the tribe. Yet in the royal city, amidst opulence, he demanded that Suihan, who was raised in luxury, return to the tribe to live his so-called happy life. Who truly benefited from this? Perhaps only him. When he was driven away with the cubs by Suihan, he harbored selfish motives, believing that Suihan was merely angry. Yet the Golden Tiger tribe had already cut off her support without consent. What audacity, he had to accuse Suihan, even without mentioning Suihan. What kind of life had Hu Zhengzheng, who meticulously cared for the cubs, ever enjoyed for a single day? What had he done all these years? His eyes were blind to the truth. Since you all are so fond of these males, let it be as you wish. Now, immediately, complete the marking. Otherwise, all females in this room shall be sent to the female den, and all males executed. The Golden Tiger King declared coldly. My king, please show mercy. I was wrong. I see my mistakes. If marking must happen, it should be by the royal beast. Hu Shuang pleaded at the feet of the Golden Tiger King. My king, my heart belongs only to you. If marking is to occur, please mark Shuang. Begone. The Golden Tiger King kicked her away. You lot. If you refuse to mark her, I will send you to meet the beast god. Countless small golden swords floated around the Golden Tiger King. Shuang's flower leopard brothers, and the tiger tribe male who had just been sprawled at Hu Shuang's feet crawled toward her, unable to rise under the pressure of the Golden Tiger King. Get away. Who do you think you are to mark me? Get lost. Hu Shuang kicked and hurled cups and plates from the table, but the terror of death compelled them to mark her. Before the winter season, any household without newborn shall perish. The Golden Tiger King coldly added, none of you in this room shall escape. The female from the giant elephant tribe remained unconscious on the ground, as no male was willing to mark her due to her low fertility and lack of beauty. My king, you cannot treat me this way. Hu Shuang continued to struggle. Shuang, accept your fate. Even if we perish, you can only go to the female den. A tiger tribe male slapped Hu Shuang. Hu Shuang's eyes were filled with hatred. My great-grandfather is a tribal elder. Do you truly believe that upon the king's return, the elders will still hold their positions? Impossible. My king has severed ties with Suihan's lady for the sake of the tribe and cubs. Ha, he deserves it. He deserves it. With so many excellent females in the Golden Tiger tribe, he fixates on a mere fox tribe female, one with a guardian. What gives him the right to abandon the Golden Tiger tribe for a carefree life? Without the Golden Tiger tribe, where would the Golden Tiger King be? This is the outcome of his insistence on marking females from another tribe. Ha, he deserves it. Even a trivial female believes I should be bound to the tribe and prioritize it above all else. Golden Tiger King. I would rather be merely Hu Cheng. The Golden Tiger King covered his face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hu Zhengzheng stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. At least now, whatever you wish to do, you need not be coerced by them. Moreover, perhaps Suihan's lady only harbors a grievance regarding the helpless cubs. Now that the cubs can walk, feed, and dress themselves, perhaps when she sees them again, her heart will be unburdened. Hu Cheng gazed at her, perplexed. I know you cannot let go of her, so go find her. Tell her that you understand her grievances, her pain, and her struggles. The Golden Tiger King embraced Hu Zhengzheng. You are right. I find it difficult to let her go. Yet I am painfully aware that I have lost her. The anguish I have caused her far outweighs any joy, and regardless of anything, she shall never return. Why must I continue to torment both her and myself? Zhengzheng, if you don't mind that she will always reside in my heart, please remain by my side. Hu Zhengzheng gently patted his back. What is there to mind? Who has he experienced a love that leaves a profound mark? She, too, had a cherished memory in her previous world. It was she who chose to let go. There is regret, yet no remorse. Even in this realm, she remains unable to forget him. It is worth noting that before her, the Golden Tiger King had only one female, the Lady of the Cold Year. But what is there to ponder? The Golden Tiger King resolutely brought back all the clansmen to the royal city, observing the tattered and disheveled descendants. The elders of the clan wore expressions of utter despair. Did they wish to voice their thoughts? The Golden Tiger King regarded them. The elder opened his mouth, but was met with the king's sharp retort. If you have something to say, then hold your tongue. The elder nearly choked on his indignation. The Golden Tiger King pointed at the 9 clan elders and the current decision-maker of the Golden Tiger tribe, the young clan leader Hu Liang. Before becoming clan leader, I was the most formidable warrior of the Golden Tiger tribe, a 6th-level powerhouse. My strength earned me the choice of the elders to become the young clan leader. Even so, I ascended to the position only after facing 3 rigorous trials. As clan leader, I consider myself competent, dedicating myself wholly to the tribe. Save for the fact that I have not marked a female to bear offspring. In the beast world, I am not the only clan leader without a marked female to reproduce. Yet how many have truly ascended to become a royal beast? You say that my ascension to royal beast has caused the Black Flood Dragon King to harbor jealousy, which is why I stepped back. You claim that Hu Tao lacks the means, and I secretly aided him, yet I have lost count of your words and my actions. I never once believed that my contributions to the tribe were misplaced, until I severed ties with the Lady of the Cold Year. I accused her of never recognizing the sacrifices the Golden Tiger tribe made for her. Yet upon my unannounced arrival in the royal city, witnessing the lives of these descendants you held in high regard, I suddenly felt as though countless slaps struck my face. Even the chosen Hu Zhengzheng continues to share the life of the Golden Tiger tribe. She even finds everything in the royal city to be wondrous and astonishing. This is my female, the Golden Tiger King. I stand atop the pinnacle of power in the beast world. Yet neither the Lady of the Cold Year nor Hu Zhengzheng has lived a day in the Golden Tiger tribe, like Hu Shuang and the others. The clan elders collectively bowed their heads. Hu Liang lifted his gaze toward the Golden Tiger King. My king, I implore you to continue as clan leader. Only you possess the qualifications to lead the Golden Tiger tribe. The Golden Tiger King shook his head. Hu Tao is too self-serving. Hu Liang is far more suitable. Albeit too inexperienced, easily led by the elders. He paused, reflecting on himself. After Hu Shuang and the other females became pregnant, all males in the territory were assigned to the Guard Corps, unable to leave for 5 years. My king, that cannot be. The Guard Corps represents the most perilous duties undertaken by the lower-tier warriors, and the casualties are often grave. Among these young males, although they possess ranks, they lack combat experience due to the favoritism of their elders. The consequences of assigning them to the Guard Corps would be dire. Or perhaps you would take their place. After all, it was your decision to send them to the royal city. The Golden Tiger King replied coldly, in the choice between his own madness and that of others. He opted for collective insanity. He had already lost his dearest female due to his arrogance. Thus, none would escape unscathed. From this day forth, Hu Liang shall officially assume the role of clan leader and move into my former palace. His father may remain in the clan leader's residence without relocation. Hu Tao, in his prime, may yet harbor ambitions to contest Hu Liang for leadership once he recovers, but the Golden Tiger King would not concern himself with that. He simply desires to stand atop the Golden Tiger tribe, managing what he wishes while refraining from intervening where he does not wish to. Will he move into the Holy Female Palace? The Golden Tiger tribe no longer requires the Holy Female Palace. However, before that, he must hasten back to the royal city to attend the banquet hosted by the Queen. This will be one of the rare opportunities he has throughout the year to see the Lady of the Cold Year, that heartless and unyielding female. Yet he cannot forget her. The Queen is once again hosting a coming-of-age ceremony for exceptional females in the royal city. It is said that there are 3 of silver tier status. Of these, one possesses a high reproductive value, while the other 2 have 2 and 3 tails, respectively, with lower reproductive values. The female of high reproductive value hails from the Gray Rabbit tribe, renowned for their exceptional fertility among all tribes. The mothers of the other 2 had consumed the Queen's birth-enhancing elixir in their time. The 3 females were adorned in splendid garments gifted by the Queen, seated beside the esteemed King of Snow Light. Suihan found himself flanked by the regal King of the Azure Sea on his left and the illustrious King of the Silver Serpent on his right. 2 vacant seats remained beside them. Opposite, the noble kings of the White Antelope and the Red Serpent occupied their places, while 3 additional seats awaited the arrival of their respective beastly sovereigns. Among them was a petite and delicate high-ranking female of the Rabbit clan, her small, rosy lips reminiscent of the charming and endearing essence of jade and snow. Yet, her haughty gaze betrayed an air of arrogance, and as she passed by, she cast a disdainful snort towards Suihan. Did she truly believe that her noble identity granted her the liberty to provoke others at will? The expression of the 3 kings of Snow Light turned icy. The King of Snow Wolves has arrived. The King of Merfolk has arrived. Your father. As Suihan gazed upon Wang Xuehui, he calmly offered her a tender morsel of meat. Ever since his mother took residence in the Holy Empress Palace, the bond between him and his father had nearly disintegrated. Now, the 2 were at odds, yet due to the involvement of King Yinjiao, Wang Xuehui's influence had surpassed that of King Shualong considerably. When King Shualong passed by, Wang Xuehui rose respectfully to greet him. Suihan attempted to stand, but was restrained by King Bihai. The imposing presence of the merfolk king awed the other formidable beings who were unfamiliar with the prowess of this newly ascended monarch. Is this truly for the best? In the frigid chill of winter, a question lingered in the air. Wang Shuowei raised an eyebrow, pondering the matter at hand. What difference does it make? The father and son were destined to clash, and only one would emerge alive from their fateful encounter. Would it not be more prudent to utilize this time, often squandered on superficialities, for more meaningful pursuits? Yet, this was not a concern for her as a mere female. Sitting upright, she soon felt a pair of piercing eyes fixated upon her. How chilling! In the chill of winter, Suihan leaned closer to Wang Shuohui. Wang Shuohui lifted his cloak, enveloping Suihan more snugly, as their gazes met with the Sea King in midair. In that fleeting moment, a spark of electricity crackled, resonating like thunder. As the cold of winter deepens, she turns her head to gaze at the delectable feast upon the table of the Silver Serpent King. Meticulously prepared in accordance with the dietary customs of the tribe, thus presenting a delightful variety. She has sampled the delicacies on the table of the Snow-White King. Yet the offerings before the Silver Serpent King remain untested by her palate. The merfolk king scoffs, questioning her newfound hesitation to meet his gaze. Suihan, who are you? What peculiar thoughts are you entertaining? Old man, haven't you had enough from last time? As Bihai Wang turned to shield Suihan. He cast a glance at the Mermaid King that only he could comprehend. The Mermaid King let out a cold snort. This female truly underestimated her. Little did they know that Suihan, who professed to have no interest in offspring, had indeed born young for the Golden Tiger King. It is rumored that the Mermaid King has recently hatched a level 7 offspring. I wonder who the illustrious mother of this youngling might be? Bai Ling Wang appeared gaunt, her demeanor somewhat somber. She was certainly of the kind that invites trouble upon herself. She is dead. What do you mean dead? Who has perished? As the chill of winter descended, Suihan abruptly lifted her gaze. Wang Shuhai restrained her, urging her to remain still. This place was teeming with royal beasts. Should they detect even the slightest anomaly, it would spell disaster. Not to mention, Suihan's pregnancy was indeed fraught with complications. If the fact that the 3 younglings were sired by her were to come to light, it would incite the covetousness of other royal beasts. What a pity, spoke the White Antelope King. No one doubted that the Merman King was lying, for all the females he had previously marked had met with a gruesome fate, exploding into a mist of blood. Today, the royal court had invited 3 exceptional females, and given that the Merman King had already sired a 7th-tier offspring, it was presumed he was preoccupied with nurturing the youngling, leaving little inclination to seek another mate. The voice of the White Antelope King echoed ominously once more. The number of distinguished females here was neither abundant nor scarce, but the absence of a formidable rival was surely a cause for delight. Though the 3 prominent females found themselves captivated by the Merman King's beauty, having learned that 3 of his marked females had perished, and that another had died shortly after giving birth, they began to waver. With so many royal beasts around, why would they entangle themselves with this alluring yet perilous Merman King? One of the esteemed female rabbits even set her sights on Snowy Huai Wang and Bihai Wang. Nearly 3 years had elapsed since Suihan was marked, yet she had not borne a single youngling. Rumor had it that the Golden Tiger King had severed ties with her due to the offspring sired by other females of the Golden Tiger tribe. With a subpar reproductive value at the silver tier, what chance did she have to bear the progeny of royal beasts? Only she was deemed worthy of such a privilege. Your Excellency Snowy Huai Wang, I am a female from the Gray Rabbit tribe, Gray Mia, with a high silver tier reproductive value. Gray Mia felt confident in her chances with Snowy Huai Wang. The beautiful female, he is rather dull. You might as well consider me. I possess grace, allure, and enduring strength, interjected the Silver Dragon King with a smirk. Ah, Silver Dragon King, your affections are flattering, but I prefer a noble and reticent male. Humph. Are you mocking me as a mere vagabond? The Silver Dragon King crossed his arms, inwardly scoffing. In this world, Snowy Huai Wang would only ever exhibit gentleness towards 4 females. Suihan ranked first, followed by the Holy Lady, the Queen, and finally, Suihan's mother, all deserving of utmost respect. Snowy Huai Wang paid no heed to the rabbit female who curtsied before him. Instead, he calmly offered sustenance to Suihan. The little mouth of Suihan was stuffed to the brim, leaving her with no opportunity to speak. She could only diligently chew. You are blocking the light. At last, the Snow Radiance King opened his mouth, but his words left Hui Mia utterly astonished. The entire royal court was resplendent and aglow. What was she obstructing? Furthermore, as a creature of exquisite beauty, presenting herself to a male, The intentions were all too clear to everyone present. At such a moment, the male ought to kindly assist her, inviting her to take her seat and offering her exquisite gifts. However, the Snow Radiance King uttered a remark that was completely unrelated. "He thinks you're fat." The Silver Serpent King, seated nearby, burst into hearty laughter, slapping the table. Upon hearing this, Mia's complexion turned pale. Fat? Where was she fat? She was merely voluptuous. How many females envied her figure? Did all rabbit females prefer fluffy skirts? This Mia was also adorned in a purple, puffy princess dress. Suddenly, Suihan recalled the snowman crafted by the Silver Serpent King. 1 ball, 2 balls, a large ball, and he thought it was simply beautiful. She could no longer contain herself. She turned away and nestled into the embrace of the Snow Radiance King, stifling her laughter, her shoulders trembling. The manner in which the Snow Radiance King and the Silver Serpent King addressed a beautiful female was utterly lacking in decorum. The Merfolk King interjected at the appropriate moment, earning a grateful glance from Mia. The Silver Serpent King raised an eyebrow. What? Does he no longer have the freedom to speak? The Snow Radiance King remained noncommittal. This lovely female merely admires you. Please be mindful of your words, the Black Serpent King remarked, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, yet he was pinched several times by the queen, compelling him to uphold justice. I apologize, Beast King, but I already have my own wife. I do not wish for her to harbor any unnecessary misunderstandings. Then, Mia, would you care to consider other royal beasts? For instance, if you truly admire the Snow Radiance King, you might also choose his father, the Snow Wolf King. They belong to the same species. The Snow Wolf King, sharing a similar sentiment, bestowed upon Mia a warm and compassionate smile. I have a 6th-level beast core here. I would like to present it to you as an accessory, as it is our son, Snow Radiance, who has been remiss. Mia curtsied, lifting her dress. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Snow Wolf King. I believe that His Excellency, the Snow Radiance King, simply does not understand me yet. Once we come to know each other better, he is bound to change his mind. Mia remained undeterred, her spirit invigorated. Your Excellency, the Silver Serpent King, might it be possible to exchange seats? Suihan found herself seated between the Snow Radiance King and the Azure Sea King, with the Silver Serpent King on the opposite side. Mia candidly expressed her affections for the Snow Radiance King, even displaying a provocative demeanor when Suihan glanced in her direction. Did Suihan, as a female, feel perturbed? One might expect her to, yet she found herself powerless against her own desires. She simply adored the Snow Radiance King and yearned to bear his offspring. After all, only the most exceptional females are worthy of having a kingly beast as their mate. Mia laughed playfully, her bosom undulating gracefully with each movement. As the winter chill enveloped them, Suihan gazed at her and suddenly rose to his feet. Do you like it? She inquired, grasping the collar of Shiwehui Wang's garment and directly pressing her lips against his thin ones. She kissed him repeatedly, each kiss accompanied by a distinct sound. My goodness! Moreover, she was legitimately his wife, having undergone the formal ceremony of union. Mia was left utterly astonished by her unreserved actions. As Suihan approached the King of Beihai, he raised an eyebrow at her. She leaned in, resting her hands on his shoulders, and planted a gentle kiss upon him. However, as she attempted to straighten her posture, the King of Beihai grasped the nape of her neck, deepening the kiss. In the chill of winter, her complexion flushed a deep crimson, and her breath came in unsteady gasps. She shot a fierce glare at the mischievous King of the Azure Sea, striving to compose herself, before turning her gaze towards Mia. This belongs to me as well. Though the couple's ceremony had yet to take place, everything about it was inherently hers. The Silver Dragon King expressed an equal measure of jealousy towards these two. Ultimately, Suihan pivoted on her heel, approached him, seized his garment, and declared fiercely, This too shall be mine. With a decisive peck, Mia was on the verge of tears. Such cruelty towards a beast. She had never witnessed anything like this. Suihan gazed at the two restless females, pondering the significance of elevated fertility values. You do not hesitate to showcase your abilities. With that, Suihan seized the attire of the Silver Serpent King, who was effortlessly pulled along as if devoid of bones. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Suihan implored. I wish to request your blessing for my marriage. In the frigid winter, one hand of the Silver Serpent King grasped the regal attire, while the other held his skirt. Bowing gracefully to the Black Serpent King and Her Majesty the Queen. Ahem, Silver Serpent King, what is your perspective? At long last, he can reclaim his rightful title. Yet it is his own female who publicly declares him as hers. The Silver Serpent King felt utterly dazed, and when queried by the Black Serpent King, he emitted a rather dubious sound. Mind the occasion. Maintain your composure. The corners of the Black Serpent King's mouth could scarcely be restrained. Even as the queen tightened her grip on his soft waist, he managed to endure it. In the chilling depths of winter, the Silver Dragon King cleared his throat and declared with solemnity, "It is an honor to receive affection from such a beautiful female, and I am indeed more than willing." The Snow Wolf King, well aware of the situation, could not suppress a disdainful snort. Such pretense. The Snow Blaze King shot him a glance, prompting the Snow Wolf King to sulkily lift his goblet and drink. Despite his efforts to keep pests at bay, it seemed that both the Golden Tiger King and the Azure Sea King were far from harmless. Did I not recall the Winter's female mentioning that your number of beast husbands must not exceed that of the queen? The Black Dragon King inquired with keen interest. At a loss for words, Winter's response was uncharacteristically flustered. Perhaps we could just let this matter drop? You know my mind often falters, and my tongue outruns my thoughts. Shall we pretend this never occurred? Grey Mia and the other two females erupted in laughter. Beast King, it would be better to seize the day. And I require no elaborate ceremony. If you could merely bear witness, this matter would be settled. The Silver Dragon King boldly clung to Winter's thigh, prompting scornful looks from the three females. Your Majesty, they say that lovers ultimately unite. Why not indulge them? The queen said, suppressing a smile. Grey Mia, however, was indignant. With 4 young beast kings present, and the lingering shadow of previous female upheavals, the peril posed by the Mermaid King loomed large. With the other 3 all claimed by Winter, what purpose did this coming-of-age ceremony serve? Announcing her headache, Grey Mia withdrew from the festivities, while the other 2 females, lacking her audacity, were equally sour expressions. Yet the queen remained unfazed, directing the young warriors from various tribes to showcase their primal strength and beauty. The 2 females swiftly selected their preferred male warriors, as they were soon to enter their heat cycle. Rather than risk losing their chance to a competitor, it was wiser to choose a mate from a prestigious lineage, ensuring protection from a strong tribe during their first heat. With the backing of 2 powerful tribes, their subsequent choices would also be more plentiful. Remaining within their own tribes, however, could lead to being marked by unknown males during their heat, a fate that could diminish their prospects of securing a high-ranking mate. This year's coming-of-age ceremony appeared exceptionally lively. Just yesterday, the Golden Tiger King and the White Eagle King had missed the festivities, but today, an exceptional female from the Peacock tribe had journeyed far to attend, accompanied by her 2 brothers. The Peacock tribe had not graced the royal city in ages. They were notoriously proud. If the Mermaid tribe was the epitome of beauty beneath the waves, the Peacock tribe was undeniably the most exquisite on land. Grey Mia prided herself on her beauty and fertility, yet before the Peacock female, she felt diminished. Females with golden-gray fertility have not been seen in over 2 centuries. The court buzzed with surprise. Strong warriors surrounded the Peacock, showering her with attention, while several beast kings observed with keen interest. Say, if I were to duel them and emerge victorious, do you think their entire clan would hunt me down? Pondered the Silver Dragon King, stroking his chin with eagerness. The Nighthawk King stood nearby, contemplating, as the Peacock, adorned in vibrant feathers, entered the hall with her head held high. Both Winter and Rabbit Lualu's eyes were riveted upon her plumage. Behind her, 2 male warriors of the Peacock tribe boasted even more resplendent feathers. Males of the Peacock tribe were known for their more dazzling plumage compared to their female counterparts. The Silver Dragon King felt a twinge of desire. Perhaps if he stripped the feathers, he could fashion 3 splendid cloaks. One must not only seek to please the females, impressing the mother-in-law is equally crucial. Win her over. And one might also gain favor with the Red Dragon King and Jiao Yang. The Silver Dragon King clenched his fist in determination. What shall we pursue? The Tardy Snow Blaze King playfully rapped their heads in reprimand. Winter will surely appreciate it. The Silver Dragon King rubbed his head, wincing at the force of the blow. Since the Peacock tribe has come to the royal city, they will not be here as mere 3, and you are kings. Only a fool would accept your challenge. The Snow Blaze King raised his hand. The Silver Dragon King recoiled, protecting his head. Jiao Yang? The Nighthawk King mused, contemplating the best way to provide Jiao Yang with a legitimate opportunity to act. One of the male warriors from the Peacock tribe had been lingering his gaze on Jiao Yang. Finally, it seemed he had chosen Jiao Yang. The Red Dragon King had brought Jiao Yang along today. Though Jiao Chuan was not yet a beast king, he was permitted to attend, sitting alongside Rabbit Lualu. Despite his youth, Jiao Chuan's demeanor was dark and fierce, his appearance not particularly striking amid the assembly of powerful tribes. However, with 2 stunning sisters, Jiao Yang's looks were certainly noteworthy, though he often wore a cold expression. When his gaze met Winter and Rabbit Lualu, a youthful smile lit up his face. The best way for a hunter to make an entrance is to embody the guise of prey. Let us go and witness the spectacle, the Silver Dragon King urged, pulling the Night Hawk King along. This enchanting female of the mermaid tribe is none other than Peacock River of the Peacock tribe. Begone, the Azure Sea King retorted, his sharp gaze cutting through the air. I was conversing with this lovely female. Either you perish, or you depart. The Azure Sea King forcefully pressed Winter's head against his chest, an aura of menace enveloping the vicinity. All the females present are chosen for alliances from their respective tribes. If you are unwilling to part with her, do not let her step forward. One of the male warriors from the Peacock tribe grumbled. The Silver Dragon King and his companions fell silent, observing Winter's mermaid fins and ears. What a pair of troublemakers. The combination of the dragon skirt and mermaid ears was indeed a peculiar sight, leaving little wonder as to why the peacock male mistook her. As they settled in, the Snowblaze King casually removed Winter's mermaid ears, advising, be mindful in such gatherings in the future. In the biting cold of winter, Suihan merely found the sight appealing, never anticipating that she would be mistaken for someone else. However, the gaze of the Peacock clan was rather discerning. The intimacy between the Sea King and herself was unmistakable, clearly indicating a bond akin to that of partners. The merfolk had no need for females to forge external alliances. The Sea King approached with a furrowed brow, evidently displeased by the misunderstanding that Suihan was a female of the merfolk, as perceived by the formidable members of the Peacock clan. Choking back her indignation, Suihan made a face, thinking, what business is it of yours? Yet, her attention was drawn to the tiny offspring held in the Sea King's grasp. The Sea King's child. A stir rippled through the hall. It was common knowledge that the Sea King had recently welcomed a 7th-tier offspring, but he had kept it hidden away as if it were a precious gem, allowing no one to see it. The little one gazed curiously at Suihan, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. An urge to draw closer battled with a hesitance, for there had never been a memory of her presence in his recollections. His tiny brows knitted together in puzzlement. Yuan Luo, come here, the Sea King beckoned, harboring no fondness for Suihan and wishing to discourage any interaction between Yuan Luo and her. Who would care? In the depths of winter, Suihan nestled within the embrace of King Bihai, murmuring in a discontented tone, if you desire something, simply take it. King Bihai replied, once we have had our fill of play, we shall present it to the elders of our clan. They will undoubtedly delight in the exceptional progeny, especially since it is a young merfolk, and Suihan's own offspring at that. I believe I am capable of nurturing it. No, in the depths of winter. Suihan found it difficult to articulate her emotions at that moment. A dull ache lingered within her, yet she harbored no desire to nurture offspring. At that juncture, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. It was the king beast of the Eagle clan, accompanied by the formidable members of the tribe and its affiliates. Leading the procession was the White Eagle King, who bore a resemblance to the Night Eagle King, albeit adorned with pristine white feathers. Unlike the Night Eagle King, whose demeanor was composed yet slightly brooding, the White Eagle King exuded an aura of sinister charm reminiscent of the serpent lineage. Even more so than the Silver Flood Dragon King. His gaze swept over Suihan and Talolo, both of whom were taken aback by the blatant malevolence emanating from his eyes. The two-headed dragon instinctively enveloped Talolo in his embrace, locking eyes with the White Eagle King, his expression marked by displeasure. Meanwhile, the Blue Sea King regarded the White Eagle King with an inscrutable countenance, devoid of any visible joy or sorrow. Yet, the White Eagle King, brimming with self-satisfaction, believed they would not dare to challenge him, only to find himself rendered immobile. The White Eagle King remained poised with one foot raised, unable to lower it, even as he attempted to lift the other. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he toppled to the ground. Xinghui, the Snow Radiance King, whispered urgently. The Blue Sea King, visibly irked, retracted his ability. However, the Silver Flood Dragon King had already burst into laughter. White Eagle King, even at your inaugural attendance at such a grand banquet, there is no need for such extravagant deference to the assembly. Though everyone understood the situation, the Silver Flood Dragon King was merely standing up for his offspring. The White Eagle King shot a resentful glance towards the Blue Sea King, realizing his royal beast's abilities paled in comparison, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Yet, despite the simmering resentment within, he could not voice it. If you wish to hide, then confine yourself to your quarters. A glint of coldness flashed in the Blue Sea King's eyes, but it was swiftly quelled by Suihan's gentle hand. I wish to extract his eyes," the Blue Sea King declared vehemently. In the chill of winter, Suihan could only offer a comforting pat on his shoulder. The male sought to vent his frustrations. Yet Suihan felt a sense of joy within. Though the situation was inappropriate for such expressions, she could not allow matters to escalate. The children at home, lacking understanding, had caused a commotion. She merely requested the White Eagle King to keep a watchful eye on his words and actions. For not every female can be subjected to his judgments. One might unwittingly invite trouble upon oneself at any moment. With a fierce glare, the Snow Radiance King cast an intimidating glance, diminishing the White Eagle King's arrogance significantly. Indeed, he was a royal beast. But facing 3 adversaries, or even just the Blue Sea King or the Snow Radiance King, would be more than enough to put him in his place. Bai Zong, take Sui to sit in the back row, the Silver Jiao King instructed, rising to assist Suihan. The Blue Sea King wore a disgruntled expression, while the Snow Radiance King shot him a sidelong glance, prompting him to turn away in silence. Do not cause trouble. In the cold of winter, there were 3 noble beasts, and all those who had entangled with her were indeed of royal lineage, which was striking enough. I could also take a seat at the back. Bai Zong had matters to attend to tomorrow. Why not let him accompany Sui? Very well. The Sea King, having lost his temper, regained his composure, displaying once more his ethereal elegance. The Golden Tiger King, already present, observed the scene with an inscrutable expression. At that moment, Bai Zong, Lan Shi, and Xing Hui, while one could be disregarded, the sudden realization struck him with the presence of 2 or 3 others. So it was. He had long been excluded from a certain circle. It was his own inability to see clearly. Who could he blame? Huqing, why haven't you entered yet? Wait for them to join you. The Golden Tiger King turned to observe the elegantly adorned Huqing and her 2 young cubs, centering his thoughts. Huqing lacked Sui's beauty and capriciousness. She embodied the gentle and nurturing female he had once desired. Shall we go in then? Is it about to commence? This time, the Golden Tiger King had selected 2 females from the Golden Tiger tribe for the coming-of-age ceremony. However, their ranks were insufficient to enter the royal court for the rites. Yet, the Golden Tiger King would later invite powerful males from other tribes to his palace to partake in the banquet and select their mates. The Golden Tiger King took his seat with Huqing and the 2 cubs, while the White Eagle King once again cast his gaze upon Huqing with unwarranted intention. Huqing's splendid attire comprised a chest-high skirt paired with an outer garment, its fullness revealing 1/3 of her soft form, with a large ruby pendant dangling enticingly in the depths of her neckline. Her tall figure, exquisite features, and smiling lips easily attracted the attention of males. However, with the Golden Tiger King present, encounters with the indiscreet White Eagle King were infrequent. The Golden Tiger King glared disapprovingly at him, saying, "Take the 2 to the back row." With that, he summoned a servant to change Huqing's position. The Mermaid King, feeling discomfort at the presence of such a creature beside him, decided to move with the mermaid cub to the other side. Observing the unfolding situation, the Silver Dragon King suggested that Sui join the Snow Radiance King's table, while he himself went to the Sea King's table. As for Tu Luoluo, she quite enjoyed the company of younglings and was presently amusing herself with 2 tiger cubs. The eldest was named Huao, and the younger Huxiang. Huqing conversed with Tu Luoluo while placing her homemade meatballs into the cubs' bowls. The dishes prepared for the royal court were unsuitable for the young ones. So prior to their arrival, Huqing had prepared plenty of suitable food for them. The Golden Tiger King had gifted her a storage ring, alleviating her worries about packing. Host, you are truly easy to please. A mere storage ring can elevate your beauty to the heavens. Huqing disregarded the whimsical system, thinking, I could acquire one from you. But after a year of hard work, to return to square one in a single day, who would be pleased with that? Previously, she had no need to leave the Golden Tiger tribe or utilize a storage ring. Moreover, the Golden Tiger King had bestowed upon her a brand new one with ample space. Huqing understood that such an item was exclusive to the queen, and the Golden Tiger King had surely arranged this gift specifically for her, which was sufficient. Having distributed the meatballs, Huqing then produced shrimp balls, fish balls, and octopus balls. May I have a taste? They appear quite delectable. Huqing paused for a moment. Can rabbits consume meat? Yet she nodded in affirmation. Do you wish to try one of these? This is a meatball, this is an octopus ball, and this is a shrimp ball. Tu Luoluo pointed to the octopus and shrimp balls. Indeed, rabbits could consume meat, but Tu Luoluo only indulged in fish and shrimp. As the cold of winter approached, she craned her neck to look back, yearning for a taste as well. If you don't mind, Would you care to try some? The Sea King scoffed nearby. Competing with the younglings for food? Suihan gazed at him with wide eyes, exclaiming, "What concern is it of yours?" Snowy Wang accepted the bowl handed to her by Hu Zhengzheng with a nod of acknowledgement, while Suihan eagerly picked up her chopsticks and swiftly devoured a small octopus ball. The morsel, crafted with consideration for the young ones, was modest in size, perfectly suited for a female to consume. In the chill of winter, Suihan and Tu Lualua's eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. What shall we do? Suddenly, an unwholesome idea struck them. They contemplated snatching the cub's meal. I have prepared plenty here for you to enjoy. Feel free to indulge. However, the texture is best when freshly fried. It is not as delectable now. What a deceit. It is undeniably scrumptious. How envious I am. In the chill of winter, I glared at the two cubs. What right do they have to indulge in such exquisite meals every day? Can't you aspire to something greater? Haven't you always looked down upon the cuisine of the Golden Tiger tribe? So what does it mean now to fixate on the food of these cubs? Suddenly, the Golden Tiger King interjected, "You know well that I lack ambition." As the frigid winter settled in, Suihan casually chimed in, leading to an awkward silence between the two. This inadvertently presented an opportunity for the Fish King to express his disdain towards Suihan with a few cold hums. And now he mocks me again, she thought. While it was understandable for the Golden Tiger King to ridicule her for preparing meals for the cubs, it was utterly unjustifiable for the Fish King to adopt such a snarky demeanor, especially when Tiger Zhejiang was not even his mate. He could use a good stretch. She mused, planning to assist him later. The Azure Sea King shot an annoyed glare at the Fish King. The seating arrangements had been perfectly made. Yet he insisted on moving closer, desperately seeking attention. Was he feeling envious at the sight of Suihan snatching the Golden Tiger King's cub's food? Tiger Zhejiang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was it really worth it to squabble over mere food? Standing up, she carried a small basin to distribute meatballs. In an attempt to ease the tension, she shared some with Xuehue King, Azure Sea King, and Night Eagle King as well. Approaching the Fish King, she looked at his cub and gently inquired, "Darling, would you like to try some? My meatballs are quite delectable." After playing the role of a nurturing mother for so long, her voice naturally softened to a tender and sweet tone when addressing the cub. The fish cub glanced up at the Fish King, then at the warm and inviting Tiger Zhejiang, its previously frosty expression swiftly shifting to one of affection. "Thank you." Although the Fish King was stern with his own cub, he couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. Observing how the Golden Tiger King's cubs, though noticeably smaller, were sturdier than his own, he pondered whether this was the result of having a female to care for them closely. He had considered seeking another female to help raise his cubs, but Yuanzhua remained distant, showing affection only towards him, the father. The Fish King found himself stealing another glance at Tiger Zhejiang, his eyes reflecting a newfound depth of emotion. Unbeknownst to her, the meatball she had been holding fell from her mouth, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. What could be the reason? Is it simply that the females of the Beast clan possess an irresistible allure? Last time it was her, and now it is Hu Zhejiang. Well, to be fair, Hu Zhejiang is indeed a virtuous and exemplary female, endowed with both compassion and culinary skills, her voice always gentle and soft, making her the perfect caretaker for young ones. What is the matter? Wang Xuehue inquired, lowering his gaze upon her. In the chill of winter, Suihan leaned closer to his ear and whispered something, subsequently gesturing for him to observe for himself. The King of the Azure Sea, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but glance toward the Merfolk King. Indeed, Hu Zhejiang was remarkable. Yet Suihan was undeniably the finest among them. The Silver Flood Dragon King, though not privy to the conversation, surveyed the group with a discerning eye and grasped the situation. Let them all entangle themselves with Hu Zhejiang. It would be best for them to keep their distance from Suihan henceforth. The Night Eagle King let out a scoff, prompting the Silver Flood Dragon King to regard him with curiosity. The Night Eagle King merely blinked in response. Their wager was assured. The Silver Flood Dragon King chuckled mischievously. "Are you plotting something?" Suihan leaned his body towards the Silver Dragon King, intending to return and inform you. The presence of numerous beasts and the clamor of voices here are overwhelming. In the chill of winter, with a sense of perplexity, Suihan leaned against the warm embrace of Xuehue Wang. They must certainly be harboring some sinister plot. Suihan furrowed her brows in indignation, lamenting. "I earn money for you to spend." Xuehue comforted her gently. What can the Silver Dragon King accomplish in the royal city? Besides, all that occupies his thoughts, aside from Suihan, is the pursuit of wealth. Coupled with a poverty-stricken Night Eagle King, their partnership can only revolve around amassing riches. They are relentlessly engaged in the feverish quest for fortune. The Silver Dragon King's methods of generating income are no less varied than the diversions in his bed. As the chill of winter settled in, Suihan found herself no longer curious. After all, the Silver Dragon King would eventually divulge everything to her. After the banquet concluded, upon returning to the Snow Radiance Palace, Suihan received a goodnight kiss from both the Snow Radiance King and the Azure Sea King before being swept away by the Silver Dragon King. A betting game? The one that has recently garnered much attention? I want to participate. I wish to place my bets. Which one will you choose? The one with the fierce tiger? Knowing the answer already, you still wish to wager? Winning money from your own beast? That money was meant for you from the start. I have no intention of betting on the fierce tiger. With so many remarkable females at this banquet, can I place my bets on them? She had no interest in a wager devoid of challenge. Indeed, ponder it well. The Silver Dragon King, cradling Suihan, propped himself up against the pillow. While Suihan was lost in thought, he gently supported her pert form, adjusting his position before thrusting upward suddenly. What are you doing? As the chill of winter enveloped them, the Silver Serpent King shrugged innocently. You pursue your own thoughts, and I shall tend to mine. I bear no grievance regarding your lack of attention towards me. He retorted indignantly. You wretched fool. Your mind is filled with nothing but frivolous nonsense. Are you truly certain that the matter at hand concerns a beastly consort? Or is it that you find this situation to your disliking? What of this alternative? The Silver Serpent King swiftly altered his stance. Have you once again resorted to spying? Alas, I am merely observant, he defended. To witness a few occurrences hardly qualifies as espionage, dear Lady Serpent. You are well aware of the unrestrained nature of our kind, indifferent to the passage of day and night. She summoned me to negotiate, while she herself engaged with the males without a moment's pause. I cannot merely wait idly, can I? If there is nothing else to occupy my time, what harm is there in acquiring a few skills? In the chill of winter, my frail body is embraced by him, leaving me utterly speechless. Alas, I must confess, the tricks employed by Lady Serpent are often half taught by Her Majesty the Queen herself. Suihan delivered a sharp slap, declaring, Do not slander Her Majesty the Queen. If I were to present to you the items they intend to sell together, would you still dare to accuse me of defaming her? I refuse to allow it. You shall not speak ill of Her Majesty. Very well, very well. Her Majesty is sacred and inviolable. We, the lowly servants, shall content ourselves with tending to our own delicate and fragrant female. With that, the Silver Serpent King greedily pressed his lips against Suihan's cherry blossoms of a mouth. Starting tomorrow, he would be deprived of her presence for many days. Even though they had not yet parted, he could not help but succumb to a longing for her. In the gentle embrace of winter, he returned her kiss, his masculine feelings fervent and unreserved. The following morning, during breakfast, she cast a sudden glance at the Silver Dragon King and the Azure Sea King. Have you concocted yet another devious scheme? She inquired. What scheme? The Silver Dragon King replied, perplexed as he raised his head. Otherwise, how could you ensure that the Mare King successfully marks Hu Zhengzheng? Have you forgotten how I was marked by you in the beginning? The Silver Dragon King scoffed. As long as a male harbors affection, unless the female possesses an exceptionally powerful beast husband and harbors no romantic interest in him, this matter is virtually assured. What about that Rabbit Clan beast? She countered. I seek nothing from him, merely a fleeting connection to guide me. Rest assured, even if I rely on him to create trouble for the Golden Tiger King and the Mare King, I will not overlook assessing his character. While he may be driven by personal motives, he will undoubtedly not harm Hu Zhengzheng. Despite the cold of winter, doubts linger. What do you contemplate? You and Hu Zhengzheng have never been on the same level. What you can achieve, she may not be able to. Furthermore, you can assume the role of the King Beast's consort, while she cannot. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding Hu Zhengzheng's acquisition of 3 King Beast husbands. She merely gains additional providers, which may enhance her life. After finishing his meal, King Yin Jiao continued to battle with the food before him. When traveling, simplicity is paramount. He would not have the chance to savor such delicacies for a long while. Snow Radiance King has cherished Suihan, yet he has never considered her as a mere parasite. Aside from the teachings of the Holy Lady on management and accounting, Snow Radiance King also imparts knowledge of current affairs and strategies. However, due to Suihan's youth, he refrained from allowing her to shine, leading many to believe that she was merely a nurtured beauty. It was only recently that King Yin Jiao discovered Suihan's talent for accounting. It is no wonder that after Snow Radiance King completed the bonding ceremony, he held another ceremony exclusive to the tribal elders at the Snowfield Wolf Clan's territory. Even King Golden Tiger, who held the position of the second husband, was unaware that this ceremony was a testament to Snow Radiant's king acknowledging Suihan as his consort. As the consort of a king beast, a female can enjoy the provisions of the king beast and whimsically request items regarded as treasures by the king beast. However, a consort possesses the authority to command all the wealth of the king beast and can directly issue orders to his subordinates, bypassing the king beast himself. The king beast can refuse his consort's desire to take other husbands, yet the authority of the consort surpasses that of her king beast husband. Consequently, it is rare for a male king beast to acknowledge his female as a consort. Since Snow Radiant's king has honored Suihan as his consort, it follows that King Jiao and King Bihai would grant Suihan the same treatment, much to the astonishment of other male powerhouses. For instance, King Golden Tiger would never consider honoring Suihan as a consort, which is why Snow Radiant's king has never mentioned her in his presence. Upon entering Linlang Pavilion for the first time, Hu Zhengzheng felt as if she had stepped into a film set, with its antique decor and a dazzling array of goods. Two beautiful females from the Snowfield Wolf clan approached her with warm smiles. Esteemed guest, welcome. Linlang Pavilion, the largest and finest cosmetics shop in the royal city, was known even to those like King Golden Tiger, who typically disregarded mundane affairs. I wish to select a few cosmetics suitable for newly adult females. Moreover, do you have cosmetics suitable for nursing females? Certainly. Esteemed guest, please come this way. We have special cosmetics for nursing females, as well as those for newly adult females. You may try them on the back of your hand to see which you prefer. The females of the Snowfield Wolf clan led her to a private room, serving fragrant tea and delicacies. Soon, another one brought a large wooden box containing several smaller boxes and began to skillfully introduce their contents. Your skin is quite healthy, but it would benefit from regular care. One of the females cast a glance at King Golden Tiger and the cubs, her expression shifting momentarily. Another nudged her with an elbow. Unbeknownst to Hu Zhuzheng, King Golden Tiger sensed the change. Hu Zhuzheng quickly selected 2 sets of cosmetics, as her brother was pursuing a female from the Golden Tiger clan, and her sister had just given birth to her 3rd cub. Females have a natural inclination towards beauty, especially in a place like Linlang Pavilion, which is highly favored by noble females. If you are not in a hurry, why not allow us sisters to assist you with your makeup? One of the females, recognizing King Golden Tiger, remarked, "You are so beautiful, with makeup. You will surely be captivating." She intended to make this noble guest enchanting enough to captivate King Golden Tiger, ideally ensuring he would remain enamored and not interfere with their esteemed Suihan. Indeed, this female from the Snowfield Wolf clan was among those chosen to serve Suihan. Her father and brothers were trusted aides of Snow Radiant's king, allowing her to continue pursuing her passions even after being promised to a powerful tribe member. Hu Zhengzheng smiled knowingly. Wasn't he this merely a ploy to encourage her to purchase more? She was adept at this game. King Golden Tiger toyed with the teacup in his hand, surprised to discover that Linlang Pavilion was a property of the Snowfield Wolf clan. No wonder Suihan had barely glanced at the cosmetics he previously gifted her from Linlang Pavilion. Where's the manager? Come out. Let us see the consequences of your actions. A female voice called out. Peering through the curtain, she saw several females from different tribes, with one leading the group, exuding arrogance, while another hid her face. And the rest appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Disturbance? The 2 females from the Snowfield Wolf clan were taken aback. Did they genuinely not know? Or were they feigning ignorance regarding Linlang Pavilion's ownership by Lady Suihan? Oh, Graymia, is there something amiss? A melodious voice floated down from upstairs, causing King Golden Tiger's expression to shift. The winter chill. Your Linlang Pavilion sells toxic cosmetics. Yesterday, I bought a box and gifted it to Shuqiu. Just look at her face today. What a transformation. Toxic cosmetics? Huh. Are you jesting? My Linlang Pavilion has been in operation for nearly a decade, and I have sold countless sets of cosmetics. You, who only dare to purchase a small box, audaciously claim that my products are harmful? It seems you are the one who is toxic. Indeed, it is you who allege that Linlang Pavilion sells poisonous cosmetics. Come one, come all, and witness how our sister's beauty has been marred by the products of Linlang Pavilion. In no time, the patrons within Linlang Pavilion were stirred by Huimia's outcry. The private room of Jin Hu Wang and his companions was situated at the stairwell, a somewhat secluded corner, and as he emerged, he caught sight of the scene on the 2nd floor. Bai Hai Wang held Suihan's leg with his right hand, cradling her in his embrace, while his left hand rested on the stair railing, his brow lowered, exuding an air of nobility and sanctity that captivated the female patrons below. In his arms, Suihan appeared languidly alluring, her delicate visage adorned with a faint blush, her eyes reflecting a mix of disdain and indifference. You merely rely on having 3 powerful husbands. Should they discover the venomous nature of your words, do not hastily label me, for my head is too small to bear such weight. In the chill of winter, the character played with the hair of the Sea King. Mouseball, do you also believe that your visage has transformed into this state due to my Linlang pavilion? My sister, a female of the Mouse clan, covered her face, which was dotted with red spots, and timidly refrained from speaking. It is precisely your Linlang pavilion. I am aware that you disdain us females who lack the support of royal beast husbands. Your Linlang pavilion is grand and prosperous. While we cannot afford the exquisite cosmetics from your establishment, what of it if I, as an elder sister, have saved for an extended period merely to present a small box of powder? You sell us inferior products disguised as quality cosmetics, yet you deny us the right to seek justice? In the chill of winter, one can hardly refrain from applauding. Since you adamantly assert that the cosmetics from our Linlang pavilion are the cause of her disfigurement, where is the powder you purchased? You must provide us with satisfactory evidence. After all, with an air of bravado, Huamiya hurled a delicate box onto the ground. Shuirong, please inspect this. The female, named Shuirong, stepped forward to examine the box. Initially, she confirmed that it indeed belonged to Linlang pavilion. However, the powder within was not of their quality. The texture of their powder was refined, while the one in the box was distinctly grainy. Lord Suihan, they have substituted the contents of the box. You speak nonsense. The box is yours. Who knows what you filled it with inside? Enough. Is it worth all this fuss over such a trivial matter? Shuirong, fetch an unopened box for comparison. Regardless of the cause of Shikiakia's condition, let them articulate their own conclusions based solely on the contents of the boxes. Shuirong nodded and even produced 2 boxes, one large and one small. The larger box was from a regular store, while the smaller one was specially crafted for esteemed guests to trial. It was unclear which indiscreet sister succumbed to Huamiya's persuasion and sold her a non-commercial item, leading to this debacle. Esteemed ladies, both of these are powders from Linlang Pavilion, including the very one purchased by Lady Huamiya. I shall open both for comparison. Shuirong opened the boxes and applied some of the powder from the larger box onto the back of her hand, distributing it among the other ladies. Then she showcased Huamiya's powder, allowing everyone to dip their fingertips in. The difference became immediately apparent upon gentle rubbing. How do we know you haven't deliberately presented a superior product to mislead us? Huamiya continued to argue feebly. Oh, I see. Why not designate a guest right here to examine her powder? Sister, perhaps I have consumed something wrong, which led to this predicament. Shikakyo, unable to bear the scornful gazes surrounding her, tugged at Huamiya's sleeve. All of this is for your sake, dear sister. Shikiakiya was on the verge of tears. Initially, she had genuinely believed that the powder from Linlang Pavilion had caused the red spots on her face, coming in search of justice fueled by indignation. Yet, as the conversation unfolded, Huamiya's claims were easily dismantled. She had been filled with joy, thinking her sister had gifted her the esteemed powder, only to discover it was a counterfeit. It contained additives that had resulted in her skin condition. She had sought retribution, only to find her sister's attention almost wholly captivated by the Prince of the Azure Sea. She was merely using this opportunity to draw near to the Prince of the Azure Sea and the esteemed Shui, beside Lord Suihan. Furthermore, she remained oblivious to what her sister had actually applied. If her beauty were ruined, would any strong male still desire her? Shuirong, as the winter chill beckoned, she languidly gestured towards the mouse ball with her finger. Although she maintained her alluring demeanor, a momentary pause occurred when her gaze met that of the Golden Tiger King. Yet, it was but a fleeting instant. The beauty of a female's visage is indeed precious. Let us see how we might restore it. This esteemed mouse ball, Snowy Velvet, possesses a modicum of medical knowledge. If you permit, I could assist in discerning the cause of the redness upon your face. The mouse ball set aside the handkerchief, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Snowy Velvet brought forth fresh water, inviting the mouse ball to cleanse her face. However, Grey Mia attempted to intervene. The mouse ball, filled with fury, retorted, Sister, are you deliberately trying to harm me? How could I ever wish you ill? Do not engage in such baseless accusations. Who is truly being unreasonable? The mouse ball advanced menacingly towards Grey Mia. Cousin Grey Snowflake, regarding the matter of Rabbit Luo Luo, do you believe that if I were to expose you, you would emerge unscathed? Do you think that by denouncing me, you could evade consequence? You are complicit as well. The sisters leaned close, speaking in hushed tones, convinced that only the other could hear. So, cease your unnecessary actions. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to drag you down with me. After all, she was destined to be betrothed to another clan, unlike Grey Mia, who was held in high esteem by her tribe, who hoped she would attract a formidable beast husband. It would be even more fortuitous if she could bring back 1 or 2 royal beast consorts. Following instructions, the mouse ball washed her face, revealing that the redness, though alarming, was not as extensive as it appeared. Perhaps she felt wary of Grey Mia, hence she applied only a light layer. The severity of her condition was exacerbated by her tears, which intensified the redness. Snowy Velvet glanced once more at the box brought by Grey Mia and remarked, "It is merely the result of an allergic reaction to the delicate ginsengko. With our Linglong Pavilion's restorative cream and a light diet, it shall improve within 3 days at most." "Is that truly so?" the mouse ball exclaimed in delight, covering her face. Although ginsengko can provide hydration, many sensitive females are prone to allergic reactions. Numerous noble females, much like this esteemed mouse ball, can react adversely to specific plants or flowers, which is precisely why we at Linglong Pavilion insist on providing them with trial products. Seizing the opportunity, Snowy Velvet continued her promotion. "This restorative cream is a gift from Linglong Pavilion to you." She produced a box of cream and delicately applied a layer upon the mouse ball's face, which felt cool and soothing, alleviating the burning sensation. In truth, Snowy Velvet felt a degree of sympathy for the mouse ball. Linglong Pavilion's cosmetics cater to a mid to high-end clientele. If families have many children, parents may overlook their needs. However, if there are strong brothers, they might bring home mid-tier cosmetics for their sisters, a luxury not afforded to the females of the rabbit and mouse clans. Their brothers often expend great effort to win the favor of the females they cherish. Apologies for intruding upon the enjoyment of our esteemed guests. Therefore, today, we at Linglong Pavilion shall offer a discount of 20% across the board. In the chilly season, Suihan observed Grey Mia arriving with enthusiasm only to depart in disappointment, subsequently reassuring the guests in the shop. "Yearn, please fetch the account book from my room shortly. I will verify the rest after the new year." Earning money is delightful. Counting it is equally enjoyable. Yet, the task of bookkeeping truly gives her a splitting headache. Throughout the entire episode, the Sea King remained silent, but as he turned, the Golden Tiger King noticed he was holding a pair of embroidered shoes in his empty hand. That delicate and willful female. She would rather walk barefoot than endure uncomfortable shoes. And her beastly partners indulge her whims excessively. What male would carry his female in such a nurturing manner? To his surprise, the Linglong Pavilion belonged to Suihan. How surprising, Tiger Zhengzheng lamented. He had assumed Suihan was merely a pampered noble female, yet here she was, operating such a large establishment, with each of her females capable of standing on their own. The Golden Tiger King was equally taken aback. Upon seeing the female of the Snowy Wolf tribe, he had presumed the Linglong Pavilion was the property of the Snow White King, never realizing it was Suihan's. "My esteemed guest, this is the first batch of delicacies sent to you by our esteemed Lord Suihan." During the checkout, Tiger Zhengzheng received 2 boxes of specialty pastries. The first batch, the most bustling pastry shop in the royal city. "Lord Suihan mentioned inviting you to assist in improving the flavors of a few pastries on another occasion. Is this also under the domain of Lord Suihan?" Tiger Zhengzheng inquired, shaking the box of pastries in his hand. Shuerong nodded. "The noble females of the royal city are all raised with great care. Our Lord Suihan has had a fondness for culinary studies since childhood. In the second year after the Linglong Pavilion opened, she used its profits to establish the first batch. In truth, Suihan had been quite particular in her tastes since she was young. The Snow White King had put effort into consulting the Queen for recipes and later made many modifications, leading to the establishment of the first batch after opening the Linglong Pavilion." The Golden Tiger King wore a perplexed expression, prompting Tiger Zhengzheng to glance at him and ask, "What troubles you?" With a sigh, the Golden Tiger King replied, "I have purchased items from both places as gifts for Suihan, even seeking favors in return, yet only today did I discover they both belong to her. No wonder. Back in the territory of the Snowy Wolf tribe, Suihan was always experimenting with various confections. I thought it was due to her pampered upbringing, ensuring her own standards for what she consumed and used. The repute of the Linglong Pavilion and the first batch had been meticulously cultivated over time. He could not bring himself to utter disingenuous words, attributing everything to the Snow White King, while claiming Suihan merely reaped the benefits. It is only today that I realized both places belong to Suihan." Tiger Zhengzheng's eyes widened in surprise. The Golden Tiger King chuckled to himself. Perhaps he had never truly been accepted by her. The Linglong Pavilion had been in operation for nearly a decade. At its inception, how old was Suihan? 7 or 8 years old. What tribe would so indulge a female? Only the Snow White King would. Initially, it was merely a small shop, gaining notoriety after 4 or 5 years. The first batch's development was somewhat smoother than that of the Linglong Pavilion, yet it too was established gradually. Both ventures required considerable initial investment, and the Golden Tiger King could not help but admire the Snow White King's devotion. His love for Suihan had never merely been words. Late at night, are you all asleep? Tiger Zhengzheng closed the door to their chamber. The Golden Tiger King sat at the desk, several parchment rolls in hand. Tiger Zhengzheng approached, glancing curiously. Is there a matter concerning the tribe? Tiger Liang can handle it. The Golden Tiger King set down the parchment. The Lingxiao Pavilion's merchant fleet has established a business, which is quite impressive. Over half of the trade in the royal city belongs to the Silver Flood Dragon King. I wish to see if it is necessary for the Golden Tiger tribe to open a shop dedicated to trading tribal goods. Tiger Zhengzheng nodded. Previously, the tribe operated on a labor distribution system, yet the tribal elders would often take advantage of the situation to appropriate communal property. For instance, they once banded together to cut off Suihan's supplies, diverting resources to the royal city for their descendants. Those items you taught the tribal females to make for the young are quite excellent. I have secured a small shop for you. You may explore what you wish to sell. Do not misconstrue my intentions. It is not that I cannot support you. Rather, I believe you should have your own personal space. In the royal city, various tribes had shops for trading tribal goods, similar to Suihan, while the queen also had establishments selling beautiful garments and jewelry. The bibs and crawlers I've created can easily be made by the females themselves. There is no need for them to purchase them, is there? Indeed, they can learn to make them, but to replicate your charming designs would be beyond their capabilities. Even with 10 mines, the cold season was approaching. He suggested she have the tribal females produce a batch of finished goods to send over. If they sold well, they could increase production, thus allowing the tribal females to acquire some resources to support their families during the cold season. This would also earn Tiger Zhengzheng the respect of her kin. In the past, the tribe dared to slight Suihan not only due to her nature, but also because she refrained from participating in the affairs of the Golden Tiger tribe. The Golden Tiger King sought to establish Tiger Zhengzheng's authority. Looking at him, Tiger Zhengzheng momentarily grasped why one might criticize domineering romance novels, yet find themselves irresistibly drawn in. Who could resist a wealthy and attractive figure who, instead of binding you, supports your growth and enhances your standing? Who could resist? Tiger Ching? Feeling somewhat guilty. She sensed Suihan had nurtured her into a flourishing tree while she had merely been the one to pluck the fruits. She wouldn't mind. Moreover, I have not made her feel satisfied. Otherwise, she would not have been so resolute. Thus, your gratitude should be directed solely toward me. Tiger Zhengzheng questioned. The Golden Tiger King reached out, pulling her arm toward himself. He was preoccupied with tribal matters. While Tiger Zhengzheng had to arrange for the young ones and manage the intricacies of the banquet, they had not shared intimate moments for quite some time. Do you desire me? Tiger Zhengzheng nodded. Enjoying intimacy was not something to be ashamed of. Shall we bathe first, or go straight to the bath? The Golden Tiger King leaned down, kissing her lips, which were full and luscious, perfect for kissing. Does it make a difference? I only wish for you to fill me. The entire night. Tiger Zhengzheng wrapped her arms around his neck, returning the kiss, her fingers involuntarily tracing the contours of the Golden Tiger King's features. He possessed a ruggedly handsome face and a robust physique, yet lacked the roughness associated with a brutish man. Perhaps the past year of Suihan's influence had instilled in him a habit of maintaining his appearance. Moreover, while the Golden Tiger King could be somewhat coarse in bed, his body was well suited to hers, and Tiger Zhengzheng relished the feeling of being completely filled by him. What an honor! He would not love Tiger Zhengzheng in the same way he loved Suihan, yet with Suihan now a distant possibility, the Golden Tiger King found no need to compromise. Tiger Zhengzheng was equally admirable. He did not have to be with his most beloved female. With children and responsibilities within the tribe, he was busy. In his busyness, he found little time to ponder that willful and resolute female. The Golden Tiger King pressed his lips against Hu Zhengzheng's, relishing the way she melted beneath his touch like a spring pool. He felt no fear of inadvertently hurting her. She seemed destined to belong to him, perfectly accommodating his whims while allowing him to indulge freely. After their passionate encounter, the Golden Tiger King gently cleaned Hu Zhengzheng and carried her back to bed. Hu Zhengzheng felt drowsy, still enveloped in the lingering sensations, her body soft and tingling, while the Golden Tiger King appeared to be brimming with vigor. Indeed, one cannot help but admire the explosive energy and endurance of the males in the beastly realm. Does Zhou have a fondness for that cub named Yuan Luo? Well, you know me. I am utterly defenseless against cubs. Would you mind if I approach him? My only concern would be for his father. The Golden Tiger King kissed the crown of Hu Zheng's head. The growth of a cub is inextricably linked to its mother. Hu Zheng looked up at him. Can you still not comprehend the emotional turmoil of Suihan? The Golden Tiger King chuckled lightly. It is rather ludicrous. I can accept that the tribe forsakes cubs that fail to transform, and that low-fertility females are oppressed and cast into the female den, often not surviving for long. This ideology has been ingrained in me since childhood, shaping the life I have known. Yet, I cannot fathom how a female could refuse to bear and nurture cubs. Even now, if you do not understand or support it, then do not involve yourself. Hu Ao, Hu Xiang, and you, they lack nothing. In truth, my initial interaction with Hu Ao and Hu Xiang was driven by my selfish motives. I was ensnared and consumed a herb that harmed the gestational sac. I remain uncertain if I can still bear cubs, which is why I cannot help but feel sorrow for Hu Ao and Hu Xiang. The Golden Tiger King held her tighter. You have devoted yourself wholeheartedly to nurturing Hu Ao and Hu Xiang. You are their mother. As for whether we will have cubs in the future, that rests with the will of the beast god. He kissed her again. Do you wish for me to seek vengeance on your behalf? Hu Zheng shook her head. She is simply envious of my high fertility. Now, although she has achieved her desire of having her favored male as her beast husband, they have yet to bear cubs, leading him to shower affections on other females. I believe this is the beast god's finest punishment for her. In truth, she had exchanged for a barren elixir, using it on the female who harmed the original body. Not only did she render the original body incapable of bearing cubs, but she also instilled thoughts of self-harm, thus granting her the chance to traverse here. Hu Zheng felt it was her duty to seek vengeance for the original body. The Golden Tiger King remained silent, but resolved to send word back to locate this female and cast her into the female den. Hu Zheng's high fertility makes her a treasured female of the tribe. He now has Hu Ao and Hu Xiang, yet he has never stated a desire for more cubs. How dare this malicious female attempt to rob Hu Zheng of her ability to bear offspring? Where would a female stripped of her fertility go? She is indeed intent on causing Hu Zheng's demise. The Golden Tiger King sighed inwardly, pondering how such a gentle disposition, if not properly safeguarded, could lead to untold suffering in the future. Hu Zheng, the barren elixir is worth a closer examination, dear. My queen, fear not. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. You jest, my queen. Please, sit and tell me about your origins and the era from whence you came. In my original world, I too was known as Zheng. Hailing from the year 2035, I was bound to a maternal system. Here, Hu Zheng was ensnared by a female of the tribe, leading to a damaged gestational sac. I must complete tasks to restore it. I know you were once engaged in birthing tasks, but now you undertake foundational tasks, correct? The queen chuckled. I am engaged in a mission of salvation. However, the systems can be quite cunning, and I can be as well. Despite the myriad changes she has brought to the beastly continent, the queen still harbors a tinge of disappointment. This feeling crystallized when she caught sight of the cubs of the Golden Tiger tribe adorned in their crawling outfits, and she realized she lacked someone with whom to share her experiences, a kindred spirit. Our missions do not conflict. I never intended to usurp your system. To encounter someone from my homeland in a foreign land brings me joy. Beasts, beasts. In truth, they often refer to themselves simply as beasts. Hu Zheng laughed. Having not heard that most elementary term for a long time. Here, they are predominantly called females. Males, robust and strong, are tasked with providing for the family, while females, delicate and esteemed, are responsible for bearing and raising cubs. Capable males may have numerous females, while high-fertility females may possess multiple beast husbands. The once-imagined male models with chiseled abs and defined physiques are now commonplace. Not only can they be touched freely, but they can also be shared freely. Perhaps the mere fact that females can have multiple beast husbands offers us a modicum of comfort? Hu Zheng quipped playfully. The queen laughed in response. Having once possessed nearly 20 beast husbands herself, she too was well acquainted with the allure of beauty. Upon my next conquest, I shall set my sights on the cub of the Merfolk King. Hu Zheng knew that Suihan was the granddaughter of the queen, and the cub of the Merfolk King was born of Suihan. To fulfill her maternal mission, she must engage with the cubs. The Golden Tiger King's cubs and the Merfolk King's cubs represent a bounty of points for her, yet she will also offer them her most sincere affection. The queen nodded. In the face of adversity, what could she possibly say? Moreover, the young merfolk offspring bears the lineage of the golden tiger king. Yet she cannot sense any kinship between them and Suihan. Ah, that child truly is beset by misfortune. Fortunately, the beast god has not treated her unjustly. She now possesses 3 beastly husbands who regard her as their very life. Does she evoke memories of the former world within you? Yet, recollections are not always adorned with beauty. The queen silently bid farewell to Tiger Zhejiang, turning her gaze towards the brooding black flood dragon king. Do not fret that I shall abandon you. Should I return, it is not merely a matter of time before I become old and ugly. A sight even I would disdain. Here, at least, I have 400 or 500 years before I begin to wither. Those who traverse into the realm of cultivation, if they fail to ascend, might find themselves in a similar plight. No woman ever resents the slow passage of age. Furthermore, a youthful appearance for 400 to 500 years and a middle-aged beauty could still boast for another 3 to 4 centuries before entering old age. What a fortune that would be. If you find it hard to let go, I can accompany you back, perhaps due to her past loss. The Black Flood Dragon King harbors a hint of insecurity. The queen, on her tiptoes, kissed him. Once, she could not sever the familial ties of her former world. Yet over the span of a decade, she confirmed that what she could not relinquish was the beast realm. The Black Flood Dragon King bent down to embrace her, causing a shoe to slip off with a soft thud. You, after all these years, still cannot change this habit. Always neglecting to wear your shoes. Why must one wear shoes? It is far more comfortable without them. Perhaps it was the lingering shadow of high heels from her former world that led the queen to prefer walking barefoot. The Black Flood Dragon King held her delicate little foot, warmth igniting within him as he adored the queen's tender skin. At that moment, the queen was still teasing him. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Are you certain your stamina is sufficient for an entire night of delight? You dare to provoke me?" The queen's face flushed. Yet her lips refused to concede. Who knows if some of the elders are not old in heart? Elder? Old in heart. A wicked smile played upon the Black Flood Dragon King's lips. Tonight, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of this 200-year-old elder. No pleas for mercy. In the shadows, the White Deer King and Wolf Bin released the White Antelope King. The White Antelope King wore a dark expression. Do not go too far. The White Deer King brushed away non-existent dust from his attire, raising an eyebrow. You should have understood our intentions by now. For over half a year, they had been obstructing the White Antelope King's every opportunity to approach the queen. Their aim was to compel him to voluntarily relinquish his mark and depart. Of course, this was a diplomatic solution. Should the White Antelope King remain obstinate, they had other means at their disposal. On what grounds? 3 beastly husbands. And 2 of them consent to your departure. What more do I need to say? You wish for me to leave? Unless Chu Xi himself speaks up. Are you not afraid that Chu Xi is reluctant to let me go? Huh. The White Deer King was almost amused by his anger. Does Chu Xi truly care for this insidious and ruthless White Antelope King? What a jest. Fight. If you lose, you leave. Wolf Bin declared. I have stated before. Unless Chu Xi himself tells me to leave, none of you have the right to force me out. Damn it. The White Deer King punched the wall in frustration. This rascal truly believed he could manipulate Chu Xi into swearing not to suggest the White Antelope King's departure unless he harmed Chu Xi's life. The vow they shared was a secret known only to the 2 of them. Were it not for this oath, how could Chu Xi have tolerated the White Antelope King for so many years? Yet the White Antelope King was sufficiently cunning. Every time he encountered adversity, he would torment Chu Xi. Initially, they believed Chu Xi was enamored with him, only recently to uncover that it was the oath that bound him. Which of them would dare to harm Chu Xi? If she were to suffer the slightest injury, they would mourn for days. Wolf Bin gestured at his neck. Kill him? We cannot act rashly. The Black Flood Dragon King remains inscrutable. We cannot ascertain whether he truly lacks the prowess of a royal beast or if he is merely feigning it. For now, your priority should be to ascend to the royal beast level. I refuse to believe that, when 3 royal beasts exert their pressure, he can maintain his fortitude. Is it not the White Antelope King's confidence in the Black Flood Dragon King's fear of the backlash against Chu Xi that has emboldened him? Wolf Bin nodded. Yet he too felt uncertain. He claimed to be on the verge of success, yet the White Deer King had spent over a decade achieving his royal beast status, while he remained but a step away from triumph. I have a fondness for younglings. You may be aware that I possess silver tier fertility value. Yet you do not know that my gestational sac has failed, rendering me unable to bear offspring. Tiger Zhenjing remarked, I admire both Tiger Ao and Tiger Xiang, as well as the offspring of the Mermaid King. If in the future I were to do something that might cause you discomfort. Discomfort? As the cold of winter enveloped me, I raised my gaze from a feast of delectable delights. Why does it feel unfit? My aversion to younglings is well known to you, and you are likely aware of the tangled emotions that bind my heart. However, that merfolk offspring came into being when I inadvertently trespassed into the realm of the merfolk during their mating season. The merfolk king, wielding his innate allure, captivated me into promising to bear his progeny, which led to the existence of that youngling. In comparison to the majestic tiger soaring through the skies, I harbor no feelings for him whatsoever. Is this what you referred to as severing blood ties? Inquired Hu Zhengzheng. In the frigid embrace of winter, I resolved to sever all ties with the golden tiger king. The sea king, to speak frankly, if I were not at a disadvantage, I would have relished the opportunity to confront him personally. Tiger Zhengzheng nodded in agreement. In her former world, beings like the sea king were hardly true men. Fortunately, her intended target was that youthful cub. As her eyes fluttered open, she was met with the sight of a robust arm draped across her chest, a body radiating a coolness behind her, and an undeniable sense of pressure enveloping her. The dog system truly knows how to ensnare individuals. It was promised that she would receive notifications, yet the countdown only commenced in the final 10 seconds. She had no intention of entangling with the Sea King. Her sole desire was to fulfill her mission. The merfolk were not solely represented by the Sea King's allure. Rather, she found the mermaids of the Azure Sea tribe more captivating. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would find herself in a state of arousal before the Sea King? Hence, it is often said that one must refrain from speaking too confidently. Although her heart was genuinely indifferent towards the Sea King. Fortunately, due to the need to tend to Suihan until Yuoluo, she had amassed a considerable supply of provisions within her storage ring. She barely managed to place the cubs in a room attended by merfolk before the Sea King hoisted her onto his shoulder. Though the Golden Tiger King could be somewhat boorish at times, he had been trained to prioritize the feelings of the females. The Sea King, however, was not so considerate. His overbearing and direct demands left Tiger Zhengzheng in a tumult of emotions, even as she contemplated. With a delicate female like Suihan, the Sea King would not shower her with affection simply for her beauty. Rather, given his temperament, she might often find herself neglected. Yet Suihan was discerning, and with the endorsement of the Snow-White King, other beastly suitors dared not overstep. As for her, she was uncertain of her significance in the eyes of the Golden Tiger King and whether it was enough to stand against the Sea King. Tiger Zhengzheng sighed and lowered her gaze. When the Golden Tiger King marked her, his emblem was imprinted upon her back, revealing itself only during her heat. As for the Sea King, she caught sight of his mark on her left chest. She and Suihan, along with Tulo, had shared the intimacy of bathing together. The scar on the abdomen of the winter's chill remained visible, as the snow wolf mark of the Snow King was not concealed to hide it. Conversely, Luo's mark from the domineering Jiao Chuan could not be erased either. Meanwhile, the merfolk king, Hu Zhengzheng, harbored doubts about his ability to persuade the merfolk queen to conceal his own mark. Sensing that Hu Zhengzheng had awakened, the merfolk king grasped her shoulder, turning her around. He initiated a kiss that nearly stole her breath away, and then he declared, "I shall speak with the Golden Tiger King." What about? Hu Zhengzheng was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, she realized that the Golden Tiger tribe resided on land while the merfolk dwelled in the sea, and both were royal beasts who would not easily bow to others. However, being underwater, Hu Zhengzheng felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. "I do not." She barely managed to voice her thoughts before the merfolk king claimed her lips with a forceful kiss. Hu Zhengzheng could only endure until he had his fill. Then she stated earnestly, "I am a terrestrial being and do not relish prolonged stays in the sea. Furthermore, while you are all royal beasts, I am also a silver-tier female, entitled to determine my own residence." The merfolk king furrowed his brow at her, surprised to see such assertiveness from the seemingly compliant Hu Zhengzheng. I understand. Regardless of whether he truly comprehended, Hu Zhengzheng was intent on visiting the cubs. The Golden Tiger King crossed his arms, observing the merfolk king. He had never anticipated such a twisted connection between himself and the merfolk king. Hu Zhengzheng's estrus cycle lasted about 3 days, but the merfolk king monopolized her entire period of heat. Although the Golden Tiger King's feelings for Hu Zhengzheng did not match those he held for the winter's chill, his authority as the first beast husband was challenged, igniting a fire within him. Traveling to the merfolk's territory from the Golden Tiger tribe took half a month. How could Hu Zhengzheng be expected to visit the merfolk tribe once a month? Was he to idle away his time ferrying her? Or was it up to him to do so? Not to mention that while his royal beast skills allowed him to traverse swiftly, as the king of the Golden Tiger tribe, He could hardly afford to waste time and energy transporting Hu Zhengzheng to the merfolk's domain. So, you wish for me to go to the Golden Tiger tribe? What of it? Do not attempt to apply the same tactics used by the Snow King upon me. The Golden Tiger King thought it a sign of incompetence that he had to live among the Snow Fang Wolf tribe, but he would not. Hu Zhengzheng was a female of the Golden Tiger tribe. As her first beast husband, he would respect her decisions, and the allocation of time must reflect her wishes. If necessary, he could seek a third beast husband for Hu Zhengzheng. In a 2-to-1 scenario, even the Merfolk King would have to consider his own strength. Yet, amidst their quarrel, Hu Zhengzheng's period of estrus unexpectedly commenced anew. Preoccupied with thoughts of the cubs, she inadvertently allowed the rabbit tribe's royal beast to mark her during her visit. What are you doing? The Snow King and the Azure Sea King would never resort to such underhanded tactics. The Silver Jiao King cast a sidelong glance at the Night Eagle King. What else could be done? You've seen how domineering the Merfolk King is. If we do not seize the opportunity to infuse Hu Zhengzheng's food with some love fruit juice, how could Rabbit Chung succeed? Hu Zhengzheng was solely fixated on the cubs. Did Rabbit Chung need to first produce a cub to pursue her? Time was of the essence. Their wagers could not wait. Although Rabbit Chung ranked lowest in strength among the royal beasts, he was gentle and considerate, his deep, misty eyes reminiscent of the green tea flavor from Hu Zhengzheng's previous world. Zhengzheng, is this uncomfortable? How about this? I lack experience. So please remember to tell me if you feel uneasy. Hu Zhengzheng's gaze became glazed, her body soft and pliable. Regardless of the male's stature, he was still more imposing than her. Perhaps Rabbit Tribe's royal beast seemed juvenile next to the Golden Tiger King and the Merfolk King. Yet his sweet nothings were not lacking in fervor. Moreover, unlike the direct advances of the other two, Rabbit Tribe's royal beast focused more on Hu Zhengzheng's comfort. Zhengzheng's body is both beautiful and delicate, and particularly sensitive. Here, and here. Naughty. No. Zhengzheng, you put me in quite the predicament. Do you want it or not? It's infuriating. Hu Zhengzheng wrapped her arms around Rabbit Cheng's neck, capturing his lips in a kiss. Rabbit Cheng, Zhengzheng, call my name. I want you. Hu Zhengzheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. That was all there was to it. Rabbit Chung was indeed enticing in every aspect, his appearance, voice, and physique. Though not as imposing as the Golden Tiger King or the Merfolk King's chiseled abs, held their own charm. She found herself devoid of any inclination to refuse. In fact, deep down, she thought that among her 3 beast husbands, surely one must be to her liking. With a creak, the door swung open. The Merfolk King swung his fist and struck Rabbit Chung. What are you doing? Hu Zhengzheng steadied the stumbling Rabbit Chung. People often spoke of the Golden Tiger King's obstinate nature, but Hu Zhengzheng believed the Merfolk King was far worse. The Golden Tiger King frowned. Truth be told, he was quite impressed with the Snow King. He, the Silver Jiao King, the Merfolk King, and the Azure Sea King, none of them were particularly obedient. Yet, as Hu Zhengzheng's first beast husband, it was his duty to mediate the tensions among the beast husbands to prevent any troubles for the female. Merfolk King, I am still alive. The Golden Tiger King's tone was harsh, laden with past grievances that ensured his rivalry with the Merfolk King. Rabbit Chung, feeling the blood at the corner of his mouth, saw an opportunity to stir the pot between the first and second beast husbands, yet he understood the need for restraint. Zhengzheng, I'm fine. Hu Zhengzheng shot the Merfolk King a glare. How are Hu Ao and Hu Xian? The Golden Tiger King nodded in reply. They are well. Jiao Yang and Tu Luo have taken them to the Crimson Jiao King's palace. Although the winter's chill remains distant from the cubs, they are receiving the care they ought to at the Crimson Jiao King's side. Yuan Luo had returned to the Merfolk territory. The Merfolk King was not keen on allowing Yuan Luo to associate with the Crimson Jiao King and the winter's chill. In fact, he was rather wary of them. Hu Zhengzheng scoffed softly. The Merfolk King's character was truly unappealing. Previously, with only the Golden Tiger King as her beast husband, she could embody the gentle, demure female role, solely responsible for nurturing the cubs. However, the Merfolk King's overbearing nature was irksome, though it could not be overlooked that he commanded the dignity of a royal beast. The cold season is approaching. Regardless of how you have agreed upon the timeline, let it commence with the arrival of spring next year. The Merfolk King frowned. I have stated my right to decide my place of residence. Hu Zhengzheng regarded him earnestly. The Golden Tiger King remained noncommittal. He had intended for Hu Zhengzheng and the cubs to spend the winter in the royal city. Previously, the cubs were too young for him to bear leaving them behind. Yet it was clear that the education they would receive in the royal city would surpass that of the Golden Tiger tribe, as evidenced by Jiao Yang. Zhengzheng, Although the timeline will start in spring next year, we need to coordinate your schedule in advance. You should also express your thoughts so we can determine the best arrangement. Hu Ao and Hu Xiang are your responsibility, and they cannot be separated from you. Yuan Luo also requires his mother. Rabbit Chung. My bond with the tribe is not particularly strong. In the tribe, Tu Chung is not the most powerful, yet by a stroke of fortune. He was the first to break through. He also has a brother who holds him in high regard, yet watches him with jealousy, fearing that he might seize power from the Rabbit clan. Tu Ching, heeding the advice of King Night Eagle, chooses Hu Zhejiang, harboring intentions of severing ties with the tribe. He has received little assistance from the tribe in ascending to the rank of King Beast, yet is expected to selflessly contribute to the tribe. Moreover, he genuinely cannot bear the burden of the Rabbit clan. King Golden Tiger nodded in agreement. If Hu Zhengzheng is to traverse between the two tribes, she must have a beast husband by her side to accompany her frequently. Although Tu Cheng ranks low among the king beasts, a king beast is still a king beast. The gap between him and the strong is not trivial. With a 2-month time frame, Hu Zhengzheng will spend at least half a month in the territory of the merfolk, residing there for 2 weeks, and then spending the remaining time with me, leaving her with nearly 10 days of personal time. Having already fathered cubs with the merfolk king, there is no urgent need for Hu Zhengzheng to conceive again in the short term. However, as Tu Cheng has no offspring, should he desire young, he might seek to negotiate for a share of Hu Zhengzheng's personal time. The merfolk king frowned, discontent with this arrangement, but he could not articulate a counter-argument, especially since Tu Cheng's time was nearly consumed by travel. As the foremost beast husband, King Golden Tiger had only half a month. Could he truly demand that Hu Zhengzheng reside in the merfolk territory for an entire month? The royal city has seen an increasing number of exceptional females and king beasts, prompting the queen to host another grand celebration. This time, the attendance of king beast was even greater. The seating arrangement was quite intriguing. For instance, King Golden Tiger, King Shuahui, King Bihai, and the merfolk king occupied the front row, while King Yin Long, King Night Eagle, and Tu Cheng were relegated to the back. Opposite them, in the seat of King Bailing, sat King Bailu, followed by King Qijiao and King Zhuxiang. Notably, King Xuelong was absent this time, and in the back row sat King Baiing, King Lizzie, and King Hui Wolf. Next to King Bailu were 2 level 7 powerhouses, while King Qijiao brought along his newly acquired companion, and King Baiing arrived with his mate, the legendary pregnant Grey Snowflower. Upon entering, Grey Snowflower proudly cradled her round belly, casting disdainful glances at Suihan and her companions. King Baiing, however, cast a keen eye towards King Night Eagle. Initially, King Night Eagle had been selected by the elders as the next clan leader. Yet King Baiing had somehow swayed the elders to support his ascendants, subsequently exiling King Night Eagle from the tribe. King Yin Long explained to Suihan and Tu Loluo that this was merely a promise to their avaricious father, who had devised a method to increase the tribe's offspring. His solution involved acquiring females from outside the tribe through various means, be it by purchase or deception, without the need for marking, as long as they could conceive. They would be counted as the tribe's offspring. The Eagle tribe had faced rumors of extinction due to a dangerously low birth rate. Although I disapprove of his methods, I cannot articulate a counter-argument. Perhaps it is profoundly unfair to those females who are reduced to mere breeding tools, with their future prospects uncertain. Yet, in the grand scheme of the tribe's survival, these concerns seem trivial. King Baiing's gaze remained audacious, provoking sharp looks from King Shuahui and Bihai. Aware of his inadequacy to confront the 2 king beasts, King Bing muttered under his breath, "They are merely tools for birthing cubs, yet they are treated as treasures." Grey Snowflower's expression shifted. Once, she believed she would become the envy of all females, even departing the tribe to join King Bing in the Eagle territory. Little did she know that despite being marked by him, she was still perceived merely as a vessel for producing offspring. Though she was pregnant, she remained oblivious to the identity of her cub's father, or how many fathers she might have. Yet, her pride forbade her from bowing to other females. Tu Cheng, please help me. Tu Cheng, in a moment of urgency, marked Hu Zhengzheng, partly due to being entangled with Grey Snowflower. Though Hu Zhengzheng's other 2 husbands were also king beasts, they balanced each other out. Tu Cheng had never intended to monopolize a female, so while he anticipated oppression, he was pleasantly surprised by the arrangement proposed by King Golden Tiger. Meanwhile, although Grey Snowflower had high breeding value and was already pregnant, her several husbands belonged to the Eagle tribe. Setting aside the matter of bloodline pressure, even Tu Cheng, as a king beast, could not guarantee a path within the confines of the eagle tribe. Why subject himself to such distress? I have already marked Hu Zhengzheng. Tu Qing wished to extricate himself from Gray Snowflower's entanglement. If you wish to distance yourself from King Beiying, it would be prudent to seek out King Xuelong or King Zhuxiang, those who have a voice within the tribe. As a fellow clansman, Tu Cheng offered her this advice. Gray Snowflower was not unaware. She simply could not accept it. Why should other females enjoy the company of capable king beasts, while she, after being marked by King Beiying, seemed relegated to a breeding machine for the eagle tribe? Watching those less worthy than herself being cherished by their respective husbands, Gray Snowflower felt a tumult of jealousy and resentment. What did you say? In the frigid cold of winter, several small mouths parted slightly, their eyes wide with astonishment. The enchanting Gray Snowflower had been marked by the Snow Wolf King. The Silver Dragon King wore a smirk, relishing the misfortune. What could possibly be happening? The fierce and beautiful tiger gazed with blinking eyes, while the rabbit presented meatballs to both Tiger Ao and Tiger Xiang, saying, "She wishes for my mark upon her." Yet I am acutely aware of my limitations. Even as a king beast, I cannot ensure my place among the eagle clan. While I feel sympathy for Gray Snowflower's plight, after all, it is a female's duty to bear offspring. No female desires to be merely a breeding machine. I recognize my own limited strength. She is not worth risking my life for, thus I declined her. However, I suggested alternatives such as the Giant Elephant King and the Snow Wolf King, along with others. The rabbit assumed that Gray Snowflower would choose the Giant Elephant King, considering his youth and strength, and his simplicity made him easily controllable. Meanwhile, the White Antelope King, having recently elevated to king beast status following the successful ascension of Wolf Bin, had willingly severed ties with the queen and now remained hidden within the Antelope tribe, seemingly aware that the Black Dragon King sought his demise. Indeed, Gray Snowflower initially opted for the Giant Elephant King, yet ultimately, it was the Snow Wolf King who claimed her as his beloved. After all, Gray Snowflower was with child. Such circumstances posed no threat to her offspring, right? Oh, I just heard that the Snow Wolf King sought the services of a shaman from the Black Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King shrugged, though Gray Snowflower's situation evoked pity. The Snow Wolf King's lack of prudence rendered the males disdainful. Nonetheless, they found themselves powerless to assist. The Mermaid King has heard that the Mermaid clan possesses the precious stone milk, which greatly benefits females and their young. I will exchange it for your Eagle clan treasures. The White Eagle King burst in. Though he held little affection for Gray Snowflower, the child she carried bore his blood, and he could not remain indifferent in light of her difficult labor following her union with the Snow Wolf King. This is all I have. The Mermaid King produced a small porcelain vial, likely containing only 2 or 3 drops of the precious stone milk. Your generosity is beyond words. The White Eagle King hurriedly departed after leaving behind a collection of items. Tiger, observing the Mermaid King, noted that she now had 3 beast husbands, likely complicating her future endeavors to conquer the offspring of other tribes. The system suggested that she bear her own children, and after contemplation, she confided in her husbands about her previous miscarriage. The Mermaid King promptly provided her with stone milk to dilute with water for daily consumption. The Golden Tiger King remained silent, yet the rabbit informed her that stone milk was a treasure of the Mermaid clan. The Mermaid King already had a level 7 offspring and held little desire for more, while the rabbit was fervently eager for her own child. To establish herself within the Golden Tiger tribe and the Mermaid clan, Tiger knew she must bear her own offspring. Additionally, there were rumors within the tribe that the Golden Tiger King sought to trade many resources for stone milk to aid in maintaining the health of the frigid cold. However, the Blue Sea King refused to engage in such exchanges. Now, because the White Eagle King sought the Mermaid King's assistance for Gray Snowflower, he readily obliged, prompting Tiger to regard the Mermaid King with newfound respect, despite Gray Snowflower's difficult labor being partly of her own making. The arduous nature of childbirth for females rendered any harsh words unwarranted. Rabbit Luo leaned closer to Blue Fall. "Do not fear." A deep, resonant voice resonated in her ears, inexplicably calming her restless heart. Luo shall not encounter such circumstances. We will not permit it. In a year, Rabbit Luo would come of age, and the tribal elders hinted to Blue Fall to ensure that Rabbit Luo conceived a child from the Mermaid clan before her other 2 husbands. Blue Fall desired his own offspring, yet the Blue Sea King had warned him against forcing Rabbit Luo to conceive against her will. Blue Fall believed Rabbit Luo was too young and not yet ready for motherhood. The Night Eagle King had also emphasized that he would not allow Rabbit Luo to bear children prematurely, yet he would not permit her to take on other beast husbands. Their trio alone sufficed. Whether Rabbit Luo gave birth early or late would not affect the outcome. Furthermore, with her unique abilities, she could advance in level, raising the possibility that her offspring might be born as innate king beasts. This notion alone provided Blue Fall with confidence to silence the elders. What began as a joyous gathering was disrupted, prompting Tiger and Rabbit to retreat with their 3 younglings to rest, while the Mermaid King and Golden Tiger King attended to their tribal duties. However, concern for Gray Snowflower lingered in the air, leading the Silver Dragon King to seek further information. Snow Wolf King, we of the Eagle clan shall not let this matter rest. The Snow Wolf King found himself confronted by several formidable Eagle clan warriors, his face bruised and his demeanor somewhat disheveled. If he claimed this situation was accidental, no one would believe him. He had marked Gray Snowflower, fully aware that he should refrain from vigorous activities during her pregnancy. Yet he felt entitled to other forms of affection. Gray Snowflower, possessing an alluring figure, could easily overwhelm him in a moment of weakness. However, the child within her stirred with the pride of its lineage, causing a commotion in her womb. After a tumultuous day and night, Gray Snowflower ultimately laid 4 eggs. In the chill of winter, the cough was relentless. For eggs, for fathers? Is the power of the gray snowflake truly so formidable? Or is it that the reproductive capacity of high-value females is astonishingly potent? Not quite. It is during the mating season, amidst the harmonious symphony of numerous males, that the possibility arises for a female to conceive several offspring from different sires. With the presence of the young rabbit, Lolo, the Silver Flood Dragon King must be cautious with his choice of words. In the frigid depths of winter, the little rabbit, Luo, opened her mouth wide enough to swallow an entire egg the size of a fist. Is it possible that the wild antics of Gray Snowflower are the result of coercion from the Eagle clan? Otherwise, she would not be so indiscriminate in her hunger. Sharing a bed is not entirely out of the question. However, females seldom engage in such behavior to emphasize their own nobility. The Silver Dragon King chuckled lewdly. I inquired with the midwife about the situation, and she revealed that Gray Snowflower's upper body was completely adorned with the markings of the Eagle clan. In truth, the male markings can be concealed, yet many males choose not to do so, serving as a deterrent to other males. As the cold of winter descended, Suihan cast a glance at Luo, then lowered his gaze to his own appearance. At the very least, he thought, there must be 5 or 6 others. Not to mention the Gray Snowflake. Surely no other females would be inclined either. What would be the resolution? The Gray Snowflake expressed her unwillingness to return to the Eagle clan's territory with the White Eagle King. Yet he too rejected the notion of her residing within the Snow Wolf clan's domain. Ultimately, they reached an agreement allowing the Gray Snowflake to inhabit the royal city, alternating 6 months in the Eagle clan and 6 months in the Snow Wolf realm. Furthermore, apart from the White Eagle King, other powerful members of the Eagle clan who had already sired offspring were quick to sever their bond with the Gray Snowflake. The White Eagle King assured her that after 6 months, he would bring other formidable warriors from different tribes. Although the offspring arrived earlier than expected, the shaman declared that upon hatching, they would at least be at levels 5 or 6. The White Eagle King had yet to fully dominate the Eagle clan and required more strong allies to pledge loyalty to him. Thus, it was essential for the Gray Snowflake to bear more young for the Eagle clan in the future. He possessed a drop of stone milk, which, when the Gray Snowflake became pregnant again, could ensure the birth of level 5 or 6 offspring. While not comparable to the 7th level young of the Golden Tiger King and the Merfolk King, who had obtained their resources at great cost, the White Eagle King still deemed the Gray Snowflake's ability to yield 4 or 5 level 5 or 6 cubs far superior. As the stars turned, they spoke of the Merfolk's tears, claiming them to be the most exquisite pearls in the world. HM? So, you wish for me to weep for your sake? Merely for a handful of pearls? How about this? I shall have by Luo cry for you. He simply cannot. Truly. In his childhood, that unreliable mother attempted to strike him into tears, yet he could not produce a single drop. No. You do not love me at all. No. Can we engage in a reasonable discussion? Just because I cannot provide you with merfolk tears, you accuse me of not loving you? I do not love you enough to be your 3rd beast husband? Historically, the merfolk royal beast has never shared a partner with another male. Regardless, I no longer care for you. Who has provoked you? I shall go confront him, knowing that the possibility of merfolk tears was slim. Luo dared not approach Luo. Is it the Merfolk King? Has that old rascal grown complacent? In the chill of winter, Suihan pouted in displeasure. Today, Hujing brought with him a necklace crafted from mermaid tears, radiating a brilliance surpassing that of any pearl. Yet, Suihan possessed none. Though adorned with splendid dragon pearls and luminous night pearls, she lacked the precious mermaid tears. Until today, she had been unaware of their existence. Despite having a merman consort, she still did not possess the mermaid tears. I have never cried since birth. My unreliable mother once attempted to make me cry, but ended up being the one who was scolded by my grandfather. If you don't mind, would you accept a strand of my father's mermaid tears? The Sea King has often remarked that his father weeps excessively, which has left him unable to shed a tear himself. He wishes to bestow mermaid tears upon Suihan, but alas, they are simply unattainable. He cannot cry. Yet, is it not said that the mermaid tears are meant solely for one's beloved? Indeed. However, as I cannot cry, my mother requested my father to weep on my behalf. These tears are untouched by her, and I crafted them with my own hands. But you never contemplated gifting them to me before. This is something meant for other males. Why would I give it to you? If Suihan had not been clamoring for the mermaid tears, he would never have presented them. And now you claim to offer them to me? Is this not what you desire? Then why did you not express your intentions earlier? Did you not assert that they were gifts meant for other males? But you just mentioned wanting to give them to me. Are you too engaged in a tongue twister? The Silver Dragon King sauntered over, interjecting. What concern is it of yours? The two turned in unison to challenge him. So you two are the only capable ones. Are you? The Silver Dragon King rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. Are you afraid? Suihan too rolled up her sleeves, launching the first strike with a fiery blaze aimed at the Silver Dragon King. He transformed into a wisp of black smoke, revealing only his head. Impossible to hit. Hey! As the cold of winter rises, a handful of soil is flung into the air. Bah! You wretched girl, are you serious? The Silver Serpent King revealed his true form and lunged forward, grabbing Suihan and striking her backside. Ouch! Xinghui beat him. He hit my bottom. Her exquisite dairy Ri had suffered a cruel fate. You two are covered in dirt, utterly filthy. First, go wash yourselves. A deluge of water cascaded down upon them, instantly transforming the duo into drenched chickens. I shall kill you. Wiping the muddy water from her face, Suihan forcefully pushed away the Silver Serpent King, her fingertips crackling with lightning aimed at the Azure Sea King. The Azure Sea King narrowly evaded, but failed to notice that the Silver Serpent King had ensnared his feet with vines, causing him to stumble precariously. What the heck? Which side are you on? What do you think? The three became entangled in a chaotic brawl. Lightning, sand, and flames erupted in dazzling brilliance. Yet, how could the Azure Sea King and Silver Serpent King bear to unleash their full fury upon Suihan? More often than not, it was they who were pursued and struck by her extraordinary powers. Ultimately, the Snow Radiance King seized Suihan by the neck, lifting her aloft. Why are you playing so dirty? She threw the dirt first. The Silver Serpent King protested, wiping his face. He threw the water balloons. Suihan accused sternly. The Sea King, pulling at his brocade robe, exclaimed, How filthy! Is this how you accompany her in practicing her abilities? You are somewhat inept. Yet unable to muster the resolve to train diligently, the Sea King remarked, Do you treat her as if she were one of your own kin? Shuehui Wang furrowed his brow as he attempted to clean Suihan's face. Yet, no matter how he tried, it remained unclean, with mud and sand tangled in her hair. Everyone, go wash up properly. As the cold of winter approached, Suihan ambled over to the side of the Sea King, suddenly leaping up with a cry, her grimy little hands smearing his face before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The Sea King, aghast, wiped his face in disbelief, stammering with indignation. Beside him, the Silver Serpent King stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily. Both were covered in filth from head to toe, however, aside from his soiled attire. The Sea King's visage remained unblemished. It served him right for being ambushed by Suihan. The Snow Light King, indifferent to their antics, remarked on their immaturity at their age. Still frolicking like little beasts. My hair. I shall have my revenge on those two rascals. He restrained Suihan while simultaneously cleaning her up, pondering aloud. They lack earth-based abilities, so where did all this sand and stone come from? As the chill of winter enveloped the air, a soft huff escaped her lips, for it was undoubtedly an intentional provocation on their part. The more she pondered, the more her irritation grew, prompting her to rise and leap upon the King of Snowlight. Relishing the sight of his garments becoming soiled, with a mischievous grin, she reveled in her playful mischief. The King of Snowlight cast a resigned glance at his disheveled attire. ultimately succumbing to the moment as he embraced the dirty garments and descended into the water. The pool was fed by a lively current, and he positioned himself at the outlet, gently cleansing her hair before tending to her entire form. As he washed, she began to tug at his clothes, soon growing impatient with the tediousness of removing each piece. With a mere flick of her fingertips, his garments were reduced to tatters, swept away by the flowing water. Sway, cease this nonsense," he admonished, yet his words lacked conviction, as he made no effort to halt her antics. In the frigid embrace of winter, he silenced her, his hands roving restlessly, igniting flames of passion. The gossamer canopy of the bed danced in the breeze, subtly revealing a stunning maiden whose skin glowed like freshly fallen snow, akin to the finest mutton-fat jade. Her cascading black tresses flowed like a waterfall, undulating with her every breath, the 5 dark tendrils swaying gracefully, casting alluring curves. The Snow Radiance King playfully pinched one of those tendrils, eliciting a shiver from her. When the moment subsided, she nestled against him, sighing in contentment. "I cherish these days. I am no longer forced to part from Lan Shurfen." Though Bai Tsong and Xing Hui showered her with affection, the absence of Lan Shurfen left an undeniable void. The Snow Radiance King pressed a gentle kiss atop her head, his cool gaze betraying a hint of fondness. It was not solely the Snow Wolf King who stirred trouble. With a mere flick of his fingers, the Snow Radiance King could ensnare the Snow Wolf King in disarray. Moreover, the Snow Wolf King found himself torn between the power of the Snowy Plains wolf tribe and the allure of the gray snowflake, embroiling himself in a web of complications. "Rest assured, you may stay in the royal city this winter," he assured her. Days later, as the time approached for the Sea King to return to the Sea Tribe, the Snow Radiance King requested that Suihan accompany him. Nonetheless, throughout the day, they remained together. After dinner, the Sea King lifted Suihan in his arms, carrying her to their chamber for rest, while the Snow Radiance King exchanged places with the Silver Flood Dragon King, preparing tea as the latter grappled with a multitude of accounts. As the Sea King prepared to return, he needed to expedite the process of organizing his finances. It was often said that the treasures of the sea were abundant. One only needed to gaze upon Suihan and Tu Luluo, their skins as smooth as ice and jade, to understand this truth. Even the reckless creatures of Jiao Chuan were instinctively cautious not to leave any bruises on Tu Luluo when drawn close to her. Sway, if you desire my mermaid tears, perhaps you should devise a way to evoke my sorrow," she jested. "As for making Xing Hui cry, forget it. Even his mother cannot achieve that. What makes you think she can?" The Sea King abruptly pulled her back. "Since known methods have proven ineffective, perhaps there remains one we could attempt." "Attempt what?" Suihan inquired curiously. On the bed, as the chill of winter set in, she raised her hand and delivered a slap. Though it lacked force and did not inflict pain, the Sea King seized her hand and began to kiss it. Was it not she who wept upon the bed? When had she ever witnessed or heard of a male shedding tears in such intimate moments? Certainly, she had never encountered such a spectacle. Yet, do not underestimate the power of memory, for the Queen, in her earlier days, had caused a formidable merman to weep mermaid tears upon the bed. As the winter chill sets in, the Queen's grand endeavors seem beyond her grasp. Yet, how can one ascertain success without attempting? The King of the Azure Sea effortlessly hoisted the winter chill and cast it onto the bed. "What clandestine whispers have you exchanged with Bai Zhang?" The playful antics of the three upon Bai Zhang's bed are ever so inventive. The King of the Azure Sea pondered seriously and remarked, 10 positions that could bring a male to tears of ecstasy, or the 108 variations for the bed. Ultimately, one must experiment to discern which proves most effective. Tonight, let us first explore those 10 positions that promise tears of joy. Are you out of your mind? 10 positions? In a single night? With their extraordinary endurance, she may never see the light of day again. "My back aches. I cannot partake this evening." "Fear not. You need not lift a finger. My stomach hurts. I must relieve myself." "Darling, how can a noble creature like you utter such crude expressions? Moreover, you have already attended to your needs this evening. Consider the unique mermaid's tears that belong solely to you. I am satiated. Do not weave fanciful dreams for me." Is it not merely an act? As if anyone hasn't indulged on any given night. The winter chill reclined on the bed, resigning herself to the moment. "Come forth. Who fears you? Sway, where's your tail? Transform it into being." They discovered, at some point, that in the presence of a beastly tail, Suihan's body became notably more sensitive. No, without a tail, her stamina wanes. Sway, you are being naughty." The King of the Azure Sea playfully pinched her pert backside. "Observe how I shall discipline you. I do not want this. I beg you, truly, no more." In the depths of slumber, Suihan murmured softly, The king of the azure sea cradled her back to bed and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. His infatuation with her was profound. He longed to be ever at her side, unable to bear even a moment's separation. Merely gazing upon her brought him a sense of grounding, a desire to present the entire world at Suihan's feet. Perhaps the specter of parting loomed near, for he dared not close his eyes, feeling that he could never gaze upon her enough. A bittersweet ache settled in his heart as he sensed a similar discomfort in his eyes. The king of the azure sea rubbed them vigorously, yet the unease persisted. With his formidable physique, he could endure days without sleep without it affecting his health, and yet he had never encountered such a situation before. Ultimately, he reached for Suihan's crystal mirror, and from the depths of his eye, he unearthed a small, pale purple pearl. It was not so small. Measuring the size of his fingertip, its hue a delicate lavender. The tears of a mermaid. Tears that belonged solely to Suihan. The king of the azure sea clenched his fist. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he could offer Suihan nothing more than this single mermaid tear. Upon awakening in the frigid season, she discovered something new adorning her neck. Barefoot, she hurried to retrieve a crystal mirror, revealing a modestly sized, pale purple pearl. Within her jewelry box lay larger and more exquisite pearls, yet none stirred her heart quite like this one. Was it a tear from the mermaid of the starry sea? Do you like it? The Sea King embraced her from behind. Indeed, she replied, turning to kiss him. Perhaps this was the sole one of its kind. The Sea King remarked, "By Luo can bestow many upon two Luo, and other mermaids may receive countless from their own beast husbands. But perhaps she may possess only this one. One is sufficient." In truth, when the Sea King expressed that he would not weep, her yearning for mermaid tears dissipated. "I shall return to the Sea Clan, possibly not until after the cold season has passed. During this time, not only do terrestrial creatures languish from the cold, lacking clothing and sustenance, but marine beasts are no exception. Thus, conflicts among them tend to increase in the winter months. Be mindful of your safety. Remember to distribute the supplies I prepared in your storage ring among your kin. When you return, I shall inspect them. Those are merely ordinary provisions, not precious gifts. You must not hoard anything. In the cold season, the tribe's resources are scarce, particularly for the young and females who cannot afford to be deprived of clothing and food." As the cold season embraced him, Suihan began to impart his thoughts. "I possess a conch of resonance. Whenever I yearn for you, I shall sound its call. I long to encase you within my storage ring and carry you away." The Sea King pressed a fervent kiss upon her. Within the chilling depths of winter, the Oceanic clan bore little distinction from the Snowy Wolf clan. Naturally, a female as sensitive to the cold as Suihan would seek refuge in a warmer abode. Even within the territory of the Snowy Wolf clan, Suihan could remain sheltered in a cozy dwelling, yet the Oceanic clan's lands could not offer her such warmth. Thus, the Sea King never contemplated taking Suihan to reside in the Oceanic territory. Moreover, the winter for the sea folk lasts nearly a month longer than that of the land, and this separation might stretch close to 5 months before they could reunite. The Sea King was reluctant to part from Suihan, yet he would not forsake his responsibilities. "What brings you to contemplate the Lingxiao Pavilion?" inquired the Silver Dragon King, narrowing his eyes. "It is said that the Lingxiao Pavilion has become the foremost den of indulgence in the royal city. I too wish to witness its splendor." As the winter chill enveloped, Suihan affectionately nestled against the Silver Serpent King, seeking his indulgence. "Is that not delightful?" she inquired. "Yet, there may lie within some revelations that could shatter one's worldview." The Silver Serpent King, contemplating, touched his nose thoughtfully. Lingxiao Pavilion initially thrived on the trade of information, subsequently organizing merchant caravans, and eventually delving into any profitable venture that presented itself, be it gambling or illicit dealings. However, he feared that Suihan might not be able to handle such revelations. Was it merely a matter of gambling in the presence of youthful, handsome males dancing? Two Luo had already ventured with the Night Eagle King to witness such spectacles. Yet this legitimate proprietress had yet to experience them. The Silver Serpent King, again touching his nose, exhibited an unusual expression upon his strikingly handsome and mischievous visage. His reluctance to expose Suihan to his business was not without reason. The surface-level transactions conducted by the caravans merely distracted from the true lucrative dealings that thrived in the shadows. The gladiatorial arena? The arrival of the cold season brings forth a surge of excitement. During their fierce competitions, can we also place our bets? Indeed, the battles between formidable warriors are not merely for glory. They often bear enticing rewards, such as treasures and female companions. Some warriors are motivated by wealth, others by the allure of females, while some purely seek to accumulate combat experience. Nevertheless, since the underground arena opened its doors, it has been perpetually packed. In the beast world, apart from a few races, the females are predominantly striking in appearance, and those with high fertility values are particularly coveted. Even females of lesser fertility but possessing beauty may pursue their own ambitions, such as becoming prizes in the underground arena. However, it is not simply a matter of winning a single match to claim a female. A victory allows one to exchange their winnings for a night with a female of their choosing. To claim a female, one must be a consistent victor for an entire month, with the stipulation that the female is willing and a substantial fee is paid to the arena. Moreover, the arena presents an even more intriguing spectacle. Many exceptional females from various tribes attend to witness the battles, offering themselves as stakes to incite the warriors to fight fiercely. Ultimately, the victor may enjoy a night with one of these noble-born females. Tonight's final match in the arena features 6-level warriors from the Elephant tribe and the Rhino tribe. Following this, there will be a grand melee held every fortnight. The arena prohibits the use of supernatural abilities, focusing solely on the clash of raw strength. Many impoverished male warriors also seize the opportunity to test their luck, as rewards can be exchanged for various other resources. In the chill of winter, beautiful ice shimmer with life. I must go and witness it. The arena will undoubtedly host a VIP lounge. The Silver Dragon King's cunning mind is divided equally between amassing wealth and attending to Suihan. What are the benefits, you ask? The Silver Dragon King smirks. In the chill of winter, Suihan pouted, for she had recently been accompanying the Sea King, and indeed, she had neglected the Silver Jiao King for quite some time. It was remarkable that he could endure such neglect without acting out. She stepped forward, beginning to tug at the Silver Jiao King's garments. He smiled mischievously. How could he bear to have Suihan serve him? In days gone by, they would not have dared to indulge in their desires, for Suihan would never permit such frivolity. Furthermore, he had recently found no opportunity to draw close to her, which rendered him rather impatient. The Jiao clan is known for its coldness, and the Silver Jiao King's chamber had long been equipped with a warm jade bed. Additionally, within the pool on one side of the room lay a beast core from a fire beast, ensuring that the water remained pleasantly warm throughout the day. The Silver Jiao King transformed his tail into that of a Jiao, tightly encircling Suihan, with each cell in his being seemingly yearning with an urgency for her. Ah, take it slow, she exclaimed. You know very well how many days I have fasted. The winter's chill seemed to whisper that only a few days had passed. Yet, the Silver Serpent King offered her no opportunity to speak. His agile lips had already entwined with hers. In the frigid chill, the skin is exquisitely delicate, and the body is exceedingly sensitive, rendered as pliable as a spring pool with just a few gentle caresses. Han Bao, if you do not rise soon. The arena of combat shall soon commence. As Suihan rolled over, clutching a fur blanket, she sat up and stifled a yawn, her entire body still languid. You are well aware of the impending duel, yet you persist in this frivolity. Fear not, I shall carry you inside. King Yin Jiao began dressing her, but his gaze darkened slightly upon noticing the snow wolf insignia on Suihan's abdomen. The shaman had proclaimed that even the finest elixirs could only mend her physical scars, leaving her emotional turmoil unresolved. Thus, they no longer dwelled upon these marks, though the mere recollection inevitably evoked a sense of melancholy. King Yin Jiao selected a purple princess gown for her, complemented by short sheepskin boots. He deftly styled her hair into an elegant updo, enveloping her from head to toe in a silver cloak adorned with a hood. Wearing the delicate jiaosha would be rather conspicuous for such an occasion. He himself donned a deep purple brocade robe, exuding an air of opulence and authority. Today, Suihan would be accompanied by 2 handmaidens, Pinger and Jeaner. Xiano had recently found a tribe where a powerful male had perished, leaving her newly wed. Among the handmaidens, Pinger was the eldest. Yet she harbored no desire to be marked by a male, nor to serve a male household. She believed attending to Suihan was far more rewarding. Indeed, should she feel the need for a male companion, a chance meeting with one of the subordinates of Wang Xuehue or King Yin Jiao during their off hours would suffice. Before the arrival of the cold season, a maid was bestowed upon the confidant of King Xuehue as a concubine, naturally after seeking the consent of those involved. After all, concubines hold little status within the household. However, with the presence of the cold season, they are not afraid of being bullied by the other females in the family. Jeaner, though still quite young, is charmingly lovely and is a descendant of an esteemed clan elder. Her mother, wishing to prevent her from being indiscriminately assigned as a concubine to some powerful clan member, sought the intervention of the esteemed lady. In the present moment, Suihan requires little care. Her responsibilities are few, allowing her ample opportunity to acquire knowledge. Yearn also relishes her current way of life. The Silver Serpent King, gazing at the newly adorned Suihan, felt a stirring in his heart and leaned down to kiss her. "Oh dear, you've smudged my lip color." In the frigid season, one tends to evade him. "I have accompanied the caravan for nearly 20 days, and upon my return, you spent merely a day with me before resuming your attentions to Xing. Can you calculate how many days it has been since you last devoted your time to me?" The Silver Dragon King seized her once more, planting several fervent kisses upon her. Suihan found herself ensnared in his embrace, her garments disheveled, as his cool fingers caressed her ample form, inciting a delightful disarray in her senses. Despite her yearning to witness the gladiatorial contests, Suihan resolutely restrained the Silver Dragon King's wandering hands. During the cold season, leisure activities are scarce, and it is evident that the arena will only grow busier. The Silver Dragon King, unable to resist, sought any opportunity to steal intimate moments with Suihan. In the face of rejection, he could not help but feel aggrieved. "I could accompany you to the Lingxiao pavilion during the day. Indeed, the entertainment options during the cold season are rather limited," and Suihan harbored no interest in the tea gatherings among noble women. Upon reflection, the Silver Dragon King realized that this was not an unreasonable proposition. "You could also assist me in organizing the accounts. With the year drawing to a close, we ought to tally the profits I have amassed." "No," Suihan protested, for she sought leisure, not to be conscripted. "But all of that money belongs to you. Are you certain you wish to remain uninvolved?" He was well aware that he had crossed the threshold of enlightenment. Suihan was now his wife, and all he earned was rightfully hers. As the cold of winter deepens, how true it is, that wealth belongs to her family. Fortunately, prior to this, Lady Xingxi had guided her in organizing the accounts of the properties that belonged to the Snow Radiance King, enabling her to manage things independently. As they set off, they encountered the returning Snow Radiance King, and then she began to play coy, claiming her legs were weak and requesting him to carry her. The Snow Radiance King cast a glance at the Silver Flood King, aware that she should at least restrain herself before heading out. The Silver Flood King coughed, pretending not to notice. If such matters could be controlled, she wouldn't find herself unable to even leave her room by nightfall. While on the carriage, she once again lamented her aching waist and legs. The Snow Radiance King tenderly massaged her back, while the Silver Flood King attended to her legs. The night in the royal city was devoid of a curfew, allowing numerous food vendors to line the streets. However, the Snow Radiance King would never permit her to indulge in street food. The Silver Flood King produced carefully prepared meals, including nourishing soups and delectable dishes to replenish her strength. All three of them were royal beasts, each possessing remarkable physical prowess. Thus her health-conserving soup was specially tailored. The Silver Flood King traveled far and wide, gathering rare delicacies to help her restore her vitality. Coincidentally, the Snow Radiance King had not yet dined, and although her appetite was modest, merely a bowl of soup sufficed. Both he and the Silver Flood King took advantage of the moment to feed her, and soon she was satiated. By the time they finished their own meal and tidied up, it was time to depart. Upon arrival, they discovered that the exclusive VIP room belonging to the Silver Flood King was occupied. The Nighthawk King had taken on a role akin to that of a security chief in the underground arena. Zhaoyang had long desired to witness the underground battles, but had only now managed to carve out some time. In his eagerness to please his brother-in-law, the Nighthawk King had audaciously commandeered the Silver Flood King's VIP room. It was well known that even during the arena's peak, this room did not accommodate guests. To make matters more complicated, Zhaoyang had brought along Rabbit Shengsheng. Were we certain we wouldn't be on the receiving end of a beating from the father-in-law? The females were his own, and the offspring were his kin. They were merely outsiders. The Nighthawk King rubbed his nose. He did wish to curry favor with his brother-in-law, but he hadn't anticipated such boldness. Bringing along Rabbit Lulu was one thing, but Rabbit Shengsheng too? No worries. With Lansher present, it was generally believed that the Red Flood King would not lay a hand on them. The Red Flood King held the Snow Radiance King in high regard. Meanwhile, several females, watching the fierce male contenders in the arena, could hardly contain their enthusiasm, cheering loudly. "Strike him. Quickly, left hook. No. Attack from the right. Wow. Impressive." Tonight's event featured a grand melee, limiting the arena to only 3 matches. A stunning Fox Clan female donned a form-fitting red gown, its high slit revealing glimpses of her legs with each step she took, a tantalizing sight. The final match of the evening was about to commence, and those wishing to play spits were invited to do so. Now, let us welcome our 2 champions for a warm-up. The powerful elephant clan warrior strode forth, his presence making the ground tremble, while the rhino clan warrior matched him in formidable strength. However, unlike the rather dull elephant warrior, the rhino warrior, upon passing the fox female, boldly seized her and kissed her unexpectedly. The fox female, caught off guard, found her scant attire tousled and disheveled. "Tonight, I choose you," she exclaimed, flustered yet somewhat irritated. "I wish this rhino warrior success in the battle. Should he triumph, she would spend the night with him and earn a third of the night's winnings. Why not?" Compared to the meager sustenance she received in the female den, where she had to endure the company of several lesser male warriors, being treated roughly, the rewards of this single evening far surpassed what she could hope to gain over a lifetime in the den. Taking advantage of her youth and beauty, she aimed to save enough to avoid the pangs of hunger in her later years. In the cold of winter, this was the first time they witnessed a female being treated so rudely, yet Tu Xingxing was unfazed. She had experienced several attempts by powerful males to possess her, even facing the pressure of being forced into a female den. Had it not been for her encounter with the Red Flood Dragon King, her fate would not have been much better than that of the females in the den. The strong of the elephant tribe were as dull-witted as their appearance suggested, while the rhinoceros tribe warriors were far more cunning. Consequently, it was no surprise that the rhinoceros tribe emerged victorious. A female from the fox tribe, with a charming smile, approached and presented the rhinoceros warrior with a token of victory. The warrior took a few glances at the token but did not hand it back to the fox female. Instead, he bellowed towards the audience. "To the esteemed female of the yellow rabbit tribe in the VIP room, I offer this token. Would you care to share an evening with me?" The VIP room he referred to was where Suihan and the others were seated. Suihan and Tu Luoluo were instructed to wear hoods, but Tu Xingxing felt she was too old for that and chose not to. Although her beast form still displayed her ears, her fur was a creamy hue, distinct from the yellow rabbit tribe. Many females in the beast world deliberately showcased their beastly ears or tails, gaining the favor of powerful males. Initially, she and Suihan were scanning the surroundings, unaware of which female was being courted by the rhinoceros warrior. However, when they noticed the warrior receiving no response, he unexpectedly tossed the token towards Tu Xingxing. Instinctively, she took a step back, while Suihan and Tu Luoluo stepped forward to shield her. Jiao Yang extended his hand to catch the token and positioned himself at the window. His handsome face bore a mixture of nonchalance and sharpness. "Dare you to flatter my mother? You seek death." The slender figure of the youth stood tall like a refined pine, his golden vertical pupils brimming with menace. No male dared disrespect Jiao Yang in the royal city, not only due to his youth as a seventh-tier warrior, but also because he was ruthless, possessing more cunning than Jiao Chuan. The rhinoceros warrior was so frightened that he fell to his knees. "Spare me, young master. Get lost," Jiao Yang barked coldly. The warrior scurried away in terror. Jiao Yang tossed the token to the fox female. "This is for you." The fox female accepted it, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, young master." She then turned to face the audience. Tonight's final event is the bi-monthly brawl. Esteemed females who wish to participate, please step forward to the guest platform. On the platform, several beautiful females held their heads high, exchanging fierce glances. "What is happening?" Tu Xingxing inquired curiously. Shuehui Wang and Jiao Yang raised their eyebrows, equally intrigued. Silver Flood Dragon King cleared his throat and explained, the previous match involved warriors, but they were mostly fighters from their tribes. The prize? It consists of 1/3 of the wagers placed by the guests for this match. Of course, one could also choose a female, like that rhinoceros warrior, and his earnings would go to her. The brawl, held every half-month, is merely a playful game for the noble females of the royal city. If they are interested, they can step onto the guest platform, and males who wish to spend a night with these females can enter the contest. The victor will present a gift prepared for the female, and if she finds both the gift and the male to her liking, she may accompany him to her residence for the night. As for any concerns about males marking them or unexpected pregnancies, we have a professional team to register in advance, along with skilled healers and the most reliable security. Silver Flood Dragon King patted Nighthawk King. Does anyone dare to mark a female without her consent? They would be dealt with severely. This delightful arrangement, allowing for a night of passion without the burden of marking, had recently gained immense popularity in the royal city, prompting other tribes to attempt to replicate it. However, none matched the formality of Lingxiao Pavilion. Although some females and males might have been deceived, Lingxiao Pavilion's underground arena remained the most sought after. Several noble females exchanged glances, but unexpectedly, An inconspicuous female from the mouse tribe took the initiative and stepped onto the guest platform first. "Ling Ling, look at the mouse female you brought. Truly despicable," exclaimed a wolf tribe female who was the first to notice. The white antelope tribe female, Ling Ling, was equally astonished. "What is this mouse doing? I thought she was supposed to attract attention, yet she went up herself." The fox female turned her gaze towards Silver Flood Dragon King, who frowned. The mouse tribe, known for their high reproductive capabilities, even at the purple tier, could compete in fertility with other tribes at the silver tier, making them and the rabbit tribe highly sought after for marriages. The mouse female before them was petite and delicate, resembling a smaller version of the gray snowflower. "I heard gray snowflower has a sister from the mouse tribe with a purple fertility value. That must be her," remarked Silver Flood Dragon King. In the chill of winter, a sudden itchiness gripped my claws. Initially, I believed it was merely the plight of a wretched soul tormented by others. Little did I realize that she harbored a cunning disposition akin to that of a scheming green tea. Rabbit Luo Luo remarked. "She was once the most devoted follower of Grey Mia. Who knows how many of those devious schemes originated from her mind?" At that moment, I, the mouse Chio of the purple tier in reproductive value, called out, "Is there anyone willing to step forward for me?" The female from the mouse clan stumbled over her words. Unable to articulate fully, her face flushed with embarrassment. She murmured in a barely audible tone, "I have yet to kiss a male." Only a select few high-ranking individuals could discern her final, timid confession. In the midst of the frigid winter, the enchanting gaze of Tu Luo Luo sparkled as she uttered her final words. She confessed that she had yet to share a kiss with a male. The Silver Dragon King, quick of tongue, retorted, "Is it truly remarkable that you have never kissed a male?" Indeed, she had no prior experience until she was ensnared by the White Antelope clan and subsequently marked by the Dragon River, which granted her that newfound experience. Pouting slightly, Tu Luo Luo found herself the target of the Night Hawk King's opportunistic kiss. "With such a sharp beak and gaunt features, you are hardly appealing. You carry an unpleasant odor." This remark was directed at the Mouse clan. While many beastmen prefer to dwell in burrows, few choose to live underground. However, the Mouse clan revels in burrowing into the earth. They tend to reside near water sources, and their damp, musty caves exude a distinct moldy scent. In the chill of winter, she pouted. Since childhood, she had taken pleasure in playfully kissing Lan Shur. What was the harm in that? The males she had kissed were all royal beasts. Yet, how could one boast of never having kissed a male? The Snow Radiance King leaned down to plant a gentle kiss upon her. It was true, she was not conventionally attractive. Tu Xingxing was merely a female of the yellow tier in reproductive value, petite in stature, with a charming visage and large, expressive eyes. Yet this little mouse, with her dull gray skin, lacked any semblance of purity. However, it was evident that they did not grasp the desires of the formidable males. For several hesitant young males leaped down from the contest arena. What was she up to? What was her intention? A few young males, already caught the attention of the noble females present, had entered the arena, inciting considerable annoyance among the noble ladies in the VIP seats. Many female hares found themselves relegated to being breeding machines for intermediate or formidable tribes, whereas mouse females were even more sought after by the lower-tier tribes. She likely sought to affiliate with a stronger tribe. Tu Xingxing sighed. Many young mouse females were coerced into bearing offspring before reaching maturity, as their kind developed early. This little mouse must not have grown up among the mice, otherwise, the powerful males of her kind would have compelled her to reproduce long ago. Yet, it was clear that her current tribe lacked the strength, and the tribal leaders seemed disinterested in marking her. Otherwise, she would not have been sent out for a marriage alliance. As for the notion of never having kissed, it was merely idle chatter. Even if she had rolled in the furs with a male, without being marked by one, after some time, no male would detect the sin of others upon her. A female could deduce a male's experience with others from his actions, but if a female wished to masquerade her own past encounters with males, it was a task of utmost simplicity. In the chill of winter, she recalled that she possessed only the cold fragrance of the Snowlight King. As Tu Luoluo contemplated her impending adulthood, she pondered whether she too would be marked by the Night Eagle King, and if her scent would differ. As her sister had mentioned, the Mouse tribe, after all, boasted few formidable males among their ranks. However, among the 2 or 3 dozen present, each was a young and powerful warrior. Ultimately, it was a strong individual from the Elephant tribe who claimed the first position. The mouth of Suihan could hardly close. Would the Elephant clan and the Mouse clan not perish? One with such a colossal stature, and another so petite, barely reaching the height of one of his thighs. Yet possessing 3 beastly husbands, Suihan was utterly astounded. Such rarity. The queen had even borne offspring for the formidable beings of the whale clan. Silver Dragon King remarked. The winter's chill signifies that she can astonish for a lifetime. Consider the stark contrast in the beastly forms of the esteemed mother-in-law and father-in-law. In the chilling atmosphere, Suihan expressed gratitude, noting the considerable difference in their beast forms. However, was this the conclusion? The Silver Jiao King, with a glint in his eye, thought otherwise. This was merely an appetizer. He gestured towards a female from the Tiger clan in the center of the arena, who immediately understood her role. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, please remain calm. Given the lack of enthusiasm earlier, our boss has decided to host an additional grand melee tonight. I invite all noble females interested to prepare themselves and ascend to the guest platform. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. The previously smug Shuchio was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the Elephant Clan warrior displayed no dissatisfaction. Shuchio, laden with thoughts, was carried away by him. Stepping forth was the female of the Wolf Clan, Langyue, tall and stunning. Her complexion was not pale but bore a healthy, mature wheat-like hue. This time, many more formidable beings had descended, including several rare level 7 warriors. Langyue's fertility value was at the purple tier, having already borne 3 level 6 offspring. Many suitors pursuing her were also level 6 and 7 warriors. However, Langyue's first beast husband was the young sub-leader of their tribe, and she was not in a hurry to seek another mate. Still, she relished the attention from male warriors. Her first beast husband was her childhood companion and did not deter her desire for a night of passion. Yet, Langyue's target for tonight was the male in the VIP room number 1. She had encountered the Silver Jiao King and the Night Eagle King. But the other 2 males were unknown to her, particularly the male warrior from the Wolf Clan. Langyue licked her luscious lips, contemplating her interest. Her first beast husband was the most handsome and robust young warrior in the tribe, having surpassed level 7 in strength. However, compared to this wolf male, he seemed to lack any merits. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed a gentle demeanor, tending to females by offering them water and wiping their mouths. Arranging their hair, Langyue's cheeks flushed as she yearned for this male. If given the chance, she believed she had already chosen her second beast husband. She turned to speak to the male warrior standing before the guest platform, who glanced at her hesitantly before departing. In VIP room number 1, Shuehue Wang frowned at Suihan, who was rubbing his throat. Shouting too much, and you'll lose your voice? Yet, the crowd was in high spirits. Beside them, 2 Shengsheng and 2 Luoluo were also sipping water, having joined in the earlier cheers, now feeling their throats hoarse. At that moment, the Silver Jiao King, who had just stepped out, returned with a hand to his mouth, chuckling. By the way, Monsieur, the noble female Langyue up on stage wishes to invite you for a delightful evening. What? In the frigid winter? Suihan cast a disdainful glance at the mischievous Silver Flood Dragon King. Get lost, Jiao Yang impatiently remarked. Dare to encroach upon my territory. Do you wish to court danger? Shuehue Wang raised an eyebrow and directed a glance towards the Silver Flood Dragon King. If you believe this underground arena requires some restructuring, I would not be averse to offering my assistance. The Silver Flood Dragon King reigned in her playful demeanor. I have informed her that the arena has its own set of rules. Once one ascends the guest platform, the only option is to engage with the formidable males of the arena. I believe Lanshur is in greater need of a hood than I am. As the winter chill settled in, she pondered the unseen dangers lurking in unfamiliar territories, where countless fierce females might cast covetous glances toward the prized Lanshur. Though the female warriors were of lesser combat prowess, they posed no threat to her. However, the males, with their disregard for rules, were an entirely different matter. King Shuehue cast a sidelong glance at King Injiao, whose vertical pupils widened in alarm. What is it? Have you grown too comfortable lately? Are you seeking trouble? Should we take our leave? Asked Toluo, sensing an unsettling atmosphere in the room. Isn't the gathering still ongoing? Queried Tushing, perplexed. Lanshur, were you referring to me just now? King Shuehue nodded gravely. The rules here are rather chaotic. While the issues may not be apparent in the short term, they will inevitably arise over time. King Injiao has grown complacent. He lacks the finesse for management, even though he has no shortage of profitable ventures. I previously requested 2 aids from you, but you declined. King Injiao displayed a nonchalant demeanor, aware that although King Shuehue commanded many subordinates, only a few possessed exceptional capabilities, all of whom were exceedingly busy. I have asked Hanbao to assist me with the accounts. If you find yourself free, perhaps you could spare some time to draft a set of regulations for me? You certainly know how to take advantage of the situation. King Shuehue retorted with a cold smile. The wealth I accrue belongs to Han Bao, and you are his foremost consort. If I don't turn to you, who else shall I consult? It's not as if King Bihai possesses your level of competence. Who among them could rival the strength of King Shuehui? He had been sent to the royal city as a hostage by his own father, who feared his potential at a tender age. Not only could he remotely control half of his tribe's influence, but he also ascended to the rank of king beast almost upon reaching adulthood, sustaining the esteemed Lady Xingzi and a lavish lifestyle while amassing a fortune. Now, he had even tamed countless formidable beings who willingly submitted to his command. The daily revenue of Lingxiage was substantial, necessitating a trustworthy accountant. I have already introduced a few candidates to you, but they require further evaluation before assuming responsibility. During the cold season, there are not many affairs to attend to, so Sui and I have come to help you organize this year's accounts. As for the regulations governing Lingxiage in the future, I shall draft a proposal for you to review in due course, and we can discuss any necessary amendments then. What is there to discuss? If you say it's acceptable, then it shall be, interjected Night Eagle King and King Jiayang, who were left in stunned silence. Even though Suihan had 3 king beast consorts, each exuding an air of magnificence, their harmonious family dynamic evoked a twinge of envy in the onlookers. One King Shuehui managed everything adeptly, while the other did not. The 2 King Yingjiao and King Bihai followed orders without question. At that moment, cheers erupted from the crowd as a familiar figure emerged victorious. Peacock Jiang of the Peacock clan, the very one who had previously eyed King Jiayang. As Peacock Jiang raised his arms in response to the applause, he unexpectedly gazed toward the VIP room. Who was he looking at? By now, King Jiayang was escorting Tushing outside, making them visible. King Shuehui? King Yingju pointed towards him. Is it him? King Shuehui furrowed his brow at the accusation. How audacious! Should the Peacock clan dare to covet him? Do they truly seek their own annihilation? On their way back, they first escorted Tushing to the Red Flood Palace, leaving Night Eagle King behind. As they sat in the carriage, Suihan and her mother engaged in lively conversation about the evening's events, while King Jiayang sought King Shuehui's guidance on certain cultivation dilemmas. King Shuehui addressed each query diligently. King Jiayang's royal beast skills had shown some promise, likely indicative of spatial abilities. King Yingjiao, feeling bored, idly toyed with Suihan's fingers, noting that a few of her decorative gems had lost their luster and resolved to have Jina restore them tomorrow. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. King Yingjiao drew back the curtains to discover Peacock Jiang soaring above the rooftops, playfully showcasing his clan's innate talents, accompanied by Wolf Moon, whose laughter rang out. Perhaps due to a lack of worldly experience. Both are delightfully frivolous, King Yingju remarked, about to toss the curtain aside when Peacock Jiang happened to pass by the carriage. His darkened gaze swept across the interior, landing on King Jiayang and King Shuehui, who appeared to be engaged in a spirited debate, King Shuehui's hand resting atop King Jiayang's, her face adorned with a smile. Peacock Jiang's expression deepened, lost in thought, while Wolf Moon, oblivious to his scrutiny, laughed even more heartily. In the dead of night, one flitted about recklessly while the other cackled like a hen, unconcerned about disturbing anyone with a morning temperament who might retaliate with mud. King Yingjiao muttered under his breath before letting the curtain fall. What on earth? In the cold of winter, with sleepy eyes, a question was asked. Is there a fool? Oh. The cold nodded, uncertain if the words had registered. Upon arriving at the palace of the Red Dragon King, the 2 sides of Jiayang were adorned with the sight of the mother and daughter, Tu Shengxing, sleeping in disarray. The Silver Dragon King exited the vehicle first, shortly followed by the Red Dragon King. Father! Both the Snow Radiance King and Jiayang exclaimed in unison. The Red Dragon King nodded and lifted Tu Shengxing into his arms. He then inquired, will you return or stay? After a moment of contemplation, the Snow Radiance King replied, given the chill of the night, returning to the Snow Radiance Palace would take over half an hour, and it was likely that Suihan would soon fall asleep. If they were to catch a chill on the way back, we shall stay. The Red Dragon King nodded once more. The chamber of Suihan has been kept tidy, yet she seldom truly resides there. The Snow Radiance King refrained from instructing the attendants to further tidy the room and opted to dwell within Suihan's quarters. The Silver Serpent King was summoned away once more. In the dead of night, Suihan stirred from her slumber. Without opening her eyes, she reached out beside her and discovered the presence of the Snow Radiance King. Launcher. I desire a drink, she murmured. The Snow Radiance King rose to pour her a glass of water and gently assisted her in drinking. Launcher. I have yet to receive a good night kiss today. The Snow Radiance King bestowed a tender kiss upon her. However, he soon realized that she had begun to become restless. Tugging at his nightclothes, "Launcher belongs to me. No one can take her away." In the chill of winter, thoughts meander. Does that wolfish moon still yearn to share a splendid evening with Launcher? Not even a glance bestowed upon her. Xuehue Wang, with a smile gracing his features, allows her to fuss as she pleases. It is rare to see Suihan display such interest. He can hardly contain his delight. He is fond of Launcher's eyes, her nose, and her lips. In the midst of winter's chill, one leans in closely while speaking. There is nothing more delightful than the sensation of being wholly enveloped by the presence of Launcher. You, as always, have picked up those charmingly frivolous habits from Baitsong. Does Launcher not enjoy this? Is it that she does not relish being filled with my essence? The king of Xuehue tenderly cradles Suihan. I yearn to consume you entirely, never to part for even a moment. The king of Xuehue acts upon his emotions, making it abundantly clear just how deeply he cherishes her. On the following day, it is a rare occasion that the king of Xuehue also indulges in the pleasure of lingering in bed with Suihan. As the frigid winter approaches, one squints, reluctant to awaken. Yet this is the palace of the Crimson Serpent King. Would lingering for an entire morning invite ridicule? Launcher murmurs, "Must I rise?" No, I yearn to sleep a while longer. As Suihan nestled her eyes shut against the warmth of Xuehue Wang, he gently patted her back, while a fierce glare was directed at the rather roguish Jiao Wang. I say, you two have had enough of this. Jiao Wang leaned against the doorframe, his expression one of dissatisfaction. After a long night of toil, he had envisioned enjoying a delightful breakfast with Suihan before retreating for some much-needed rest. Yet these two had yet to rise. They simply refused to get up. As the cold of winter enveloped her, she clutched the fur tightly and turned, her hand unrestrainedly exploring the warm chest concealed beneath the disheveled garments of the Snowlight King. That hand descended further, compelling the Snowlight King to intervene. The Silver Serpent King promptly leaped onto the bed. "Make way. I've toiled throughout the night and am utterly exhausted. You shall not seek rest in another chamber." In the depths of winter, he kicked at him, only to have his leg grasped firmly in return. As the winter chill deepened, she playfully extended a leg to kick him. The disparity in physical prowess between the male and female individuals resulted in her being utterly subdued by the Silver Dragon King, who dominated both her legs. Frustrated, she leapt into his embrace, clawing at him like a playful little beast. The Snow Radiance King shook his head in resignation, knowing that the Silver Dragon King had a peculiar ability to make her forget her regal demeanor and behave mischievously. He slipped out of bed from the other side, donned his attire, and remarked, "Stop teasing her and get up quickly. What are you afraid of? My father-in-law hasn't risen yet either. Indeed, it's likely that the Dragon Ocean has mentioned to my mother-in-law the foolish antics of certain male powerhouses vying for her favor. The father-in-law must be feeling jealous, undoubtedly. The mother-in-law had a rather tumultuous day yesterday. Come now, let's get up for breakfast. We shall return shortly." "Oh," she replied and kicked the Silver Dragon King aside as she got out of bed. After freshening up, she began to prepare to change her clothes. However, her indecisiveness struck again as she gazed at the garments laid out by the Silver Dragon King on the bed. Pale lavender, soft blue, and crimson. Why couldn't Whitehide have just presented her with a single set? The gaze of the Silver Dragon King swept over the gathering with a cold fury. In a state of half-slumber, he gestured towards a delicate lavender gown within the palace of the Red Dragon King. The attire prepared was certainly not the rare and precious fabric known as dragon silk, yet it embodied the heartfelt intentions of both the Red Dragon King and Tu Shengsheng. They had always adeptly navigated the intricacies of human sentiments. Was there a disturbance last night? The grand melee at the Colosseum, originally held once a month, had been escalated to a bi-monthly event due to its overwhelming popularity. Last night, amidst clandestine glances exchanged, a female participant, after a night of passion, demanded that her male counterpart mark her. The male, seeking only fleeting pleasure, naturally resisted, leading to an uproar. Ultimately, the matter escalated to the Lingxiao Pavilion. The pivotal point was that neither party was easily subdued. But who was the Silver Dragon King? Both sides wished for him to intervene, yet he feigned ignorance, prolonging the standoff. And what was the outcome? The grand melee was revised to occur every 5 days. This was to prevent anyone from becoming overly pent up and seeking to unleash their frustrations recklessly. In the chilling depths of winter, one cannot help but gaze with incredulity. Do you truly believe that the elders of those tribes would not seize the opportunity to ensnare you? Apart from a few prominent tribes surrounding the royal city, the more ambitious descendants reside within its walls. The tribes that venture from distant lands send their youth to the royal city for education or matrimonial alliances. Your reckless actions serve only to exacerbate the tensions among the various tribes. Do you genuinely think that the behavior of the female members of the Golden Tiger tribe in the royal city is an anomaly? The Silver Dragon King scoffed. My Lingxiao pavilion merely illuminated their paths. You, however, have been nurtured by Lan Shi in such a naive manner. Furthermore, your interactions with the females of other tribes have been woefully insufficient. What do you wish for her to learn from them? The etiquette of the winter solstice is personally imparted by the revered lady, leaving no room for criticism. In every other aspect, they possess the same knowledge as the winter solstice. What they lack, the winter solstice has mastered. Thus, why emulate their fleeting nights of pleasure? The returning king of Snow Light furrowed his brow. Certainly not. The king of Silver Serpent hurriedly refuted. Just consider how the winter solstice, like those females, incessantly discusses which male boasts the most impressive physique and which possesses greater stamina. His precious hanbao must remain an exquisite flower atop a lofty peak. Therefore, let her be spared from those sordid places. No, in the chilling twilight, Suihan mused, if I wished to emulate them, would I still need to frequent those places? The royal city is teeming with countless royal beasts and formidable 7th-level warriors. If she were inclined, there would be far more than merely 3 beast husbands. And as for those fleeting nights of passion, who knows how many encounters might have transpired? Lan, I yearn to visit the Lingxiao pavilion. If you find yourself bored, you could always venture to the Linlang pavilion or the First Forge. The chaos within Lingxiao pavilion is overwhelming. No, after the spring arrives, I shall return to the territory of the Snowfield Wolf clan, and I must also visit the realm of the Bihai clan. It was agreed that I would enjoy my time in the royal city during the winter season. If your fondness lies solely in my obedient waiting at home for your return each day, then why did you initially instruct me on how to establish my own shop? In the frigid depths of winter, one can evolve into any conceivable state of femininity. She may embody the poised and virtuous noblewoman, adhering strictly to the doctrines of propriety. Or she may tirelessly strive, employing any means necessary, to become the center of attention, securing the mightiest of male partners. Indeed, she might even wield her beauty to manipulate numerous formidable males at her whim. However, while King Xuehui affords her a life of unimaginable luxury, far beyond the reach of other females, he also educates her, instilling in her knowledge, etiquette, in the management of tribal affairs and enterprises. Thus, her confidence is not solely rooted in the protection of King Xuehui. She herself is a bold and resolute noblewoman. You have taught me that to dominate in business is to stifle growth. Lingxiao Pavilion now finds itself at the crux of a tempest, and I am acutely aware that lurking in the shadows are perils aplenty. Yet, if I do not familiarize myself with it now, will there be any merit in engaging with Lingxiao Pavilion in the future? The words of King Yingxiao may seem nonchalant, but I have witnessed firsthand how a small establishment can flourish. While Lingxiao Pavilion may have seemed insignificant in the past, this past year has seen it burgeon, its caravans and underground arenas inciting envy among rival tribes. Moreover, the relationship between King Yingxiao and myself has only recently been made public. Prior to this, it was not an exaggeration to say he operated independently, not to mention among the prominent tribes surrounding us. How many have not contemplated seizing Lingxiao Pavilion for their own? Currently, Lingxiao Pavilion appears resplendent, yet beneath the surface, threats abound. I am aware that King Xuehui will not remain idle, yet I feel powerless to assist. However, I can accompany them through these trials. The mingling of various factions within Lingxiao Pavilion makes me apprehensive, as I fear that eventually, there will be those who act unwisely. The presence of beautiful females in such places is inherently perilous, as those unruly male powerhouses will not regard your consent. I have encountered such situations before, but my own acumen, coupled with the vigilance of my companions, has largely spared me from trouble. King Yingxiao observes the unfolding drama with crossed arms. He is genuinely curious to see how King Xuehui would respond if he were to reject my wishes. Do not expect me to cease the operations of the arena. Upon noticing King Xuehui's gaze upon him, King Yingxiao hastily interjects, in its current state, the arena will undoubtedly thrive during the winter season. The major tribes are already stirring with ambition. It is clear that by next year, arenas will be as common as dirt. If we do not seize this opportunity now, it would be a grave injustice. As the cold of winter approaches, I remain steadfastly by your side, nodding in agreement. On the 5th floor of Lingxiao Pavilion, I can certainly keep it available for you. You are more than welcome to transform it into your workspace. If you are truly concerned, you can simply bring Hanbao with you each day. Their family is devoid of the intricate machinations that often plague others. Or perhaps they simply lack the leisure for such trivialities. Each of the four has their own ventures, and before they can fully savor their camaraderie, they must part ways. There is little room for discord among them. With the arrival of the cold season, Lingxiao Pavilion's ground floor is set to reopen in grand style. Surely, you both must visit. The Queen once established an open-air market in the royal city, designed for the exchange of goods among various tribes. Over time, nearby tribes began to set up stalls, selling their unique products. Eventually, larger tribes erected buildings, expanding their shops and diversifying their offerings, gradually giving rise to a bustling commercial street. However, many remote tribes have not enjoyed such privileges. When the Silver Serpent King first navigated the royal city, he lacked the standing to open a shop on the commercial street. In fact, the shop he purchased was relocated to a more secluded area. Yet, through sheer determination and resilience, the Silver Serpent King flourished. He eventually acquired surrounding properties and constructed a vast enclave within the city, known as Lingxiao Pavilion. His so-called grand reopening is, in truth, the leasing of a previously dormant building in the west at a remarkably low rate to the smaller tribes that his caravan had once frequented, allowing them to trade their specialties in the royal city. These smaller tribes possess valuable goods. However, they previously lacked market knowledge and were often exploited by others. The Silver Serpent King does not intend to abandon his caravan business. Rather, he plans to focus exclusively on high-end dealings, curating only premium goods, and establishing Lingxiao Pavilion as the premier general store of the royal city. Indeed, do not be deceived by its unassuming name. Its value is undeniably substantial. Should Hanbao also consider selecting a couple of shops? Nighthawk King has chosen 2 on the second floor for 2 Luoluo, and Golden Tiger King has also selected 2, reportedly 1 for Hu Zhengzheng. At present, I cannot conceive of any other ventures to undertake. Securing 2 for future use would be prudent. If necessary, they can also be rented out. The prospects here are boundless. The shops on the first and second floors have already commenced operations. Although foot traffic is sparse, there are patrons, and the shopkeepers are all beaming with smiles. The rental rates at Lingxiao Pavilion are significantly lower than those at the commercial street, and one enjoys the comfort of a sheltered space as opposed to a stall exposed to the elements. Additionally, for a 3-year lease, 1 year's rent is waived. Worried about clientele? The underground arena nearby is packed every evening, and tribal warriors can endure sleepless nights without issue, merely incurring the cost of a few candles. What if a customer happens to wander in? At times, I genuinely question the workings of your mind. Is it not wise to light candles during the day to await the evening's arena visitors? This is, without a doubt, a bustling night market. I urge you to seek the counsel of the Queen more often. Despite my quick thinking, I cannot rival her vast knowledge and experience. The Queen is the beast goddess envoy, having traversed 2 worlds, and a few words of her wisdom would yield immense benefits. Have you reserved a shop for Lansher? Indeed, the finest spots on the second floor, 3 of the largest and best. I wonder what the Snowy Plains Wolf tribe will offer here. Perhaps a bar. The cold springs of their territory produce a refreshing brew that is delightful without the after effects. Additionally, the unique sweet beets of the Snowy Plains should find a robust market. In the frigid winter, Wangqing stands as the most bustling locale on the Beast World continent. To establish a lasting enterprise here, one must possess a distinctive flair. As the Silver Dragon King aptly remarked, the most unique offerings from the Snowy Wolf clan's territory are the wines brewed from the cold springs and the sweet beets. Fortuitously, the storage ring of Suihan contains both of these treasures. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King has thoughtfully prepared shelves for displaying goods in the Snowy Wolf clan's shop. She promptly instructed Pinger and Jeaner to commence the arrangement. Come, I shall escort you to the 5th floor. Lansher should have already arrived. In the chill of winter, influenced by the meticulous nature of the Sea King, the garments of the Snowshine King and the Silver Serpent King are now adorned with exquisite serpent silk. Each ensemble of serpent silk skirts worn by Suihan is complemented by matching robes and harmonious colors worn by the 3 of them. According to the Queen, this is referred to as couple attire. Recently, the royal city has seen a surge in fashionable pairings, with the Queen and her various beastly consorts serving as the most vivid advertisements. However, the Silver Serpent King has a particular fondness for Suihan adorned in purple and silver serpent silk skirts. The Snowshine King does not mind the Silver Serpent King's little whims. During their time residing in the royal city, their clothing styles have also been chosen to complement Suihan. To the east of the Beast World continent lies a grand 5-story building, its architectural style more venerable and solemn compared to the other three. I envision this space as a liaison station for the smaller tribes that will be visiting the royal city more frequently. As we ascend to the upper floors, the Silver Serpent King begins to introduce Suihan to each room, which is essentially a suite comprising 3 to 5 smaller chambers. These can serve as office spaces or relaxation areas, as the smaller tribes often lack the financial means to rent an entire estate year-round. Sharing accommodations with other tribes can lead to certain conflicts. The general store in the western building, though seemingly modest in size, extends deep enough to create a separate living area, thus addressing some of the accommodation challenges. In the chill of winter, Suihan attentively listened to the Silver Serpent King as he rambled on about his grand plans. It seemed as though she had never encountered this side of him before. The Silver Serpent King, in her presence, typically exuded a carefree and unrefined demeanor. Even though she was aware of the immense wealth he possessed, something countless formidable individuals coveted, Suihan found it difficult to regard him on the same pedestal as the Snow Radiance King. However, today, as she observed the eloquent discourse of the Silver Serpent King, she suddenly realized that she had never truly taken the time to understand him. This lack of understanding felt profoundly unjust to him, yet he never voiced it. Is it worth it, Bite Song? The effort and dedication you have invested. All for me. Does it merit the risk of everything to fiercely contend for that position alongside Lansher? The Silver Serpent King was taken aback, his face adorned with his characteristic mischievousness. What is worth it? As long as it brings you happiness, it is all worthwhile. But I am not deserving, Suihan replied. In that moment, the Silver Serpent King suddenly covered Suihan's mouth, leading her into an expansive room. In the bleakness of winter, a fleeting moment passed before her eyes, shrouded in darkness. Then, her back pressed against the wall, as the hand of the Silver Dragon King cradled the back of her head, preventing any impact. As he released his grip, his cool, delicate lips met hers, a tender and lingering embrace. As the chill of winter enveloped her, her eyes gently closed, and her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck. When he finally released her, her breath was unsteady, her cheeks flushed, and her legs felt weak and feeble. The Silver Dragon King half embraced her, their foreheads touching, warm breaths cascading upon her face. I have never mentioned to you that my feelings are not a mere whim. Rather, they have been meticulously cultivated over a long period. Meticulously cultivated? In the chill of winter, with captivating eyes that glimmered, she gazed at him, perplexed. Have we met before? No. Yet I have seen you countless times. The Silver Serpent King brushed his nose against hers, his lips inadvertently grazing her own. When you were but a child, you would visit the royal city with Lansher every year. Initially, I was curious about the world you inhabited, having been one of those failed transformations. I once envied and resented you, but more than that, I felt gratitude. It was a blessing that such an enchanting little female, delicate as ice and snow, deserved to be cherished. For a long time, I wandered aimlessly, uncertain of my desires. It seemed that this beastly realm would neither improve with my presence nor suffer from my absence. Many years passed in a haze until one day I found myself at the territory of the Snow Wolf tribe. That year, she was around 11 or 12, already blossoming into an exquisite beauty, every smile and frown a work of art. Unlike other sheltered females who only cared for fine garments and delectable treats, she was different. At that time, the Linlang Pavilion had gained considerable renown, and its first furnace had begun to make a name for itself. She was beautiful and self-assured, yet not ostentatious. Though she could be capricious, she would often cook soup for the Snow Radiance King during his busy hours, even assisting him with accounts when he was overwhelmed. Even when she was not needed, she would quietly read, offering silent companionship to the Snow Radiance King. His devotion was never one-sided. Their bond was forged over time. It was then that I realized what I had been missing all along, a sense of belonging. He yearned for a place where his restless heart could find solace. And that place had to include her. Hence, in the following years, he tirelessly erected the Lingxiao Pavilion. Yet every year, he would secretly visit her, drawing increasing motivation from these encounters. However, with that motivation came an ever-growing sense of unease. When the season of her estrus arrived, he desperately thwarted the White Antelope King's attempts to claim her, only to unwittingly grant the Golden Tiger King an opportunity. In that moment, he thought perhaps it was time to resort to cunning. Otherwise, he might find himself usurped from her side. Thus, he boldly marked her as his own, despite having meticulously arranged their abode to create a cherished memory for her. From the outset, I was the forsaken one, and thus my fortunes always seemed to falter just a little. As the cold of winter approached, I gently kissed him, On that occasion, the Silver Serpent King was nearly slain by Lan Shi and the Golden Tiger King. Yet, I harbor no regrets. If you were to ask me now whether it was worth it, I would simply state that if this world cannot allow you to live freely, I shall exert every effort to overturn it, transforming it into a realm that suits you. I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for this cause. Wise as the winter chill, it is only natural that I discern his elaborate arrangements at the Lingxiao Pavilion were designed to acquire more intelligence about various tribes, discerning which ones are suitable for alliance or how to leverage certain secrets to manipulate others. These matters, even if now the Snow Radiance King ceases to contest that position, remain unchanged in their intent. You have also noted that Her Majesty the Queen is exceptionally astute. Could she truly be oblivious to the motives behind your actions? Perhaps I am not as conspicuous as you envision, but I do not desire for you to undertake perilous endeavors. I yearn for the four of us to remain together, forever and always. As the chilly winter embraced him, she whispered softly, "We shall undoubtedly remain together." The Silver Dragon King pressed a gentle kiss upon her. The esteemed queen might ponder our intentions and consider what actions she may take for the sake of the Beast King. Yet Lan Shi has long ceased to covet that position. We have not infringed upon the fundamental interests of the Beast King, thus our conflicts with the Queen are minimal. Nevertheless, to secure absolute authority in the royal city, certain measures must inevitably be taken. For instance, while you wish to protect Tuluoluo, her reproductive potential and unique abilities will inevitably attract attention. And as the Jiaoyang aspires to flourish, it will face opposition from the Jiaochuan faction. Our support cannot be solely based on our shared royal beast status. Moreover, my unwavering loyalty to Lan Shi is not solely for your sake. I believe that for the future of the beast realm that Lan Shi envisions, we must be willing to strive with all our might. Suihan possesses some understanding of the arrangements within the realm governed by the Snow Radiance King. For example, the territory of the Snowfield Wolf clan, which was initially subjected to the Snow Radiance King's experiments, has long since erected magnificent edifices with towering walls encircling its domain. Although it may not rival the opulence of the royal city, Suihan has never regarded the Snowfield Wolf clan's territory as inferior. Are you two quite comfortable there? The voice of the Snow Radiance King suddenly inquired. The Silver Dragon King responded affirmatively, "I shall be right there," as he bent down to lift Suihan and carry her upstairs. The vision of winter's chill suddenly expands. The room, adorned with a plush carpet, was a reflection of her disdain for wearing proper footwear. It had been generously carpeted by the Silver Serpent King, and Suihan eagerly commenced her exploration. Ascending the staircase, she first encountered a spacious office area, thoughtfully partitioned into 4 distinct sections by elegant screens, each tailored to their preferred decorative styles. On either side, there were lounges. One was meticulously arranged to echo Suihan's own room, while the other, though less opulent, was equally well appointed. In the grand chamber, a large bed dominated the space, accompanied by a vanity adorned with an array of cosmetics that Suihan frequently employed. Notably, there were no fewer than 4 or 5 palm-sized crystal mirrors. A designated washing area occupied a corner, devoid of a massive sink but featuring a sizable bathtub capable of accommodating nearly 5 of Suihan. The smaller room contained 2 more diminutive beds and a complete row of wardrobes, stocked with a selection of changeable garments. In the chill of winter, a subtle sigh escaped. This reveals one's thoughts so plainly. Which virtuous person would dedicate such a spacious lounge within the office area? There exists a door in the workspace, and upon opening it, one is greeted by a vast terrace, accompanied by a quaint little kitchen. Even if one were to refrain from descending for 3 to 5 days, there would be no fear of lacking anything. After a brief glance at the withering grass of winter, she returned to the office area. Year after year, she beckoned to the Snowlight Dynasty. As the cold of winter recedes, a map lies upon the table, meticulously detailing the vast mountains and rivers of the beast realm and the distribution of its various tribes. Indeed, I dare say that unless the Beast King relies upon the esteemed queen, he could not possibly present a more intricate depiction than this. The map reveals that many tribes, influenced by the royal city, have constructed formidable walls and towering edifices, transcending the mere building of simple homes and fences within their ancestral lands. Do you recall the tales your grandmother recounted about the beast tide? In the chill of winter, a wave of nostalgia washes over me as I recall the kind and wise elder, stirring a bittersweet ache in my heart. Despite all the efforts made by the Snow Radiance King, her life met its conclusion at the tender age of 10. It is fair to say that both she and the revered saintess were nurtured by the teachings of their grandmother. Since the chronicles of the beast realm began, It has been documented that a beast tide emerges approximately every 50 to 60 years, and according to the passage of time, it may not be long, perhaps less than a decade, before it arrives once more. As the frigid winter deepens, a change sweeps across the countenance of Suihan. In the words of my grandmother, the onset of the beast tide is an event that cannot be encapsulated by mere expressions of turmoil. Its ferocity is palpable. The territory of the snowfawn wolves, situated in the frigid northern expanse, is among the tribes least affected by such calamities. Yet, with each beast tide, they suffer losses exceeding half of their numbers, while many tribes face utter annihilation. Why has the Silver Serpent King refrained from relying on his tribe? The answer lies within the very origins of his tribe, which perished during a previous beast tide. Over the past 4 to 5 decades, thanks to the benevolence of the Queen, the once dejected continent has regained its vitality, gradually flourishing even amidst the fiercest struggles among the strong. The foundations of various tribes have remained intact. However, the inevitability of the beast tide looms large, regardless of other concerns. I must ensure that those tribes who have aligned themselves with me can preserve a greater number of their kin during such tribulations. Thus, in recent years, they have had to invest substantial manpower and resources into constructing more robust fortifications. Hence, you have suggested that I travel to the territory of the Behi tribe next spring to assist in the design of their city. The abyssal beasts, which even the starry return cannot entirely subdue, pose a significant threat during the beast tide, likely resulting in devastating casualties for the Behi tribe and the other aquatic tribes dependent upon them. The beast tide may last anywhere from a month to 2 or 3 months, and the aquatic tribes cannot afford to be away from the waters for extended periods, lest they succumb to dehydration. However, if a city is constructed with subterranean reservoirs filled with seawater, it would at least allow for the survival of more cubs and females. At the same time, they must ensure that the terrestrial fortifications are impregnable. The underground reservoirs must possess sturdy sluices. There should be both inlet and outlet channels to maintain a constant flow of fresh seawater. In these past decades, without the Queen, the beast god's envoy, fostering a period of recuperation among the tribes of the continent, the impending beast tide could have wrought catastrophic devastation upon the land. Initially tasked with the mission of childbirth, the Queen, weary of food scarcity, began to seek out edible fruits, plants, and roots. Under her influence, roasted meat became more than a mere salt-laden dish. Discarded bones transformed into delectable broth, and many plants previously overlooked as food revealed their medicinal properties. Fruits were no longer exclusive to the cubs and females. Many wild berries were discovered to be edible. The Queen also imparted the knowledge of sericulture and weaving, liberating the tribes from reliance solely on animal hides. They even discovered plants akin to cotton, significantly reducing the risk of frostbite and death during the harsh winter months. Before her departure, the Queen compiled an extensive cookbook. With clothing to wear and a diverse diet, the survival rates of cubs and females soared, ensuring the tribe's continued development. However, the imbalance of fewer females to males remains a challenge the Queen could not resolve. The construction of the Behi tribe city will take no less than 3 to 5 years, yet the other tribes cannot afford to delay too long. Considering the geographical conditions, I intend to establish 2 mountain cities here and there, shaped by the contours of the land. The Snowlight King pointed to the map. I have visited this area. The surrounding mountains stretch endlessly, and the dense forests provide ample opportunities for hunting and foraging. However, the proximity to the jungle poses frequent threats from wild beasts, making it vulnerable to attacks. There are also several tribes living in caves carved into the cliffs. The rugged stones present an ideal foundation for constructing a city that would shelter those tribes close to the jungle from the onslaught of the beast tide. As the chill of winter sets in, I begin to take up my pen to write and draw. Most prefer to reside halfway up the mountain, however. I deem this location to be rather precarious. It would be far more prudent to excavate from the base of the mountain, carving tunnels and establishing checkpoints. The mid-slope is better suited for the development of shops or resting places for visiting tribes, while the higher elevations should be reserved for tribal territory. Alternatively, within their existing lands, they could create fault lines in the mountains, necessitating the construction of tunnels and checkpoints. Tribes that dwell by the water could also select a nearby peak to carve out a refuge, stockpiling provisions and water ahead of the impending beast tide, ensuring that when the time comes, the entire tribe can seek shelter within. The Silver Serpent King's eyes gleamed with insight. Many tribal elders, though steadfast in their beliefs, wield absolute authority. It would be impossible to persuade them to relocate en masse. Yet constructing a refuge for them would surely entice them to scurry inside when the beast tide arrives. As our discussion unfolded, we lost track of time. And by the time we regained our senses, night had fallen. Should we return, or remain here for the night? As the winter chill enveloped the scene, the beautiful eyes sparkled, and she began to act coyly, tugging at the Snow Radiance King. Monsieur, I wish to stay. I have yet to spend a night on by Zhang's territory. The Snow Radiance King raised an eyebrow. Are you eager to spend the night on Silver Flood Dragon King's grounds? Or do you wish to witness the graceful dance of swallows at the southern pavilion of Ling Xiao Pavilion? Please, just let me. In the cold of winter. Suihan tugged at his sleeve, playfully seeking affection. Wang Xuehui let out a resigned sigh. The southern tower of Ling Xiao Pavilion, during the day, resembled a gambling den, replete with dice games and pai gow provided by Her Majesty the Queen, indicating her vested interests. As night fell, the southern tower would illuminate with red lanterns, transforming it into a delightful haven filled with melodious songs and laughter. The performances included, but were not limited to, stunning females and males with their unique charms. I instructed them to bring forth the prepared dishes. Traditionally, the number 1 VIP room in the southern tower of Ling Xiao Pavilion remained closed to the public. However, today, the Silver Dragon King faced a formidable challenge. The Beast King and the Queen were making a personal visit. The incident arose because the Queen had initially been brought to the council chamber by the Beast King to assist with his duties. Yet, with both the White Deer King and the Wolf King present, she had to suppress her rising anger temporarily. In the afternoon, while the Queen reclined on a soft couch to catch some rest, the cold, mechanical voice of the system suddenly pierced the air. The progress of the salvation mission has accelerated by 5. Current progress, 45. Please continue your efforts, host. The subsequent barrage of meaningless chatter was lost on the Queen. However, what had triggered such a sudden change in mission progress? She had not undertaken any action to warrant an increase of 5 points. Fortunately, the Queen possessed the ability to investigate the progression of the mission and soon glimpsed the plans for the city being constructed by Wang Xuehui and his companions. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why they had abruptly abandoned their plans for conquest in favor of city building. Unable to quell her inquisitiveness, she learned that Suihan and the others were at Ling Xiao Pavilion, logically with the esteemed visits from the Beast King and the Queen. I should have relinquished the number 1 VIP room. Yet, since the inception of Ling Xiao Pavilion, the number 1 VIP room has remained strictly off-limits to outsiders. Thus, I implored the Beast King to bear with us for a while longer. The Silver Dragon King, however, did not yield the number 1 VIP room. It was a space reserved for his household, valued for its pristine condition. The Black Dragon King raised an eyebrow, perhaps underestimating the Silver Dragon King among all the males of the royal city. The number 1 VIP room in the southern tower was notably spacious, situated near the window, furnished with wooden seats. On the circular table between the seats rested an assortment of tea and snacks, while against the wall lay a row of soft couches adorned with plush cushions. The windows were draped with layers of flowing tassels and gossamer, making it difficult for those in other VIP rooms to discern the happenings within. A modest night pearl illuminated the walls, casting a warm glow reminiscent of the vintage KTV private rooms from the Queen's former world. In the chill of winter, Suihan was somewhat reserved as he was pulled by Her Majesty the Queen to sit beside the soft couch. Upon my arrival, I first strolled around the West Pavilion. And I must say, your family as Silver Dragon King possesses quite a remarkable business acumen. In the chill of winter, a light smile emerges. Baitsong possesses a quick mind, and his audacity allows him to transform thoughts into action. Moreover, it is the mutual trust between you that fosters this bond. As many females harbor a disfavor towards their beastly husbands wielding substantial finances without consent. In the chill of winter, her beautiful eyes gently shifted. She had never considered that the wealth of her beastly companions was her personal possession. Whatever they willingly offered her, she graciously accepted, however. Their intentions regarding their earned riches did not require her approval. The Snowlight Queen and her son had raised her exceptionally well. Aside from the hardships she endured when abandoned due to failed transformations, she could say that from childhood to adulthood, she had everything she desired. Both her mother, Rabbit Shengsheng, and the Snowlight Queen never allowed her to fret over trivial matters of life. Moreover, from a young age, she learned to manage her own shop, reveling in the joy of earning her own income. Such a beautiful, confident, strong, and independent female naturally attracted male attention. Unfortunately, some were drawn solely to her exquisite exterior, while others sought her for her high reproductive value, capable of producing superior offspring. I never contemplated claiming their wealth as my own. Their regular gifts were more than sufficient for my needs. Furthermore, wealth in my hands would only dwindle, whereas in theirs, it would flourish. I am not foolish. I can count clearly. In the depths of winter, Suihan mused on the management of others' households, knowing little of their ways. What she did understand was the kindness they extended towards her. Whenever they possessed something delightful, she was the first they thought of. Having received ample blessings herself, she deemed it unwise to be overly greedy. The Black Jiao King raised an eyebrow at her words. Were it the spirited Tololo who spoke thus? He would not be surprised, for she had been the most favored among the Queen's teachings. Yet, Suihan had only spent a handful of moments with the Queen, and her ability to articulate such sentiments revealed the depths of her character, defying the rumors that deemed her merely a pretty face. At that moment, the Silver Jiao King entered, carrying a colossal food box. If it pleases you, may I join? He inquired. Absolutely. I have heard tales of the culinary prowess of the chefs at the Snow Radiance Palace. Alas, their temperament is notoriously rigid, and many a male has offered vast sums in hopes of a delectable dish to win the favor of the females, yet to no avail. Today, I shall relish the opportunity to savor their creations. The Queen shot a glare at the sharp-tongued Black Jiao King. While Uncle Suihan's cooking is indeed exquisite, he lost an eye and 3 fingers to treachery among his kin in his youth, vowing henceforth to refrain from cooking for others. Family, however, is a different matter. He is always willing to oblige them. Moreover, if someone brings him unique ingredients from their tribe, he provides them with special treatment in return. Uncle Suihan held a particular fondness for the Silver Jiao King, as he often returned with novel items for culinary experimentation. In his youth, Suihan had once endeavored to please a female by cooking for his brother, only to have that brother poison the meal, resulting in the untimely demise of the female's mate and offspring. Suihan bore the brunt of the punishment, leading to his exile from the tribe, while the female found companionship elsewhere. It was the Silver Jiao King who arranged for him to settle in the royal city, where, having lost his combat abilities, he devoted himself to the culinary arts, now overseeing the kitchen of the Snow Radiance Palace. The palace had hosted several banquets, and guests lauded Suihan's culinary skills, vying to recruit him for their own kitchens. However, he remained impervious to monetary temptations. Prior to the Queen's arrival, she had already dined. Yet the sight of the sumptuous feast before her compelled her to indulge in a few morsels, leaving her craving more. In that moment, she grasped the source of the Black Jiao King's ire. Was he the male who remained indifferent to Suihan's talents? The White Deer King sampled a bit of everything before inquiring. Might the Suihan male also despise being approached by others seeking culinary guidance? Though the White Deer King possessed some culinary skill, it paled in comparison to Suihan's mastery. Observing the Queen's evident enjoyment, he felt compelled to learn from Suihan himself. I shall greet Suihan on your behalf. He will surely welcome your inquiries, stated the Silver Jiao King. Perhaps due to her unease at dining with the Black Jiao King, Suihan ate sparingly. The nourishing soup she consumed nightly was but 2 small bowls, and now one had been graciously shared with the Queen. The Silver Jiao King exchanged a knowing glance with the Silver Jiao King, who nodded in agreement. What is this? The Queen asked with curiosity. A nourishing soup, beneficial for replenishing energy and blood, the Silver Jiao King explained succinctly, leaving much unsaid but understood by those in the know. The White Deer King noted the recipe differed slightly from his own, yet its aroma was richer, devoid of any greasy sheen. Could I procure a copy of this recipe? He inquired. The Queen's nourishing soup was personally prepared by the White Deer King. Upon tasting, the Queen recognized flavors reminiscent of a delicacy from her former world. Rich and delightful, the small bowl contained merely 6 or 7 sips, yet the Queen, not known for a hearty appetite, had already enjoyed a substantial meal prior. The White Deer King finally understood why the Black Jiao King had so openly displayed his sharp tongue in public. They believed they had provided the very best for ACI. Yet it became evident that there were males in this world who cared for their females with even greater devotion. Shall we seize an opportunity? The Wolf King nudged the White Deer King, who shot him a warning glare. The Silver Jiao King is no ordinary beast. If you pilfer his chef who delights in cooking for his beloved, he may well retaliate fiercely. After tidying up the food box, the Silver Jiao King departed, eager to return before Suihan had imbibed too much. Ensuring that the old fellow could prepare a late-night snack for Suihan to stave off hunger in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Suihan had already brewed tea, arranging it elegantly before her guests. The fluidity of her movements imbued the tea with an exquisite charm. The Black Jiao King furrowed his brow slightly. The Golden Tiger King was indeed a rough individual. Such a delicate beauty deserved to be cherished. Yet his mind seemed consumed only by thoughts of progeny. It was a pity that even someone as formidable as Tiger Zhengzheng was not worthy of her. I foresee that shop flourishing in the future. We must ensure the Silver Jiao King reserves a couple of spaces for us, he mused. If you desire, I can have Baizong present too to the queen. The Silver Jiao King had already set aside 2 shops on the 3rd floor for his mother-in-law. Should the queen not mind, she could select 2 from among them, for he believed all the shops on that floor were excellent. The Silver Jiao King was undoubtedly adept in the art of social niceties. The spaces reserved for 2 Shinshin, for the future females of Jiao Yang, and of course, those for the queen had long been set aside, though such pleasantries were understood to be merely formalities. As for Delolo, it was not that the Silver Jiao King wished to withhold, but that Night Eagle King had already claimed 2 shops under the guise of employee benefits. As they conversed, the lanterns below suddenly illuminated, cascading strings of vibrant red lanterns into the air, while a throng of guests poured into the western building. The adjacent guest room began to buzz with chatter, both males and females mingling. The Silver Jiao King entered, carrying several silk-wrapped pamphlets. Tonight's program features 3 female performances and 2 male acts. I must attend to the underground arena. Your Majesties, feel free to enjoy yourselves. With that, the Silver Jiao King bestowed a kiss upon Suihan before departing. Having experienced the arena the previous night, Suihan maintained a calm demeanor upon seeing the scantily clad female serpents take the stage. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Shiyu, the host of the South Tower of Lingxiao Pavilion. Tonight, our performances promise to be exceptional. I encourage the guests in the upper chambers not to be shy. Our beauties delight in flowers and trinkets alike. Shiyu playfully winked, eliciting peals of laughter. Shiyu, all the profits we earned at the arena have been funneled to your enchanting troupe. A burly man in the 1st floor seating called out. It seems our beauties have not sufficiently catered to your esteemed selves. Shiyu quipped nonchalantly. Rest assured, our esteemed boss will honor the performances requested by our distinguished ladies tonight, so you know what to do. With another wink, the serpentine waist of Shiyu swayed enticingly. What performances? Are they the ones our esteemed ladies requested? The queen and Suihan exchanged glances, while the Snow Radiance King frowned, suddenly sensing a hint of escape from the Silver Jiao King. And then, the performances commenced. 2 identical female Fox Clan dancers descended gracefully from the long silk drapes, landing atop 2 colossal drums. Their lace-trimmed garments fluttered elegantly as they waved their flowing sleeves, their movements enchanting. As their feet met the drums, the bells adorning their ankles chimed melodiously. Upon the conclusion of their dance, the lanterns on the 1st floor extinguished simultaneously, and a single light illuminated the stage. Behind the grand red drapery, the sound of splashing water resonated, revealing a beautiful figure playfully splashing water with her delicate arms raised. Suddenly, the lights flickered off and on once more, and as the bathtub was withdrawn, the enchanting beauty transformed into a tall male figure, draped in a flowing robe, his waist loosely cinched, and a crimson ribbon adorning his brow. What a charming sight! The queen's eyes sparkled with delight. Her male companions were all muscular, while the males of the beast world aspired to similar physiques. On stage, this male appeared to exert himself in a dance that exuded his desires and passions, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of a drummer on the great drum. Meanwhile, numerous female guests from the 2nd and 3rd floors began tossing flowers and jeweled ornaments onto the stage. Truly, only Yulang could perform such a powerful and beautiful dance. As the drumming intensified, the dancer known as Yulang expanded his movements, occasionally revealing glimpses of his form, inciting waves of excited gasps from the female guests. King Shuehui had already covered the eyes of Suihan. It was certain that King Yingjiao had fled early to avoid confrontation. At that moment, the vigorous drumming ceased. Yulang concluded his performance in a dramatic pose, reclining on his back. Most notably, as his robe slipped, the lanterns on stage dimmed, and the red drapery fell abruptly, prompting a chorus of gasps from the audience. The queen watched with rapt attention. Ah, how he masterfully played the delicate line of seduction. However, perhaps adorning him with a fearsome beast mask would add an element of mystery. King Hejiao chuckled. Shall I take him home for a few days of amusement? The queen rolled her eyes in response. After the wolf became a king beast, King Hejiao had banished her last remaining mate who had not ascended to king beast status. Yet the queen harbored no affection for him. More importantly, he had covertly allied himself with King Bailing, believing her unaware of their machinations. Her sustenance and living arrangements were now entirely orchestrated by the 3 of them. Previously, she at least had a few days to herself, but now, once darkness fell, she had but one destination. King Hejiao's words were mere trifles, should she develop a rebellious spirit and agree. That male known as Yulang might very well be played to death by the three of them. After all, he was the golden goose of King Yinjiao. In the chill of winter, she, filled with indignation, let go of Shiwei Wang's hand, oblivious to the most captivating moment. The president's piercing gaze. Shiwei Wang cast a fleeting glance at her. As the chill of winter settled in, she pouted in silence, aware that the male betta fish was not inclined to engage in rational discourse. Moreover, the Snow Radiance King had initially opposed her presence in the southern tower. Should she act recklessly again, it was entirely possible that he would indeed confine her indoors in the future. After all, whether witnessing the scene once or countless times, she understood precisely which choice to make. As the cold of winter enveloped them, Suihan gently tugged at Shiwei Wang's sleeve, offering a somewhat ingratiating shake. He glanced at her briefly before taking her hand in his own, and beneath the ample folds of his robe, he began to inscribe words in her palm. Go back and tidy up. And what of the Silver Dragon King? In the chill of winter, a flush crept upon her delicate visage. Wang Shiwei had always adhered to self-discipline and propriety, his demeanor often cold. Yet, when jealousy struck, it was enough to cause her considerable distress. The performance on stage continued. Yet with the presence of Yulang, it seemed somewhat lackluster. Until Sna Yao ascended the stage once more. The cheers erupted anew. Tonight's performance was drawing to a close. Leading into the final gaming segment. As customary, we would divide into two teams. Esteemed guests wishing to participate were invited to the stage. First, let us welcome a noble lady. Today, your opponent is none other than Yulang. A wave of shrill screams ensued. A noble lady from the Jiao clan was the first to break through the crowd and take the stage. Whose offspring is this? King Hejiao furrowed his brow at such a lack of decorum. The queen chuckled derisively. The Sna and Jiao clans had long been known for their extravagance. It was only after King Hejiao ascended to power that some restraint was observed. The sister of Jiao Chuan, Jiao Jia. How has Jiao Liju raised her child? Jiao Jia is certainly not the offspring of our Liju. Jiao Liju was the female survivor of that chaotic incident, renowned for her stunning beauty and fiery temperament. Yet she was far from being pretentious. This Jiao Jia before us was filled with an insidious aura, yet she feigned the demeanor of a virtuous lady. Not the offspring of Jiao Liju? Then how could she be Jiao Chuan's sister? Have you forgotten that you insisted Jiao Liju must bear two offspring from the Jiao clan before seeking a mate from another tribe? King Bailu clarified for King Hejiao. Jiao Liju was rebellious, rejecting any suitor and instead seeking the strongest males from other tribes, asking if they would bear offspring with her. King Hejiao awkwardly rubbed his nose. Jiao Liju was the most fertile female of the tribe. Yet her rebellious nature led her to prefer weak males. She whimsically dubbed them slim little pups. The root of this finds its origin in the queen. Jiao Liju refused to be marked by any male and raised her offspring independently. Especially with the queen's return, Jiao Liju became her favored child. And Jiao Chuan was even recognized by King Hejiao as the heir. The half-siblings of Jiao Liju's offspring became much more active in the queen's presence. However, the queen only cared for her beloved children, casting no glance towards those she deemed unworthy. Yet, the Jiao female, boasting the title of Jiao Chuan's sister, began to gain influence among the noble ladies in the royal city. Jiao Jia was one of the queen's least favored Jiao females, capitalizing on her fertility. She deceived many strong males, squandering their wealth at will. Her temperament was cruel, often bullying females of lower fertility in the tribe, and she imitated Jiao Liju. Jiao Liju was unparalleled in beauty, possessing a figure that drew admiration from countless strong males. Jiao Jia, however, was far inferior in both appearance and figure. Yet she arrogantly proclaimed herself the most beautiful female of the Jiao clan, overshadowing Jiao Liju. Yulang, if I emerge victorious tonight, you shall accompany me. Jiao Jia licked her crimson lips. Noble lady, let us first select the contest for tonight. Clad in a moon-white robe, Yulang shed the heavy makeup from his performance, revealing a handsome and refined countenance, his voice as clear and crisp as a mountain spring. Between him and Jiao Jia lay a table adorned with goblets, dice, and arrows without points. I choose dice. Arrows. The strong males watching below began to cheer. I select wine. Jiao Jia tossed a pouch onto the table. It spilled open, revealing jewels and gold coins. Humph. A chorus of boos arose from the audience. Yulang had made it clear from the outset of the gaming segment that he had a low tolerance for alcohol, thus no female dared challenge him to a drinking contest. Yet, Jiao Jia persisted in her provocation. You can't possibly bet that you can't afford it? Jiao Jia glanced at the table. as if to question why the goblet remained if one could not wager. Yulang smiled indifferently. Had it been a few days prior, he might have had an 80% chance of losing to Jiao Jia, but now he was resolute. Bring the wine. His boldness elicited cheers from the male spectators below. Yulang clasped the opening of the money pouch, securing it to his waist, then seized a jug of wine, removing the seal and raising it to the audience below and above. To all esteemed guests, excellent. The crowd erupted in applause once more. Jiao Jia's expression darkened. She gazed at Yulang, silently vowing, Yulang shall be mine. Wealth shall be mine. After this night, I shall make Yulang my golden goose. Yulang held the wine jug with both hands, leaning forward as he gulped it down. Jiao Jia, not to be outdone, grabbed a jug of wine, her vertical pupils shifting as she stepped onto a chair, tilting her head back, allowing the wine to flow freely into her mouth. Her audacious display garnered another round of cheers from the audience. How cunning. A jug of wine weighed only 5 pounds, yet with such a method of drinking. Much of the liquid splashed onto her attire. In the chill of winter, she could not help but furrow her brow. Her attire was hardly like a barrel, offering little protection. Moreover, her adversary was no meek opponent. Wasn't Yulang merely a third-tier canine beastman? Indeed, why does Yulang possess such an elongated physique? It is because he belongs to the canine tribe, specifically that of the slender canines, resulting in a lean and elongated form. One that cannot gain weight or develop robust muscles. Yet, his striking handsomeness is undeniable. He must now be at the 5th tier. In the cold of winter, there is a semblance of understanding in the nods exchanged. However, in a place as tumultuous as Lingxiao Pavilion, it is indeed prudent to retain some means of self-preservation. The Jiao clan has become so affluent that even a single female can dispense such wealth, while the elders continue to lament their poverty. Initially, she delineated the boundaries for communal markets to facilitate the various tribes, yet the Jiao clan, under the guise of propriety, discreetly imposed so-called management fees. As the market flourished, they began constructing buildings, coercing the tribes into rental agreements, all the while pleading to the Black Jiao King about their financial struggles, even attempting to persuade him to seize Lingxiao Pavilion for the benefit of the Jiao clan. The Black Jiao King refrained from intervening. Cognizant of the Queen's investments in both the southern tower of Lingxiao Pavilion and the merchant caravans, the Queen regarded the Black Jiao King with a knowing smile. While he remained silent, his countenance darkened. He seldom involved himself in the affairs of the Jiao clan, given the presence of the elders and Jiao Chuan. As the winter chill subtly approached the Snow Radiance King, the esteemed Queen diligently attended to domestic matters, and it was prudent for them to remain inconspicuous. This time, there would be no room for deception. I had previously warned you against granting too much authority to the Jiao Chuan. You insisted he possessed the requisite ability. Yet, observe the current state of our tribe. What transformation has occurred since my return? Does the Jiaozu not covet the Lingxiao Pavilion? Let them try. Let us see if the Snow Radiance King and the Silver Jiaogong cannot strike them down at their weakest point. At this moment, the second round of wine had been consumed by Yulang on stage, his countenance tinged with the effects of alcohol. Meanwhile, Jiao Jia had long since lost her balance, having barely managed to drink less than a full jar of wine. Noble lady, you have lost. Yulang remarked nonchalantly. I have not lost. You must accompany me tonight, Jiao Jia asserted, attempting to seize Yulang's arm. He stepped back, a glimmer of concern flickering in his eyes. Yulang, do you not care for your sister? Jiao Jia pressed. Yulang's gaze darkened. Realizing she had struck a chord, Jiao Jia continued. The male I am pursuing is none other than your admirer. If you do not accompany me tonight, I shall ensure he forsakes her. Very well, let him forsake her then. Yulang replied with indifference, turning away. What? Jiao Jia's mind faltered, astonished. Was it not said that Yulang treasured his sister above all else? Noble lady, please make your request known. If you wish to take Yulang with you, do so early tomorrow. The identical female fox siblings stepped forward, encircling Jiao Jia. The females of the southern tower of Lingxiao Pavilion were all trained, possessing considerable strength, while Jiao Jia, delicate and precious, stood no chance. She was swiftly subdued. Amidst the chorus of pleas for Yulang, he paused at the staircase, suddenly turning back, his gaze fixating on a certain spot, the first-class VIP room. As the winter chill languidly approached the window, it stretched out its tiny paws to gently draw aside the sheer curtain, its enchanting eyes filled with curiosity scanning the bustling scene below. The southern building of Lingxiao Pavilion was, it seemed, a realm of revelry at night. Years. The voice of the Snow Radiance King, tinged with irritation, echoed in the air. She couldn't help but let out a small, innocent sigh as she delicately licked her lips and lowered the curtain. What are you looking at? came the voice of Shiyu, stirring Yu Lang from his reverie. Nothing much, just a bit tipsy from the drink. In the VIP room. It must surely be the darling wife of their boss. He mused. Perhaps he had truly indulged too much. Such a place was beyond his aspirations. Wasn't it said that a level 5 warrior could drink endlessly without inebriation? Shiyu offered him a supportive hand. A level 5 warrior can indeed withstand alcohol. But I did collapse after just 1 cup. All right then. Are you planning to host guests tonight? The southern building of Lingxiao Pavilion thrived on such alluring traits. And Yu Lang, being a star performer, had patrons lined up eagerly awaiting his nod. No. I need to consolidate my strength lately. Speaking of which, have you truly considered redeeming yourself and leaving? Yu Lang scoffed. You need not test my resolve repeatedly. I am not foolish. After stepping out, with my meager combat skills, merely scraping by would be a challenge. Here at Lingxiao Pavilion, my needs are met. Outside, perhaps only the clan leader's son could enjoy such comforts. Or, if you wish to redeem yourself, given our collaboration, I could sponsor you a little. Get lost. I intend to rot in Lingxiao Pavilion. As Yu Lang articulated, they could accumulate enough redemption money in a few short years, but what then? They had all crawled out from the depths of the mud. They could not forget their origins after a few years of good living. The boss mentioned that several newcomers will be joining the southern building soon. Come on. If they wish to take my place, let them wait a century. Yu Lang replied coldly, unfazed. What about Yu Lian? Are you truly unconcerned? Then I must act according to duty. Her beauty and talent do not qualify her to remain in the southern building. Whatever. I thought you would realize my determination when I withheld her payment for this month. She rolled her eyes, momentarily forgetting her serpent heritage. How could I not? It's because you have too many past transgressions. That white-eyed wolf, Yu Lian, has been spoken of by the sisters in the building countless times. Has Yu Lang ever listened? She can manipulate me only because of the oath I took to the beast god to protect her. But I meant to safeguard her until she matured. Growing up in such an environment, merely surviving to adulthood was already a luxury. She fell silent, pondering. Indeed, and even if they do survive, what fate awaits them? Female cubs with high reproductive value might be sold into tribes, even if it means becoming mere breeding machines. Better than being sold to the dens, suffering for years before perishing. As for the males, the underground arena of Lingxiao Pavilion was not an innovation of the Silver Flood King. It has thrived within the wandering beast community for many years and remains one of their most profitable enterprises. They capture wild beasts and force these young males to fight them in iron cages, while the highborn orcs of the tribes eagerly anticipate seeing them torn apart. It was the Silver Flood King who exterminated those adult wanderers, allowing them to choose between continuing as wanderers or selling themselves to him. Should they choose the latter, he would teach them the art of making money. At that time, having enough to eat and wear was their greatest aspiration. If they did not sell themselves, a feast today could easily lead to being devoured by beasts tomorrow. I may be despicable, but I shall no longer protect a female who regards me merely as a slave left by her parents. Yu Lang declared, we have never lived in a dream. What right does she have to indulge in fantasies of grandeur? Who is more noble? We are all mere cubs of the wandering beasts. If it were not for sharing the same mother, if I had not discovered our mother's intent to starve Yu Lian, would I have cared for her all these years? Among those who sold themselves to the Silver Flood King, Yu Lian, shielded by him, had the audacity to masquerade as a noble female of a remote tribe, audaciously claiming that Yu Lang was but a slave left by her parents, meant to earn money for her sustenance, even asserting that if anyone desired him, they should inform her and she would ensure he was cleansed and delivered to their bed. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? So early in the morning? A female, yawning, opened the door. Get out of the way. What are you doing? The female was abruptly shoved aside, showing no courtesy as she roughly pushed back. You filthy wretch, how dare you push me? Yu Lian glared ominously, preparing to strike the Fox Clan female. Oh, early in the morning, who are you two arguing with? Another Fox Clan female emerged, her hair cascading, the neckline of her attire slipping to reveal her fragrant shoulder, lazily squinting, holding 2 jeweled hairpins. Thank you, Brother Lang. The first Fox Clan female took one of the hairpins and turned back to the room, speaking. Do not leave. Put that down. Seeing the precious hairpin, Yu Lian immediately lunged to snatch it. Ugh. The Fox Clan sisters rolled their eyes and walked away. Brother, make them return it. That is mine. Yu Lang, disheveled, with scratches on his chest, regarded her with cold indifference, tinged with impatience. Did you come here early just to say that? Yu Lian paused. Why didn't you accompany the noble female Jiao Jia yesterday? She lost the game. and according to the rules, she cannot take me out. But I let her know that it was my intention. Your intention? Since when did the southern building of Lingxiao Pavilion come under your command? Yu approached. Yulian, impatient, retorted, my brother is the pillar of Lingxiao Pavilion. Do you really need to question his decisions? He is going to the Jiao clan to accompany noble female Jiao Jia. He will likely stay for 7 or 8 days. Yu was so exasperated she nearly laughed. Yulang, are you going to the Jiao clan? The southern building is under your purview. What do you say? Brother. Yulian cried out in anger. Yulian, your payment for this month has yet to be submitted. Wait for my brother to return, and I shall give you double. Following noble female Jiao Jia. What does mere money matter? Such short-sighted fools. Yulian stepped forward to grab Yulang, but he deftly evaded her grasp. I will not pay you again. I have reclaimed all the jewelry from your room, and from today onward, Yulian, you shall fend for yourself. What? On what grounds do you take my belongings? Upon hearing that her jewelry had been taken, Yulian exploded with fury. That is mine. I bled from my toes dancing each night. And it is from my arduous efforts accompanying the noble females that I earned it. What I gave you was never these. They are all things you took from me. Yulang had cared for Yulian, yet he had never ceased his own ascent. Moreover, within Lingxiao Pavilion, the beasts of the southern building could exchange jewelry for high-grade beast cores in the northern building for their upgrades. Yulang had saved diligently, only to have it all stealthily appropriated by Yulian. Are you now so intent on settling accounts so meticulously with me? Yulang, you seem to have forgotten your vow to the beast god. You promised to care for me always, and I have never denied it. Yet, I distinctly recall that you stated you would care for me until I matured. You have long since reached adulthood, even capable of spending nights away with males. Thus my oath remains unbroken. No, no, what you have uttered must stand until your last breath. Yulang turned away without a glance and walked off. Yulang, come back. Come back. In a state of panic, Yulian was restrained by 2 burly men. 10 years of foolishness isn't enough. Do you still expect Yulang to remain a fool for a lifetime? Shiwei scoffed coldly. It cannot be. It cannot be. My brother was merely jesting. He was joking. Yulian, every time you look down upon us lowly females who rely on our beauty, have you ever considered that one day you might find yourself gazing up at us? What do you wish to do? Perhaps sensing that Yulang would not return, Yulian glared at Shiwei with resentment. I know you are all envious of me, and now you eagerly await my downfall, but I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Even without Yulang, I shall prove stronger than all of you. Shiwei couldn't help but burst into laughter. I shall wait and see. Take her away. Where are you taking me? Yulian struggled. To the place you rightly belong. Shiwei replied indifferently. Yulian was not particularly attractive and lacked any special skills. Ordinarily, she would not qualify to serve the powerful males of Lingxiage. However, out of respect for Yulang, they did not push too hard. Let me go? Let me go? Yulang, brother, I was wrong. Save me. I do not wish to go. Yulian had already looked down upon the southern building of Lingxiage. As she realized she was being taken to the courtyard of the northern building, she became frantic and disoriented. Newcomer? In the courtyard, 2 accompanying powerful males glanced at Yulian. Just arrived today, still relatively clean, the 2 guards of the southern building replied. We'll take her. The 2 powerful males exchanged 2 silver coins before dragging Yulian into a small, empty room. Let me go. You must release me. Do you know who my brother is? I advise you to save your breath. One of the powerful males grasped Yulian's chin. We are here for amusement, not to hear your family tales. Once you enter this door, you are merely a female of the courtyard. Why waste words with her? I was here first. The other unfastened his belt and lifted Yulian's skirt. Huh, you're not wearing anything underneath? How convenient. Yulian's body stiffened suddenly. She had been taken by the lowly male she had always looked down upon. I will fight you. Yulian's eyes burned with fury as she opened her mouth to bite the powerful male. He tightened his grip on her chin, and with a sickening crack, her jaw was dislocated. I merely seek to relieve my urges, not to tame a wildcat. Yulian glared with rage, but soon her body succumbed. I thought you were a more fiery female. The powerful male spat. After the 2 powerful males had their fill, they tossed Yulian a silver coin and departed. Enraged, Yulian swept the coin aside. Since arriving in the royal city, she had only spent gold coins. Typically, she would generously reward other beastmen with dozens of silver coins. Yet after enduring humiliation from those 2 powerful males, she received only a single silver coin? Yulang, I hate you. I shall kill you. A voice called from outside. Newcomer. Mealtime. Go away. Humph. Do you truly believe yourself to be a dignified female? If you refuse to eat, I hope you find yourself hungry. The courtyard was small. Yet it contained no fewer than 10 rooms, and during the day, numerous males would come and go. The one in charge of the courtyard was an elderly female, her expression stern and often severe. However, she did not mistreat the females in the courtyard. She hung a plaque bearing the name Yearn at the door of her room, signifying that from this day forth, Yearn was a member of the courtyard. Our courtyard has few rules, yet we do not tolerate disrespect. Until you have received 10 guests today, you are not permitted to close the door. I refuse to accept. If you have the ability, strike me dead. Yearn displayed a defiant demeanor. The elderly female narrowed her eyes. 10 lashes. 2 guards approached and kicked open Yearn's door. Seizing the opportunity, Yearn broke free and fled. The courtyard was close to the northern building, which was where Link's sold information, and during the day, customers flowed continuously. Yearn sought a rescuer. To her surprise, she spotted the Snake Clan male she had recently engaged with at the entrance to the northern building. Young Master Shibai, save me. She threw herself at the feet of the Snake Clan male. What is this? The Snake Clan male was taken aback. It is me, Yearn. What Yearn? I do not recognize you. Just the other night, we were in your bed. The night before? Hadn't he spent that night with a delicate little female? That brazen behavior had her demanding he mark her come morning. He had never marked any of the females he had slept with. Why would he mark an unattractive female with such low reproductive potential? I do not know you. After finally escaping, he did not wish to be entangled again. It is I. Please, take a good look at me. The Snake Clan male kicked her aside. Get lost, get lost. He even exerted force with his foot. Yearn was incredulous as she was kicked away, tilting her head to spit out a mouthful of blood. This esteemed guest, she is our female from the northern courtyard. If she has offended you, we shall provide an apology. The 2 guards hurried over to retrieve Yearn. You can't even manage a single female. What are you doing here for free? The Snake Clan male muttered a few words before quickly departing, fearing being entangled again. How could this be? Yearn's face turned pale. Deeply wounded, she had hoped to find young Master Shibai to support her, so she could trample Yulong and Shiwei underfoot, leaving them to suffer. Last night, the Silver Flood Dragon King, fearing retribution from the Snow Radiance King, had deliberately avoided returning. At dawn, he fetched breakfast prepared by Suihan from the Snow Radiance King's palace and returned to Link's. He initially intended to return to his small room to disguise his early return. But upon reaching the 5th floor, he found the Snow Radiance King waiting for him in the office area with account books in hand. Upon seeing the Silver Flood Dragon King, the Snow Radiance King immediately rolled up his sleeves. No. What will happen if you wake Hambao? The Silver Flood Dragon King quickly raised his hands and laughed nervously. According to past experiences, this should be the time for the couple to rest peacefully. Even if it thundered, she wouldn't wake. Last night, the little girl first pleaded and then threw a tantrum, insisting he promised to punish her only once. Once is once. He had confidence in his own stamina, so by the end, or rather half an hour ago, Suihan had just fallen asleep. Perhaps faint would be more appropriate. I quite like this place. It wouldn't be worth demolishing it just to deal with you, the Snow Radiance King said, pulling the Silver Flood Dragon King and jumping straight off the 5th floor. The Lingxiao Pavilion is arranged in a square layout, with a vast plaza at its center, paved with colossal stones. It is a common training ground for formidable male warriors from various merchant caravans. The Snow Radiance King engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Silver Flood Dragon King without employing any supernatural abilities. Brother, strike not the face, lamented the Silver Flood Dragon King. You have become rather complacent of late, retorted the Snow Radiance King, showing no mercy. As a 6th-tier Flood Dragon warrior, you should not be hibernating. Such laziness is unbecoming. There are plenty of rivals to contend with. Do you wish for a swifter demise? Is it possible that you have become too formidable? Even the Red Flood Dragon King, reputed as the most powerful under the Black Flood Dragon King, admitted that he could not best the Snow Radiance King without utilizing his abilities. If he were to unleash his powers, well, after receiving yet another blow, the Silver Flood Dragon King could only mutter in his heart. Ultimately, he chose to lie down on the ground, refusing to rise. Baizong, you are no mere beast. Is this your way of being obstinate? The male warriors who heard the commotion were eager to join in. Come, beckoned the Snow Radiance King. Those male warriors would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by, charging forth recklessly. Yulang felt his blood race with excitement. Were it not for the knowledge that as a 5th-tier warrior, he would be easily defeated by a single punch from the Snow Radiance King, he would have ventured forth to test his mettle. For now, he supported his boss, serving as a crutch. How could you be so ruthless? the Silver Flood Dragon King remarked, touching the corner of his mouth. Suppressing his laughter, Yulang said, "Boss, perhaps you should return to freshen up. This tattered appearance hardly befits a mighty leader commanding the winds and clouds. Do not think I am unaware of your amusement at my expense." The Silver Flood Dragon King glared at him. "Han Bao, I have been struck. In the chill of winter, caught between dreams and wakefulness." A large head nestled into her embrace. "Serves her right. Last night, she had to face Lan alone, leaving her so exhausted that her back felt as if it might break. As Suihan directly reached out to push the head of the Silver Serpent King, she exclaimed, "You're dead. Leave me alone." Her voice, low and hoarse, carried a hint of softness, igniting a warmth within the Silver Serpent King's abdomen. "My dear, what do I desire?" Suddenly, amidst a flurry of movement, Suihan found herself embraced and seated upon his lap before she could fully comprehend the situation. A wave of fullness overwhelmed her, prompting an involuntary sound of protest. "What are you doing?" The cold of winter strikes him. "Damn you!" the Silver Dragon King exclaimed, uttering a curse. "Lan will return shortly." "Indeed, I shall strive for a swift resolution." The Silver Dragon King opened his mouth, enveloping her softly. Was this what she intended to convey? Song, who wished to remind him, found herself unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. "Where?" "Here," the Silver Dragon King teased her, his fingers caressing the area at her tailbone. In the chill of winter, a shiver coursed through my entire being. "Ah, my dear, though our time is limited, silence, please." In the biting cold of winter, one could hardly suppress the desire to rid oneself of him in a single, decisive bite. Yet, when the King of Snowlight returned, Suihan's legs remained weak and unsteady. Although her stomach cried out in hunger, her hands seemed to possess a mind of their own. The King of Snowlight sighed, cradling her in his arms to offer her sustenance. "Are you not planning to allow your subordinates to meet Sui Sui today?" At the bitter chill of winter, she nodded in agreement. The time was too pressing. Thus, the Silver Serpent King could not meticulously attend to her physical needs. In the chill of winter, there is a profound sense of shame. However, Xuehui Wang, concerned for her discomfort, kindly inquired, "Shall we freshen up first or dine?" The face of Suihan flushed suddenly, and she glared fiercely at the Silver Serpent King, who grinned broadly in response. However, he inadvertently tugged at the wound at the corner of his mouth, causing him to hiss in pain. "In a moment, I shall assist you in tidying up." "Absolutely not. The cold of winter has turned its head. That scoundrel must surely take this opportunity to delve into the depths of shallow profundity. She has just been deceived. I shall not trouble you any further. It was agreed that I would take you to meet my subordinates," remarked the Silver Flood Dragon King. "Continually crossing boundaries will only bring discomfort to both parties. Moreover, as a male, it is only natural for him to succumb to temptation in the morning. When enveloped by warmth and softness, it is understandable that he could not resist. I heard that Yulian is desperately trying to run towards the southern tower, foolish girl. If Yulang merely intended to teach her a lesson, how could he allow Sister Shiyu to handle matters according to the rules?" The identical fox sisters leaned against the corridor, munching on seeds. "Oh, did you take a good look at our boss's wife this morning? My word, she is truly beautiful." At that moment, I cursed my lack of education, unable to find the right words of praise, and could only whisper in my heart, "Wow, she is stunning. Our boss has truly done well for himself, managing to find such a lovely female as his wife." Kiki, it is said that our boss has harbored a crush on his wife for many years, making the yearly pilgrimage to the royal city just to catch a glimpse of Lord Suihan. "I wish to be reborn in the next life to find such a beautiful female as my wife." "Why didn't you wish to be such a beautiful female in your next life?" Yulang approached from a distance, curiously asking, "What do you know?" The fox sister shot him a glance. "I wish to be a powerful male in my next life, perhaps the beast god, amidst his busy schedule, might hear my humble wish and grant it with a wave of his hand. Wishing to become a female like Lord Suihan, I might as well return to my room and dream." Yulang fell silent, unlike the fleeting glimpse from last night. This morning they truly beheld the real Lord Suihan. She was so beautiful and delicate, her slender hands, as soft as if they were made of air, held by King Xuehui, gracefully stepping into the hearts of all present. Her skin was translucent, her eyes like clouds in water, and her voice was melodious and enchanting. Yulang even caught a faint, refreshing fragrance that left him entranced. Moreover, she did not possess the haughty demeanor of a noble female. Instead, she prepared thoughtful gifts for them, personally handing each one to them. For instance, Shiyu adored various gemstone bracelets, while the Fox sisters preferred the newly released cosmetic sets from Linglang Pavilion, which they found too expensive to buy. Yulang received a box of 6th-grade beast pills. Even the other snake female who had taken a leave of absence due to illness the previous night received an exquisite Jiaosa dance costume. Although the beastmen of Lingshao Pavilion's southern tower were highly sought after at night, in reality, few outside regarded them with esteem. However, to be acknowledged by one of the most esteemed females in the royal city, the wife of their boss, suddenly made their hearts feel a pang of bittersweet emotion. And their eyes grew misty. Yulang, our lives will be like this. In our old age, we will be counting on you. Yulang raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I have already reached my limit at the 5th level? Haha, that would still be enough for you to rely on for your retirement. These low-fertility females of lower rank rarely live to see their full lifespan. On average, they live only 100 years. And those with worse luck might not even reach 20 if thrown into a female cave. Not to mention their basic needs. Struggling to make ends meet is already a blessing. Yet now, they eat well, dress well, and can sleep with whomever they choose. Even when they are no longer young, they can still engage in serving tea and water. By the time they reach old age, the wealth they have accumulated will be sufficient for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. What are you saying? The first batch of pastries sent by Lord Suihan. The very first batch, mind you. If you don't come soon, she will eat them all. She meow. Another prominent figure of Lingshao Pavilion had received the Jiaosa dance costume from Lord Suihan that morning and was no longer troubled or sleepy, flitting around like a butterfly all morning. TCH. As if it were anyone else. The Fox sisters touched the fox hairpin atop their heads, which they discovered beneath the cosmetic set, small and exquisite, making it hard for them to part with. Yulang shook his head in exasperation. How childish. He was different. He had transformed the beast pill given by Lord Suihan into a bell accessory, tying it around his waist. Yulang, come with me tomorrow to the Eastern 5th Tower to deliver the account books, said Shiyu. The Eastern 5th Tower? The forbidden zone of Lingshao Pavilion? Yulang nodded. Although the Southern Tower is managed by Shiyu, she does not handle the accounts, so it is Yulang who organizes them. The Eastern 5th Tower? Shi Miao's eyes sparkled. Knock, knock, knock. Yulang, what is it so early in the morning? At Lingshao Pavilion's Southern Tower. There are rules for both appearances and guest retention. Those like Yulang have their own separate rooms, while guests are taken to designated guest rooms. Fox E and Fox Air are currently catching up on sleep. Fox E and Fox Air, who among you will accompany me to the Eastern 5th Tower? Huh. Fox Air yawned halfway through, somewhat confused. Shi Miao said she had a headache and insisted that Shiyu accompany her. Yulang shook his head helplessly. The boss instructed me to go directly to the Eastern 5th Tower this morning, but I just saw that King Shuehui has also left. Naturally, there will be guards from King Shuehui in the Eastern Tower, and Lord Suihan's maid will also be in the Eastern 5th Tower, but as a male. Yulang must avoid suspicion. Oh dear, it hurts so much. Am I going to die, sister? Shiyu looked utterly helpless. What exactly do you want to do? Speak up. Have you set your eyes on some clothing or jewelry again? I am genuinely in pain. Oh dear. Sister Shiyu, what? Shiyu looked up at Fox Air. Fox Air lazily glanced at Shi Miao. Yulang asked me to pass on a message. If Shi Miao continues to be so reckless, next time we might end up in dire straits together. However, before that, he will surely find a way to burn all of Shi Miao's clothing and jewelry. Shi Miao treasures her clothing and jewelry above all else, more than her own life. What? You scoundrel, Yulang. I was helping him. Shiyu suddenly realized. She directly interrupted Shi Miao's words with a slap. Sister. Shi Miao covered her face, aggrieved. Fox Air snorted coldly. Just when we finally sent Yu Lian away, another Shi Miao appears. What scheme are you concocting? I am only doing it for his sake. Doing it for his sake means sending him to his doom. Shiyu shouted loudly. Fox E and Fox Air never separate, and although the two sisters are gossipy, they are not meddlesome. She initially thought nothing of being entangled with Shi Miao, but now that Fox E is not present, Fox Air has deliberately come over to say a few words. It is also her fault. When reporting accounts to the boss in the past, whether it was her or Yulang, there was nothing to be cautious about. However, she forgot that the boss said that the accounts of Lingshao Pavilion are now under Lord Suihan's responsibility. As a male, Yulang naturally needs to be discreet. But in fact, it is Yulang who handles most of the accounts in the Southern Tower, and some accounts still require him to explain. Shi Miao was still somewhat unconvinced. Yulang likes her. He is so good that if he interacts with her more, she can shut up. Shiyu, furious, wanted to slap this oblivious sister. Are you completely out of your mind? Do you think the boss almost lost his life at the hands of King Shuehui and King Jinha because of hearsay? The boss was already a 7th-level powerhouse back then. King Shuehui and the others looked down on him. Would they be interested in Yu Lang, a mere 5th-level male warrior? Moreover, which of your eyes saw that Yu Lang has feelings for Lord Suihan? Come, sister, let me extract this troublesome eye. Keeping such a broken gaze will only invite calamity. No, I was wrong. I truly acted without intention. It was merely upon descending from her room that she caught sight of the boss and Shuehui Wang departing one after the other, which inadvertently stirred her thoughts. The serpent extended its sharp fingertips, caressing the delicate face of Ximiao. The serpent's pupils narrowed, and Ximiao felt a chilling pain emanating from her very bones. Ximiao, as long as my life is not threatened, I shall do my utmost to protect your whims. However, if you dare to act foolishly again, I shall sell you to the breeding dens of those minor tribes. She is certainly not Yu Lang, who could retain a semblance of pure kindness even amidst a pack of feral beasts. Her protection of Ximiao stems from 2 reasons. First, Ximiao's beauty makes her a lucrative asset for Lingxiao Pavilion. Second, she is well aware of Ximiao's empty-headedness, which renders her incapable of becoming a formidable demoness. Yet, to her astonishment, Ximiao has still managed to deceive her. Had it not been for Yu Lang's astuteness in seeking the company of the sisters Hui and Huer, even if Yu Lang were to return unscathed today, it would still risk inciting the boss's suspicion, leading to mutual distrust within their ranks. I truly erred. I vow never to act so recklessly again. I swear to the beast god, simply fulfill your role as the most beautiful female of the Southern Tower, and refrain from any further mischief. Oh, why did I ever agree to settle accounts at Lingxiao Pavilion in the first place? As Yu Lang and Hui were still on the 4th floor of the East Tower, undergoing scrutiny by the formidable warriors of the Snowy Wolf clan, a sultry voice suddenly echoed from above. It was languid, somewhat disheartened, yet still enchanting. Lord Suihan, the Southern Tower has come to settle accounts. A male warrior of the Snowy Wolf clan reported. Originally sprawled across the table, Suihan quickly rose. As Yu Lang and Hui stepped onto the 5th floor, they beheld Suihan draped in a simple satin gown, her raven hair casually pinned up. Though lacking the brilliance of the previous day, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Lord Suihan, Yu Lang from the Southern Tower has arrived to settle accounts. In the frigid chill of winter, Suihan nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Yu Lang opened the ledger and succinctly elucidated the accounts to Suihan. The eyes of Suihan suddenly sparkled with light. When the accounts from the northern building were submitted, she found their bookkeeping method quite intriguing. At first, she was unable to comprehend it and felt it was somewhat chaotic. However, upon further understanding, she realized that their method of record-keeping was rather simple and convenient. Yet, the formidable male figure from the northern building remarked that this method was derived from others. Is this accounting technique of your own invention? In the chilling winter, a query arose. Indeed. Initially, the proprietor assigned an old accountant to instruct us in the art of bookkeeping. I found it cumbersome and decided to make my own adjustments. Yu Lang, with his head slightly bowed, responded earnestly. What was being discussed? Upon his return from handling matters, the Silver Dragon King noticed Suihan gazing at Yu Lang, a smile dancing in his eyes. Feeling somewhat envious, he approached and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Suihan's cherry lips. Yu Lang, would you be interested in becoming the chief accountant of the Lingxiao Pavilion? As the cold of winter enveloped him, he pushed open the head of the Silver Flood King and inquired with a serious demeanor about the chief accountant of Lingxiao Pavilion. Both the Silver Flood King and Yu Lang were momentarily taken aback. To be a chief accountant requires years of accumulated experience. The accounts of the northern building and the underground arena are intricate and complex, which is why the Silver Flood King had painstakingly sought an accountant specifically for these 2 locations. The accounts of the southern building were initially organized by Yu Lang without any discrepancies. Thus, the Silver Flood King had never assigned an accountant to the southern building. The eastern and western buildings are rented out, requiring merely the timely collection of rents, so there was no need for a dedicated accountant for those. The accountant for the merchant fleet and the northern building is a brotherly figure, a legacy from the honest and straightforward old accountant that the Silver Flood King had initially found. However, the old accountant had an eye for talent and found a sharp and resourceful female for the 2 brothers. The Silver Flood King had even contemplated assigning her to oversee the rent collection for the western building, but he would never entrust the eastern building to anyone else. Why do you believe Yu Lang is capable? The Silver Flood King expressed his uncertainty. The brothers Moses and Moore are reliable and have been personally selected by you, posing no risk of betrayal. Yet, for the role of chief accountant of Lingxiao Pavilion, A certain sharpness is essential to maintain authority over subordinates. Yulang is astute and adaptable. I have heard he has already attained level 5. While the position of accountant is civil in nature and requires some level of combat prowess, it is not imperative to be the very best. Lingxiao Pavilion is your labor of love, and it is best to employ those you have personally nurtured. As for the risk of betrayal, a single oath suffices. Who would dare to lie to the beast god? Yulang, what say you? Yulang was taken aback by the unexpected honor bestowed upon him. His mind was momentarily in disarray. No matter. You can take a few days to ponder this. If you fear that remaining in the southern building for the dance may cause unnecessary trouble, you need not worry about that. The chief accountant does not need to be present at all times. Checking the accounts 3 to 5 days a month is sufficient. You are familiar with Moses and more. And the one responsible for the western building will be their wife, Morley, while on the eastern side, it will be Pinger. Upon hearing this, Pinger stepped forward to bow to Yulang, who promptly returned the gesture. The accounts of the northern building and the merchant fleet are relatively complex. Thus the remuneration for Moses and more will be appropriately increased. Morley and Pinger will not need to be present constantly, and their pay will be halved. As for you, I will negotiate with Baitsong to ensure a remuneration that satisfies you. My life belongs to the boss. In the bitter chill of winter, Suihan raised his hand to signal him to stop. I shall have Baitsong draft a new master-servant contract, rendering the previous bond of servitude null and void. However, you must still swear an oath to the beast god. From that moment onward, Yulang ceased to absorb any further words. His mind clouded as Hui led him back to the southern tower. What is the matter? Shi Yue inquired with concern, while Shimiao hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts. Yulang opened his mouth, but could produce no sound. Hui instructed Horror to pour him a cup of water, which he drank down. For his limbs had trembled throughout their journey. Lord Suihan had appointed Yulang as the chief accountant of Lingxiage. What? Shi Yue and Shimiao jumped up in shock, causing Horror to spill the remaining water all over Yulang. The chief accountant? Shi Yue's hands began to tremble. Hui nodded, having accompanied Yulang through the tremors earlier. But now she seemed considerably more composed. Indeed, truly. Otherwise, why would Yulang still be wandering about like a lost soul? Did you agree? No response. Are you foolish? Shi Yue slapped him across the face, but instead, Yulang found solace in this act. Lord Suihan has given me a few days to contemplate. And he stated that I can still dance in the southern tower, without the obligation to remain in the accounting office at all times. He also mentioned a new contract would be drafted, a master-servant contract. A master-servant contract. Tears welled in Shi Yue's eyes. In truth, once they aged and lost their value, it would be a stroke of luck to receive a severance payment from their employer. Why didn't you agree right away? What a splendid opportunity. My mind was in disarray at the time. I could not respond. What have we become? Once destined to be raised by stray beasts, at risk of being sold to unsavory places, barely surviving. Yet now? Shi Yue lamented. Brother Yulang, we truly shall rely on you for our future. Hui patted Yulang's shoulder. But fear not. We shall save our own funds for our old age. All we require is your protection. What are your thoughts? Shi Yue pressed further. Yulang smiled. I am not foolish. He was about to say more when a guard arrived to report disturbances in the northern tower. Is it the former wife of the old accountant again? The Mosesmore brothers are relentless in their antics, and our employer is not so patient to tolerate them time and again. No worries. The affairs of the western tower are now overseen by their wife, Molly. With her around, who could possibly rival her? Hui and Horror could not help but chuckle. The Mosesmore brothers were slender, tall, and pale, while Molly was robust. A bear-beast woman, showcasing the natural size disparity. Let us go watch the spectacle. The western tower had already begun to welcome merchants. Molly, eager for her responsibilities, would undoubtedly arrive early to familiarize herself with the area. This time, the former wife of the old accountant would likely meet her match. Damn ungrateful wretches. If it weren't for me, would you have your current lives? An elderly female, clad in a simple gray cloth, lay on the ground, rolling about and cursing without restraint. We have never eaten your food. Moore's face flushed with rage, yet his nature prevented him from uttering insults towards the female. The old accountant, being honest and dull-witted, was not favored by his wife and had no children. Later, he adopted the Mosesmore brothers, but was subsequently cast out by his wife. Molly, a bear-beast woman, had nearly been forced into the female den herself. At that time, the old accountant was trading with the bear tribe and took a liking to this fiery female, thus purchasing her and naming her Molly. Let me tell you, my fertility value is low. If you expect me to bear you offspring, you are greatly mistaken. Molly was strikingly beautiful, arguably the most attractive female in her tribe, yet her low fertility value deterred many males who sought her as a lover or concubine. She believed she could survive on her own merit, only to discover that those who once courted her turned against her, urging the chieftain to force her into the female den. In a fit of anger, Molly sought to leave the tribe. Yet the chieftain demanded an exorbitant sum for her sustenance that she could not afford. Just as despair settled in, the old accountant purchased her. Faced with a choice among many males, Molly opted to serve the old accountant as a maid, but she would never allow him to exploit her. The old accountant helped her to her feet and said, "I have 2 male children, both capable of earning a living, yet they are timid and honest. I fear they may not uphold the family name and may be lured by outside females, becoming their financial support. I do not care for your fertility value. I only ask that you swear to the beast god to work together with my sons to build your little home, steadfast and united." Molly thought, could such good fortune be real? Are this old man's sons fools or disabled? Yet even so, she realized she would eventually become the head of the family. She was not lazy, and if the old man could buy her without flinching, he must have some wealth. As long as the 3 of them worked hard, they would manage. Soon, Molly discovered that this arrangement was even more favorable than she had anticipated. The Mosesmore brothers were not only good-looking but also adept at managing finances, regularly bringing back a substantial income. Even marrying a daughter from a small tribe would be more than sufficient. Without the Silver Dragon King, they would not have their current lives. They must repay the Silver Dragon King with utmost loyalty. The old accountant remarked, moreover, their gentle nature necessitates a clever and spirited female to support them. The Mosesmore brothers, not even the old accountant's biological sons, had their affairs arranged so well. With their collective resources, acquiring a female with a high fertility value would be a trivial matter. However, the old accountant had his eye on Molly, who had the will and means to fight for her interests, yet was at risk of being sent to the female den when the chieftain demanded her lifetime sustenance. Intelligent and kind-hearted, coupled with their mutual oaths, the 3 of them were bound for a prosperous future. Shortly after arranging everything, the old accountant passed away. However, not long after their happy days began, the old accountant's former wife appeared to stir up trouble. "You drove him out long ago. You say he left willingly. I say he was shameless, frolicking with some wild female, producing you 2 shameless brats. I tell you, if you do not bring forth money today, do not expect to live well, and the business of lynxiage must be handed over to my children." A resounding slap echoed as the elderly female was struck twice across the face. "You old hag, keep your mouth clean. Do not think that just because our father has died, we cannot produce evidence to silence your raucousness. We may not have proof to show that our father severed his bond with you before he passed. But do you dare swear to the beast god that you did not sever the bond? If you dare to swear, I will relinquish all the assets of the Mosesmore brothers." Molly, clad in a crimson skirt, coldly regarded the elderly female. "Who knows if what you say is true? What if I swear and you do not acknowledge it? Fool." Molly withdrew 2 gold coins from her purse, a sum brought back by Moses yesterday. He had smuggled goods while accompanying a merchant caravan, trading for these coins with other tribes. Recently, Lord Suihan required an accounting, and Moses, lacking the time to personally select gifts for Molly, permitted her to procure them herself. "See? If only you dare to swear, these promises are but a fraction." The old female's eyes gleamed with greed, though she knew well that such an oath could not be uttered. "These gold coins hardly appear genuine. Show them to me," she demanded, reaching out to snatch them. Molly, however, was not one to be easily intimidated. She glanced at the old female's children nearby and said, "Advise your mother. It is merely a promise. Once sworn, you shall receive these 2 gold coins, and our house as well. Is that true?" The male's faces lit up with avarice. "If she swears, and my father's mark remains intact, she becomes the mother of Moses and more, and honoring one's parents is but natural. But if not, who cares for anyone's fate? Mother, swear quickly." Indeed, once the oath is made, their house becomes ours. And their females too. Why should Moses and more wear soft cotton garments, enjoy respectable jobs, marry beautiful females, and possess a house in the royal city, while we are cramped in narrow caves, clad in tattered linen, without gifts to please lovely females, and even our offerings are rebuffed? Get lost. What do you know?" The old female, fully aware that uttering such an oath would spell her doom, insisted, "I don't care. They must provide me with at least 2 gold coins monthly for my old age." Her avaricious gaze fixated on the coins in Molly's hand. Molly chuckled coldly. "You think you can outsmart me without evidence? Do you truly believe Molly is so easily bullied?" Though the brothers Moses and more could not retaliate, that did not apply to her. "What do you intend to do? Hurry, kill this vixen." The children of the old female, having control over the family finances. We're inclined to attack Molly, some wearing lewd expressions, as Molly was indeed a beautiful female. An opportunity to take advantage of her would be too tempting to resist. Seeking death, the brothers stepped forward, both fifth-level warriors. Their previous reluctance to act against the old female stemmed from a code forbidding males from bullying females. The strongest of the old female's children was merely at the fourth level and immediately felt intimidated by the brothers. My father lived a life of virtue. Hence he does not hold it against you. But should you persist, do you think these 2 gold coins suffice for the chief to expel your family from the tribe? The children of the old female were burdensome, and the tribe's elders had long desired to rid themselves of them to make room for newly ascendant male warriors. You dare. Why not test my resolve? The old female fled in disgrace. The brothers looked at Molly with admiration. Molly, you are remarkable. Molly cast a scornful glance at them. Useless fools. You ought to fear tarnishing the Lingxiao pavilion. You would be the ones weeping when expelled. The brothers chuckled awkwardly. Molly then approached a corner where a hooded female of the tiger clan stood. Noble female, rest assured regarding the shop. That old female will not dare to cause trouble again. The brothers Moses and Moore possess 2 shops in the western building of Lingxiao Pavilion. Yet they lacked the acumen for managing them. Molly was determined to lease the shop instead. The tiger female was none other than Hu Zhejiang. The shop purchased by the Golden Tiger King was best left for the Golden Tiger clan to manage, as she desired her own establishment for her business endeavors. However, her current funds were insufficient for both purchasing a shop and initiating her business, hence her intention to lease. All right, let us proceed to sign the contract. Wait. The hurried Rabbit Ching interjected, we intend to purchase the shop, not rent it. Rabbit Ching, I don't need it. Zhenjiang, the shop must be bought. Rabbit Chung insisted sternly. Previously, I intentionally misled the Golden Tiger King, planning to build a splendid shop for you in the west of the city. However, if you wish to experience the joy of building from scratch, I will buy you 2 shops. Should news of Hu Zhenjiang renting a shop spread, they would have lost all sense of shame. Moreover, he noticed that although Hu Zhenjiang graciously accepted their gifts, she maintained a clear distinction between what belonged to them and what was hers. This posed a significant risk, indicating that Hu Zhejiang had never truly accepted any of them. Yet both the Golden Tiger King and the Mermaid King claimed he was overthinking it. Today's events confirmed that he was not mistaken. Zhejiang, I have heard that it has recently become fashionable in the royal city for males to gift shops to their females. During the contract signing, Rabbit Ching firmly insisted on having Hu Zhenjiang's name written. Molly, with her keen perception, recognized that although she had not leased out her shop, selling one would still yield her a commission. Noble female, among the shops we have sold in the western building of Lingxiao Pavilion, half have been purchased by powerful males for their females. The shop directly opposite yours was specially selected by His Excellency Night Hawk for his noble female, Molly remarked. Furthermore, do not be deceived by our current low customer traffic. The southern building and the underground arena of Lingxiao Pavilion are thriving, attracting many noble females. Your shop is bound to prosper and generate wealth. Hu Zhenjiang chuckled at her wit. Such a silver tongue. Molly laughed. But what exactly do the southern building and the underground arena entail? ISNT Lingxiao Pavilion about trading news and merchant caravans? After receiving a glare from Rabbit Chung, Molly awkwardly chuckled. The underground arena is where warriors compete, and sometimes noble females come to entertain themselves. Hu Zhenjiang nodded. Rabbit Ching, take me to see it someday. Rabbit Ching agreed, intending to choose a time devoid of any chaotic events. And the southern building? Hu Zhenjiang inquired. Molly hesitated, sensing that this lady seemed to be under strict household management. You have been away for quite some time. Hu Ao and Hu Xiang must be looking for you. Rabbit Ching swiftly redirected the topic. It seemed the southern building held some significant allure. On the return journey, Hu Zhejiang gazed at Rabbit Ching with her beautiful eyes. Rabbit Chung cleared his throat. A place of leisure. I can take you directly to the underground arena, but for the southern building of Lingxiao Pavilion, you must inquire with the Golden Tiger King and the others. Understood. Hu Zhenjiang nodded, secretly curious about what the establishments of leisure in this beastly world might be like. You went to buy a shop? I will cover the startup costs. The Golden Tiger King produced a bag of gold coins for Hu Zhejiang. No need. Zhejiang, I may have underestimated matters. You currently have no offspring and lack sufficient standing in the tribe. Hence, I wish to gift you a shop to help you earn some pocket money alongside the tribe's females. However, I neglected to ask whether you had any thoughts regarding the shop's operations. The Golden Tiger King stated earnestly, I am accustomed to being straightforward. But my considerations may not be thorough. Therefore, if you have any ideas, please share them with me. A sense of inexplicable guilt washed over Hu Zhengzheng. The Golden Tiger King was attempting to adapt himself to suit her. All of this can be traced back to the unfortunate period he shared with Suihan. Although she began her relationship with King Jin, who only after their separation, she had already entertained unwholesome thoughts during their time together, leaving Hu Zhengzheng feeling guilty. In a moment of despair, Hu Zhengzheng declared, "I wish to go to the southern pavilion of Ling Xiaogu." After a brief silence, King Jin, who responded, "Very well. I have not been there either. It will be an opportunity for us to broaden our horizons." Upon arrival, they discovered that the southern pavilion had just opened, with the gauzy curtains still unarranged. "Let us take a look inside," Hu Zhengzheng exclaimed, eager to conduct some market research. "Welcome, esteemed ladies. Please have a look at what you might need," the shopkeeper greeted. Hu Zhengzheng's eyes widened in shock. "Good heavens, what am I seeing? Whips, neck rings, and an array of minuscule garments that were incomprehensible in their purpose filled the space." Her face flushed crimson as she instinctively turned to bury her face in King Jin, whose embrace. "Shall I buy one for you?" King Jin, who was equally taken aback. "What is this? Silver Jiaowan is actually selling such absurd items? Has he used these on Suihan?" A surge of anger coursed through him. "What are you two doing here?" An exasperated Tu Chung sighed. "Let us leave. This is not a place for us." "Has Ling Xiaogu been selling these items for many years?" King Jin, who questioned, barely containing his fury. "About 3 to 4 years. It was meant for the regular patrons of the Southern Pavilion. I neglected to inform you that the shop is not for casual entry." Tu Chung, having visited the Southern Pavilion a few times, was aware of certain details. 3 to 4 years prior to marking Suihan, Silver Jiaowang had already started selling these items, although Suihan did not allow them to stay in her room. King Jin, who was certain that such nonsense did not exist in her quarters at that time. "This is certainly not a place for esteemed ladies," he declared. Just then, they spotted Tu Luoluo in the VIP room, waving at Hu Zhengzheng. Across the window, Suihan sat sipping tea. Tu Chung could not help but chuckle. "Not all ladies who come here seek frivolity. Many simply come to appreciate the dance." King Jin, who scoffed. "Esteemed guests, starting tonight, Ling Xiaoji's Southern Pavilion will host a floral parade performance every month, where our dancers will randomly select 3 esteemed ladies from the VIP rooms to ride on our floral carriages and take a tour above. However, tonight we shall select only 2, as His Excellency Silver Jiaowang's consort, Lady Suihan, shall be the first to experience this floral parade." A wave of excitement erupted, not due to any objections regarding Suihan's special role, but rather the fairness of the so-called random selection. "Now, may I invite this male champion to the stage for a demonstration?" She pointed to an unfamiliar male champion, blinded and spun around on stage. He was handed 2 red sandbags with instructions to throw them in any direction. Unsteady on his feet, the sandbags flew in opposite directions amidst a chorus of shrieks, landing in 2 VIP rooms. "Esteemed ladies who received the sandbags, please follow our guards to the 5th floor. The floral parade will commence shortly. If you have concerns, family members may accompany you." Hu Zhengzheng gazed at the sandbag in her hand, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. Tu Chung, accompany her, King Jin, who decided. They were aware of the winding cable car that descended from the 5th floor, confident that Silver Jiaowang would not jest with his business. Nevertheless, caution prevailed, prompting Tu Chung to guide Hu Zhengzheng out. Meanwhile, Suihan and Tu Luoluo, as the first to appear, were already seated in their floral carriage, ready for departure. 3 uniquely designed carriages glided along different tracks, resembling grand swings adorned with flowers, some subtle and elegant, others vibrant and bold. "Isn't this just a floral roller coaster?" Hu Zhengzheng mused, pondering who truly belonged to her homeland. The thoughts of Silver Jiaowang were as perplexing as ever. Just as Hu Zhengzheng was about to board the 2nd floral carriage, a voice interrupted her. "Wait, it's the peacock dance. Our peacock clan adores flamboyant flowers, so I kindly request that this esteemed lady yield this carriage to me." Hu Zhengzheng raised an eyebrow, recalling that the lady who had received a sandbag alongside her was not the one requesting the change. Moreover, that female had graciously allowed her to proceed first. She recognized that the customs dictated by their beastly husbands, all of whom were kings, must be observed. What a coincidence! I too have a fondness for vibrant flowers. Hu Zhengzheng boldly took her seat in the carriage. "Are you attempting to usurp my carriage?" The face of the peacock danced twisted in disbelief. "What do you intend to do to my consort?" Though Tu Chung ranked low in strength among the king beasts, their dignity was not to be trifled with. Accompanying the peacock dance was Kong Ke Jiang, who, despite his tribe's brutishness, could not stand against a king beast. Despite his resistance, He found himself subdued by the overwhelming presence of the king beasts. When did I become your consort? Hu Zhengzheng whispered, recalling only their pairing ceremony. If I told you that the subsequent arrangement after the pairing ceremony was a declaration from my kin's males, recognizing you as consort in the covenant with the heavens, would you accept? Tu Cheng inquired, puzzled by Hu Zhengzheng's apparent indifference to the matter, while other females longed for their beastly husbands to acknowledge them as consorts. Hu Zhengzheng fell silent, secretly yearning to return to her original world, instinctively hesitant to forge deep ties in this one. The 3 floral carriages began to move gently, and as petals rained down, the esteemed ladies atop the carriages appeared as if painted into a magnificent tableau. In the chill of winter, the elegant Suihan exuded a captivating beauty, while the charming Tulyuolo displayed her delightful grace. The resplendent Hu Zhezheng danced with the poise of a peacock, embodying both strength and finesse. As the float gradually descended to the 3rd floor position, a figure suddenly dashed forth, heading straight for Suihan. In an instant, her sister Tulyuolo's face turned pale, and she leaped onto her, embracing her tightly. In the frigid winter, Suihan has discerned that he is a strikingly handsome male powerhouse. With one hand resting on the railing of the flower cart, he extends his hand towards her and proclaims, "Come here. I desire you to be my mate." In the chill of winter, Suihan raised an eyebrow. Where did this madman come from? A flicker of displeasure passed through the eyes of the formidable male figure, as he gestured once more toward Suihan. Suddenly, in the cold of winter, the beauty smiled, captivating and enchanting. The formidable male figure stood momentarily in stunned silence. To hell with it. In a moment of frustration, Suihan unleashed a curse, lifting one foot to deliver a forceful kick to the lower abdomen of the formidable male. He gasped in pain, clutching the injured area. As Suihan raised his foot, the male warrior seemed to anticipate the move, raising his hand to block. Get lost. However, Tulyuoluo was not one to be trifled with. She seized the opportunity to land a kick of her own, causing the male to stagger and nearly fall. At that moment, both King Xuehui and King Yang sensed the escalating tension, one on the track and the other on the flower cart. Let go. King Yang aimed a kick at the male's hand gripping the flower cart's railing. The male deftly evaded the blow but locked eyes with King Xuehui, his gaze brimming with combativeness. You are formidable. Fight me. If I win, she belongs to me. Peacock King? King Xuehui raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance his way. It's me. The Peacock King then turned to Suihan. He is unworthy. I can ensure you bear offspring. Nearly 2 years had passed since Suihan gave birth to the young Golden Tiger King, and speculation had long circulated in the outside world. Some claimed that Suihan's womb had deteriorated, while others whispered about the inadequacies of King Xuehui and his companions. Such a stunning and enchanting female naturally led the males to hope that King Xuehui and his allies were lacking in prowess. If they were indeed insufficient, it would be only fitting for them to step aside and allow others to take their place. Let me bear offspring? You are not worthy. In the frigid twilight, Suihan's countenance darkened, her fingers clenched tightly. The Peacock King above her began to emanate a faint glimmer of lightning. So, you truly possess extraordinary abilities. I shall ensure you bear offspring for me. The excitement in the Peacock King's eyes intensified. I foresee your dreams in the next life shall come even more rapidly. The Peacock King gestured toward Suihan. The Snow-White King's gaze turned sharp and cold, and a gaping rift appeared behind Suihan, her figure vanishing in an instant. A tear in space. The Peacock King declared, Now, you may engage with me. The Snow-White King snorted disdainfully. If you wish to perish, I shall accommodate you. As he spoke, he seized the Peacock King's hand, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished through a black hole. On the other side, the Night Eagle King had already embraced Tu Luo and carried her away from the flower carriage. Sister, she is unharmed. The Night Eagle King was acutely aware that had the Snow-White King been a moment later, Suihan would not merely have resorted to her powers. She might have revealed her royal beast skills. Meanwhile, she stood in stunned silence for a moment, quickly regaining composure. Ladies and gentlemen, as the leader of Shiyu, where do you think the Snow-White King and the Peacock King will duel? Is it not in the underground arena? Those with a penchant for excitement could hardly remain still. The clash of royal beasts is indeed a rare spectacle. At that moment, Hu Zhengzheng, accompanied by Tu Cheng, returned to the VIP room, where he discovered the Golden Tiger King's expression was so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. Are you concerned for Suihan? Hu Zhengzheng was not envious. He merely spoke the truth. After all, the Golden Tiger King had long asserted that Suihan held significant importance in his heart. The Snow-White King shall not grant him his wish. I now worry that if the Snow White King cannot succeed with Suihan, then you and Tu Luo Luo will become his targets. Hu Zhengzheng paused, then comprehended the gravity of the situation. Among the young females, only a select few held high status. However, the Peacock King was the first to strike at Suihan, indicating he was well versed in the circumstances of these royal females within the city. With the Peacock Dance's reproductive value as a precursor, and the Peacock King's ostentatious selection of female peacocks, what was his intention? Tu Cheng furrowed his brow. Regardless of their prior designs, should my suspicions prove correct, I would not hesitate to ally with the Snow White King to effortlessly obliterate a peacock clan. The harsh winter and the presence of the rabbit, Luo Luo, along with the formidable tiger Zhengzheng, have entangled nearly half of the royal beasts within the city. To annihilate a mere peacock clan is but a trifling task. Sister, are you all right? I am fine. The cold of winter casts a somber shadow upon the countenance. The Snow Radiance King could not possibly engage in combat at the Lingxiao Pavilion, thus they must have already departed the city. Presently, the Lingxiao Pavilion is a veritable treasure trove, with countless unseen eyes fixated upon it. Each one of them eagerly anticipates a confrontation between the Snow Radiance King and the pavilion, hoping to witness it brought to ruin. Announcements have been dispatched, declaring a temporary closure of the southern tower and the underground arena of the Lingxiao Pavilion for the evening, inviting everyone to witness the royal beast duels. If trouble is the intention, let it be grand. Let us see who falters first. Upon catching wind of the situation, the Silver Flood Dragon King has already arrived from the underground arena. Given the customary demeanor of Lansher, their departure will not extend far. I shall venture forth to gather intelligence. After a brief interval, the Silver Flood Dragon King returns, 80 miles west of the royal city. When Suihan arrived, tribal warriors had already gathered around, alerted by the rumors. However, everyone was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Beast King, resulting in a considerable crowd. It was said that if the Snow White King were to lose, Suihan would ascend to become the Peacock King. As always, where there was a spectacle, the Beast King was not far behind. The Queen cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you truly believe that the Red Serpent King is merely boasting for his son-in-law? The White Deer King chuckled lightly. Perhaps one day, the Beast King should host a contest where we all rely on our own strength instead of the skills of the beast. You, a healer, would naturally speak flippantly. If you have the ability, why not step up and engage in close combat? I can only handle opponents like the Rabbit Racer. Nevertheless, the Beast King shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. You insufferable green tea. And who are you to speak? You've been bested by the Red Serpent King more than once. The Snow White King has never formally clashed with him, yet the Red Serpent King himself admits he cannot overcome the Snow White King. Would he be foolish enough to provoke him? The Peacock tribe indeed possessed a certain charm, always concealing the beast's skill of their king, yet he displayed remarkable courage in challenging the Snow White King to a physical contest. I know your beast's skill is formidable. Hence, do you dare to engage in a physical struggle with me? The Peacock King proclaimed. The Snow White King raised an eyebrow. Should I win, she shall henceforth belong to me. It was impressive that the Peacock King could pinpoint Suihan's location from such a distance. My wife is as precious as my life. I shall never use her as a bargaining chip. Today's battle arises solely from your disrespect towards her. The Snow White King exclaimed coldly. Whether or not we fight is not for you to decide. He struck out directly. The Peacock King did not evade, allowing the Snow White King's fist to land squarely on his shoulder. In the gaze of the onlookers, the Snow White King suddenly stepped back, clutching his shoulder. What is happening? I forgot to mention, when you had me by the throat earlier, I cleverly activated my beast skill. But fret not, it will only last for half an hour. What? How despicable. Damage reflection. This is intriguing. It's over. Regardless of how the Snow White King attacks, the damage will ultimately rebound upon himself. While the Peacock King can still strike back, how is he to fight now? Suihan, do not worry. Lansher, I am not concerned for Lansher. What troubles me is how to manage public perception should a beast fall before so many eyes. What? The Silver Serpent King felt his mind was faltering at this moment. Look at Lansher's smile. I haven't seen him smile like that in years. In fact, she had only witnessed it once before. That year. As Lansher grew increasingly uncontrollable, the Snow Wolf King attempted to force the Holy Matriarch to bear him another offspring, but she vehemently refused. In a fit of rage, the Snow Wolf King grievously injured the Holy Matriarch, and 3-year-old Suihan, sheltered by the Holy Matriarch's personal maid, dared not move while hiding in the wardrobe. When the Snow Wolf King disregarded her injuries and sought to force himself upon her, Lansher returned. He had just ascended to level 7, and the Snow Wolf King, believing he could easily dominate him, was unaware that Lan Shi had already acquired a beast skill, had it not been for the Holy Matriarch's intervention. The Snow Wolf King would have met his demise that day. What remained etched in Suihan's memory was the smile of the Snow Light King, excitement, cruelty, madness, and compassion amalgamated in that one expression. Damage reflection. I surmise you are not entirely immune to the effects of attack. Let us test who shall perish first. As the Snow Light King spoke, he delivered another powerful blow. Then he grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while the Peacock King staggered back, clutching his chest. Just as I thought. The Snow Light King licked the blood from his lips. Continue. This fellow exhibits a hint of madness. The Black Serpent King commented. The Queen furrowed her brow. Do not worry, ACI. I will save him. The White Deer King assured. His beast skill is withered with blossoms and spring, a healing type. Even if one is on the brink of death, he can revive them. He may not require your assistance. The Black Serpent King indicated. The Snow Light King produced a jade vial from his chest and tilted it back to pour its contents into his mouth. It is a spiritual potion. The Golden Tiger King remarked. This vial contains only a few pills, yet each ingredient is invaluable. He had previously criticized Suihan for wasting resources. Yet the Snow Light King guarded them jealously. Host, this is a remarkable item. The system chimed in Tiger Jingjing's mind. As far as I know, this medicine is derived from countless rare materials, with effects potent enough to invigorate even those on the brink of death. The Snow Light King truly is extravagant. Do you possess it as well? The Golden Tiger King nodded. It is said that it took the Snow Light King 5 years to gather the ingredients, and Suihan managed to concoct merely a few dozen pills. In the chill of winter, the year of the Golden Tiger bestowed upon the Silver Serpent each a vial, containing 6 precious beads. Yet, she also imparted a crucial message. They should not regard these treasures as too precious to utilize. For the essence of life surpasses that of inanimate objects. Once again, Hu Zhengzheng fell into a contemplative silence. Thus, one might ponder whether the allure of the season merely masked a beauty that incited envy in others, or was it a deliberate act? However, the Snow Radiance King cherished her as one would a precious jewel, leading one to believe he would not intentionally tarnish her reputation. Yet, how did such slanderous whispers arise? I too bear some culpability. I have publicly chastised her for her capriciousness and petulance more than once. The expression escapes my lips. Greed leads to the downfall of the gluttonous. She, beautiful and delicate, adept at crafting cosmetics for profit and concocting elixirs. How could one expect her to conform to another's whims while failing to cradle her with affection? I find her decision to remain steadfast in her path entirely justified. In that moment, Hu Zhengzheng felt no desire to engage with the Golden Tiger any longer. Tu Cheng remained silent, not out of a desire to add insult to injury, but rather because he had recently unearthed a disconcerting truth. In Hu Zhengzheng's heart, the offspring held more significance than the beastly consort. Yet there existed an entity even more paramount than the younglings. As the harsh winter approached, Xuehui Wang had consumed the spirit medicine, alleviating the anxiety that had weighed upon Suihan. She wished to protect Lan Shi from harm, yet this battle was one they could not afford to lose. You were utterly insane. The Peacock King was already losing his ability to retaliate, his face smeared with blood, several ribs shattered. Your Beast King skill will expire soon. Xuehui Wang stood before him, her gaze icy and devoid of emotion. You cannot kill me. If worst comes to worst, I shall concede defeat. But her, I will never relinquish. At that moment, Suihan was escorted over by the Silver Dragon King. I have stated before, if you wish for me to bear offspring, you are unworthy, she declared coldly. Why? In what way am I inferior to them? The Peacock King rose, pridefully lifting his chin. The males of the Peacock clan were renowned for their extraordinary beauty, and the Peacock King was the pinnacle among them. My gestation sac was once damaged, thus they all swore fealty to the beast god, promising to remain loyal to me even without offspring. When I say you are unworthy, it is because your intention to mark me is solely for the sake of progeny. My beast husband must wholly accept me. The Peacock King was taken aback by the mention of no offspring. What purpose would a female serve him without young? His interest in such matters was minimal, believing it would only hinder his cultivation. The obstinate Peacock King glanced around. I shall challenge you. He boldly approached the Golden Tiger King. Instantly, thorn-laden vines ensnared his neck and limbs, suspending him in midair, while the Golden Tiger King loomed ominously beneath a massive stone. Damage reflection, is it? Conveniently, I possess a bottle of spirit medicine as well, but unlike Xuehui Wang, I am not so benevolent. When I strike, it will surely be to take your life. Tu Cheng shielded Hu Zhejiang as he spoke. Yet, at that moment, Hu Zhejiang interjected. There is no need to harbor ill intentions toward me. My gestation sac has also been damaged, which is why I have not birthed offspring for so long. What do you mean? The news of noble females in the royal city suffering from damaged gestation sacs had stirred the ambitions of those with lesser status, who began to stir with intent. The Peacock King then turned his gaze to the Nighthawk King. You dim-witted fool. I possess that as well, if you doubt me. Let us test it. The Nighthawk King fumed with rage. He could not treat life-saving items as casually as Shuhui Wang did. But he would not allow this deranged Peacock King to entertain any thoughts regarding Tu Luoluo without consequence. The obstinate Peacock King retorted, You are bullying me. Useless trash. What does it matter if you have advanced to a Beast King? You are still worthless. The disdainful hum of Peacock Wu intensified her determination to succeed against Shuhui Wang. Meanwhile, some powerful beings had begun to covet the spirit medicine, gathering to inquire about its price. Interested in purchasing? Perfect timing. For the first auction of the North Building at Lingxiao Pavilion will be held at the end of the month, featuring 3 spirit medicines for bidding. However, the starting price is rather steep, so do ensure your wallets are well prepared. Of course, aside from spirit medicine, the auction will offer various other treasures, ensuring a worthwhile visit for all. The Silver Dragon King refrained from confirming or denying the sale and immediately began advertising. The Silver Dragon King had grand ambitions in establishing the expansive Lingxiao Pavilion, especially as Shuhui Wang harbored intentions of seizing power, leading him to envision even more ambitious plans for its future. Even if Shuhui Wang later chose to abandon her pursuits, the Silver Dragon King grew increasingly motivated. Absolute power requires financial backing. The North Building of Lingxiao Pavilion had primarily focused on selling information, but with a rising number of imitators, he concluded that this venture lacked promise. Thus, he swiftly altered his strategy, having previously sought advice from the Queen. Tu Cheng, you mentioned constructing a small building earlier? Indeed, I intended to gift it to you. After advancing to a Beast King, Tu Cheng was no longer the previously struggling Rabbit Clan warrior. Tribes sought his protection, and powerful beings began to arrive with families in tow. I recall that not long ago, the 100 Spirits clan sought refuge with you, Zhenzhang. I swore fealty to the Beast God, declaring that in this lifetime, you alone are my beloved. Regardless of their intentions, I have kept my distance from those females. Not so. What are you thinking? Hu Zhengzheng chuckled. I was considering what to do with that small building, and it reminded me of those few from the 100 Spirits clan. The 100 Spirits clan, as their name suggests, is reminiscent of the lark, known for their melodious voices, perfect for singing little tunes.